Good morning, and welcome back to NRG coverage of the NRG Series, our year-long circuit qualifying players for the end-of-the-year championship here based in the Midwest. I'm Joe Lissette. I'll be hosting again this weekend, back from coronavirus layoff last month, but the show was in capable hands. We have we had some new people last month. We have some new people this month. We have some new changes this month. So I'm going to go over probably the most important change of the NRG Series starting in July. You've heard about this before. The finalists of our 10K Modern event this weekend will qualify for the DreamHack Regional in November in Atlanta. That's a big deal for us. It's a big deal for the players. We hope you're excited about that. We're also going to qualify a person tomorrow in an RCQ side event. But the main events this weekend, 10K Modern today, 5K Legacy tomorrow, back in action with our big formats here at the NRG Series. We've got Devin O'Donnell joining me this morning. Becky Bell will be here this afternoon, but Devin is here. Second time on the NRG Series, first time with me. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Morning.
Good morning, Joe. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. I hope you're feeling a little bit better from last month.
Dude, I am totally recovered. That coronavirus thing is like, well, it was like having a mild cold. I mean, I know lots of people had it much worse than me. Some people had it, they didn't even know they had it. For me, it was, knocked me out for a week. I was fine. All right, on to the show. So you're here joining us. We're playing Modern today. If you were playing this event, what deck are you bringing? What are you playing?
So, to the surprise of basically nobody in chat who has watched my streams in the past, I would definitely be on the Teamer Crashing Footfalls deck. I just think it's a deck that gets to play the most amount of free spells in terms of Force Negations, Fury, Force of Vigor, things of that nature. And it's just has a really proactive game plan. It's really, it puts a ton of pressure on the opponent as early as turn 2, even if you have, in the case of Gemstone Caverns. But yeah, I would definitely be playing the Teamer Crashing Footfalls deck.
I love Gemstone Caverns. All right. Well, I'm going to certainly diverge from you on that one, as if I was in this event, to surprise of probably very few viewers, but to myself, I would say it would be a surprise. I would play Tron. I thought I was done with Tron. I wasn't going to play it anymore. I actually took my Tron deck out of the box last week, and Michael Lattice was still in the deck. That tells you how long it's been since I played it. But I played an RCQ with it last weekend, and actually did fairly well, and I was fairly pleased with it. The deck seems kind of just like a relic from an older time period, but it still holds up, I guess. I mean, they don't disrupt your mana. It's still, Karn is still Karn, and it still works. I don't expect we'll see a ton of Tron this weekend. I think the metagame has kind of moved past that, but you never know. This is a modern format. Would you say Modern is, I know it has a reputation in the past of being a very diverse format compared to the others. Would you say that still holds up, or is kind of Pioneer spread its wings a little wider than Modern at this point?
It's tough. I think that there's a decent amount of decks in the Modern format that can reliably say that they have the chance of winning the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably put about 8 or 9 decks in that category, but it's just the gameplay in Modern specifically is a lot more blowout oriented with a lot of the free spells that have been recently printed, like Fury and stuff like Solitude plus Ephemerate. You have the turn 2 red and 6s, Omnath of the 4-color deck. So it's just a lot more swingy in terms of the gameplay. I think both formats are fairly healthy though, but yeah, I don't think Modern's in a terrible spot in terms of format diversity, as it were.
Right. So now I want to ask another question about 4-color is one of the biggest decks in the format. Maybe the biggest one, maybe not, but certainly going to be present all over the room. If you're a player playing 4-color, just entering an event, how concerned do you have to be about time at this point?
I would say pretty concerned, especially because if 4-color is the most popular deck, which I would have to imagine in most tournaments it's going to be, you're going to be playing against a lot of mirror matches, and there's a lot of shuffling. There's tons of fetch lands. You're both playing with 80 cards, so shuffling can be very intensive. So if you're playing a 4-color deck, just my biggest recommendation would be to figure out the game mechanics. I know that sounds kind of weird, but just in terms of when you're executing a play as simple as like fetching your land, just always know what land you're going to be fetching and make sure that, because yes, those matches do typically go to time.
Yeah, I mean, I watched. There was a couple at the RCQ I was at last weekend. There were a couple unintentional draws involving 4-color decks, and then there was the I was fortunate enough to make it to the semifinals before losing, but in the quarterfinals, there was a 4-color mirror. I played my match, then went and watched the rest of game 1 of the quarterfinals. Then I took a nap. I strung together like 4 chairs, laid down for a while. Then I went and watched game 3. I mean, it was both players. Now, this was something I hadn't watched a lot of 4-color mirrors. I feel like because adapting main deck Emrakul, I feel like has been something that's happened maybe in the last month or two. It wasn't so common before that. At least that's my feeling. That may not be necessarily true, or at least universally. But one player cast Emrakul, completely wrecked the other person, but the Emrakul died in response to a Solitude, and then there was no way to end the game. 10 minutes went by. The other player drew Emrakul, cast it, wrecked the other person. It got killed in response to Solitude, and these games just never end.
No. Yeah, that's pretty much a common play pattern. Is exactly what you said. The games never end. I'm pretty sure I've seen some of the 4-color mirrors end in decking with and when you're both playing with 80 cards, you know.
What? So what?
Yeah.
So is the tech to play 87 cards?
81.
I mean, you got to give yourself a buffer zone, right? Yeah. 81 cards. Come on, let's go 87, or you just board in an extra 5. These 4-color decks, I don't know. We'll see how that plays out today. We certainly got a lot of other decks looking to take them down. We've got Living End, we've got Death Shadow, we've got these blue-red Murktide decks, which is maybe the second most popular deck in the field. I mean, that's probably hard to guess. I don't even think making predictions on the metagame is a wise thing in Modern these days, aside from 4-color is going to be ever present. What's do you have kind of like a dark horse contender that you would think if there's a deck in the top 8 that wouldn't be in your 8 or 9 metagame decks, something that would surprise you but be like, oh, that made it. Okay, I believe it.
The answer...
It's not really an easy question. If you don't have anything, that's okay.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think I want to say the answer to that question might actually be there's an Esper Asmo food deck. I don't know if you've seen this one running around, but Aspiring Spike's been playing it a lot with. It's just trying to assemble a lot of game objects and combo that with Time Sieve. And I know that Spike has said he loves his 4-color matchup. So if there's a deck to take down 4-color in terms of the rogue strategies, maybe that's the deck. Okay,
well, that would be something to see. The player meeting is going on right now, so we're waiting to get round 1 shaped up and going. New tournament, sorry, let me get this term correct, event manager for Nerd Rage Gaming, the San Francisco 49ers, jerks. I didn't hate the 49ers before, but they stole Max Khan away from us. Nerd Rage event manager, judge coordinator Max Khan is now employed by the San Francisco 49ers. So we're going to make do without him. Sam Lewis stepping in as the event manager this weekend. Max, we'll try and get you back someday. The 49ers, I mean, kind of a new organization. Maybe they'll fold in a couple months and you'll be available again. Anyway, Max Khan, very important, arguably the most important part of the Nerd Rage family for the last 8 or so years. Moving on to maybe not better, but certainly bigger things. We'll miss you. Anyway. Round 1 getting ready to go. We're going to watch Zoe Riederman, I believe. Let's go ahead and pop up the leaderboard, see where things are standing right now as the players are receiving the information and all such details they'll need. So here we have the 2022 Nerd Rage Series leaderboard, and you see Zoe Riederman there in 5th spot, which if things held this way relatively, is in place to qualify for the championship at the end of the year, which would be a first time for her. Lots of familiar names on here. Zach Allen is really kind of taking charge over the last few months. And you can see the names that are in yellow: Piper Powell, Joseph Bernal, and Andrew Ellenbogen already qualified for the end of the year championship.
Yeah, a lot of really, really great names on this board. Lots of crushers, as it were. Very, very solid players. And yeah, definitely going to be an awesome tournament at the end of the year.
Yeah. Last year's MVP, Will Krueger, down in 16th, not currently in a qualification spot. We'll see if he can get things rolling. But yeah, the series has expanded. Competition has increased. It sounds like, at least as of about 15 minutes ago, the player count in the room was 272. So we're looking at 9 rounds of Swiss today, plus the quarterfinal matches will be played out tonight. Semifinals and finals will be tomorrow morning, followed by the Legacy 5K. So that's where things stand. Happy to have you here joining us on the morning. And we have deck lists available. All right, let's go ahead and bring them up. Zoe Riederman commonly plays Living End. Let's see it. There it is. Living End is the choice once again. And really, why would you change things up when you're having a lot of success?
Yeah, Living End is definitely one of those decks on the 9 that we were talking about earlier. This looks pretty standard. I've actually seen some people experimenting with no copies of Grief, but I think Grief is too powerful in your best opening hand. So I definitely like the inclusion of Grief here.
Sure, yeah, that would definitely be an alteration. I mean, I understand sometimes, especially when you're not looking at 7-card hands, that it can be difficult to get it going early, but really nice opener. All right, and Zoe's gonna be playing against Caleb Spicer. Playing, am I seeing this right? The wrong Tron deck?
That's what I see as well.
Yeah. All right,
If
so
we
let's
get
go
the
ahead and
deck
pop
list, we
that
do
up
the
on
deck
screen
list.
if we get a chance. Yeah, Caleb Spicer with Eldrazi Tron. All right, so the other deck utilizing the Urza's lands, not the green Tron deck with the focused mana ramp, but the Eldrazi Tron deck, which is more or less just kind of hoping to draw the Tron lands, and if it doesn't, it'll get by anyway.
I'm guessing you're not a fan of the Eldrazi Tron.
Well, I am a fan. I put my modern deck for several years was green Tron, so not a fan. I'll tell you why I'm not a fan of Eldrazi Tron. Because every time they have Tron on turn 3, they just got lucky. Whereas every time green Tron has Tron on turn 3, it's due to like clever deck building, execution of a plan, and
Right.
the overall charm and good humor of the player.
No, I gotcha.
Tron, they're just getting lucky every time. That was my impression anyway.
Yeah, they basically have 4 maps in a dream instead of the the Sylvan Scryings and all that kind of stuff. So,
They don't deserve
but
to have Tron on turn 3.
I do think that Chalice of the Void is actually in a pretty decent position right now. So I mean,
Mhm.
we'll see if we can see that card in this matchup because this is definitely a matchup for that card.
All right. Well, here we go. Kicking off the event. Nerd Rage Gaming 10K is underway. Caleb Spicer on the play with, all right, not turn 3 Tron, but Urza Saga followed by Urza's, or preceded by Urza's Mind. Not bad, not bad. And Zoe Riederman, what do you have for us?
I think we got a Street Wraith. So usually with Street Wraith being cycle that you don't have to pay mana for, usually you want to save that one to last, but it looked like Zoe didn't have a Cascader, so we were trying to cycle the Street Wraith to try and find a Cascader to be able to use that 1 mana to cycle. Looks like we missed though.
All right. Well, certainly would be unusual for creatures not to rapidly find their way to the graveyard for the Living End deck. No black mana available at this point. And Caleb Spicer getting things going with an expedition map, searching up, I don't know, probably a Tron land. There's a lot of glare there. I guess it could have been an Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, if Caleb has something like a Thought-Knots here, maybe they would want to go grab the temple, but maybe it was a temple. Let's see if we have that Thought-Knots here. And I was looking at Caleb's deck list to see what other main deck. It looks like Caleb has 2 copies of Relic of Progenitus main deck, so that's going to be one that we can find off of the Urza Saga. So Zoe's got to be cognizant of that.
Yeah, well, if Relic of Progenitus is going to be coming into play, and if Zoe is aware that that's a distinct possibility, then she needs to not waste any time here and get this Living End off right away, even if it's not a huge one.
Yeah, even just a Waker and a Street Wraith, you definitely want to just fire it off here.
And really, realistically, that might be enough to take down a game. I mean, Caleb Spicer, nothing on the board yet, so no Thought-Knots here, waiting.
All right, see if you have a Violent Outburst. Because Caleb's going to make some mana here. It looks like Zoe's thinking. Yeah, it looks like she is going to go ahead and fire that off.
Yeah. This would be this one more Urza Saga. If you're not up on the competitive aspects of the game and really used to playing in events, once this Saga tutors, whatever Caleb fetches is in play. Zoe can't respond with, say, a Living End off of a Violent Outburst after Caleb makes the choice of Relic. It's too late at that point. So
right,
she is going to fire this off now. Presumably, we shall see.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, it's still going to be 10 power here, and the Eldrazi deck isn't that good at beating a 7/7 creature.
Right.
So this 7/7 plus the Street Wraith might be able to be blocked, but
Wow. Well, okay. Warping Whale has said something about
oh,
that. Now this is a Warping Whale. We'll see if we can pop that up. That is a very cool card, a modal card. One of the cards counter a sorcery. Well, Living End, despite it being cast during Caleb Spicer's upkeep here,
can't do that. I
is in
think
fact a
Caleb was trying
sorcery.
to get a chalice off of the saga, but you can't do that.
Right. All right. And yeah, Zoe is aware of that, even if Caleb is not. So he'll take a read on the card and confirm that's correct. So you see Warping Whale there. Let's go ahead and ditch that for the moment and bring up Urza's Saga. And Zoe's explaining things, but the players will end up having to call a judge to have this changed. As you can see there, as Devin pointed out, search your library for mana cost 0 or 1, and
yeah, 0 or 1. Even though Chalice, technically you don't like when you're playing Chalice for 0, you can pay it for 0 mana, but it doesn't have a mana value or mana cost 0. It has mana cost X.
Right. Yeah. And that's honestly, if you're going to make a rules error, that one's pretty understandable.
Yeah, because you always play it for 0 mana, so.
Exactly. Yeah. And when it's on the board, everyone knows that. When it's on the board, its mana cost is 0, but even so, its mana value is not. So there is the relic. And
that one's not bad, though,
Yeah. No, this is pretty solid for Caleb Spicer. I mean, whatever that Warping Whale countering the first Living End was so huge. And now, if Caleb keeps mana open for the rest of this game, Zoe's got
a second relic.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Zoe's got some work to do here. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Zoe had a Force of Negation, we could have fought over the Warping Whale, but no Force of Negation means that that Warping Whale was gonna resolve, and yeah, now we got 2 relics in play. I don't really think. I mean, let me pull up Zoe's deck list. I don't think that they usually have too many outs to main deck relic. They got 2 Otawaras, no Besejus. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The Sky Turtle, the Turtle can only bounce creatures. So yeah, just 2 Otawaras. So not really a ton of outs for Zoe here.
Yeah, and so here comes a Charlotte's Agent, which is going to result in one of these relics being exiled to clean the graveyard. Now, my impression has frequently been that these decks play 3 copies of Living End. Let's take a quick check here because Zoe's playing 3, and I think one was spilled over by the Waker of Waves on turn 2. So I'm not sure there's any left in the deck.
Oh, very, very smart play by Zoe here. At least we're going to get something out of it. So what you saw there was Shardless into Living End. Caleb responded, popped the Relic, and then after the Relic pop resolved, still with the Living End on the stack, so we had a Cycler. So very, very heads-up play by Zoe there.
Yeah, it's important to get something on the board, as this may be all there is. And, well, talked about Eldrazi Tron struggling against just a mere 7/7. That a 3/3 and a 2/2 is not quite that.
No, not quite.
And
And Caleb also has the Eldrazi Temple, so he can just deploy a Thought-Knots here if he finds one.
Yeah. And even though, in theory, these Living End decks can win just by hard casting their creatures, have you even seen that happen? I have not.
It's kind of a rare myth, I think, is more so what it is. I've seen it a couple of times. Curator of Mysteries, I will say, is probably the most threatening card. 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. That's actually a good stat. But the rest of the creatures, 7 mana, 7/7, 4 mana, 3/3. There's not a lot else to love there.
Right. So Zoe's got to be hoping a couple of shots can get in here for 5, soften Caleb up a little bit. But, well, let's see. Now, Caleb doesn't actually need to keep Relic mana open anymore, but that may not be something that he is aware of. Although in this case, he does tap out. So yeah, he is perhaps realizing that, okay, Zoe doesn't have another Living End. So he doesn't actually need to waste the mana.
I wonder, so you saw Zoe went Force Pitch Force there. So either that means she had the opportunity to force on the turn the Warping Wail was cast, or she drew back-to-back Force of Negations after, which is probably more likely, because I would imagine if she could have fought over the Warping Wail, she would have.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there. All right. So, well, I mean, Caleb takes a shot of 5. Another Shardless Agent comes down. Cascades and misses. Caleb will get to look at Zoe's deck. Although,
yeah, so as you said, no more living ends.
Right. And Caleb, with the knowledge that mana doesn't need to be left over for Relic, probably, and you can see very quickly there went through Zoe's deck, probably a player who knows what's going on in the format, doesn't need to examine too many details of Zoe's deck, probably knows most of it already. But 7 damage on the board here, and Caleb, I mean, almost any creature in his deck is going to be good here, but he does need something.
There's something.
Yeah, barely. I mean, Meta Reshaper, certainly not an all-star. In fact, maybe the laughing stock of the Eldrazi group. But
hey, it's not bad here. Trades for any creature in play, gets a little bit of value on the way out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, just Caleb is just looking for stuff to kind of, like you said, just kind of buy some time, just trade off for these random creatures in play. So we'll definitely see a block on the Architects. You saw the Karn get forced, so that was his big haymaker, trying to find another threat. Might just cycle the Relic here, which I think is probably fine because there's no more living ends, so
sure.
You can probably just kind of cycle that one too.
Okay, Thought-Knot Seer off the Meta Reshaper. That's a good one. And here's another Shardless Agent. Well, okay. This Curator of Mysteries would have been the winner, like you said. Shardless Agent beat down. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, if Zoe had cast a Curator last turn, could have got in for 4 here, and then put Caleb maybe on a 2-turn clock. Also, Caleb's really only good answer to Curator is Dismember, which he has to pay 4 life for anyways. So, yeah, if Curator came down, I could see Zoe maybe having a chance, but we're running out of turns for that.
Yeah, and a Walking Ballista for 1.
I think that was a Waker of Waves. I think it was a blue card. Now, we did see Zoe had an Otawara, so we could see bounce the Thought-Knot Seer, draw a card, which looks like we're going to do that.
All right.
Just try to get something going.
Yeah. And 6 across, Walking Ballista chump blocks. Okay, Zoe takes 1. That's certainly not relevant. And
yeah, Caleb down to 7, but we can just redeploy the Thought-Knots here. If Zoe has the second Otawara, we could maybe see something here.
Yeah, or a Sky Turtle. I mean, there are or even a Valen Outburst to push through a little bit of extra damage. That's also possible. Striped Riverwinder, Grief, Valen Outburst. Okay, not a ton of help there at the moment.
I just take Outburst, right?
I think so. Trick. I think so. Stripe Riverwinder is just a new, unless you're just worried about a flyer, and so you take the Riverwinder. But Outburst is the choice.
I think Riverwinder is the 5/5 hexproof. I don't think anyone is flying. Yeah.
No, I meant it's a draw too. It can be cycled and draw into
sure.
A flyer potentially.
I gotcha.
All right, cycle Riverwinder. Sky Turtle would be good. Like you were saying, Otawara would be good, although that requires more mana.
So I think that was another Outburst.
Okay, well, that's...
So I wonder from Zoe's perspective, do you just attack with everything, Outburst, put Caleb to 1, and then if Caleb has no creature, you just attack with 2 Shardlesses into the Thought-Knot, and that's lethal?
That has potential. Here's a Grief to reveal Smasher, Dismember, and another Thought-Knot
2 creatures.
Yeah.
2 creatures. That's not what Zoe wanted to see. Especially, you could even see, so if Zoe does take the line of attack with everything, Violent Outburst, you might even see we're going to take the Dismember. Okay.
And is there the second land from the bottom for Caleb? That's actually a swamp. So that Dismember actually isn't going to cost the full 4 life.
Oh, right. That's why we took the Dismember. Okay. That makes more sense. I missed the swamp.
Yeah. All right. So 4 damage comes through here. Caleb drops to 1?
Should be 1, yep.
Oh, because the Violent Outburst was cast. Yeah, sorry. Missed that. All right. So, yeah, 1 life. I mean, it doesn't get more precarious than that, but this is a pretty safe 1 life. There's not going to be any burn at Zoe's deck. A flyer is probably going to be required here. Or
Well, I
another
think what
bounce
Zoe,
spell.
yeah, that's what Zoe's trying to set up, right? Ooh, I think is that Tron?
No, I don't believe so. I think that's the second
No,
mine.
2 mines. Okay. So I think what Zoe was trying to set up here is Caleb, get to a position where Caleb's at 1, rip a bounce spell, bounce attack with both creatures.
Yeah.
Does not look like we found a bounce spell though.
And Caleb, I mean, it's probably going to be a little while before Caleb is confident enough to attack here. Well, okay, if 2 creatures are coming down here, then maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, another ballista. All right.
You
So
can
I
even
think
attack with 2 here, right?
yeah, I
Probably.
think so. And it looks like Caleb is going to push for 9. Maybe.
Super safe. Like if Zoe double blocks, you just ballista kill one of the shardlesses, so you can't even really double block. Yeah, Zoe just takes it. But now bounce spell's not good enough because you can, if you bounce the Thought Knot, you just go block and ping with the blocking ballista. And if you bounce the ballista, then he just goes ping and then block the other shardless. So.
Yep. All right. And Caleb Spicer will take down game 1 on the back of, well, the variety of Eldrazi creatures, but really the Relic of Progenitus and the Warping Whale played a huge role in that game.
Right. The sequence of Zoe went for, and you see, the thing is, I don't remember. I believe that we left up the Warping Wheel the entire time because I think, if I recall correctly, I don't even think we made a construct. Very, very heads up play by Caleb there to not make a construct, because if he goes end of turn, make a construct, Zoe can just living end right there while the Warping Wheel is not available. So very heads up play, and very, very well navigated by Caleb.
Yeah. All right. So I guess we have a moment here. We can pop the deck list back up and see what may change before game 2. Zoe Riederman down a game here, looking for artifact-based removal, colorless creatures. The creatures, I think it's really the permanent's going to prevent her functioning that's going to matter more so. Like Reality Smasher, that's not going to win a race against Living End anyway. So what do we have here?
So against Eldrazi Tron, I'm looking at probably Subtlety for Karn. I'm looking at Force of Vigor for Relic / Chalice / Urza Saga, and then I'm looking at Besieger. I think those are pretty much all slam dunks.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Foundation Breaker may make its way in as well. And if we look at Caleb's side of things, now this is going to be a fairly limited sideboarding, it being a deck with Wish capability. In fact, let's see if anything at all is going to be coming in.
I'm looking at no changes.
This is, in fact, a full Wish board.
There's one Emrakul, but I don't think you want the Emrakul in this matchup.
No, I suppose not. Maybe you could discard the hand size on turn 1. You just skip your land drop, throw it in the graveyard. Probably not. Okay, so, well.
The beauty of playing Karn decks.
Yeah, seriously. So 2 Warping Whales, and you said 2 relics. Yes, indeed, 2 relics. But the Urza Sagas can find those, as we saw in game 1 after a bit of a false start on that one. Karn's Lion of Urza in the deck as well. So a couple Singleton Planeswalkers, Ugin and Karn.
Yeah, you usually don't see Karn Sign of Urza too much, but I imagine with the format being centered around the 4-color and Murktide decks, that one's probably good at just making some big dudes, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And Ugin the Ineffable a lot of times just going to be making creatures also. Okay, so, and it just, 1 Ugin the Ineffable, 1 Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Now, do you really just want 1 Ugin Spirit Dragon? I mean, I remember years that passed, some Eldrazi Tron decks actually played a Karn Liberated, because like if you're going to get lucky and draw Tron, you might as well have the best payoff. But we don't see that here, but we do see Ugin the Spirit Dragon, which would be, if the game lasts long enough and Caleb draws it, would be absolutely fantastic in this matchup.
Yeah, if Caleb can set up Tron on curve or even on turn 4 after a Living End, you just slam the Ugin, hope so he doesn't have the Force Negation, and then just get rid of it all. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Also better than All's Dust because it exiles, so with something like All's Dust, you just put them in the graveyard for another Living End. So yeah, Ugin would be pretty good if Caleb can get to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think just in terms of the matchup, we saw game 1, Zoe didn't have a ton of outs to that Relic of Progenitus, so I think game one with Caleb having Chalice plus Warping Wail plus Relic plus Saga, I think Caleb is ahead game one. But as you saw Zoe's sideboard, Zoe has a lot of answers post-board, so I think the matchup dynamic changes a lot in the post-board games.
Yeah, well, that's going to be necessary for Zoe Riederman fans, as she needs to pick up 2 games in a row here. Certainly capable of doing that. Let's see how it plays out. Zoe should be going first this game. This is a match. So there's some matchups where you can probably hold off on Grief for a turn or two and let your opponent draw into the important cards. Here, it's probably got to go on turn 1 if it's in hand, because Chalice and Relic are just so cheap.
Right. Yeah, you definitely just want to deploy it early. Now, here's the one thing about deploying this specifically right now is Force of Vigor. So for Caleb, if you're looking to expose yourself less to force, and we do actually have it. So if Caleb didn't play the Chalice there, because you don't really need to play the Chalice first, you wouldn't get 2 for 1 off the force, because Zoe might be interested in firing it off on the map, or probably saving it. But yeah, that's a blowout basically.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Whereas Zoe would need to preemptively play Grief because Caleb's cards are so cheap. Zoe is not going to interact with Chalice until turn 3 at the earliest, so Caleb doesn't have to throw it on the board instantaneously yet and gets punished for it here. 2 Tron pieces, though. We'll see if that's building towards 7 mana next turn. Certainly, Zoe would like to prefer not to see that.
Yeah, definitely something where you go back and you think about just, what could I have done differently. And yeah, because you don't need to deploy the Chalice super early. Now, obviously the argument is, well, do I want to lose it to Grief? So it's kind of tough, but it's possible Zoe would have just Griefed on turn 1 anyways. So it's hard to say.
Yeah. All right. Building into turn 3 here. Zoe, without cycling, did spend Force of Vigor, which depletes the resources a little bit. So Caleb in no real danger at this point. And Otawara hits the board, which you think Caleb can conclude that Zoe doesn't have another land with Otawara coming down at this point?
Probably, because that's one you usually would want to hold off on, especially if you're worried about something like a Chalice the Void. But I'm assuming that Zoe's probably holding up. You're probably going to go for an upkeep outburst. I think Caleb went to draw his card, and Zoe, may have pointed out that she had effects in upkeep without. So we're gonna get a judge call on that one. See, should be not too bad of a fix, but we'll see what happens.
Right. So I may have been distracted by the Force of Vigor. I didn't realize there were many creatures in Zoe's graveyard yet to even be worth bringing out, but perhaps there are.
I think I remember a Street Wraith and potentially one other Cycler.
Okay.
If I recall correctly.
In game 1, we were talking about 2 creatures sounding fairly scary. So certainly that conceivably would be enough.
Looks like we do have the outburst.
All right.
And Zoe wants to upkeep it for a couple of reasons. One, you want to give Caleb less draws at finding that Warping Wail. And you don't want to do it on your turn because Force of Negation is turned on your opponent's turn.
Absolutely. And also, if Caleb does have Urza's power plant to go with the other 2, Zoe would certainly prefer that the mana is tapped now so that it's not as powerful turn as would be otherwise. So here's the Living End. Looks like Street Wraith and Architects of Will.
Yep, so 2 creatures. Not big creatures, but 2 creatures nonetheless.
All right, I understand now why all this hand waving is going on, is because if Zoe wants to target Caleb with Architects of Will, Caleb, knowing the top card of his deck that he was drawing for the turn, could actually have. I mean, that's information that didn't seem like it was going to be relevant because he was going to draw the card immediately, but now may not be the case.
Right, yeah, because obviously if Zoe wants to rearrange the top 3 cards of Caleb's library where he's not drawing that card that he looked at this turn, well, now he has more information about what's below it. So we're going to maybe get a judge in to see exactly how it resolves. Now, I would assume that because there's no other known information, it's just a simple shuffle. I don't really, I'm not 100% an expert on this, but that would kind of be where I would look at.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. That's that's a very uninvasive fix that I mean, it's tough because I don't know. I think you can just force a shuffle here without actually assigning a penalty, because Caleb, I mean, you could say on one side that Caleb looks at extra cards and he deserves a warning, but I mean, drawing a card for your turn is a pretty natural thing to do and doesn't seem to be worthy of a penalty when, sure, Zoe is going to stop him, but he may not have been aware of that. So just a simple shuffle and then move on from there seems fine. But the intricacies of judging, there are a lot of factors that play into how fixes are made. And we see now the players are probably just waiting for a judge to make up a decision.
Yeah, it looks like they're having a conversation there. So hopefully we'll get a resolution soon.
Yeah,
it looks like a simple shuffle. There we go.
In the meantime, while we're getting this straightened out, we'll just kind of remind you where we're at. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. Thanks for being here. This is a Modern 10K. We're in round 1. We'll be with you all weekend long. Modern today, Modern semifinals and finals tomorrow morning, followed by the Legacy 5K, probably picking up in round 2 and moving on for the rest of the day. Becky Bell will be here later this afternoon. Julian Knob will be here tomorrow morning for the first few rounds of Legacy. And, well, okay, yeah. So once all this is done, it looks like we're going to have 6 power on the board for Zoe, and Caleb moving into his 3rd turn here. Not under a ton of pressure, but it's relevant.
Little peek and see what's on top. It's I think Smasher, Karn, Blasphone. So Zoe's going to put the Blasphone on top, and that's kind of just playing around Caleb just having the 3rd Tron land, so she doesn't want to give him a payoff if he does have the 3rd Tron land. We got a Thought Knot, which does block our 3/3s.
Yep, well, that's unfortunate. That random swamp in Caleb's deck to make Dismember cheaper actually would matter now, as Street Wraith does have Swamp Walk.
Oh, we're going to Subtlety, okay. Oh yeah, the Street Wraith having Swamp Walk. I never thought that would actually come up because Caleb has 2 swamps in his deck. That's hilarious.
All right.
Interesting. Caleb goes for a bottom. Now, that tells me that he probably just has another one, or maybe his hand is just all loaded with threats and no more land drops, and he doesn't want to get clogged up, and he already has a play lined up for next turn. So we'll see what Caleb deploys here, but okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, maybe he just is hungry for the information that Zoe has, because Zoe already knows the top card of his deck. He just wants to. He doesn't think it's fair. He wants to draw to see what it is, also see what she knows. So he just bought him so we can see a fresh card. But yeah, another Thought on Seer takes a Violent Outburst, leaving another copy in hand. And okay, here's an attack, which
we're gonna block. And I wonder if I guess you could just not block, right? Take 6.
You could. You block here. Okay, Street Wraith just goes down. Yep, 3 damage comes across.
I wonder if Zoe just wanted to cast the Violent Outburst. Okay, we're going to post. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense. You just let the Street Wraith die. This essentially accomplishes the same thing. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense. Do it post-combat.
All right.
So yeah, I don't think there was another creature cycled in the meantime, right? I think it's just the Street Wraith. Oh, the Subtlety. Right, okay.
Okay. So the Architects will go down. So Zoe will exchange 3 damage and a 3/3 for a 3/3 flyer. Not terrible in this scenario. So now 1 invasive creature, which is what she was missing last game, and potentially a second one if Caleb would have the misfortune of actually drawing the swamp here.
Go Smasher on defense. So now Zoe is looking at a 4-turn clock. This would be a huge turn for Curator of Mysteries. Huge turn for that card. It's like we don't have it. So we still got Caleb on a 3-turn clock. Now, again, Caleb didn't play a land last turn, so definitely just has pretty much all threats in hand. And now we feel confident in attacking. That's a little dicey if Zoe draws a bounce spell, because then you go bounce the Thought Knot to your attack for 6, and then the Subtlety's lethal.
Right. Okay.
But I guess you are technically winning the race here, right? With the Smasher. I guess you can attack with both. So you go attack with Smasher, Zoe goes to 7. 7, and then no, actually, you're still losing the race, so we need a little bit of help here for Caleb.
Well, he's found Karn Zion, which isn't going to help, and he's found the Reality Smasher, and that's going to make a difference.
Yeah, because this forces a chump block, which means Zoe goes to 2, and then I don't really know. I mean, I guess if we draw a Cascade spell, right? Cascade spell will clean up the board. But then Caleb would get back the Thought-Knot here. I think that's the only creature in his graveyard. But yeah, that'll do it.
Wow. Okay, so Caleb Spicer and Eldrazi Tron will defeat Zoe Riederman in round 1. Living End just kind of, I mean, not every game goes according to plan. That game, there wasn't really, well, there was some hate, but it was dispatched without too much difficulty, but then just had a little trouble keeping up. And Reality Smasher, I mean, whatever era we're living in, Reality Smasher is just a big creature, and it hits hard.
Yeah, also, pretty hard to kill. There's not, doesn't die to stuff like Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push. Does die to Unholy Heat, Solitude, but yeah, just a very, very, like I said, I think that the Eldrazi Tron player was definitely ahead in game 1, and then Zoe maybe stumbled a little bit in game 2. We saw the Force of Vigor, but we didn't really capitalize on the Force of Vigor, so you didn't see the typical Living End of like cycle on turn 1, double cycle on turn 2, Street Wraith plus Living End, put 20 power into play. Right. Zoe had to go for small Living Ends, and because of that, Caleb was kind of easily able to overcome that.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a backup match, so let's go ahead and get that going. Get 2 matches in for you this round. I believe we're going to see, Izzet Murktide versus, well, my readout says Mono Black Boggles. Yeah, I don't think that's correct.
Mine does too. Don't think Mono Black Boggles is correct.
Daniel Wharton versus Noah Huizinga here. We have Izzet Murktide against Indomitable Creativity. Okay, so another person having their fun with the self-submitted deck list names. We really got to get Melee to dispatch that option.
It would have been funnier if we just went with the bit and had the person who was doing who was putting the names up just put Mono Black Boggles there.
I mean, yeah. Well, you talk about this, but what happens when these kinds of things happens is I get confused and then I look stupid. And sure, chat may enjoy that, but it gets old eventually, I think.
Depends on who you ask, right?
Yeah, right. All right, so Shredder in play here for the first time this weekend for Daniel Wharton. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of them, as that card is maybe the most common card in the format that's not in the 4-color decks. And Noah Huizinga, what do we got?
To be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised that the 4-color decks haven't tried to play that card, because they have, the Furies and the Ephemerates and...
Yeah, and they certainly are casting multiple spells a turn once they get going. Okay, so Indomitable Creativity, what we're going to be looking at here is trying to put tokens into play and then tutoring up. Let's go and take a look. Is it an Archon version?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So Archon of Cruelty is going to be the payoff in this list for Noah Huizinga. And, I mean... that's a good way to get paid off. Archon of Cruelty is a pretty impressive card.
Yeah, and we see a Spell Pierce on an iteration here. That's pretty good, because I don't believe Daniel has a land. I don't think so.
Right.
And just going to say, one card that I've been really impressed with in these creativity decks is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It just does so much. It creates a token. Then the token creates an artifact token, which doesn't die to removal spells when you're going through creativity. It digs you into creativity. It discards excess copies of Archon. It just does everything for this deck, all in one small little package. It's such a good card for this deck.
Yeah, no, it really does fit in well, and it fits nicely into the curve. So this list, actually looking at it a little bit here, yeah, we have 4 Indomitable Creativity, and there is 1 Transmogrify on top of that. So there is a 5th Enabler. And okay.
Yeah, I think Nassif's been playing a decent amount of this deck online, and I believe he's been playing somewhere between 1 and 2 copies of Transmogrify. He just felt like the creativities weren't quite enough, and he wanted more copies of that. So,
right. And Ledger Shredder stuck at 1-3 at the moment, not putting up much of a threat. Although Daniel's done a fair amount of damage to himself, as tends to happen in this format.
Yeah, that Spell Pierce was a massive beating for Daniel, because he didn't have a land. So basically just not only got time walked, but also just like didn't get to play his third land, didn't get to trigger the Shredder. It's just that was a rough one for Daniel.
All right, that's a Dwarven Mine, I believe, coming in there. So with Stomping Ground, Steam Vents, and Ketri Triome, a token is created.
Now, Noah does have a couple of options here. If he has creativity, we could just go for X equals 2. We're going to go for X equals 1. Okay, that's going to get Spell Pierce. So I was going to say, you can go for 2 if you sack the treasure and target both of your creatures. You can go for 1 if you target the treasure to play around Lightning Bolt. There's a couple of different things, but targeting the crab, and then we'll just get Spell Pierce. So.
Yeah, all right. So Daniel, hand full of cards, as mana is not permitting many of them to be cast at once, but yeah, stays in the game. As I mean, Indomitable Creativity for 1. Is that enough to put this matchup away in game 1? I would
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is Unholy Heat, so if Daniel does have Delirium, we can kill the 1 Archon of Cruelty, but sometimes the trigger is just enough to get the job done by itself. Kill the Shredder, drain, draw a card, get closer to another creativity. So, yeah, I think for the most part, 1 is probably fine. Now, when you get later into the game, maybe that's different. When you combine, like maybe there's a Murktide region in play, you do it for 1, you sack the Shredder, keep the Murktide. But at this current board state, I think doing it for 1 would certainly be lethal.
Yeah. Okay, Daniel Wharton, land number 3 found. It's going to cost a couple life points. I'm sure he's happily willing to pay that cost.
Late to the party, but better late than never.
Indeed. And no Huizinga, despite having a whole pile of permanents, really not putting much pressure on right now.
Right, yeah. Now, we do have the active Fable, so, if we do find... I'm going to take a look at Noah's deck list. I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's no other creatures but the Archons. So, yeah, that's another thing, too, is once the Archon is in play, you could do even just X equals 1. You can start copying with the Fable, with the reflection, so that's kind of cool, too.
Okay, so Ledger Shredder goes down.
That token, is that a clue or a treasure? I think it's a clue.
All right. Fable is going to go down to the Unholy. I believe it is a clue on the right, if that's the one you're looking at. Or on the top, I mean.
Okay.
Wow.
Decent turn for Daniel there.
Well, yeah. Yeah, lots of action here. Is the Archon after a counter battle, and
oh, Noah had a Spell Pierce. That's what I missed. Okay.
Yeah. So Archon is in play.
And we gotta do a Delirium check.
Daniel doesn't have a creature, so it's not as punishing as it would be sometimes, but it's still bad.
Yeah, drain 3, draw a card. Make you discard a card. Okay, the Bauble probably gives us Delirium, right? Instant creature, land, sorcery. Yeah, we should have Delirium.
Yeah, I actually don't know that we had the land, but the Bauble will give it to us because of the artifact and the Shredder that has died. So, yeah, there is no Unholy available, and this Archon's going to get to attack.
Yeah, that's usually a bad sign when Archon's turning sideways.
Yeah, no, it's... yeah, your life total starts dropping fairly rapidly in these scenarios. As you can see there,
and that'll do it.
Down to 3, and it's like, yeah, I'm not coming back from this stupid Archon of Cruelty. Why can't you just have a trigger combo to kill me or something? All right, so Indomitable Creativity takes down game 1, getting around a little bit of counter magic, get a little bit of interaction back. Let's go ahead and bring up the deck list if we have them for this.
That was a sweet game too, because both players got some really nice usage out of Spell Pierce.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not something that always happens. You can see there Daniel Wharton with 2 copies of Spell Pierce, 4 counter spells, and 3 Archmage's Charms. So there's definitely interaction here for the Indomitable Creativity.
Right, yeah. If we're looking at the sideboard, we got some Flusterstorms, probably a couple Mystical Disputes. I've heard people say they don't like explosives in this matchup. Not sure if you have an opinion on that, but pretty much those cards, and the Blood Moons as well. Yeah, I mean, so explosives, what we're really thinking is here is this is kind of a counter for Indomitable Creativity because almost everything you're going to be targeting does cost 0 mana value at least. But we'll leave that to Daniel Wharton to figure out. He certainly doesn't need it. There is, you're pointing out, there's plenty of interaction otherwise, but
would be reasonable. All right, so no Huizingas. Indomitable Creativity deck that is up a game. Let's take a look.
Sideboard action, we got some Veils, Flusterstorms, Disputes, and I think that's probably about it, but lots and lots of counter magic, so.
Yeah, Veil is such an all-star anytime.
It really is.
You can get it to work. And this deck, I mean, this deck may be in on Indomitable Creativity, but this deck can grind somewhat. Red and 6 and Fable the Mirror Breaker. These are game cards that can, and even Adjacent Mind Sculptor. This deck can, have game over the longer term. All right, let's go ahead and roll game 2.
Yeah, Prismari Command 2 to help churn through some excess cards. Deck does play a long game pretty nicely.
Yeah. Daniel Wharton on the play, but down a card on the mulligan.
Yeah, and this is, as we saw game 1, both players, like I said, both players got to utilize Spell Pierce very effectively, and that's going to come up a lot because this matchup, especially the Murktide deck as well, is just all about mana efficiency. And the cards in Noah's decks are inherently sometimes a little bit clunky. We're trying to play 2-drops and 3-drops and 4-drops. So, but then if you get to that turn where you have like 3-drop plus a mana up, it's really hard for Daniel to be able to go, pay like Counterspell plus pay for Spell Pierce or something. So,
right. Okay, so looks like 6 will work for Daniel. So I have a real game here, not crippled. Do we have an opener? We do. Okay, Ragavan on the board.
Turn 1 monkey. See if we get an answer. Ooh, the best answer.
Okay. The best answer is
hard evidence.
It's a stupid 0-3. Oh, that's just infuriating.
Oh man. 2 game objects too for the creativity. This card is quite good against an opposing turn 1 Ragavan, but just also very good in the creativity deck as well.
Okay, here is a bolt to get. I mean, this is certainly not the best bolt ever, but hey, if it gets a creativity out of existence, that's probably a good deal.
Yeah, Daniel will take that. Now we're hitting with Ragavan. You're down 1 creativity, so maybe a little bit less he has to worry about. We're holding up counterspell / spell pierce / all that stuff. So definitely a good start for Daniel.
Okay, consider in turn takes counterspell mana down, but pretty safe on that. Murktide goes to the bin.
Murktide.
Yeah. Just defend this Ragavan. Let it do all the work. I mean, you don't need really to draw Murktides when you're just going to download creativity off your opponent's deck on your treasures and get your own, right?
Yeah, but what if you creativity the treasure and hit a Ragavan? Then it's
well, I mean,
exactly
then you'd look foolish. So just don't do that. And you can look at the top card with Mishra's Bauble. So I mean, you can at least have some idea what's coming.
You can bauble yourself. I see. Bauble yourself to take a peek for the creativity. I gotcha.
That's right.
Now we're talking.
You got to plan ahead. All right, a couple treasures on the board here for Daniel. Unlocking probably anything in the deck he wants to cast, but the mana is going to stay available.
Yeah, we didn't see a turn 2 red and 6 from Noah. That would have been a beating. Now, Daniel has the counter spell, but you would have at least forced it out of him. So.
It's probably some bit of a dance that goes on in these creativity decks with the clue tokens. You want to hold artifacts and permanents on the board, but cashing in for cards is worthwhile too.
Right. Yeah, so definitely have a 3-drop. I was going to say, because Noah didn't have a 2-drop, definitely has a 3-drop, so.
And Daniel, I mean, there's plenty of good hits. I was going to say there's plenty of good hits here, and there is one. Ren and 6. Get cast.
That is a pretty good one.
Yeah. No land to pick up, I don't think, but...
Yeah, no fetch land.
I don't think Daniel's going to mind just getting this Ren 6 for free here, and it's just going to take a shot. So Noah is going to drop to 5. That feels like it didn't take very long.
No, this is turn 3. We only attacked a couple times, but Noah did, shock a little bit. So
yeah. All right, and the explosives did come in, and it does hit the board here for 0. So that will prevent creativity on this clue.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Noah. We need a lot to get out of this. So
Yeah.
creativity. We have the explosives, like you said. We can just pop the 2 treasures. I believe Daniel still has a counter spell left over too, and then Noah didn't have a play on turn 2, so we know he doesn't really have an opportunity to double spell here. His hand's probably just all clogged up with 3s and creativity. So
Okay. Ragavan comes across. Land is fetched in response. Noah dropping to at most 4. Oh, and a token being created now. Explosives.
ooh, okay. Gonna go for the heat, which makes sense. We want to save the explosives to blow up the clue token in case we have creativity, so I like that play.
Sure.
So now it's gonna fall to 2.
Daniel's burn spells have had fairly unimpressive targets this game, but it is working out.
Right, they've looked pretty good.
And now we have a bolt on the way back. What's going on here? So Noah being at 4. I mean, Daniel certainly would be tempted to try and finish the game, but spending your counter magic to defend your threats instead of to stop Noah's combo is kind of nerve-wracking.
Right, so lots going on here. We got a bolt on Ragavan, counterspell, and then spell pierce. Now, Daniel does have 2 treasures, so we can pay for that. However, if we pay, then we're going to be shields down on explosives. So we decide not to pay, and I kind of like that because you want to make sure you can hold up the explosives for the clue token.
I mean, you still have the win on the board. It's just like 4 turns away now with this run in 6.
Right.
But yeah, leaving the tokens on the board. So there would have. Wow. Okay, here we go. Creativity. I mean, this is what the explosives are here for, right?
Yeah, there is 2 treasures, right? I'm not missing that? Okay, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to pop that. I guess just forcing the action.
Yep, there it goes. I was about to ask if we have the table spotter get the players to use larger dice, but this is a time walk match, so that's not going to happen.
And six goes up the Wren's... Is the Wren going down or up?
That turn went up.
Okay.
It's at 2 right now.
We get a Wren of our own, which is now that's nice for Noah because Noah can go fetch land, and then the fetch land turns into a Dwarven Mine. We're going to ping. Okay. So we already had a fetch land.
And yeah, we're going to play a fetch land. So Noah fetches. A bolt is lethal. In fact, a bolt is lethal anyway because of Ren 6, so maybe Noah correctly realizes that the fetch land damage doesn't matter.
Right. And then what else do we got? Yeah, Daniel's looking for, just, like you said, a bolt, a Murktide, anything to try and get this game over with. Looks like we got some counter spells.
Daniel's trying to decide if he should Ren 6 Noah for a point. If he does, then Noah's Ren 6 can kill. Well, Noah owns both Ren 6s, but it can kill the one that Daniel controls right now.
Right.
Instead, Bolt's going to finish it off and pick up another fetch
to the Ren. Daniel just looking for something to close out the game here. And now Noah's at 4, so the Bolt doesn't do it because we didn't ping with the Ren. So Bolt doesn't quite do it for Daniel. That's basically Ancestral Recall, right?
Yeah. So far, these things are drawing fire from Daniel, plus, creating clues. This is a good deal. Yeah, this card is aggressively crappy, or value. I don't even know what adjectives to use here, but it does actually get countered. Oh, this is nice. Shredder and then explosives to trigger connive.
Oof. Yep, that'll try and find some gas here. Looks like we're trying to see what we got here for Daniel. Looks like we discarded a spell. Discarding a Ragavan, which I guess makes sense because there's the 2 fetch lands in play, so you know that those are 3 fetch lands now. So those all represent Dwarven Mines, so... Mm-hmm. 。
All right, so Electro Shredder swings in for 2 here, and this is half of Noah's life total.
See if we can find anything.
Yeah, this is gonna be okay.
Explore.
Sure.
But yeah, with the counter spells. Yeah. All right, that'll wrap it up.
Okay, so this match is gonna be tied up, and that was the time shifted match. We are now jump back into real time and pick up game 3 where they're actually at. So you're gonna miss a few turns, but we're gonna go back to live action. Let's go ahead and go down to the table as soon as we're ready.
We're basically time travelers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, that's fitting. I actually watched the Back to the Future documentary a couple weeks ago and super enjoyed it. So yeah, this now I'm living the dream. So let's go right to the present day. Anytime. There we go. All right. So
whoa, I see a lot of dice. This is big creatures.
And they're large dice, and we can read them. And there's a lot of stuff going on. And Noah's at 2. Okay. And we see explosives in play again. 2 lethal flyers.
Okay. Have to imagine we have a counter spell for Daniel. Let's see.
Well, we don't even.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe time has been called, right?
Okay, yes.
So we are currently in turns.
All right. Time has been called in the round. I'm not sure it's been called for this match. They might have extra because they are a feature match. That is a pretty common thing. All right, so here's explosives, cleaning the board. Noah probably figured that might happen. As you can see, that was a minimum cost creativity, and then there is actually a follow-up. This would be something else. If this is going to be hard evidence, another creativity, it is, and there's another counter. Oh no!
Oh boy, that was crazy. Crazy.
Okay, well, that was. I'm glad we made it back in time for that final turn. That was a noble attempt by Noah Huizinga, but comes up just short of the double creativity in the single turn for 1 apiece. Okay, so Daniel Wharton will pick up that match with Red Murktide, and I think you said there's not consensus on whether explosives should come in or not in that matchup. Daniel's obviously a believer, and we see why, because it certainly played a role there.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, the reason I wasn't sure about it 100% is because I thought it might be a little bit too slow, but it interacts on an axis that is really difficult for Daniel to interact with otherwise, because he doesn't really have stuff like Abrupt Decay or things to kill artifacts, right? So his red removal is not going to touch those clues or those treasures. So it does, even though it's maybe a little bit clunky at times, it's also a free spell for Shredder. So, there's a lot of reasons to like it. So
yeah. Okay, so that is going to put a wrap on round 1. We'll be here all weekend long, bringing you Modern and Legacy action. Don't go far. We'll be back in a few minutes for round 2. All right, we're back here at the NRG Series outside Chicago. I'm joined by Devin O'Donnell. We're moving into round 2 of the Modern 10K. And this round, we're going to have Kyle Alessandrini versus Joseph Bernal. And to kick things off, we're going to re-put the leaderboard back up there for you because it's relevant for the match because Joseph Bernal is fairly prominently displayed on it. So you can see here, Joseph Bernal in third place, already qualified. So points are irrelevant, but we want to acknowledge that he is in there alongside Piper Powell and Andrew Ellenbogen, already in the end of the year championship. The top several players on this list at the end of the year will join them. I believe it's 4 will qualify through this direct list, but Bernal already taken care of. Now, back to his deck list. Let's go ahead and take a look. Joseph Bernal versus Kyle Alessandrini. Let's go ahead and look at whichever one we have available first. There are some notable things in Bernal's deck list. Now, this is not a typical Izzet Murktide list. Devin, when you want to highlight some of the differences here?
Yeah, so if you'll notice, there are 0 copies of Ledger Shredder, 0 copies of Dragon's Rage Channeler, which that one has kind of fallen into favor. And you'll notice we have 4 copies of Snapcaster Mage, just like it's 2017. I know you mentioned that Joseph is a really big fan of Snapcaster Mage, so yeah, that's definitely definitely an inclusion. Also, Spell Snare, 2 copies in the main deck as well. So lots of different stuff going on with this quote unquote Murktide.
All right, and the players are getting ready. So let's go ahead and look at the opponent real quick deck list. These spell snares are going to be great because Kyle Alessandrini is playing Boros Burn, and there are plenty of heavy-hitting 2-drop spells here, like Eidolon, Boros Charm, Skullcrack, Searing Blaze, Lightning Helix. It hits everything. All right, let's go down to the table. Players are ready. Now, you may think this Murktide list looks a little questionable, but yeah, Devin, what do we think? I think Joseph's going to be massively favored in this matchup compared to the stock list.
Yeah, especially like you said, the spell snares and the Snapcaster Mage just being able to, take care of the creatures. He does have a lot of removal spells, 7 burn spells in total, so we're going to be able to answer creatures pretty effectively. And I think Spell Snare is probably the most impactful card because it's a way to just 1-for-1 an Eidolon without taking damage. Searing Blaze is generally a really powerful card in this matchup, so being able to answer that one for 1 mana is really, really nice as well for Joseph.
Yeah, so there is a cost though, like not having Shredder. I mean, that's creature that starts with 3 toughness and grows out of burn range of it. That's nice, but Snapcaster Mage. I mean, I may have overstated when I said heavily favored, but I do like Bernal's side of things. I like the Snapcaster Mages. I like the spell snares, and I also, for Bernal's side, like the fact that Kyle is unlikely to expect those cards.
Right, yeah, we don't. I don't believe we have open deck lists, so there's, like you said, there's not going to be a lot of playing around Spell Snare. That's not one you usually see specifically, and even Snapcaster Mage.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Ledger Shredder. It is pretty powerful in a matchup like this if you can set up Shredder plus Bauble to make it a 2/4, which lets it, not dodge the 3 damage burn spells. But yeah, replacing those with Snapcaster Mages, if Joe can set that up, it should be pretty good for him.
Yeah. All right. We are going to need land drops here for Joseph Bernal. Looks like he does have Polluted Delta in hand at the least. And Kyle just starts off with 3 burn spells here. So generally, and people that watch Nerd Rage coverage consistently have heard me say this before, I really favor the burn hands that lead on creatures on turn 1. I feel like the ability to get in a couple attacks is valuable just because the creature's Lava Spike does the same damage on turn 8 as it does on turn 1. That is not the case for Monastery Swiftspear and things like that. So, Kyle, we'll see. A lot of damage. I mean, Bernal's 11, but it's a very...
Yeah, no, like you said, no consistent source of damage.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you have a turn 1 Goblin Guide, that can deal sometimes 4, sometimes even 6 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the ceiling on Goblin Guide, it gets worse as the game progresses. There's more likely to have blockers or removal spells. So yeah, I definitely agree with you there. You definitely want to prioritize the creature on turn 1 for sure.
Mm-hmm. So Joseph at 11, Riftbolt suspended. Now we talk about how they're okay. Snapcaster Mage, Spell Snare. All these cards are great. There is no life gain available. So all these life points that Joseph takes, they're not getting them back. And the fetch lands will add up. I mean, sure, probably only a point at a time. But with one fetch land play and one in hand. Joseph's life total is at kind of capped at 9 going forward, and Riftbolt suspended. Well, okay, let's see.
Dash what Joseph is really looking for here is a Murktide region, because Joseph really wants to be able to get some significant pressure on Kyle. Doesn't want to give Kyle a bunch of infinite time, as it were. So we go ahead and dash the Ragavan, and the Helix is going to take care of that. So that's gonna draw a step. I don't know if that's a mistrigger. I assume it's not. I don't think that's mandatory trigger. So
yeah, it looks like we're okay. All right. Horizon Land cashed in right away, and okay, here's a Swift Spear. Not quite on time. Here's a second one.
Yeah, and I think I saw an Unholy Heat in Joseph's hand. The weird thing is, you'll notice that Joseph didn't fetch the Polluted Delta for a basic island before dashing the Ragavan, and I don't know if he had some plans, but if he had fetched an island and then left up the Spirebluff Canal, we could have Unholy Heated one of the Swift Spears, but obviously he didn't want to fetch Shock and take 3 to do that.
Right, and so now we're gonna fetch anyway. So, I mean, down to 4. Boros Charm is now lethal. But you're right. The potential 1 damage saved here, could make a difference.
Yeah, like imagine if Joseph was at 5, he wouldn't have to worry about any single card off the top killing him. So that might cost Joseph a little bit here.
Turn is passed. Archmage's Charm among other cards in hand. Kyle draws Lava Spike, and I mean, sure, you've got prowess and everything, but like, if Lava Spike resolves,
even if it gets countered, still representing lethal.
Yeah. So
I believe Joseph's hand is Unholy Heat, Archmage's Charm, Snapcaster Mage, I think another red card as well. So if Joseph has something like a counterspell, you could see, counterspell the Lava Spike, kill both the Swift Spears. I don't believe he has the actual counterspell. So what you're likely going to see here is removal spell on the Swift Spear and then counter the Lava Spike, go to 2.
Maybe, or maybe
we're going to steal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And just go to 1.
I mean, 2 and 1 isn't very different at this point for Joseph.
Yeah.
And now he does have a blocker.
Or maybe even an attacker.
Perhaps.
Get a little frisky. You do have to end this game. Joseph really, really needs a Murktide region. Okay.
Snare, Snapcaster, Bauble. Okay, those are all solid. Snapcaster goes to the bottom. Bernal already has 1.
Yeah, definitely taking the snare there.
Kyle's like, here's the prowess dice. Don't forget to attack me. Don't do anything crazy like leave back a blocker. It's 3 damage. All right, Joseph's in there.
Attack for 3. So I guess we can't really play Murktide here because we have to hold up Counterspell.
Do we have a
counterspell?
Oh, I'm not.
Brick number 1.
All right, Snapcaster on offense. Just the way we drew it up.
This is why Joseph is playing Snapcaster, just as, Ambush Viper.
Yeah. See, I'm so low tech. I was just thinking it was like a 5-mana Archmage's chart, but you're right. It's a 2-mana 2/1. Let's get in there.
Joseph really wants to hit a Lightning Helix here.
That would be pretty.
Can you imagine? That is.
Got me.
I'm bad with the promos.
Yeah, I think it's a Goblin Grenade. Probably not.
Oh, Goblin Guide. Okay.
I was saying grenade, but yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Could be a grenade.
There is a Boros Charm. There is a treasure, so Archmage Charm is online. Kyle's not going to die on the next attack, so probably incentivized to just hold this and then cast it at the end of Bernal's turn to try and tax the mana a little bit.
Yeah, especially if you expect Joseph to dash the Ragavan, get 2 mana from Joseph, and then potentially can go fire off the Boros Charm, force Joseph to counter, and then maybe he doesn't have another counter spell that he has access to. So,
Oh, okay, that just got played. All right, yeah, this ball was fresh. I got confused there for a second as to why the ball didn't get cracked last turn, but that's a new one. All right, here's another attack for 6.
And we'll do another Lightning Helix check. It's a Searing. I know that one.
I'm confident you'll know all of them. And any players who are playing with like funky, altered, holographic, artist signed upside down cards, that's their own problem.
Yeah, chat actually making a good point here. So Kyle decided to hold the Inspiring Advantage from 2 turns ago, potentially for Searing Blaze. The thing is, Searing Blaze is lethal regardless because Joseph's at 1, and we might be in a situation where Kyle then won't be able to double spell with 2 2-drops if he does hold that advantage. So maybe could come back to bite him, but we'll see.
All right, there is the snare, and that, assuming Joseph can trigger prowess next turn, that will mean the game is locked up, I believe, because there is still an Archmage Charm available and 2 treasures to cast it. There's an Eidolon that will.
And
now, there's another
should do
snare.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have a charm, so we can just go Dash Ragavan, play the charm. Yep.
Okay, well, that Twist Spear ended up dealing quite a bit of damage. And
yeah, that was...
the player that did all the creature damage won the game. So
that's true. Kyle didn't attack with a single creature that game, so...
Yeah, Joseph Bernal wins the game at 1 life, but that's all you need. All right, let's look at the sideboards, see what the players may gain. Joseph Bernal looked like he already had quite a bit. So, Kyle, do we have something to turn this matchup on its head? 4 Roiling Vortex. Wow, that is a... and 4 Smashes Smithereens. All right, I like this sideboard. I'm not sure I love it for this matchup, but...
definitely prepared for the Cascade matchup. I think if I'm Kyle, the only cards that I'm really looking at, I think I want Path to Exile to potentially deal with Murktide Region. And I've seen Burn players bring in Sanctifier on Vec for the fact that it doesn't die to the red removal and it potentially can mess up Delirium. Now, again, Kyle doesn't know the components of Joseph's deck, so he might expect things like Dragon's Rage Channeler, which isn't present. So with us knowing decklist, I don't think I'd bring in the Sanctifier, but it might be a card that Kyle looks at, not knowing the exact components of Joseph's deck.
All right, now let's go ahead and look. And there's definitely some options here. I mean, Roiling Vortex, this isn't the matchup it's designed for. Could you bring it in as like a very slow source of like permanent damage? Maybe. Not the best, but
you could, but yeah, I don't love it too much here.
Yeah. All right, let's go and look at Bernal's deck list. We'll focus on the sideboard this time around. And I bet we'll find at least a few things that look like winners. Okay, Ether Gust. Always nice to have.
Flusterstorm is huge in this matchup too. So definitely like Flusters, Ether Gust. You could maybe talk me into the explosives. As you did mention, the creatures are a huge part of the games that Kyle wins. So having an answer to one of those 1-drops or multiple 1-drops could be good. The only thing I will say is that it's a little bit slow on the draw, and Joseph does have 7 spot removal spells already. So I don't know if he wants to go towards more of that, but we'll definitely like the Flusters and the Ether Gust. Right.
Where Terra be if the Roiling Vortex is making an appearance in game 2, we might see Wear Terror for game 3 because it deals with Eidolon as well. But if it's just targeting Eidolon, that doesn't seem good enough. And the Spell Snares, really, I mean, that's kind of one of their main roles also. So Joseph should be better, I would say, than the average Murktide list going second here against Burn. But we'll see if that's enough to stop Kyle with... and we'll see if Kyle can muster up a creature on turn 1 this time and... get things rolling as the players shuffle up for game 2.
Is there ever a card that you want to see more in your opening hand than Spell Snare on the draw?
Absolutely not. I mean, as someone who has played plenty of Spell Snare in Legacy over a span of several years, it's just so comforting to have, to know that your 1-mana spell is going to stop their 2-mana spell when they're going first. It's such a good deal. Now, granted, not viable in every matchup, but this one is very strong.
I remember when Spell Snare first came out, it was this dynamic because they never really printed a card that was as good on the draw, and it really kind of reintroduced this, like, in terms of just designing cards that are good on the draw, that was kind of like the first one of its kind. So
No, I really like that in principle. Like Gemstone Caverns is obviously just functional in the draw, not so much in the play, and being able to even up the play draw. I was going to say advantage or favoritism for the player going first, even though the times when we've actually looked at like analysis of going first versus going first isn't as much of an edge as I would have thought, but it does matter. All right, so here we go. The opening, once again, no creature, and Bernal with 2 baubles. So that means he didn't really have a good grasp of what hand he was even keeping here with 2 random cards in it.
Yeah, turn 1 main phase lightning bolt, not exactly the start that Kyle's looking for.
No.
I guess you just, you want to resolve it to make sure that it doesn't get hit by like a Spell Pierce or a Flusterstorm. Potentially going to follow this up with an Eidolon, and I believe Joseph does have the Spell Snare. Ooh, yep.
That is super nice. I mean, Kyle can't be thrilled, even with the Eidolon in hand, with Bernal playing 2 baubles on turn 1 just to get it out of the way. But then the Eidolon doesn't even make it onto the board. Yeah, this is so deflating if you're in Kyle's seat already.
Yeah, because usually when you play Eidolon, you're like, okay, well, my opponent's going to answer the Eidolon. At least I'll get 2 damage out of the way. And this is just, nope, absolutely not. Just the best possible answer for an Eidolon. So that's really, really good for Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even get 2 mana out of the deal, much less 2 damage. You got actually just nothing. I had a 3rd bauble. Okay. And Joseph will get things rolling here. This is 1, 2, or 5 cards in the graveyard. Oh boy.
We can see a turn 2 Murktide. It'll only be a 4/4, but
I mean,
is that what we're doing? I think that's what we're doing.
I think so too.
I'm with it.
Second basic island fetched out. 4/4. I mean, 4/4 gets around the common removal, and this is this is at the very least, this shuts down every creature in Kyle's deck. And it probably starts attacking him for chunks of damage. And oh boy.
Yeah, it's really just like perfect sequence for Joseph here. The Spell Snare into the turn 2 Murktide just doesn't really get much better. So we're going to go for a Searing Blaze, and I have to imagine Kyle may or may not point a burn spell at this Murktide, but it's kind of awkward. Even if he does, he's still not in a great spot because he only has 1 card left, and as we talked about, or 2 cards left, but as we talked about, no creature means that there's no consistent source of damage, so it's really just trying to draw enough burn spells to, make sure, or draw more burn spells than Joseph can draw counter spells, but you'll know with the blue-red Murktide deck, because they look at so many cards with cantrips and iterations, that's not likely to happen.
I mean, if you're going to point 2 burn spells at a Murktide, at least one of them's a Searing Blaze, so it's like you used 1 removal spell against the Murktide, so it's not the end of the world for Kyle. But with no momentum going whatsoever, Joseph sitting pretty comfortably at, I think, 11 now with Ragavan on the board. It's just, Joseph has just drawn more creatures than Kyle, or at least deployed more of them. Ouch. This
is Spell Snare.
Oof. Oh boy. Joseph Bernal, the poster boy for Spell Snare being powerful in the current modern format, I guess. This is just Kyle's just like frozen in an act. Like, what do you mean you have Spell Snare again? What is going on?
This is bullying at this point, right?
Oh. Yeah.
Chat did point out there's a lot of good 2-mana cards in the format. Eladamri's Call, Renin 6, Ledger Shredder. So this Joseph might be onto something here. This might be a really good metagame for Spell Snare.
Sure. Okay, so Kyle's like, all right, I guess I'll fetch, and then I hopefully find some other way to deal with this. If Kyle's last card is a burn spell, it's got to go with the Ragavan, I think, but how do you even catch up from there?
Yeah, you just your last card, and then you're looking at Joseph, who has, I believe, still 4 cards in hand, maybe 3. But yeah, just down so many resources. Joseph's still at a healthy 11. You have to draw 4 burn spells in order to kill Joseph. So yeah, it's all downhill from here for Kyle.
Yeah, and for the person in chat asking, was that a Spell Snare? Yes, indeed it was. Not only was it a Spell Snare, it was actually 2 Spell Snares in game 1 and 2 more in game 2 to just kind of annihilate Kyle's chances of winning this match.
Yeah, and to verify, we did not travel back in time to 2017. This is 2022. You're fine.
All right, Ragavan. Yeah. Yeah, because if we're back in 2017, you'd be reading this Ragavan and be like, what is this? Is this like a special promo, one of a kind, card for somebody's, birthday present? Because it's certainly not a real Magic card. Kyle's like, I guess I'll untap my land. Sure, whatever. Leave me alone.
All right, we got 3 cards.
All right.
Oh no, I think I might have saw one of Kyle's cards. Okay, maybe I saw it wrong. I thought maybe Kyle had a deflecting palm, and that one would not be good here. But I don't. Maybe that wasn't it. I hope not for Kyle's sake. No, I think it is. That's not good.
Well, deflecting palm, I don't hate. I mean,
it is a card that you could talk yourself into boarding against Murktide. It does look really, really bad here when the threat is, Ragavan.
Yeah.
It's a high variance card, right? If you get people, if you can hit a Murktide and do like 4 or 5 or 6 damage with it, it's going to look great. But it's one of those like super duper high variance cards, and it's something that Kyle did not want to see off the top of his deck for this turn.
Okay, Boros Charm in hand, and it's half of Joseph's life total right there. If it resolved, which is optimistic.
Yeah, I believe I saw a Snapcaster in Joseph's hand. I think there's at least a red card. I definitely saw an Unholy Heat. Can't be 100% too sure about what the rest of the contents are, but...
Oh, Ragavan's coming across again. So, Deflecting Palm can, it's a 2 damage burn spell at the moment. Yes, that fogs the Ragavan attack, which is actually relevant. Because, like you're saying, there is every attack, there's a chance the Lightning Helix slips over. And if that ever happens, we're done.
Do we just go upstairs with this Rift Bolt? We'll see.
That's
depends on what, depends on what's in Joseph's hand.
It's a lot of mana, but there are 3 treasures, so it's maybe affordable.
Yeah, if he has something like double counterspell, he can just, he has 7 mana, so we can just cast the Rift Bolt and then still leave up double counterspell, but we'll decide against it. Probably safer. I just like killing the burn player with their own burn spells,
Yeah, I mean, for Kyle, when this Rift Bolt doesn't get cast, you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm so good.
Okay. Land, which is important for Kyle because I did see a Spell Pierce in Joseph's hand, so now Kyle can Boros Charm and play around the Spell Pierce. So we got Boros Charm, Deflecting Palm, and I can't quite tell what that last card is.
All right.
Maybe a Skewer? Yeah. So it is a Skewer.
Okay, so we're going to have to fire off something here. No. Okay. So Kyle's just going to keep drawing here. Try and cast all the spells at once, which, that's a legitimate approach. However, I feel like, he doesn't know there's Spell Pierce in Joseph's hand. And maybe when you see all these spell snares, you assume it's not even in the deck. But now we'll see.
Snare.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and like you were saying, I think Kyle's trying to set up a point where he can just fire off, end step double spell, untap double spell, or something like that, to maybe overload Joseph's mana. The issue is Joseph has so much mana with that Ragavan that I don't even think that that's really a possibility. And the longer you wait, the more draw steps you give to Joseph to find, more counter spells. So, and now that there's also a second 2-power creature in play, this is now instead of a 5-turn clock, it's a 3-turn clock. So definitely want to. Probably going to have to start firing some stuff off here from Kyle.
Swift Spear, that's a nice blocker if Bernal needs it, and then also an additional attacker. Yeah, and we're kind of Kyle, just like everyone watching in chat, Kyle also knows that he just got crushed, and there's nothing he can do about it at this point. So he's just playing out the game here.
Yeah, those spell snares were just backbreaking for Kyle.
Yeah, he just never got anything going at all. And still got Bernal down to 1 life in game 1, and 8 in game 2 with several cards in hand. I mean, it's possible he could hit him down a little bit further, but I think it'd be pretty surprising here if Bernal's whatever counter magic is in hand. If it isn't enough to handle whatever's in Kyle's hand, I would be surprised to many of us. All right, here is the Boros Charm.
We'll go with, I think that's Counterspell.
Mm-hmm.
And just a reminder for everybody as we see Kyle pick up the cards. Those of you in the stream, if you want to get notifications of when the NRG series goes live, be sure to hit that follow button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. So would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, if you're fans of Spell Snare, hit the follow button. And if you hate Spell Snare, hit the follow button. We're looking for consistency here. All right, Joseph Bernal does win this match against Bern 2-0 with, I mean, maybe there was a little fear in game 1 that would slip away, but really it looked pretty solid both games. All right, we do have another match for you this round. We are going to be looking at Tom Tracy versus Sean Gallagher, if our sheet is correct. So I don't know if this is or we're gonna go in time shifted or if we're gonna go in live, depending on where they're at in the match. All right, we're gonna time shift and start with game 1, so you can see the whole match, or at least we'll see it from the beginning. We'll see if Sean Gallagher or Tom Tracy is able to come out on top. 4-color Yorion versus Izzet Murktide. Okay, so these 4-color decks that we talked about, that you all know about, we are going to try and avoid having them on camera too often at the beginning of the day, especially in mirrors. Everyone knows these 4-color decks are important in Modern. It is perhaps the most important deck in the format. Everyone also knows these 4-color mirrors are very long. So, given the choices in the early rounds, we're going to showcase some other decks. But here we are for the first time today, probably the first of many. Sean Gallagher with 4-color Yorion versus Tom Tracy with Izzet Murktide.
Yeah, and I remember we were talking about it during the break. It was the 4-color mirror feels a lot like the green-white devotion mirror back in that standard format. For those of you who played, just slogs upon slogs upon slogs.
Yeah, and it's just nobody runs out. There's so much card advantage. The decks are better at dealing with their threats than they are at killing the opponent, and the games just never end. However, that's not what we're facing here. 4-color Yorion versus Izzet Murktide in the hands of Tom Tracy, who production, I believe we have Tom Tracy's last name spelled incorrectly, so we can fix that at some point. That'd be great. And I just realized this is a time shifted match, so you're going to tell me that we can't fix it. So, Tom Tracy, if you're watching this later on, apologies.
All right, so not a lot of stuff going on here in the early turns. We got an abundant growth for Sean. No Ren and 6 on turn 2, and also no Ice Fangs. Looks like we're fetching a tap land. And then for Tom, no 1-drop. No 1-drop on turn 1 or turn 2. No Shredder. So, yeah, just a lot of, just making some land drops and playing into the mid game. So we'll see how this progresses.
Yeah, now, unlike the burn deck, this blue-red Murktide deck can play a reasonable game, into the turn 5, turn 8, turn 10 type of game, but the 4-color Yorion deck is better equipped to play a 20-turn game, I think we would say, but there's competition here.
Right, yeah, definitely. The 4-color deck is certainly more well-equipped, but there's definitely some big plays. Tom has, I would say, in general, more counter magic than, I believe, let me just pull up Sean's deck list, but I'm pretty sure I saw some counter spells in Sean's deck list. 4 copies of counterspell in Sean's this deck list. We also got a couple of spicy ones here. This is, I know we had talked about that during the break, the 2 time warps. So maybe we'll see those come up. But yeah, that's definitely an end game that Sean's going to be playing towards, is just the setup of, time warp plus Eternal Witness. So
yeah, time warp, not, the most mana efficient card, but if you get, these decks hit so many land drops, get so much junk on the board, even just a Solitude attacking. A free attack, pick up an extra 3 life, and then, card off the top, it's totally fine. Now, 2 time warps, we talked about a little bit, is, on the heavier side, but good in the mirror, good in any long match. It's going to be, it's like an expensive cantrip, but when you're playing a game that's 20 turns long and you have 15 land on the board, it's fine.
Right. There's probably never a point. I mean, obviously, once you have enough mana to cast, there's probably really never a bad time to draw a Time Warp in the mirror match. So probably maybe a consideration there too. And Time Warp also gives you inevitability win condition, right? So if you're worried about going to time, and maybe you can just set up the Time Warp loop, and if you do set that up, that can prevent you from going to time as much, can kind of close out the game a little bit quicker. So maybe a concession to that as well.
Yeah. Plus, if you're going to turns, you may as well take as many of the turns as you can. You don't have to play fair. There's nothing that says each player gets 3 turns when you get to, when you hit time and have 5 turns left. You can take them all if you want to. All right. Now we have actual offense presented by Tom Tracy, at least for the moment. Here's a quaddle for Sean Gallagher on defense. And draws a card. And it's just these Yorion decks. There's just so many things they do. Just draw cards so they don't run out very easily.
Teferi is kind of a beating here. You can go pick up the Ledger Shredder, have the Codal to block the Ragavan, and a plus. Okay. I guess that makes sense too. You're not too worried about the Teferi just taking a point of damage. We also might have Solitude plus Ephemerate here, which would be kind of backbreaking for Tom. And nothing that Tom can really interact with because of the Teferi's in play. So,
yeah, Teferi plus Unholy Heat definitely hurts the utility of plussing and going up to 5 of the matchups since it can still die to 1 card. But barring that, super strong. And this is a deck. I mean, these Murktide decks, there's a lot of counter magic in this deck. So this is virtual card advantage. And I've seen something that annoys me over time. And I've been playing so long that I've seen several generations of this where terms kind of get redefined over time or get, said like, oh, it doesn't really mean this, doesn't really mean that. It means this. Virtual card advantage, I don't even know what it means now, but when I started playing virtual card advantage event, for example, like Teferi right now, the counters in Tom Tracy's hand aren't castable. If the Teferi is removed, they become cards again. But for right now, they're blanks. And so that's what Teferi does. And we see a terrible attack here. I think we have to go both at Teferi, right? Just give one up.
Right, yeah, because we did bolt the... What's that? Oh, Prismatic Ending, okay. So we'll go chump the Ledger Shredder to protect the Teferi. We saw the bolt main phase because we needed to put a counter on the Ledger Shredder to be able to deal that extra second point to Teferi if it were to connect. So that's why we bolted main phase. And we can't bolt in combat, obviously, because Teferi.
Yeah, that's kind of a beating. So that bolt just...
Yeah, that's like one of the worst things. One of the worst things about Teferi is you kind of have to play your hand. You basically have to do everything. If you plan on doing stuff pre-combat, you give your opponent all of the information before even committing to a single attack. So that's why Teferi is even more of a beating here too.
Yeah, and that's just, I mean, one element of this deck, of this 4-color deck. And that's all. And it's a nuisance to deal with. There's a replacement Ragavan. Okay. I mean, that's something. Sean will need another removal spell or a sweeper or, but he's just bound to have them.
Yeah, and I believe if I remember correctly, I think Sean does have main deck Supreme Verdict.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 copies.
Yeah.
So.
But an 80-card deck, I mean, that's not always going to be available when you want it. So let's just see what Sean does have for us here.
It's like a Wren.
All right.
Yep, that is a Wren. So that's probably going to go after the Ragavan. And then we'll see if Sean has an answer to this Shredder.
Maybe even bounce with Teferi? I mean, that would be...
I think we already plussed.
You're correct.
Remember, because Teferi went to 5, bolted it down to 2, and then it went up to 3.
Yeah.
Can't have ending because we had a tap land there. Maybe Solitude? Could be a Solitude.
All right, Dragon Rage Chandler followed by Iteration. I mean, nice setup here. And, if this Teferi gets knocked off the board, then Tom is, back in business.
Yeah, and I'm just going to assume I can't really take a look, but I'll just safely assume that we have Delirium at this point. There's a lot of cards.
That seems likely. So.
Yeah, sorcery, instant, artifact land. So yeah, definitely has Delirium. So see if Teferi gets hit. I assume we're going after... do you go after Ren or Teferi? You probably have to go after Teferi because of the bounce. Yeah, you have to go after Teferi here.
Yeah, I think so. And Sean kind of leans forward in his chair, so some thought is going into this, and he'll... Okay, Eldari's call. So... Yeah, Solitude is, an option here. Tom will get another Connive trigger as call into Solitude is 2 spells. Is Sean searching or is he thinking?
Oh, he's searching, I think. Because that was the first spell. Get the
but
Solitude.
He's not 100% about this choice. Yeah, he's thinking. Maybe this is going to connect.
Endurance? Interesting. So that would tell me that maybe Sean doesn't have a white card in his hand? Because we can't hardcast the Endurance.
Right. So did we I'm sorry, I missed. I don't know if we missed the connive on the Ledger Shredder or if we just
I think Tom did the connive pre-combat.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking about on Sean's turn. I was ahead of myself thinking that because of call into Solitude, but we only cast the call so far, so we haven't even got to that point. So I jumped the gun there.
Okay, so I think what happened there was Shredder attacked Teferi. Sean cast the call thinking he was going to get the Solitude, decided to change his mind, get the Endurance, and just let Teferi die. I think that's what happened.
So here's Witness.
So this, I would assume, is going to target the Prismatic ending, because you want to get that Shredder off the table. That'd be my guess.
Are we sure that we got Endurance? Did we get Witness, or we definitely got Endurance?
I thought it was Endurance.
Okay.
But I don't know. They're green cards. They're foils.
Yeah.
So it's maybe tough to tell.
All right. Anyway, Witness on the board here, and oh, nice. So Dress Down is going to stop that from happening.
Oh wow, that's actually crazy too. Well, I guess you can just Endurance on Tom's turn, but now, so because Sean didn't Ren first, I guess Sean wanted to ping the death to the Dragonfish Channel, but now we can't Endurance in response to the Ren, so that's really huge too. Or Endurance in response to the Dress Down, I should say, because we only had 2 mana.
But Ren 6 does take down Dragonfish Channeler. So not all is lost here for Sean Gallagher's turn.
Oh, because the Dress Down, lost abilities. Got it. Okay. Now I follow.
Yeah,
so there's what's going on there.
yeah, there is. Yeah, I mean, we talk about not wanting to watch these mirrors. It's not because they're not interesting. It's because they take a long time and the risk of draws is real. But there are certainly a lot going on. And we see here, after Ren 6 gets knocked off, Murktide comes in, and I don't think Sean has a ton of cards. And I think if Tom Tracy would also agree that if Sean had Supreme Verdict, it would have been cast last turn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely would not have slow rolled the Supreme Verdict versus the Shredder and the Ragavan, or Shredder and the DRC, excuse me. So yeah, definitely heads up play from Tom there to recognize that there's no Supreme Verdict. And again, Tom doesn't even, they don't have deck lists, so he's not even 100% sure that Supreme Verdict does exist, but maybe can assume it. All
right, so we got, I believe there are 5 land in play for Sean Gallagher, the 2 Abundant Growths there, and then the 5 actual lands. So not a whole ton to work with here.
Yeah, that's what I see as well.
Yorion's nowhere close to impacting anything here. And how much damage do we have in the air here? It looks like 10 at the moment. Well, okay. Omnath does a pretty good job of padding the life total if it makes it into play.
Wow.
And Sean Gallagher's going to pack it up.
Very, very, very well sequenced by Tom there. Very, very well.
Yeah, nice game by Tom Tracy. I don't know that Sean Gallagher may have been able to just, take the hit and see if there's a verdict on top of the deck, but decides, you know what, or the life totals could have been incorrect. That is something that happens sometimes, especially in time shifted matches. But anyway, yeah, Tom Tracy picks up game 1. If we have deck lists, let's go ahead and take a look. And here's Tom Tracy's Izzet Murktide. So you can see here, not a, deviant deck list like Joseph Bernal presented with, spell snares left and right. So this looks fairly stock, I would say. What do you like in the sideboard?
So from Tom's side, it's so funny that we're playing against the 4-color deck, and I actually don't think that Magus or Blood Moon are that good. The
Right.
4-color deck has a lot of basic lands, abundant growth, especially Magus too, because Magus dies to the red removal. So if you, I wouldn't touch the Moon effects. I do like Dress Down. I like Mystical Dispute. I like Jace, and I think I like Subtlety.
Okay.
And with maybe Fury as a kind of a potential, not 100% on Fury though.
Okay. So Hearse is, I mean, there's obviously some witness, there's some graveyard interactions, but Hearse is not a guarantee here. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at Sean Gallagher's 4-color Yorion deck. We do see the main deck Emrakul that I feel like is becoming more and more common. We see the 2-time warps, which I don't think is anything close to being a mainstay.
Yeah, and then some cards in the bottom. I think those are all lands there. But
yeah,
so the cards that we're looking at from Sean's side in terms of sideboard, we got 2 Endurances, very, very good against, especially because we're against the Dragon's Rage Channeler version, which is maybe the less popular version of Murktide, but Endurance is very, very good against the Channeler version. So we'll bring in those, potentially the Fury to deal with Ragavans and small Channelers, potentially Flusterstorm / Dispute to help fight over counterspells, and Chalice. Yeah, I think we're gonna. So Chalice typically is, you're gonna put it on 1 in this matchup, which does shut off Ephemerate, Lightning Bolt, Abundant Growth. So maybe Chalice, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get game 2 going. Jace also may be a possibility, but certainly no guarantee. And here we go. Sean Gallagher leads on his Steam Vents. Game 2 underway. Tom Tracy, despite not having an impressive opening last game, does get things turned around. Creatures backed by counter magic, and really had to battle through some planeswalkers there to get that done.
Right, yeah. We saw the Renin 6, we saw the Teferi, and this is definitely a start that Tom wants to see. We got, Land, Channeler, Bauble. Hopefully, maybe for Tom's sake, can dodge a Renin 6. There's a Bolt, so definitely can dodge the Ren. But yeah, Tom fought through a lot that game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so no early plays this game again, but that's not necessarily a sign of trouble. There are pretty annoying planeswalkers that Sean has, so Tom, if counter magic is available, may want to justify holding some up. And I mean, the counter magic, whether you're playing it on turn 2 to stop Renin 6 or turn 7 to stop, or 10 or 20 to stop Yorion, I mean, these counters are good all game long, but it's hard to, I would imagine it's hard to prioritize. Is it worth countering this on turn 4, or should I wait for later on? Because there's just so many valuable cards coming out of the 4-color deck.
Right, and you see Sean's mana base is a little scuffed here. We have, I think, Plains Island Steam Vent, so no green mana currently, and I believe that's Sean just aggressively fetching basics because he's aware of the presence of Blood Moon and realizes that might be a card that Tom might want access to. So may have a green fetch land in his hand to get a basic forest here. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, 1 Blood Moon, 1 Magus the Moon. I feel like that's what I see in every deck list, and it's just a good amount because it's enough that you kind of have to respect, but you can't devote any real resources dealing with it because it's just not enough. You can't board in a bunch of answers to something so small. And here is Dash Ragavan, not connecting, but at a real cost for Sean Gallagher there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, with the 2-for-1ing himself to get the Solitude out. Sean does have decent cards left over. We picked up the Yorion last turn. I believe, is that what he pitched? I think so. That might also be an Ephemerate.
I think it's an Ephemerate, yeah, which would actually be a rarity in matches we've covered over the last year. It feels like these companions, their most common use is just get picked up and then tossed to an incarnation immediately. But here, Sean, despite having picked up Yorion on turn 3, keeps it around and pitches Ephemerate.
Yeah, very, very surprised by that. So we got plans for that Yorion. I wonder why we decided to pitch the Ephemerate and not the Yorion. Interesting.
All right, here is an Omnath. Last game it did not land. This game looks like it will. And
That's no dispute.
Okay, well, that's a nice exchange for Sean Gallagher.
Yeah, Ragavan.
So last turn dash Dragavan, this turn just cast normally.
Yeah, and that maybe mean that Tom picked up a counter spell.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided to dash last turn and didn't want to risk the Ragavan potentially getting hit by a Solitude and not holding up counter spell. So that could be something that
that's a good call there. So as we develop here, Tom Tracy's going to miss the land drop here, which I guess is not devastating. He does have Archmage Charm available, and we may be looking to draw here. Yep.
So draw 2. But Tom is really looking for a threat here, because the longer this game goes with Tom not having a threat in play, you're giving the 4-color deck a lot more time to set up, and as we talked about, delve into that mid-game. So we got a Shredder here. See if we have a counter spell. That's going to be yep, we do. Okay, so that's going to trigger the Shredder. Really, really good sequencing here for Tom, where we get to play the Shredder and trigger it in the same turn with the counter spell. So very, very good sequence for Tom.
Yeah, interesting there. The Connive discard was a Mishra's Bauble. I wonder if that was actually drawn on the Connive. Otherwise, it's very unusual for that not just be the first play after the Shredder resolves.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ren 6 comes in and gets to work. Sean Gallagher picks up a land. And we just continue on. But now Sean Gallagher can just worry about, now that there's something on the board, I couldn't even finish that sentence. Because
now there's something on the board.
Now there's a lot on the board, yeah. All right, so Ledger Shredder is joined by Murktide Regent, and now Tom Tracy's back in business.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what Tom was looking for here. Just the double threat turn. Sean's really low on resources, may have a second, Solitude in hand, but even if Solitude does hit the board, we see, Murktide hit the bin, and then we still have the Shredder to pressure the Ren. Mm-hmm. So there's it's looking really good for Tom here.
Yeah, there are certainly potential issues, though. We know those Supreme Verdicts are in the deck. Unknown if they're in hand, but Sean Gallagher has basically achieved mana dominion over the board. He can cast anything he can draw. We know the Yorion is looming, although it's unlikely to come down here. Oh. I am spot on as usual.
I mean, it does block the Shredder, so that is something that Sean definitely. And we draw 1 card. I think it's just 1 growth, right? Yeah, 1 growth.
Yeah. So that, I feel like that's kind of a sign of weakness there for Sean Gallagher, because that was not a great Yorion. And there is more. Ooh. There's the Jace. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Well, if this, let's see, there's 2 mana open, so Dispute is live if Sean Gallagher has one.
See, maybe a fight here, Dispute, answer with a counter spell, something along those lines. We'll have to see what looks like something. Okay.
That's a Quaddle.
Yep, so Quaddle could find the Mystical Dispute off of the draw. But sign of desperation for Sean here. Probably doesn't have an answer to Jace in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And Jace
resolves.
Now, I am a huge fan of Jace not brainstorming. So let's see. There are real options here. I mean, bounce Yorion doesn't really open the door for a great attack. So, ooh.
Do we have enough basics? I just want to double check. Yeah, we do, right? I think there's 3 basics. Okay. Just doing a check on Death Touch for Ice Fang. So yeah, no attacks here, because we don't want to trade for the Ice Fang.
Okay, I mean, situations may prove me wrong. For example, if this Yorion gets countered on the way back down, then that's fine. But if it doesn't, this Jace bounce seems, in fact, oh no, if that's a Teferi, that's really going to explode the plans here for Tom Tracy. Yeah, I feel like you can't bounce that Yorion unless you're planning on countering it. And now that's just not going to work.
Yeah, because now we go counter Teferi, and then the Yorion still resolves.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of a rough spot.
Yeah. I mean, it's not devastating for Tom Tracy, but it's certainly not ideal. Oh, it's a dress down. Interesting.
That's even worse for Tom, because now Teferi can just pick up the Murktide. Now, granted, Tom has a lot of lands in play, so we can still recast the Murktide. I don't think it's going to be quite as big, though. We're actually going upstairs with Teferi. Interesting. That's a little surprising.
All right. So now, no, that doesn't. Let's see. Now I do think Jace Brainstorm makes sense.
Right.
A rule spell for this Quaddle would be excellent.
Yeah, so we can go maybe kill the Coatl, and then we wouldn't be able to kill both Planeswalkers, but we'd be able to, I would assume, at least threaten the Teferi. Now, you'll notice that Sean didn't replay the Yorion. So we upped the Teferi, didn't replay the Yorion. Why do you think that could be? Maybe he picked up a Solitude?
No. Well, I think the Yorion didn't come down because the dress down came down, and then Sean decided.
Oh, and he wanted to save it. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted to save it. So, and the Quaddle was available. So, yeah, I thought that made
felt
sense.
Like he just didn't want to block her, maybe.
Yeah, I thought from Sean's side that made sense.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking, it's like that one scenario you were talking about. It's like, well, if the Kotal dies, you want to be able to maybe have a blocker to protect the Teferi, but then you're giving up a lot of value on the Yorion. So yeah, I guess that does make sense.
All right, iteration, first spell for the turn, despite being the 7th cards that Tom Tracy has seen for the turn.
We find. But another iteration. Okay. Classic chain iterations. Get a Shredder trigger, discard an extra land. So Tom is really looking for a removal spell. I think I saw a Heat. Yeah, there's a Heat. Okay.
So Bolt, I think, would pretty clearly go after the Quaddle. Heat is more interesting in that it can, yeah. Okay, so it just takes out the Teferi straight away, and then maybe your plan is. Sorry.
You could also just heat the Kotal and then have Murktide kill the Teferi, right?
Right.
I guess that's a little riskier.
Yeah. Then you're risking Solitude. So the options here. So Tom Tracy could just try and protect this Jace. And all right, so the Quaddle trades with the Murktide, and yeah, so Sean untaps Yorion in hand. Yorion and Ren 6 versus Shredder and Jace. Interesting stuff.
Trading with the Quaddle there is very interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. I feel like I would it is a little bit riskier to kill the Quaddle and try to go after Teferi with the Murktide, but it puts you in such, obviously a much more commanding position where you have 2 flyers versus the Ren, which isn't able to ultimate this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think I may have liked to see that a little bit more, but we'll see what Tom has in store here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I think 10 mana. There's one abundant growth somewhere, even though I can't see it right now. So maybe that's 9 mana, even though it looks like 10.
Yeah. That's the worst part about abundant growth is you just kind of have to it's just stacked up with all your lands and.
All right, Ren 6 goes to 7. Supreme Verdict takes out Shredder. So Tom's gonna need what? Dash Ragavan or Unholy Heat? Or I guess Lightning Bolt does it too. But this Ren 6 is you can't let that ultimate. And I think
that brings up a good point. The abundant growth actually died because it was on a fetch land.
Oh, okay.
Murktide's a good start, but it's not going to answer this Ren in 6, and I don't know if Tom can play through a Ren ultimate. It's gonna be tough.
Nearly impossible. Yeah, when your opponent has Supreme Verdict in the graveyard, Time Warps in their deck. Yeah, you really don't want to let that happen. But Brainstorm. All right, so this is an interaction that I see all the time, and it drives me crazy. If you're going to brainstorm with Jace and you're going to play Murktide, I believe very strongly that the Jace brainstorm should be happening first.
Wow,
that's nice.
Otawara.
Yeah,
we can't even fight over that, even if Sean had a counterspell.
Super slick. Yeah, so these channel lands really the ability to more or less dodge the stack continually plays a role. And
wow, oh no,
business here. Okay.
That's an Emrakul.
Yeah. Emrakul with the Jace in play.
Oh my goodness. You see what's going to happen here? So Sean's going to suicide the Murktide into the Emrakul, and then Jace bounce the Emrakul to take another turn.
Yeah. And
Oh,
that's something that can happen a couple times, depending on what the actually Jace does. Yeah, this is going to be, this might be a long turn. Certainly for Tom Tracy, this is going to be a turn that he's just going to be wishing was over with the whole time.
Yeah, I guess Chat makes a good point. We could have cast the Ren in 6 to go ping the Jace so that when we bounce the Emrakul, the Jace dies. That could have been good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, that's so good that then does that imply there must be a Sean Gallagher must have something else to do then.
Yeah, because he had exactly enough left over to play the Ren. So we're going to iteration. Right. Is that Tarn, iteration, Murktide? It's on the bottom. The Murktide's on the bottom?
Okay. Yeah. Okay,
yeah, so
there's
suicide the Murktide, yep. And then I would assume bounce the Emrakul, but we're going to brainstorm here, okay? Yeah, I mean, I guess the Emrakul's just lethal, so keeping that in play. I might have wanted to see fetch first, because if you fetch first, you can then put back 2, you know what I mean? You can hide a good card with the Jace, but I guess then Tom just brainstorms next turn anyways, so. Oh yeah, heat the Jace, yep, okay. You can even go consider plus dispute, and yeah, that's enough for Tom.
Yeah. All right. So Emrakul does more than enough there and cleans up the Jace, the Murktide, and the rest of the game. So we've got all right. So we're figuring out whether we actually have time for the last game or not, I believe is what we're being told. Okay. All right. Well, apologies. We're not going to have time to watch game 3 of the match. Sean Gallagher playing 4-color Yorion did win game 3 as well to take down the match over Tom Tracy there. So bit of an anticlimactic ending. Sorry about that at the end of round 2 there. We'll be back all weekend long. And probably the best way to show frustration about not being able to see that game 3 is to probably follow the channel. That's an effective way to send a message. Anyway, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll be back with round 3. There's No Rage Gaming. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back. Okay, well, here we are, back 30 seconds earlier than we thought we were going to be. Joe is set here with Devin O'Donnell, heading into round 3 of the modern 10K. Let's go ahead and highlight the upcoming schedule for the series while the players are getting set up for round 3, feature matches getting picked and all that. Our next event is the next showdown, the season 2 showdown in St. Louis, Missouri. You can see the details on the screen there. 20K team event, 5K modern event on Sunday. Now, because we are now giving away RCQ invites, in addition to the winning team getting invited to the NRG Championship, they also all receive invites to the... Why am I tripping on this name? What Devin, what is the name of this event? It's the
Regional Championships.
Regional Championship. There we go. I guess I should have put that together from the RC, but for some reason that was beyond me. Anyway, so lots on the line here. 20K team event, 5K modern event, which equals the highest prize pool NRG has ever given away in a trial weekend, plus invites on top of that. So arguably the best value event NRG has ever had. You should consider showing up. All right. Then we have the final event for season 2, which is in Minneapolis. We had a good reception there. We're heading back at the end of September. 10K modern, 5K pioneer. You can also see the season 3 schedule on the bottom there a little bit, but let's go ahead and bring you the full screen graphic of the date and the locations. The formats have not all been decided yet, but if you want to make plans on showing up or wonder when we're going to be in your area of the country, you can see it there. We're going to Newark, Ohio. I didn't even know there was a Newark in Ohio, but there you go. Fort Wayne, Indiana, a 2nd November event in Mundelein. And then in December, heading a little further south to get where it's a little warmer, Louisville, Kentucky at Nebula Comic-Con. So that should be a good time. You can make plans there if you're in the area. Anyway, let's go ahead and come back to us. We're waiting for round 3. Devin, so these RCQ invites, they're getting handed out now at the NRG Series and in stores across the country. This, I don't know if most Magic players are younger than I am at this point, but this really feels to me like it did back when I started playing competitively, like in the mid-2000s, and going to PTQs every once in a while. Like this is a big deal for me. It kind of feels like what Magic, my formulative, competitive travels looked like. How does this feel to you as being someone that's a little less, like, as far as the timeline goes? You started playing, I think I saw in your bio, like 2014 or so competitively. Is that right? Or was that?
Yeah, it was around there. So my first PTQ was Kamigawa block, so way back in 2006. But I wasn't I just kind of showed up and didn't have any expectations,
Yeah, I know. I went through the whole thing that too earlier on. Yeah, I remember showing up with in Mercadian Block Constructor was my first PTQ. I had a deck. It didn't work the way I thought it did, and I did not do very well. But yeah, so what does this mean to you, having the qualifier circuit, having events with stakes? Like, does this matter to you, playing these things? You're traveling, you're driving for these?
Oh yeah, I've played 4 so far over the course of the season, and the one thing you mentioned about kind of having that old PTQ vibe, I've been running into a lot of people, kind of the old PTQ grinders, and I don't know if anybody in the chat is in the New England area, but New England PTQs typically back in the day used to have a lot of ringers, as it were, and it's nice to see a lot of those old faces, and it kind of does. I get that feeling that I'm kind of playing like those old school New England PTQs. I like this format a lot more than the PTQ season. I don't know if you played in it much during that particular season, but it feels like this format is much closer to the way that it used to be than the PTQ season.
Yeah, no, I'm super enjoying it. I like that we have a mix of formats within the same season, which is a new thing. We didn't used to have that. I've played in a Pioneer, a Modern, a Double Master Sealed, and a Streets of New Capenna Sealed. So yeah, the full range of stuff among the. I think I've played in 7 qualifiers. I think they're in Southern California. I don't know how it is in other regions, but they're all over the place. Multiples on the same day sometimes, so you can pick and choose what formats you want to play. And yeah, I really really loving it. I really would like to win one. I've got 3 top 8s so far and haven't been able to close the deal, but having a good time. What format are you most like? If whatever PTQ you have coming up next, if you could choose the format, what would it be?
Well, look at my calendar. I think the next one is going to be Pioneer, if I remember correctly. But I've played two modern, 2 Pioneer so far.
Okay.
Last weekend, last weekend, Saturday, there was 6 qualifiers within like reasonable driving distance.
Wow.
I decided to drive the farthest. I drove about 2 hours for a Pioneer one, and it was only 12 people. Did not win that one, unfortunately, but yeah, it's I've been enjoying Pioneer a lot more, so I think I'd prefer to be playing Pioneer, although the only top 8 I have was Modern, playing the Temur Crashgate deck.
Okay. Yeah, I would also choose Pioneer right now. I have put most work in that format lately, partially because of the PTQ season, and but I've enjoyed the format. I like Pioneer right now quite a bit. I may have been more committed to it, and that's why I'm enjoying it more. But yeah, I look forward to our Pioneer events. I have one next Saturday I can go to, the only one next week. Yeah, I had to miss a weekend of qualifiers to come here and put this show on for everybody. And so I hope you appreciate that. And Devin, also, thanks for being here, because yeah, you're probably giving up some opportunities to be here with us.
Yeah, I think there was a Pioneer one today and a Modern one tomorrow. So
yeah, that's a lot to ask. All right, so in Pioneer, what are you battling with right now?
So I have a lot of different decks built. I played the 2 Pioneer qualifiers. I played Rakdos Sacrifice in both of them because I've been working on that deck a lot, just tuning numbers, and I think it's really well positioned. I have Devotion built if, for whatever reason, if I don't like the Sacrifice deck, that's kind of like the default. But yeah, those are probably my 2 go-to decks right now, and then I've been working on Mono Red as well. I think the Mono Red Embercleave deck is pretty well positioned. But yeah, Pioneer is really wide open. There's a lot of different strategies, and the formats felt really healthy.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying Pioneer quite a bit. All right, round 3 is ready to go. That timed out very well. So let's go ahead and go down to round 3. I don't know the players or the deck list. Here we go. Theodore Jung versus Sam Kuprewicz. Azorius Hammer versus Living End. Okay, let's get it started.
Pull up deck list here, round 3. There we go. I don't know if you noticed this, but for Samuel or Sam, if you look at the deck list in Melee, it says 8 rack, and definitely not an 8 rack deck. So
Jerk. Yeah, clearly not. Man, these players, they're just running all over us with these deck names month after month. We need to start handing out disqualifications for submitting the wrong deck list name. That'll teach them. Not that I have any influence over judge penalties, because if I did, things would be a lot different, let me tell you.
So this matchup is pretty interesting. We haven't seen a ton of Hammer on camera over the past couple of events, at least the ones that the ones that I remember. And I would say for the most part that Living End is in a decent spot in this matchup if Violent Outburst is drawn, because Violent Outburst is kind of an instant speed way to kind of wrath the board. But Theodore does specifically have a potent card in this matchup, which is Yawgmoth Nexus. So you can see potentially where if Sam goes for a Shardless Agent on turn 3 and Theodore has an Yawgmoth Nexus already on the battlefield with the hammer rolled up, Theodore might just be able to kill kill Sam on the spot. So see how that plays out.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. All right, so Giver of Runes just gets in for 1. Stoneforge Mystic follow up. Yeah, it's not going to be any counters for creatures, I guess. There could be subtlety in some cases, but Hammer is tutored up, and Sam will just develop the graveyard. And I feel like part of the reason why Zoe Riederman had some struggles in round 1 was there just wasn't time, or the cards weren't drawn correctly to load up the graveyard. So the Living Ends were just not like premium, like we said, put 20 power creatures on the board. They were much smaller. Here is the Violent Outburst in hand. There is no red mana.
No red, but probably a Shardless.
Yeah. There you go.
And yeah, this is kind of exactly what we were talking about. It's Shardless versus Violent Outburst. Now, the one thing I will say is Sam does have a flying creature in the graveyard. You'll notice that Curator of Mysteries. So, let's say if Curator was, say, an Architects of Will, and Sam's board was, Architects plus Waker of Waves plus Grief, maybe that Theodore could have, some sort of setup with, like, Sigarda's Aid or something along those lines. But that flying creature is going to be able to prevent the Nexus. And, we got here.
Well, with this grief coming back, and so the hammer, which was picked up, looks like Cauldron Complete, Stoneforge Mystic, and a pair of land. I feel like there's reason to take the Stoneforge Mystic as it's the only creature, but what do you think? Okay, it looks like it's gonna be the hammer.
The Stoneforge also represents another hammer, but the thing is, it's a lot slower.
Yeah.
And I think Sam is okay with Theodore just deploying the Stoneforge this turn because it might be a little bit too slow for what Sam has, because Sam effectively has a 2-turn clock, right? We have 7, 10, 14, 16 power. I mean, honestly, if Sam draws a red source, this might be a 1-turn clock because we saw that outburst.
That's true. Theodore does have Inkmoth Nexus as a potential blocker, but that's not really a blocker because that's not a game-winning block. That's just a delaying the inevitable. So here is the Stoneforge. Here is another hammer.
Yeah, we'll see if Theodore picked up a Sigarda's Aid. That would be his best possible draw. Got a Giver, okay. Which is still not too bad, because you could maybe see, if Theodore does pick up a Sigarda's Aid, I guess he's going to be a little bit choked on mana, because we don't have enough to play Sigarda's Aid, activate the Inkmoth, and play the hammer, because we need 4 mana total to do that, including the Inkmoth. So he might be a mana short of that.
And Sam Kuprewicz is going to respect the possibility, or at least he's contemplating it, as that Curator is at least thinking about not attacking here.
Right, so you kind of have to weigh if Theodore decides to chump block with the Stoneforge Mystic on the Waker, you take 6 damage, go to 12, and then Theodore would have another chump block next turn, in which case he's only taking 10. So if you don't attack with the Curator this turn, you're essentially allowing you're turning your potential 2-turn clock into a 3-turn clock. However, if you do attack with everything, the Curator is tapped, and then you potentially can lose to land, Sigarda's Aid, attack with Inkmoth, right?
Right.
So Sam's trying to weigh that. Now, the thing is, Theodore could also just take all of the damage, go to 2, and then have the Giver to protect the the Inkmoth from the Curator, if there were a Curator back to block. So
yeah, and that's kind of why I like the Curator attacking, because the Giver allows evasion anyway, so there may not be much benefit to holding back 1 color creature. You have to hold back 2 colors, and then you're just not doing enough. So instead, everything goes in. Giver of Runes chump blocks. And
yeah, depending. Oh, Sam has a Force Negation. Okay, yeah, so probably has this one wrapped up with the Force Negation, because even if Theodore does have land plus Aid plus Hammer, we can just force the Hammer and kind of move on.
Sam actually had 8, so the Nexus isn't even required.
Oh, that's a very good point. We took a lot of damage.
Yeah. I'm not sure what went to the graveyard. Is that Horizon land?
Yeah, Horizon Canopy.
Okay. All right. And that is going to do it. Oh, and the life total just changed. Sam actually at 17, perhaps. Well, that's significant difference. But yeah, Sam Kuprewicz takes down game 1. Let's go ahead and put the deck list up, as I don't believe we had a chance to do that before the match. So we'll see the intricacies of what's actually going on. And if you're sitting at home and want to copy the deck list, well, here you go. Theodore Jung's Azorius Hammer. Also, deck list will be available on MTG Melee, I believe, tomorrow. Once the deck lists are not open during the Swiss, but once we get to the elimination rounds or tomorrow morning, they should all be available on Melee. If you go to the NRG Series page or just find the event specifically, you'll be able to find what everyone played.
Right, so from Theodore's side, what are we looking at against Living End? So Hushbringer, potentially good against Foundation Breaker, but it's pretty narrow in that regard. Lavinia's excellent, stops Forces being cast, stops Living End being cast, as well as Grief, so that's a slam dunk. Sanctifier, don't think hits enough. Teferi's excellent. March, don't really want spot removal. Spell Pierce, Mana Leak, love it, and then Relic as well. So Theodore's got some good stuff here.
Yeah, Mana Leak is a card that is... just to my eye, jumps out as being an unusual sideboard card, even though it makes sense because it's generically good enough. It's not specific against any, one archetype or matchup. And you often see things that are more powerful in sideboards like Ether Gust or Flusterstorm, but Mana Leak could get the job done here, no problem. Okay, the players are sideboarding, getting things ready to go. Let's look at Sam Kuprewicz's Living End deck.
All right, so what are we looking at from Sam's point of view? So we got Brazen Borrower, which is some decent-ish interaction. The only thing I will mention about Borrower is you can't bounce an Yawgmoth with it, so you got to be careful. Foundation Breaker, Slam Dunk, Force of Vigor, Slam Dunk, and then don't think we want to touch ley lines or disputes. So yeah, that's pretty much it from Sam's side.
Okay, so we'll see how things play out in the rest of this match. The players are shuffling up. Azorius Hammer versus Living End. So you said basically you feel like Violent, and all things being equal, Violent Outburst plays a big role. Charlotte's Agent may not always be enough, but the instant speed sweeper ability of Violent Outburst can put it over the top. Sam was able to take down game one with just a very large board. That wasn't a small Living. That was an overwhelming one. And Theodore
right, and like you mentioned, when we saw Zoe play Living End, she didn't really have a lot of early cyclers, and that's kind of the big difference there. Sam was able to put enough power into play to make it effectively a two-turn clock, regardless of how many blockers Theodore had. So yeah, definitely what Sam's looking to do.
All right, round 3 of 9 of the Swiss. So there are people who talk about, I just think about one match at a time, one game at a time. I'm not one of those people. I wish I was, but I'm not. A 9-round event, probably once you get to around like round 4 or 5, you start thinking like, okay, I just have to win this many more to make top 8 or do achieve whatever. What's your like level of unease or confidence or just general attitude playing through a long tournament? How does it feel to you going through like a 9-round Swiss event?
You just got to take it one round at a time. It's you don't really like to. I know. You don't really like to think about the stuff that you really can't control. What you can control is the match at hand, right? You want to make sure you're focusing and playing that specific match to the best of your ability. But you can't really control like what breakers are going to look like in round 8. Can I draw things like that? So it's pretty much just I like to I control what I can control, and then just kind of that is what it is. So.
I hate people like you. I mean, that's obviously the best mental approach, but some of us aren't capable of that. You win 2 rounds of a 9-round event, you're like, all right, I only need 5 more in a draw, and then I need, this over to happen, this 2 people to get disqualified, and I'm in. But no, the peaceful, serene approach, very something I envy among those of you that can do that. All right, both players, I don't know if we're still shuffling or if we're both on our way to 6, but momentarily we'll have game 2 going, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I think I saw them both look at a hand, so I think we're both on 6. And going back to what you said about the mental gymnastics, as it were, about long tournaments. I remember the first. I kind of had something similar to that. The first Pro Tour that I played, where it's always. I think I went 6-2 day 1, and especially like you're going, going into day number 2, going to sleep, and you're like, man. It just that thought, it kind of sinks into your head when you're playing like those 2-day tournaments. You're like, I don't need that much to win. I just need to whatever X2 or something to go to the next PT or something like that. So it definitely, my first Pro Tour I had that experience, but over time I tend to just kind of stop thinking about that stuff.
Well, bully for you. Yeah. All right. So both players on 6 potentially. It looks like Sam is keeping. Theodore is keeping. All right. 6 cards apiece. Fair game. We shall see. All right. Drum starting off for Theodore, but no 0-mana creature to go alongside it. And I guess even if there was one, yeah.
A very unexciting hand. And this is kind of exactly what I was thinking. With Theodore keeping kind of this. I mean, Theodore's already on 6, but I was going to say Theodore probably has at least 2 kind of quote unquote heat pieces, and you see the Lavinia and the Spell Pierce. So
right, and we do not see a second land, but this is a pretty good hand if a land is drawn. Even despite the fact that Sam's going to strip away whatever he thinks the biggest threat is, and that's actually not clear to me what's going to be taken here either.
Yeah, Theodore's hand is basically, it's really good against Grief because you have 2 combo interaction or 2 living and interactive spells with the Lavinia and the Pierce, and then you have 2 combo pieces of your own. So it's, we like to see, we kind of use that phrase good against Thoughtseize, and this is kind of where that hand is. Like you said, if Theodore does find a land, Stoneforge, oh no, we took Lavinia, which does make sense. I think that's probably the highest impact one because it stops the most out of Sam's deck. It stops all the forces, future griefs, and it stops living end. Whereas Spell Pierce is more targeted, where it doesn't stop, griefs. You could play around Spell Pierce with the force negations by just having mana. So it's really only specifically targeting the living end. So that does make sense to me.
Okay. Is there a land or a 0-mana creature?
It was a Sentinel.
No, yeah, there's neither. Sentinel, that works. I mean, that turns on Spell Pierce for the moment. And actually, okay. Theodore's going to give it some thought, maybe.
Yeah, he's debating on Sigardazade versus Hold Up Pierce. Now, because you're on one land, and yeah, I like this play a lot. Because you're on one land, you have the potential to just top deck a Colossus Hammer and kind of go in. And also, you're not too worried about anything spell pierceable this turn because this is not, this isn't the turn where Sam has 3 mana. So I like that play a lot.
Yep, me too. Okay, so Sam does have a second land. That was to be expected. And now Theodore's going to have to think. I mean, we know there's a Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, you noticed. Okay, so this is. I'm assuming this is still Theodore's main phase, right? I don't think we've passed yet. Okay. I think he drew a Stoneforge, so he's kind of debating: does he want to tap out for Stoneforge or hold up Spell Pierce? Pretty tough spot for Theodore for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, if you tap out for Stoneforge and a living end hits the battlefield, you basically just lose because then, well, I guess that's not true because Lavinia comes back and then you still have the Sigardazade in play, but I guess the Grief comes back, takes the Colossus Hammer. So yeah, I guess you kind of have to hold it up here.
Yeah, I like holding it up also. I mean, getting it for 1 doesn't do much, but you're going to draw a land eventually. You have to hope. But now that you didn't play the first turn, I feel like you
can't play it this turn.
Right. No. Now you're stuck.
You have to commit.
Yeah. So I mean he's thinking about it, but yeah, now if you play Stoneforge, it feels pretty bad. So okay, Sentinel gets in for 1. And yeah, pass the turn.
And the worst part about all of this too is because it is Spell Pierce and Sam knows about it, he's just going to play 5 lands. So if Theodore misses another turn or 2 and Sam just gets to 5 mana, then the living end's going to happen.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate reality of things for Theodore, but I mean, it's easy to regret your decision, but his original decision made sense. So this is just, the less desirable outcome of not hitting your land drop immediately. Even a 0-mana creature would, well, I guess no, that wouldn't help. Yeah, it really needs to be an actual mana source.
Second Otawara, I think. Yeah, so we're working with Borrower, Outburst, 2 Otawaras, and a Breeding Pool, I believe. So I guess Sam's debating on whether or not he wants to shock in the Breeding Pool to hold up Otawara. At 15, I feel like with Theodore not having a ton of pressure in play, I think the 2 life is probably pretty marginal. But okay, I think Theodore picked up a Colossus Hammer. So, yeah, I guess your Spell Pierce really isn't that good anymore. This is a really rough spot. I was going to say you can pass, and you can hold up... Okay, he's going to jam now. You could pass and hold up the Colossus Hammer and the Spell Pierce, but your Spell Pierce isn't good if Sam just plays land 5, so yeah, Theodore's in a really rough spot here.
All right, so it's another Springleaf Drum.
Oh, it wasn't a hammer, it was a drum. Okay. That's much worse.
Yeah, that is... It's pretty minor, but I think I would have preferred casting the drum off of the first drum plus Sentinel and leaving the land untapped.
Yeah.
But agreed. That's okay. Okay, wow. This isn't a downside I was necessarily expecting, but this is a significant downside to the choice that was made there for Theodore.
Not that it mattered too much because Sam could have just paid for the Spell Pierce anyways, but yeah, it is definitely a downside for sure.
It's actually kind of an odd interaction. From Sam's perspective, you're bouncing a creature that was going to die to the living end.
Yeah, which is why you see Theodore not even fight over it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could have spell pierced the Borrower there. But then the downside is, not only does it keep the Sentinel in play, which you'd rather have it not in play anyways, because it's got that in Living End, it also puts the Borrower in the graveyard, which is worse if we do cast Living End. So
yeah. All right. So plenty of mana for Sam Kuprewicz here.
Definitely like main phasing it. And yeah, so I think we're going to get back, what was it, 2 Street Wraiths and the Grief? Yeah, okay.
That's pretty sizable, and that's exactly half of Theodore's life total. We're looking at
a triple Sentinel. Mystic?
Wow.
I think it's at least 2, right? I think it's triple Mystic.
Well, okay, we're probably not choosing that.
No.
And the other cards aren't even that exciting. The Lavinia does come back into play, so Sam. Well, no, I was going to say Sam was going to have to win with this board, but that's not even true. As you said, there's a pair of Ottawaras in hand, so this Lavinia can be dealt with,
right?
And that's asking, that's after Theodore deals with Sam's board, which is not at all clear that even can happen.
Okay. So we can Stoneforge, and then we have the Drum to cast the Hammer. So hypothetically, we could block with Stoneforge. After blocks are declared, tap the Drum, tap the Stoneforge file, or cast the Hammer, and then probably eat one of the Street Wraiths, take 6, go to 12, and then we have a Hammer on a Stoneforge Mystic, which is not a bad spot to be in. But again, with double Otawara, that's going to be rough for Theodore.
Yeah. What you just went through absolutely makes sense from Theodore's perspective. And we know it's not going to work at all, but he's not working with as much information as we are. And that does seem like a viable plan to get himself through the next few turns. And it's Sam. Sam is aware of all this information. So actually, Theodore's the only person in the world who's involved in this match and doesn't know everything. As everyone at home and Sam knows all the rest of it. So Sam should be able to predict what's going to happen here as you did, and it's going to lead to a fairly good board position for Sam.
Oh yeah, even very heads up play. Bounce the Sigardizade, Hammer resolves, no target. Well, Sigardizade's not in play anymore, so then you also lose the Stoneforge Mystic. Yeah, that was very good sequencing from Sam.
Yeah, and Theodore is very short on mana, so it's not exactly trivial to get that Sigardizade back on play. Although I think a Fledstrand was finally drawn for the turn.
Yeah, a little late to the party, I would say. Yeah, just clogged up on these Stoneforge Mystics.
So there are 2 fetch lands in play for Sam. Is there? Oh, I was thinking there's more hammers in hand, but it's not. It's more Stoneforges. So yeah, that's not very.
Theo only has 12, right? We can go land, Stoneforge Mystic, get a hammer, tap the Stoneforge and the Drum, hammer the Lavinia, but it's only 12.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Sam doesn't have lethal on the crackback necessarily. We only have 9 damage. So if there's something that Theodore can maybe dodge a Violent Outburst, can buy an extra turn here. But I have to imagine that we're just gonna put Sam to 1. I don't see any other really any other lines.
All right, so there is Stoneforge. I mean, it's pretty good. Like anytime you can shut off. Actually, so I was thinking ahead to myself. Well, this is just going to get blown up like the other Ottawara. The other Ottawara will be shut off because Sam doesn't have a. No, I take it back. He has 4
lands.
Yeah, he's 4 lands already, so that's not going to do anything. All right. Yep. Sam Kuprewicz, I was trying to get excited for you here.
All right, we have to replay the Sigardizade. Okay, never mind. But the Sigardizade's not in play anymore, so we actually can't attack here. Right.
Okay.
But we can do the same thing we did last turn, but again, another Ottawara. So that's not going to work out.
Yeah. I got 3 steps ahead of myself there in multiple different paths, and none of them were actually realistic. So as
you and me both.
Yeah, as it currently stands, Sam Kuprewicz cannot resolve a living end. However, he probably doesn't need to. The Ottawa remaining hand plus the attackers should keep things safe.
Yeah, so we're
Hmm.
we're probably going to see the same thing as last turn, where Sam goes to attack with everything. Stoneforge blocks the Street Wraith before damage, flash and hammer. Then Sam responds, exact same thing, bounce the Cigar to say Stoneforge dies. Now, Sam is at 13, so even if Theodore can set up land plus Cigar to Sade plus Stoneforge plus hammer, it's not enough to kill because that's only 12 damage from the Lavinia. So Sam could just take 12, go to 1, and have lethal in the crackback.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, change of plans. Here is a Foundation Breaker.
This works too, because you can force the action, target the Sigarda's aid. And now the cool thing about this line is if Theodore casts the Colossus Hammer in response, it's on a tapped blocker, because the Stoneforge has to be tapped for the Springleaf Drum. So that's a pretty good heads-up play, and you can still fetch 2 basics to hold up Otawara. So yeah, this is good sequencing from Sam here.
All right, so Theodore will contemplate how to recover this position.
I imagine if you're Theodore, you kind of just have to jam the hammer, right? Because if you don't have another Sigarda's Aid in hand, so yeah, you kind of just have to jam it here. So I think what Sam's going to do is let this happen, see what gets equipped, right? And then have the Otawara to bounce whatever gets equipped.
Right. Well, in that case, Theodore's probably incentivized to put the hammer on the Stoneforge Mystic, because he'd rather have that bounce than Lavinia.
Right, and if Sam does double fetch, 11 is still lethal with the Stoneforge, right? Because it's 11, so yeah.
Okay, it goes on Lavinia. All right, Breaker kills that Sigarda's Aid, like we were saying. And Sam, maybe a little uncertain if the full attack is warranted here.
Yeah, he's potentially worried about another Colossus Hammer. But if you attack with everything, oh yeah, I guess you would, because you're forced to Otawara the Lavinia, and then Theodore would just be able to go if Sigarda's Aid plus Hammer on the Stoneforge. That's exactly lethal because you have to fetch twice.
That's asking a lot, though.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, 6 does come across here. Theodore drops to 5.
Yeah, Paladin too, because Paladin would just be able to go. Theodore could just go Paladin and then equip the unequip the Colossus Hammer, attack with both, and then even if Sam fetches 2 basics to bounce Lavinia, again, still 11.
All right, so Fledge Strand was the draw again for Theodore for the second turn in a row. Here is Stoneforge Mystic. So this is all the stuff Theodore was hoping to be doing on turn. What's up?
We have enough mana because we have the 2 drums. Oh, but never mind the Otawara. All right, never mind. I thought we had something going on, but I forgot about the Otawara.
Right. All right, so here's double fetch.
It's gonna make him show 2 fetchables.
Well, given that he's actually able to take as much damage as he needs to, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Yep.
And that will complete. So Theodore had the tools, just the mana meant that it was all happening, a couple turns later than he would have liked. And Sam Kuprewicz does take that one down. Okay, so Sam Kuprewicz advances to 3-0. Still a lot of work left to do. Unclear whether he's thinking, I just won round 3, or if he's thinking, I've got 6 rounds left, depending on what kind of personality type he is. We are going to move into the round 3 backup match, I imagine.
Yeah, let's see who we got. Well, deck lists, if we still have that available.
So if we have deck lists available for that, we can go. Or if we have the match ready to roll, we can do that. We are breaking in a new trainee director this round. So, we'll see. Maybe we'll have an unexpected commercial break.
I think I heard word we're switching. Yes,
There we
are.
go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. So we are going. Okay, I see Will Krueger versus Mason Lange. I see the pips on the game scores. I believe that's a relic of the previous screen that will be cleaned up. So I believe this is actually game 1 on a accelerated replay, so that we have time to get it all in.
Yeah, this matchup is generally, I would say, favored for the Yawgmoth player, assuming that Yawgmoth can actually hit the battlefield, because the Hammer deck doesn't have a ton of play against it. You know, if you have Yawgmoth plus any number of creatures, can just break up a Hammer pretty easily. But this is kind of a draw from Will that is exceptional against specifically Yawgmoth, because you have the Stoneforge to present the Cauldron as well as the Hammer, which are both larger creatures that won't necessarily just get eaten up by the Yawgmoth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's Eldritch Evolution, tutoring up Yawgmoth, and things are cooking for Mason. Attack in for 3 on Will Krueger's side. Looks like we have Stoneforge Mystic, Ginger Brute, a couple including a Saga and an Ornithopter with a drum. So a little bit of everything going on here. No ways to cheat equipment yet. And Mason will trade off 2 creatures for the Stoneforge Mystic to start with.
Which makes sense, because you know about the Cauldron.
Mm-hmm. I guess he also benefits 2 cards in the exchange, so pretty good deal.
Right.
Yeah, these Yawgmoth decks are impressive. Except when they're just flooding the board with young wolves.
Undying Creature Tribal. But yeah, once Yawgmoth is in play with the Undying Creatures, it's just, again, it's really, really hard to... I mean, Will does have Double Saga, so maybe I spoke too soon, but it's really hard to, like, actually amass a battlefield of, especially because most of Will's creatures are so small. Ginger Brood and Stoneforge Mystic, all that kind of stuff, so...
Okay, well, Mason access to plenty of Yawgmoths this game.
Yawgmoth flooded, as it were.
Mm-hmm. All right, so another Eldritch Evolution on the wall roots this time. And there is a Giralf's Messenger, which is going to skew the life totals rather significantly. And with a second Undying creature, Mason can now activate as many times as he pleases.
Now, I'm always bad at math here. Now, I because Mason is at 3 lower life than Will, I don't know if it's 100% lethal. I can't remember.
All right,
It's the one part of the Yawgmoth deck that I'm not the best at.
So, Giralf's Messenger things Will for it's 2 life, right?
Yes, 2 life each time.
So,
yeah, chat's saying it's not lethal, which I think it's not quite lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of an awkward spot, especially because this token is big enough to take out the Yawgmoth. Now, obviously, we can sacrifice the Giralf's Messenger to make the token smaller. Yep. So.
All right, so that leaves 3 artifacts on the board.
Yeah, 3/3. Now, with Will taking 3, I believe now it's lethal. Because I think if there's an even life total, I believe that it should... Oh, no, because both creatures have a counter on them. Okay, never mind. Yeah, because now if you sacrifice the Undying creature to put a counter on the other one, you lose the Undying creature. So you don't have the loop set up.
Right. So that was fairly costly for Mason.
Right.
As far as what okay.
And also very heads up from Will to note, recognize the situation.
Yeah. But certainly Mason is not under a ton of pressure anymore. And I believe there's a Grist in hand, which does a good job of continuing to exert dominance over the battlefield. So it'll be Yawgmoth not running at full capacity versus some Urza Sagas from Will Krueger. Yeah, this isn't over yet.
No, it's not. And as we talked about, the Urza Saga is one of the better Wait, okay, now I'm confused. Oh, we're discarding. I was like, wait.
We're proliferating.
Oh, that's actually something cool that I have not seen before. Proliferating on the Saga. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it definitely crosses up the mana development somewhat. We'll get to tutor off of the chapter 3 saga that just went to the graveyard. And yeah, okay, so he'll also lose the ability to make one of the constructs, because obviously chapter 2 is just reached on the saga that's still in play and there's no mana available.
Right. Yep, so he'll only get to make one construct off of this if Will wants to use his mana in that manner. Which it looks like we're not. We're just gonna float mana. Yeah, weird interaction there where proliferate on the saga. It does kill the saga because it accelerates the process, but you still get the third chapter.
Yeah.
So. Wow. Yeah, and this is just game. Well, not game, but it's pretty close. 11. Oh no, it's just game.
Oh,
right?
it is game.
Definitely game now. Wow.
Game.
Very heads up by Will.
Yeah, Will Krueger wipes out Mason Lange all at once. That turned quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead, and I just heard something. I missed whatever was just said, but we'll go to deck list if we have them. If not, and we just roll game 2, that's fine. If we're moving to live, you know what? Whatever we're doing is fine. Okay, we got game 2. Let's go ahead and go with game 2.
Going into game 2. And yeah, Will played that very, very well.
Yeah, that was very smooth. I mean, Will Krueger is obviously a very experienced player, was the NRG Series MVP last year, won a very significant Mox event over the summer with, I think it was Cube Draft and Modern. And he played, he went undefeated in the Cube portion and then won overall with in Modern with a Titan Shift deck. So congratulations to him for that.
So we got some mulligans here. I believe Mason's on 5. I think Will's on 5. I think they're both on 5. I believe so.
I didn't notice this about myself until recently, but apparently I play a lot of decks that mulligan a ton. Because I played Tron in Modern. Okay, sure, obviously. But then I've been playing Lotus Field in Pioneer, and that deck also mulligans a lot.
Yes.
It can be frustrating at times, but you're obviously getting what you pay for because you do have some powerful interactions of your lands when they work.
Right. It's when you're playing a deck that has lands that tap for 3 mana, you notice the mulligans are a little less painful because your lands are essentially worth more than 1 card when you actually, establish the mana base.
Yeah, that is indeed how it works. All right, so game number 2, we have a double hierarch start for Mason, a Yawgmoth, and a Grist.
Yeah, that was a Grist. Rough sequence. Will went for the just jammed for the turn 2 hammer, and Mason did punish him with the Grist minus sack the Yawgmoth. So we got some more Undying Creatures, make a token. Yeah, see, this is one of those games where because Will doesn't have a saga going, and I mean, as obviously his mana screw too, but if Yawgmoth hits the battlefield, I don't really see a way out for Will.
Mm-hmm. Until that time, I mean, this is raceable, I suppose, if you manage to get up into the air. I guess that's the only realistic way to do that is with the Inkmoth Nexus reanimating after Colossus Hammer.
Right.
There's no ground creatures that aren't green, so flying isn't even necessary, I guess. Giver Runes can protect something. Will's given this some thought. Not a lot to work with here. 1 mana source.
Yeah, just going to pass. I would have to imagine with either Will's just posturing or maybe has another Colossus Hammer in hand and just wanted to see if it's worth hammering up the Giver. Decides that it's not. Makes sense because the Grist would just be able to take it out. So.
Yeah. There it is. So blocking happens. Yawgmoth dies. Well, it does draw a silent clearing, I think. That would.
So with Mason at 10, yeah, see, the problem is those Noble Hire. There's just too many chump blockers.
Yeah.
I was going to say, with maybe if Will has something like a Shadow Spear, can maybe help get through, but doesn't have the Shadow Spear, so.
No, I'm clearly wrong. It wasn't a silent clearing or any sort of mana source at all.
It was a white card. So I can pull up Will's deck list. It looks like not a very. I wanted to see if Will. Yeah, I think it might have been Blacksmith Skill because Will does have 2 copies of that. So
okay. All right. Attack inbound here for what looks like 6 damage, and then Mason is ready to pull the trigger on Grist post combat. Stoneforge bites it. Yawgmoth stays in play, just gets bigger, and Mason wins game 2 without much trouble. So these hammer decks, we had a couple this round that were on one land for just a little too long to really be competitive.
right, yeah, the deck definitely can operate on one land, but with specifically against the fast start of just the amount of permanents that the Yawgmoth deck was able to put into play that game, it just Will really needed to find that second land so he could double spell because his opponent was basically double spelling every turn. So
yeah, these Yawgmoth decks, I mean, they have the capability of going wide and overwhelming like we just saw, but I don't feel like that's the more common way to see them end games. All right, game 3 is up and ready. So here it is. Will Krueger versus Mason Lange. This is the round 3 backup match. Will Krueger on the play. Let's see it.
I will say I'm a big fan of Will's basic land choice, so props to Will.
I mean, the border, I feel like could stand the argument, but yeah, I have no problem with the artwork.
Got a Yawgmoth on Pithing Needle. Definitely makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. So the other options in this deck would be Grist and maybe that's it. I guess lands maybe, but yeah, Yawgmoth is obviously a important factor. There is the Grist.
Now the question is, do we trade the Hierarch for the Paladin? The one downside to not doing that is if Will has the Shadow Spear rolled up, you could see something like Hammer plus Shadow Spear equip. So I kind of like this trade, especially if Mason has more mana sources in hand where he doesn't need the Ignoble Hierarch as much. I like that play a lot.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, there's a replacement Paladin.
And the other thing is the best reason to keep the Hierarch in hand would be for a turn 3 Yawgmoth, but that's turned off anyways because of the needles. So.
Mm-hmm.
Geist. Okay, make some blockers.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't take long for this Yawgmoth deck to flood the board with creatures that just none of them stand up to anything, but it's just so many of them. It's hard to get through. Ooh, well, Force of Vigor has something to say about Will's board position there.
Did Will really draw the 4th hammer? Or is that third hammer? What we killed? We killed a hammer and something.
We killed the needle.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think Will did draw the 3rd hammer. So I guess he's debating on whether or not he wants to cast it now or hold it. Okay, this makes sense because if you draw the 0 mana artifact, I think you're better off equipping the hammer and the Shadow Spear rather than double hammer because you just go chump block and then minus the Grist. So
sure. Well, there is Yawgmoth again for Mason at a full 20 life, it looks like.
Yeah, so now you just go sack the Geist, counter on the Paladin, probably sack the token, counter on the Geist. I think it's better to do it. It's just a free card, right? Counter on the Geist, and then essentially just sack the Geist again. You end up at the same spot, but just up an extra card. So
yeah, as long as you have the life to play with, there's really no reason not to do it that way.
Yeah. But I think we're still in a, from Mason's perspective, I still think Mason's in a fine spot here. So.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Krueger.
Yeah, and you see Will just like really, really once you get to this part of the game, especially because the needle is gone. So, and I believe Will only has one copy for the saga, so it's you really have to maneuver around this Yawgmoth with. It's very, very tricky when you get to the spot of the game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just if Will can force Mason to lose some of his important creatures, the undying creatures and such, then that's helpful, as we saw in the other game. But
right, just kind of like fight through the resources.
Yeah, exactly. So here is a Sigarda's Aid. That's always a threat. Nexus is in play. There's not enough mana for a flying Nexus to attack with a hammer, and Will is just going to pass the turn.
Yeah, and from here, you're just going to see Mason just deploy as many creatures as possible to give himself the most amount of Yawgmoth activations. Unless he just has the kill rolled up, which he might.
Okay,
I saw a cord in Mason's hand.
Attacks coming in. Will doesn't care. What is this? Just non-lethal damage? Pfft, get out of here. No problem.
And I think Mason should have lethal because you can go post-combat, cast Birds of Paradise, uptick Grist, make a token. That gives you 6 for cord for 3. You go cord for 3, get Messenger, sack the token, counter on the Geist, and then kind of go off from there.
Okay, well, instead, we're going to see Hushbringer pitched to the White March, which must be targeting Yawgmoth. The insect token gets sacrificed in response to remove the
counter on the Geist.
Right. Okay.
Oh, okay. So the issue with this is now, how are we getting to the Yawgmoth again? I think he has evolution. Yeah, he has evolution. Okay. I was going to say, if he didn't have evolution, he might have wanted to sacrifice the Geist, put a counter on maybe nothing just to get the Geist back, and then go cord for the Yawgmoth. But with the evolution, this should be fine. So you just go sack the Geist, counter, get the Yawgmoth, and then, yeah, Will's basically in the same spot.
That is rough. And can't get through it. So Mason Lange and Golgari Yawgmoth are going to come out on top in round 3. Okay, so coming back to us, our winners this round were Sam Kuprewicz and Mason Lange with Living End and Green Black Yawgmoth. And the Hammer decks, not quite keeping up.
Yeah, I think Okay, I think it looks like maybe we're going to a break. I was just going to say, I think that the Hammer Time deck is probably a dog in both of those matchups, so not surprising to see those outcomes.
Right, and the players do have 9 rounds of Swiss to play with, so losing 1 doesn't mean you have to derail your whole day. All right, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a little bit with round 4. Stick around. This is No Rage Gaming. Thanks for being here. And here we are. Okay, we're back. Devin and I are here for modern coverage at the NRG Series 10K. Thanks for being with us. Sorry that was a little bit of a lengthy wait, but sometimes these players don't finish their matches very quickly. Not going to name any culprit, any archetype that might be four color stalling things out the whole round every single time. But what are you going to do, Devin? What are you going to do?
It's not like you have something in your throat there. I don't know if that was on purpose or I don't know. But yeah, it's just there's modern. I think when we cut the break, the round was over and there was 14 matches left. So yeah,
Jerks, all of them. So I don't know. So if these four color decks, what I feel like obviously having played a lot of Tron myself, I feel like the focused assault on their mana base with the Karn pairing, that at least gives you a reasonable shot. Like what else if someone's trying to beat four color and they don't care about the rest of the field, like what is a good approach? I mean, it's tough because they have pretty good coverage of what you can throw at them.
I think people's general consensus is that four color, the best archetypes that are good against four color are kind of the linear combo decks.
Mm-hmm.
So you think like Goblin Charbelcher, Oops All Spells, things of that nature. And the reason for that is because they don't really care about a lot of what the four color deck is doing, like Solitude, Fury, Red and Six. Like these, they just don't really care about those cards.
Mm-hmm.
The issue becomes is a lot of these four color decks are playing 4 copies of Besage in the 75. And as we talked about, the Ren and 6 plus Besage kind of lock. If that is established prior to the combo player ever being able to do anything, then that could be tough to beat. But yeah, I would say probably just linear combo is because these four color decks aren't really playing Force Negation anymore.
Yeah,
I think they were at one point, but yeah, that would probably be where I would want to be against it.
Yeah, I was told at one point, and I even considered picking up the deck because of this, that Primeval Titan was going to be a good way to approach. I mean, the Valakut Dryad, not so much Amulet Titan, but just like Titan shift with Explore or Search for Mara, whatever ramp you're doing into Primeval Titan into Valakut, blowing the crap out of them. I don't know if that's realistic or not. That was my plan before the qualifier, and then I switched and just played actual Tron instead and didn't face the deck. So I don't really know, but I do feel like, yeah, I mean, you're right. The Boseiju thing is a significant issue.
And then we watched Will Krueger last round, and we talked about how Will Krueger won the Mox with Titan Shift.
Yeah.
The Titan Shift deck is not the best in an open field because it has some really polarized matchups. Like I think Will said, he probably can't ever beat Murktide, but the reason he played the Titan Shift deck is because he thought he was incredibly favored against four colors. So, if you can, it's one of those things where if you expect to play against a lot of four color, maybe dodge some of the other bad matchups, then you might be in a good spot there too.
Yeah. And some of these decks are still evolving. I thought the Primeval Titan I just think the card Wish is pretty neat. That is in the Primeval Titans in Pioneer, and this card is showing up in different formats. I've seen it in Legacy also. As kind of I don't even know how to describe this card. I mean, they named it for what it is. Like that was a well-named card, Wish being like all the previous Wishes. I just thought that was pretty neat. And if you're playing red and you're willing to give up your sideboard, you can do a lot with it. I thought that was kind of a cool adjustment in at least the modern Titan Shift deck I was looking at. But all right, so we're putting round 4 together, getting players sat down. What do you want to see this round? What's a matchup? What's a compelling matchup that you think, even if we've seen it a bunch of times, deck lists are in, so we'll go ahead and pop this up when we have a minute. Like, what's a matchup that you think has a lot of good play to it?
So this might be an unpopular opinion from chat, but I kind of like to see Rhinos versus Murktide. I think that's a pretty interesting matchup. Looks like we got some Mardu Death Shadow. Ooh, I like this.
Okay, Ranger Captain of Eos. Yeah, tutoring up shadows and channelers. Okay, all right. Yeah, this is I would say this is on the fringes of the metagame. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. Yeah, I mean Death Shadow specifically, you see a lot of Grixis Death Shadows, the more popular variant. But Bardu specifically with Path, Prismatic Ending, Ranger Captain, and Boros Charm too. We got look at we have 2 Boros Charms, 2 Orzhov Charms, Akaya's Guile. Boros Charm specifically pretty powerful with Death Shadow, giving it double strike.
Yeah, I mean, Path to Exile just by itself is the card I feel like went out of style. But here we are, Jakob Addis with Mardu Shadow. Okay, and Jacob's opponent.
Wait till you see Jacob's opponent. You're gonna like this one.
All right, hold on. Let me bring this up. I got my own if we don't have it. Chris Ward with Jeskai combo. Okay. Oh, so this is the, I don't even know how to describe this deck. Jesse Robkin wrote an article about it a few months ago. Dragon Rage and Emery, and then a combo finish. Yeah, I like it.
Right.
Honorable Breach. Yeah, no, I think this deck is this is a deck that's difficult to play against, and that's something that I find very appealing.
Yeah, the Underworld Breach deck it's really good because you need to attack it in a lot of different ways. Now, you might look at, Dragon's Rage Channeler plus Ragavan and think that spot removal is good against it. And yes, that is the case, but, spot removal only goes so far against a deck that also has the capability of setting up Breach plus, Mox Amber Bauble plus just mill my deck and play Thassa's Oracle. So it really has this unique approach where it can put pressure on you early to force you to have a removal spell, while also, being okay with just trading 1-for-1 and just eventually setting up a combo. So it's a really, really resilient deck.
Okay, well, so this is I I gotta say I'm kind of disappointed with you that your choice of matchup that you just like to see wasn't Mardu Death Shadow versus Jeskai combo, but we'll do it. All right, so Chris is on the mulligan here. Players are shuffling up, presenting. We can go down to the table and get round 4 started.
Big
with
fan
some
of
nice
the Batman sleeves.
Yeah.
I like those.
Yeah, I have not seen that before. That's cool. I'm not one that's really into like the art. It's not that I hate it. I just don't even notice it really. The artwork on sleeves or fancy things like that. But that one really jumps out. It's hard to not notice that one. All right, 6 cards is going to be sufficient for Chris Ward.
See who's in the play here.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like they're waiting for us. So yeah, go ahead and tell the players they can start. We'll radio over to the table. But yeah, there's some.
So Chris in the play. No one drop.
Some odd interaction here with Jakob Addis. I mean, you're playing against a combo deck. You normally think, well, traditionally, counterspells, force negation, whatever, to break things up. That's not what we're going to see here, but there is plenty of disruption anyway.
Right, and Jakob has a lot of removal spells, and, as we talked about, the removal spells are still good because you're able to break up things like Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ragavan, and even combo pieces such as, Emery, something like that, you might need a removal spell for. So definitely good for Jakob here.
Yeah, Emery is kind of a scary card. I mean, it's like 1 card extra a turn when you're playing from the graveyard. It doesn't sound like that much, but it ends up being a lot.
Right, just the advantage that it really amasses can put Kris in just a commanding position.
Okay, so let's go, boys. Let's get things going here. All right. Grinding station and a Mox. Jacob's like, oh, okay then.
This is not the Steam Vents Unholy Heat deck that I was expecting to play against, but may have been more of a giveaway, honestly, with the fetch land, because you wouldn't see Murktide play a non-blue fetch land. So
that's true. All right, so now Jacob's like, okay, hold on here. There's some wackiness going on. Let's see what else is in there.
Slow it down a little bit.
It was Thassa's Oracle and Expressive Iteration. So Iteration, easy choice, and well,
we have a second land for Jakob to potentially follow up with maybe another 1-drop here.
No, we have a. In fact, is that a Godless Shrine?
Godless Shrine, yeah.
No, and it comes into play tapped, which is notable, I suppose, since it is a Death Shadow deck. And Dragon Rage Channeler off the top, so Chris Ward has got some action here.
Yeah, might not have the Shadow in hand, and I guess maybe is worried about life total. But yeah, it seems like you would want to just shock there just for the potential of drawing a Shadow down the road. So we're going after the grinding station, which means we're going to sacrifice mill ourselves, and that is relevant because of Emery. So you want to make sure the station's in the graveyard in case you draw Emery, because you can just Emery it back.
Oh, it doesn't work so well if you mill over Emery, but yeah, I understand your point, and definitely Chris Ward with the right decision there. Now, was it the right decision to play the Mox when it was cast, as it didn't do anything, and then now that the Dragon Rage Channeler is drawn, that's a Surveil trigger that's just could have been had.
I guess Kris wanted to protect it from a discard spell, but it seems like it's probably less relevant that it gets discarded than having it for a Surveil trigger for the Channeler. So, yeah, you're right.
All right, Thassa's Oracle is going to come in and do its little trick for 2 mana, for 2 depth of cards. Not the game-winning number at the moment, but one card does go to the bottom. Chris Ward so has some selection for his next turn, which he could really use because he doesn't have a lot going on here. That's a Ranger Captain? I don't think it could be anything else.
True. So that can get a shadow. You can go Ranger Captain into Shadow. And Captain is really nice in this matchup too, because it will, if Kris were able to set up a combo turn, we can just sack the Ranger Captain to prevent, and maybe say in response to an Underworld Breach, we can just sack the Captain to make it so that Kris can't cast any more spells. So
right. That is an excellent way to... Yeah, it's effectively a hard counter to Underworld Breach. You just trade them for each other. And it comes along with it, a Dragon Rage Channeler. So good deal. Okay, I mean, Chris Ward drawing decently well, despite having had no action in hand 2 turns ago.
Jakob actually deciding to go for the Channeler instead, which maybe would have indicated to me that there weren't any other shock lands, and Jakob wanted to, and I believe we have Delirium. So yeah, we wanted to maybe just have the Channeler surveilling to try and find some more gas or something like that. So.
So I don't know how relevant this conceivably would be, but there is just one Thassa's Oracle in Chris's deck. So if there is the potential for Incidental Graveyard Hate in Jakob's deck at some point down the line, Kris would be unable to... That route to victory would be shut off.
Go for a Shadow. Okay, so we're going to go Shadow. We have a second Captain, so we can just sack one to make it so Kris can't play spells. But Kris can... Yep, okay, so we're going to go Ragavan, and then we have the mana from Moxhammer to make a Saga token to potentially be able to chump block. But as far as from Kris's perspective, I'm not really sure how we're kind of getting through this, especially with the second Captain to, again, prevent us from being able to do anything meaningful, even if we were to draw the Underworld Breach, which I have to imagine is probably Kris's best top deck.
All right. Well, let's see. So currently at 5. So there's Death Shadow, and yep, everything's coming across. Shadow gets chumped by Ragavan. Kris will lose half his life.
Wonder if Kris would have been better off chumping with the token rather than the Ragavan. But maybe we're trying to set up a spot where we can try to present the lethal token. Jakob is at 8, so that's at least something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, that's your point is reasonable though, because Kris doesn't know there's going to be any follow up here, and Ragavan attacking through at this point in the game might actually be more reasonable than a construct, which isn't actually any bigger.
Right, and it also turns on the Mox Amber, so you lose a mana here, if that matters.
Okay, Springleaf Drum found by Urza's Saga. Well, if this leads to a win for Kris, it's going to be impressive.
I mean, it all starts with that card, but
yeah,
again,
sure.
with the Ranger Captain, I'm not seeing it with the Ranger Captain.
All right, Kris isn't seeing it either. So he is going to say, let's try game 2. And start with a sideboard, new set of 7 cards, and make some magic happen. All right, so here we are looking at our beautiful selves as we are midway through round 4 and also about midway through the day. Not quite. We are going to play 9 rounds of Swiss today and then the quarterfinals. before the semifinals and finals tomorrow. And if you're just waiting for Legacy, you probably want to show up, I don't know, around lunchtime tomorrow, and then we'll have Legacy for the rest of the day. This is Nerd Rage Gaming 10K trial today, and I want to emphasize this a few times. For the first time, the 2 finalists of this event will earn entry into the regional championship in November in Atlanta, something that Devin and I would like to join them in. And probably many of you at home watching. Obviously, we hope that people of all competitive levels are watching our shows here at Nerd Rage, but certainly we are, of the competitive mindset ourselves. And this is something that I don't know about you. For me, I would very much like to achieve an entry into that event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Should we? I don't know that we need to revisit the deck list.
Sideboards, maybe?
Yeah, sure. We'll go and look at the sideboards. All right. Let's go and bring the deck list back up again.
Got a minute, so.
Yeah, we got time. All right. So we'll start with Jakob Addis and his Mardu Death's Shadow. While we're doing that, let's bring up Orzhov Charm. I feel like that's one that not everyone is going to remember what that does.
That one's a spicy one.
Yeah.
But from Jacob's perspective, now again, we talked about the breach deck being able to having the capability of fighting on a lot of different axes, right? With the creature deck, the creature base, as well as interacting with the graveyard through the combo. So Jakob is, he's going to want to keep his removal spells, but he also wants to have access to some amount of graveyard heat, and then wants to keep a balance here. But there's Orzhov Charm, as we talked about. There's a lot of text on that card.
Yeah, there definitely is. All right, so yeah, that actually was a poor choice for me because that covered up the sideboard that you were talking about. So let's go ahead and throw that out of here and get the sideboard back up there for a brief moment before we switch over to Kris's deck.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Surgical, Fracture, potentially because it hits Breach and Saga, Kaya's Guile, Alpine Moon maybe for Saga, Hearse, and yeah, I think that's about it probably.
Yeah, so you got some potential there. Probably more cards could come in than realistically can go out. And it looks like Kris is presenting. So let's go ahead and look at his deck real quick while we've got a minute. Jakob is still sideboarding or changing sleeves or something. Okay, and we have that is not the most. That's an Urza on top. So a pair of Urza on top, a couple of fairies, there's a lot of controllish cards. Spell Pierce, Prismatic Ending. I mean,
the sideboard.
Yeah.
So where do you see the Urzas? Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, we could really sideboard into a Jeskai control deck's main deck almost.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know how much of the big advantage-y type stuff that Kris wants access to, because the shadow deck can present threats that are pretty low to the ground. So Prismatic Ending is excellent. Potentially Spell Pierce to fight over the removal. You could see Tormod's Crypt Needle, Spellbomb. Yeah, those are the cards that I'm really looking at. I'm not sure if you want to go to Teferi and Urza because of how mana efficient the shadow deck is. So
yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That all makes sense. Prismatic Ending is the clear absolute winner as far as the choices are. Spell Pierce to fight against removal makes sense. I wouldn't be wild about it just because it's not too hard to get to a point where I can just be paid for, but that is what's available here, so you maybe go with it. Anyway, players are presenting, so we can go ahead and go back down to the table now for game number 2. If Kris Ward was really bringing the A game today, we'd have some Joker sleeves here to oppose the Batman sleeves. That would be pretty cool. It's probably the flaw of Nerd Rage Gaming not having Joker sleeves available on site, or he would have swapped in. All right, Bauble as the opener for Kris Ward. Doesn't crack it yet. There is Thoughtseize in Jakob's deck, so there's no reason to have that extra card in your hand first.
Yeah, and you kind of want to get some more information on what Jakob's first turn is, because you can bubble yourself, and if it's good, keep it with the fetch, and if not, shuffle it away.
Right. And it's a Ragavan. Well, that one's easy to understand. You definitely want to find the answer to that. And okay, now fetching, still not bobbling. So this would lead to you thinking that Kris already has the answer for the Ragavan?
Or we want to keep the bobble and play for Emery.
Yeah, that would also make sense.
The only thing is Emery's kind of awkward. So if Bauble's your only artifact, you don't really want to just jam Emery because you just go land tap out for Emery, and then Jakob can just go, kill Emery, attack with Ragavan. So you're likely not going to play Emery this turn anyways. So maybe it might have been better to just sack the Bauble, get the information, and then if you have land 3, you can just play the Emery regardless.
Perhaps. I mean, it also how things were boarded, what he's got in his hand could influence the decisions. If the spell piercers you're talking about are in hand, then playing 2-mana Emery on turn 3 would actually matter. There is definitely a grinding station in hand, and there it is. And okay, there's
there
one
it
Emery.
is.
Okay,
good turn, very good turn for Kris. Because it's essentially presenting 2 threats, right? So the grinding station is a threat because if we have the Underworld Breach, that's basically just wrapped up. And then if the Emery is also a threat because if Jakob doesn't have a removal spell, then we can just get some value with the Emery with the baubles. So. And notably, Jakob missing on lands here.
Yeah.
That's kind of rough.
All right, Death Shadow goes away, and yeah, likely any card that was non-land would have gone away there on the Surveil. And
quick hit, Joe. What's that artifact? I can't tell what that is.
Next to the Underworld Breach in hand.
Is it a needle? Okay.
Okay, we were saved by the new director trainee on that one because I wouldn't have identified that.
You wouldn't have known that one either.
No, that is in fact what must be the 5th alternate art of Pithing Needle, because I wouldn't have got it.
I don't think I've seen that one yet, but
all right, new director on top of things says it's the one from Midnight Haunt. I guess we'll have to actually learn his name. All right, Unholy Heat takes down the Dragon Rage Channeler, and Emery throws the bauble back into play. And okay, Chris Ward, much more established this game than I feel like he ever got last game.
Right. Now, good news for Jakob. He was able to Thoughtseize the Breach because that would have been lethal. So definitely gets to buy another turn here. But, like I said, we have the unchecked Emery, where Jakob's really going to want a removal spell for that. And then he's also just a breach away from dying. So he's got to be, try to end the game as quickly as possible. Chat pointing out there's actually 6 different Pithing Needle arts.
I am seeing that as well. And I was just throwing out 5 as just a random number. If I would actually answer the question, I would have said there was probably like 3. So I was only off by a factor of 2. No problem. As Alpine Moon comes into play here. And maybe we can figure out what that named from the table spotter, although Urza Saga seems
Assuming Saga, yeah. But it's weird, right? Because you bring in a card like Alpine Moon specifically for Urza Saga, and then you're facing down Emery, Shredder, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and this Alpine Moon just kind of looks like it's really not doing anything.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're right about that. Definitely, at the moment, it isn't doing anything. And this is kind of what I was alluding to when I said this deck is hard to play against because it's just able to present. This is a combo deck that has Dragon Rage Channeler and Ledger Shredder in play. That is confusing, complicating, and it makes sideboarding tough.
Right. So we did get a confirmation that the Alpine Moon was naming Urza Saga. But yeah, like you said, it's this breach deck is really pulling you in a lot of different directions. It's basically asking you all of the questions. We talk about question versus answer, and this deck is asking probably the most amount of questions as almost any deck that we've seen so far today. It's just attacking from so many different angles.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Jakob's at the moment with a handful of cards, so presumably able to deal with some of this that's being presented by Chris Ward, but really needs to get a lot going on here. And there's nothing in Jakob's deck that's going to kill all the creatures at once, for example. So it's going to be hard to catch up no matter how he does this.
Right. Yeah, it's Jakob's got a lot of spot removal, but spot removal only gets you so far, and you need to basically answer pretty much everything that's in play. In addition to the grinding station, that's also a threatening lethal with the potential top deck of just Underworld Breach.
Yeah, and 2 top decks a turn because this Emery is just drawing cards with this bauble. Yeah, there's a lot going on here for Chris Ward.
Even 3, right? With the Shredder, because you're essentially, if you have any other spell to cast, you could potentially see 3 cards a turn. So.
Right. Okay, Colgan's Command is a good one.
Okay, well, we said it was going to be a 1-for-1, but in fact, Jakob did have a 2-for-1. Question is, okay, so I'm assuming I looked away for a second, but Grinding Station, Emery are the targets, right? Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
All right, Bobble takes a peek. Harden shuffles. Jakob has quite a few cards in hand. This may be a scenario where I would have considered just looking at my own top card and then the fetch or not, as opposed to looking at my opponent's for information.
Yeah, with the fetch and play out, I'm a little surprised we didn't see that. Just kind of bobble yourself and take a peek and see if it's good, because there's some cards we're looking for here. So
I don't know. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a mistake. I'm just not. I don't know that I agree with the choice. Okay, Dragon Ridge Chandler, Ledger Shredder. Here's a Bobble. Good way to start the path of getting another counter on there, and there it is.
Yes. Oh, I don't know. So discarded a Heat. And Iteration 2.
Lots going on here.
Yeah, chat pointing out Endurance is very good against a lot of what's going on. It's good against Channeler, it's good against Emery, good against Breach. So yeah, that one's good. But then even Shredder's still pretty good against Endurance. So it there's not one card that beats every single plan,
Another Bobble. Wow, that was a ton of cards played this turn.
Yeah.
And
interesting we played the Bobble. I wonder if he wanted to potentially hold that for next turn to try and double spell with the Shredder, but
that's reasonable. Also, just getting the card earlier is. I mean, an argument could be made both ways, I think, on that one.
So Jakob's at 4. Now, what does a winning position look like for Jakob? I think it starts with at least Fatal Push in the Shredder, because that plus the Channeler is lethal. So think maybe a removal spell on Shredder, maybe a Shadow to block the Ragavan, go to 1, something along those lines. But yeah, we're probably going to need to see removal spell plus threat for Jakob here.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And
actually, that's not good enough, right? Because the Shadow Spear on the Channeler is lethal, so that wouldn't even be good enough.
You are correct.
So I guess double removal spell, take 3 from the Ragavan and the Shadow Spear, go to 1, and hope. Yeah, okay. So it probably involves 2 removal spells.
If it was 2 1-mana removal spells, there's still enough for your Shadow to make it into play.
Yeah, that's true.
But with the amount of hesitation Jakob's showing here, I don't think we're anywhere near that.
I believe that is a Pyromancer. Yeah, okay. So 1 token. Yeah, it's not enough.
Okay. I don't know if the viewers at home are seeing issues, but my feed is definitely slowing down here. I don't know, Devin, if you're seeing the same or not. But
I think mine's pretty good for the most part.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
I got your back.
All right, excellent. All right, so here we are back. Interesting matchup. I am actually eagerly awaiting to see how this plays out in Game 3. That was certainly that game was Kris Ward's Jeskai combo deck, not comboing off, but presenting, the duality of its threats that it's kind of, takes its power from.
Right, and I think part of that game as well is, I know we had talked about during sideboarding of the Alpine Moons, and Alpine Moon is a card that is good against one specific avenue of the Jeskai deck, but the issue is, because the Jeskai deck is attacking you from so many angles, it's really hard to justify to have a specific answer like that. You maybe just want more generic answers, things like the prismatic endings and things of that nature, maybe engineered explosives. So I might look to maybe get away from those Alpine Moons if we're going to Game 3 here, but something to consider.
Okay. Well, yes, you're right. I mean, Alpine Moon, yeah, maybe not the matchup for. I mean, it's for Urza Saga in a lot of matchups, but it has splash damage in other ways, and here it doesn't. It's just for Saga. Is I think your issue with the card, and I agree with you. Now that doesn't mean that it didn't replace something that was of no value, but there were, when we looked at the sideboard, it looked like Jakob had a lot of options. So yeah, maybe something would be better suited than the Alpine Moon. We can take a glance at it again while the players are shuffling up for game 3. And see what there actually are 2 Alpine Moons.
Yeah, so like Unlicensed Hearse, Engineered Explosives, Kaya's Guile, Fracture, Surgical are maybe the Surgical is a little too narrow. Again, we don't want too many narrow answers, but like Fracture has multiple utility, Kaya's Guile, Engineered Explosives, Hearse maybe less so. But you see what I'm saying? Like those cards that really have multiple uses because of how many different angles the Jeskai deck has.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we can see in the preview window while we're looking at the deck list here that Jakob does. I mean, after game 1, Jakob, spent a lot longer sideboarding than Kris did, and we're seeing the same thing again. So this may be, maybe he is reconsidering the Alpine Moons, like you were suggesting that he ought to, or maybe there's other choices being made here. But there's definitely significant thought going in right now.
Yeah. With Tournament Magic, I'm sure you've been in this spot before where you board in a sideboard card that you think is good, and then you draw it and still lose the game. And then once you go to game 3, you just immediately reconsider it. You're like, man, maybe this card's not that good,
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I reconsider sideboard cards. I reconsider my deck. It's like, oh my gosh, what was I thinking registering this pile of crap? It's no wonder I'm 1-3. But you still got to win the next round. You still got to win round 5, right? You got to get into the top 64. Still get paid.
Right. You got to think about how many wins do I need to get that top 64.
Exactly.
Starting in round 2.
Yeah. All right. So back down to the table for the game 3 of round number 4 between Jakob and Kris here. I mean, sure, we just watched Kris win a game, so recency bias of the last 5 minutes, Kris's deck seems obviously favored, but I do like the options it presents, the multiple avenues of attack. So if I had to sit down in one of these chairs right now, I think I would sit in Kris's seat.
Yeah, it seems like Kris's deck presents more answers than Jakob has. You know what I mean? It's just there's too many questions for Jakob to have enough answers to. Where you're just like you said, you're presenting threats from so many different angles.
Mm-hmm.
It also could be like a play draw kind of thing where Jakob's deck does have very explosive draws into play. You could think like Ragavan or DRC backed up with some discard spells and a shadow quickly. So we'll have to see how aggressive Jakob's hand lines up, because I think that's what Jakob's looking for in a matchup like this. It's just be as aggressive as possible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we haven't seen anything remotely as threatening as an early-ish Death Shadow or anything. So here is Dragon Shadow. Okay, that's a start. All right, Surveil turn 1. That's excellent.
Definitely what we're looking for from Jakob's side.
Yeah, making Kris react to Jakob instead of the other way around, it would be a key way for Jakob to gain an early advantage here.
Taking a peek.
Because there are cards in Kris's deck that are going to play much worse when you're behind, like grinding station, the combo elements. I mean, if you can't have them all together, keep them all on the board, I mean, they're not going to do much on their own. And
exactly. Yeah, it's more about, at that point, it's more about synergy. Grinding Station by itself, by and large, doesn't really accomplish that much. I guess maybe milling towards Channeler. If you have an Emery going, you could maybe set that up. But yeah, it's mostly just really just trying to just get set up for the Underworld Breach.
All right, Croxa. Front half of Croxa takes a Grinding Station out of Kris's hand. That doesn't seem too costly, and I don't have a good view of everything in Jakob's hand, but I thought there might have been a Dash Ragavan he was considering there instead of Croxa, but instead Grinding Station goes to the graveyard. So that is an element of Kris's combo that is now, at least for the moment, out of here.
Yeah, you could see maybe Kris follow up with something like maybe a Bauble or an Explosives and an Emery, something along those lines to try and set that Grinding Station back up. Maybe a removal spell for the channel. Looks like he picked up a heat.
He has the Urza in hand. So
he did bring in the Urzas. Interesting.
Considering playing a longer game, yeah. And in fact, does have another copy of Grinding Station.
Yeah, so not surprised if he discarded the first one. I am a little bit surprised that Urzas came in, just because Jakob does have the capability of applying some amount of pressure early, but it does also kind of make sense when Jakob is if Jakob's deck is really good at 1-for-1ing, Urza is a card that can kind of get around that stuff. It's just a threat that provides 2 bodies. It's worth it's in the long run, it's going to be worth a lot of cards. So if Kris does expect the game to go longer, then something like Urza does make a lot of sense.
Okay, Jakob. Attack 4. Looks like 1. I think it's land artifact creature in the graveyard. So,
yep.
And there is a Ragavan in hand. And yep, there it is. All right. So taking the slower approach for Jakob, which is okay. And there is Unholy take down the Ragavan.
Yeah, so that's probably a heads-up play for Jakob, and the reason we're not dashing is because he expects Kris to have a removal spell, and even if Jakob doesn't have something like an Orsov Charm or interaction to mess something up on Kris's turn, just the showmanship or the bluff, I guess, if you were, of just saying, hey, I didn't play this Ragavan or I didn't dash this Ragavan, I clearly have something to cast here.
All right, Urza Saga makes a return appearance, and now let's see if Jakob can find the Alpine Moon, because now it would be quite good.
Yeah, now it's one of those things where if Jakob did sideboard it out, he's like, oh man, I really wish I didn't sideboard out these Alpine Moons. Yeah. But we'll see.
That Mox is not currently making mana, so let's see. Jakob has kind of a free-ish turn here. There's another Ragavan. Okay.
And that's a mountain.
Yeah, disappointing full reveal.
That's going to bring Kris down to 14. And there is a Death Shadow. Only a 1/1.
Hey, 1 mana, 1/1. That's fair.
Probably not going to... Oh. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, because we get a treasure off of the Ragavan, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Bauble plus Emery, and then now the Amber is turned on to activate the Saga. And if we see a Breach in Kris's hand, and Kris gets to untap with the Emery, we can set up, Emery, get back the station, play Breach, and that might be all she wrote. I don't know if I saw a Breach in Kris's hand, though. Yes, I do. Okay, I do see a Breach. Are we going for Breach? I can't imagine we have a way to kill here, right?
Well, let's see. There's
the station.
Okay, there's the station number 2. Yeah.
Second Amber would do it, but I don't think Kris has a second Amber. Oh, wait, no, you can just go... Okay, yeah, no, we do. You can go tap the Grinding Station, sack the Amber, tap the Emery, get back the Amber, tap the Amber...
The Emery is summoning stick, isn't it?
Oh, right, he just played the Emery. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Sorry
about that. Emery, for the moment, though, actually blocks Death Shadow anyway, so it's still going to do its job.
Get a little excited there. I thought we were going to set up a combo.
That's okay. I've taken my turn today doing the same thing. All right, and Jakob's like, I can't be stonewalled by a stupid Emery. There's no way.
Yeah, if we don't have a fetch land. We do have a Kaya's Guile, which can take out the graveyard. That's a pretty big one. We can go take out the graveyard, make them sack the Emery.
Okay, so Jakob choosing modes. Yep. Sack a creature and wipe the graveyard. Well, that's pretty good.
Our 1/1s can attack.
Awesome. All right, so in for 5. And this went from Kris looking great to now Kris looking, well.
Actually, I think this is still good enough. Well, we need a legendary creature. We need a way to get to Thassa's Oracle, because we can mill our entire deck right now. right? We go breach, tap the grinding station, sack the Mox Amber. Basically that loop essentially mills our entire deck. But we need a way to actually cast the fastest Oracle. That's the issue here.
Well, we got 2 blue mana sources.
There's 2 blue.
Yeah.
So I think that's good. The only issue is there might be a spot where if Kris is forced to exile the fastest Oracle, right?
Sure.
Because this mills 3, and then you have to pay 3 to...
Those got milled into the X. Oh, that was just a recasting. You're right. There's no... So the Bauble can sacrifice, though, to throw an extra card in. Right? Would that...
Oh, it just has the Oracle in hand. Okay.
Oh, well, okay. That works, too. Okay, so Chris Ward will win a game straight up and win a game through the combo to take down this match over Jakob Addis. So, yeah, good display of the capabilities of that deck and what's going on. Chris Ward advances to 4-0. Jakob Addis 3-1, still very much in the running. And, yeah, thanks for being with us here at Nerd Rage Gaming. We are midway through round 4 of 9, and we probably have a backup match ready to go. So let's go ahead and roll the backup match for this round. I haven't been... Okay, it looks like it's Rodney, Bedell, and Joe Crooks, and it's an Amulet Titan mirror.
Amulet mirror. Yep.
All right. Well, this probably shouldn't take very long. So, yeah, let's get it going.
Oh, Rodney does have the sleeves. Okay, I was wondering if Rodney had the sleeves. Are you a fan of those sleeves, Joe?
How are those? We just saw Batman sleeves. How are these the sleeves? This is this is SpongeBob. I do not know much of anything about SpongeBob. In fact, saying the name SpongeBob might have exhausted my knowledge of SpongeBob, but yes, there we go. They are here, and we see Saga for both sides, Amulet for Rodney.
Yeah, I was gonna say one player has an amulet, one player doesn't. So I guess Joe technically has an amulet, but Rodney has 2 amulets. So.
Yeah, but Joe's is gonna come first.
True.
Although, yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe we'll get in a turn. These decks are explosive.
Yeah, this is... I was gonna say 2 ships passing in the night, but if we took a look at Rodney's hand, there is a Boseiju, and Boseiju is a piece of interaction because you can use it to break up a bounce land. If there's, you say bounce land, trigger on the amulet, trigger on the stack, you blow up the bounce land. They have to pick up another land; they don't get access to the bounce land. So that could be some sort of interaction for Rodney. I would imagine he's just gonna pass with the Boseiju up to utilize that on that cruel turf.
Yeah, kill a bounce line, you kill Amulet is definitely, it's a high... I mean, I just played last week with Tron versus Amulet, and yeah, Boseiju is a significant part of the interaction in the matchup. And same would apply here.
Okay, so we're going to main phase it, go after the Saga, which makes sense because you know that Joe doesn't have an amulet. It would have probably been deployed that turn. So pretty heads up play by Rodney. Doesn't want to give Joe the opportunity to, even make a Saga token because you're going to fire it off anyway. So might as well just do it on Rodney's turn.
Okay, so with Rodney potentially being up 2 amulets to 0, that seems pretty significant.
Yeah, Joe, if Rodney's got a bounce lane and a Titan, we're done here.
Yeah, and Joe Crooks here. Yeah, no matter what, he's able to present this turn in. Azusa and some lands is not a lot anyway. Not gonna be able to win the game without copies of Amulet. And here is starting things off. Tolarian West for 2 mana. So we got 1 colorless floating and 2 blue.
Can we actually Titan? So we have Grazer. So Rodney can go map plus sack map. Get bounce land. Use the castle mana to... I think he has a Grazer. I don't remember if Rodney had a Grazer or not. Oh, maybe we can Titan here. I don't know.
Okay, there's your map.
There's 2 blue floating.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, if we use the 2 blue to sack the map, we then can't play Dryad or Azusa. So, yeah, I think Rodney is just going to pass here. Okay. Yeah, no bounce land.
Wow. Yeah, that's yeah, I'm sure that Joe Crooks was like, "Oh gosh, I'm in trouble here," and yeah, that really didn't amount to much yet.
But the thing is, even it's probably not going to matter too much unless Joe finds an amulet, because without an amulet, Titan is pretty much just putting some lands into play and passing. And with Rodney having 2 amulets, if there is a Titan, I would assume that Rodney can actually present a one-shot kill.
Right. All right. So here is the Perennial Titan for Joe Crooks. Without mana untapping, this is going to be. I guess there isn't a Souza in play, so there are land drops to come.
Yeah, you can get bounce land Beseiju, pick up Beseiju. Yeah. Okay. And then if Joe has 2 land drops, we can hold. Or actually, only needs 1 because the Azus is legendary. Okay. So we go. Yep, Beseiju, pick up Forest, blue replay Forest, hold up. Yep. Okay. Or not Beseiju, this Growth Chamber. Excuse me. So now, what do we Beseiju here is the question. Probably just go after the bounce land, right? We're going after the Dryad. I don't love that. That I don't love.
Okay. Well, this certainly opens the door for, okay, here's the map going. Bounce land is found. Any more shuffling of that deck would be unnecessary. And Rodney Bedell taps the deck. He's like, yeah, we'll be back in here a few more times again before we actually draw any legitimate cards.
Yeah, I think if Joe, because Joe obviously knows that Rodney didn't have the bounce land last turn, because Rodney would have killed him if he had the bounce land. So I think Joe maybe should have maybe held that Beseiju for a bounce land, because if Rodney didn't draw another bounce land, then everything wouldn't have access to the bounce land. So maybe a small misstep from Joe's part.
All right, so the lower dice is keeping track of land drops for Azusa, I believe. The upper one is green or just mana floating. All right, here's Dryad. Here's Azusa. There are now 3 more land drops to the turn, I think. Pact was just played. Titan is on the way in.
Yeah, there's going to be hasty Titans with the Valakites. So we haste the Titan, attack, get 2 more Valakites. That's 18 plus the Titan, and that should be enough. Yeah, more than enough. All right. Should be all she wrote, and it is.
All right. So Rodney Bedell picks up game number 1. We don't have deck lists available, which probably doesn't hurt too much, as they're probably the same, or at least very similar to each other. In fact, I think I can scope it out right here and just see if they're there. So what's relevant? There's 2 more Beseijus in Rodney's sideboard, and only 1 more.
Like no Beseijus in Joe's sideboard.
Kirk's sideboard. So, all right. So that is one advantage for Rodney here.
Oh, actually, there's a pretty big difference here.
Okay.
Joe has Karn, Rodney does not. So that is a pretty massive difference. Now, I'm not sure how much of an impact Karn has in a matchup like this, but that is definitely a fairly big distinction between the 2 deck lists.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Some of the extra stuff in Rodney's deck that's not to make up for the Karn slots. There's things like Hydroid Crisis, which this is not the matchup for that. No. So yeah, no. So there are some differences. All right. Well, we've established a little bit of that. Let's go ahead and look at game 2 and see if Joe was able to recover here. Now, so which player had Karn?
Joe has Karn.
Okay. And on the play this game.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at Joe's Karn package real quick. We got a Wormcoil Engine, probably not that relevant. Ballista, Sky Sovereign, Coding is relevant because you can set up maybe the coding Karn lock. Hearse, not really. Needle, Crypt, Explosives. So not a ton to love here, but just another, maybe an angle of attack with Karn plus coding to potentially, keep Rodney off of some lands. So.
All right, Amulet to start for both sides. Like we mentioned earlier, this match may not take overly long. They might be able to play 3 or 4 matches in the time that the 4-color players play a game.
Probably. Yeah, now both players have Amulet, and Joe's in the play with Amulet Dryads. So, yeah, we might be going to game 3 here pretty quickly. Although we see a Dismember. Oh, wow. I spoke too soon. That's a really good turn for Rodney.
Beating. Boy.
Wow.
Urza Saga comes into play. And yeah, Force of Vigor is such a huge card against Amulet Titan deck. So obviously in the mirror, it's relevant for both sides. Being able to pick up Urza Saga, Amulet, and Dryad is just, you're never not going to have things to hit that are high value.
Yeah, Force of Vigor is one of the better cards against Amulet. They just have so many high impact targets, and they kind of rely on a lot of those to really be that explosive deck that they want to be.
Okay, Dryad Cavern. Cavern names Giant, and well, you know what? We're gonna. Oh, that's a Boseiju. I thought we were going Force back the other direction, but
you see Rodney pick up both of his permanents, just expecting the Force. Yeah. Very aware of the situation.
All right. Construct is made as Urza Saga rolls up to chapter 3. So this isn't going to be too impactful of a turn for Joe.
Yeah, you usually, whenever the Amulet player is making construct tokens, it's usually not what they want to be doing.
First time I played against Amulet and they had Urza Saga, the Urza Saga just got played, like bounced 4 times and made tokens every single turn. And I was just like, how could anyone ever beat this? And that didn't turn out. That was like, the second or third rate plan for the deck.
Yeah, that's like plan Q or whatever.
Yeah.
But I will say, in the post-board games, when both players have a little bit more interaction, like Force and Dismember, it is possible that the game is more about that kind of stuff, right? If both players are trading Dismembers and Force of Vigors left and right, then it might just be a battle of, could potentially turn into a battle of sagas.
So chat is questioning how Joe missed a land drop after playing the Dryad. It is possible that he didn't want to put land into play because he wants the bounce lines to stay in his hand so we can play them multiple times in the future and just not have them solidly in play. So that doesn't necessarily answer your question, but it is at least a potential explanation of why a land drop was not made there. Okay, and there's a Karn.
Yeah, Karn's pretty good here. Definitely, when both players are pretty lower on resources, Karn is definitely where Joe wants to be. Now, I know I said Wormcoil Engine might not come up, but cards like Sky Sovereign and Wormcoil, when you're both just on make some 3/3s, those cards get a lot better. So,
I guess. All right, so construct here on Rodney's side, and a map, and so this construct is able to attack into the card. Well, I guess the expedition map gets. Well, okay, lots of things are happening.
Oh well, Rodney drew a Titan, so
yeah. So we're just gonna.
That's probably gonna be good enough.
The construct battling phase is going to never happen.
Yeah.
So let's see. Pact here. There's an attack trade. So if that attack had happened before the map, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. You couldn't have sacrificed the map. Maybe you wouldn't want to do it anyway.
Oh, did Rodney not have enough mana to play the Titan? Maybe I'm lost. Well, I'm trying to figure out what happened that turn.
Well, there's 4 untapped mana right now on Rodney's side, so perhaps you're right. But there is Titan action ongoing on Joe Crooks' side. In fact, this Titan is inbound right now.
Yeah, and if we have double strike land, that should be good enough, right? We just get Vesuva plus double strike land. Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, and I'll do
Never
it.
mind.
Okay,
I guess I
so
miscounted Rodney's mana a little bit.
all right, so yeah, we're going to game 3. So we're going to come back here and transition into. Whoa, that's not the come back here I meant. There we go. And then we'll get game 3 going. So the Amulet Titan Mirror will continue. We got 1 game apiece for Rodney Bedell and Joe Crooks. Let's see if Rodney can take in game 3. And that one, yeah, I mean, these decks can really, I mean, once they're set, they really go off. And so we thought, Rodney had it that way, but mana short. So a turn is lost. And then Joe Crooks made good use of that turn.
Yeah, I see some things in chat about the there's some things that may have happened that game. Apologies, it is a time shifted match, so it's there's not really anything we can do about it right now. But yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and get game 3 started, and we'll see how things resolve as far as who advances to 4-0 on this fine afternoon. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. It certainly is in Chicago.
It's 3:30 where I am. So
yeah, you got the luxury. I had the early start today. All right, so once again, Amulet on both sides on turn 1.
And Rodney's in the play this time, so that means he must be advantaged, right? Right.
I mean, in theory, yeah. Well, we'll see. These decks have a habit of jumping land drops, which is the most important part of taking a turn. In this matchup,
right?
Here's a Dryad. Here's a Boseiju in play. So
must mean that Joe's pretty low on lands.
I would conclude that in most matchups, but here, because of the bounce lands, I don't know that it's actually significant.
True.
We'll see.
You just pick it right back up.
Yeah.
So both players having pretty much the exact same start. Or actually, no, Rodney was a turn behind, right? Because this is Joe's turn 2, Rodney's turn 3. So yeah, Rodney's actually a turn behind on the Dryad.
Yeah, these Boseijus certainly can matter. I was filling Devin in during the break about my match against Titan last weekend in the qualifier, and my opponent had Boseiju in play, and then Primeval Titan had searched up another Boseiju and went to bounce one. And I pointed out that they had to legend rule themselves first, and that actually led to my opponent being unable to pay for their pact, which was just fine with me.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely don't want to overload too much as and we see these decks are not running heavy Boseiju numbers, but there is one being cashed in by Rodney to kill Joe Crooks' Amulet, and that's that's what they're there for, and that's pretty strong.
Definitely a prime target. Now we'll see. I know you mentioned that Joe may have played the Boseiju out because he probably had a bounce lane in hand. We'll see if Joe decides to go, bounce lane, pick up the Boseiju, and then essentially do the exact same thing to Rodney. Just Boseiju the Amulet, and then we're kind of both sort of back to square one. But if Joe has something like maybe 2 untapped lands or a castle, he can just jam Titan right here. So we'll have to see what Joe has.
All right, Vesuva on Gruul Turf, it looked like. Reset Forest?
I think it might have been a shortcut. So Vesuva, copy Gruul Turf, pick up Forest, replay Forest.
Yeah. Okay. And
just
then
a little shortcut there.
Force of Vigor takes out most of Rodney's board.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty hard to come back, especially that it looks like Joe had drew a Titan. So, yeah, I think that's probably going to be all she wrote. With the Dryad in play already.
All right, 6 mana, Titan. Yeah, with Rodney only 3 mana in play at the moment. I'm not going to say that doesn't mean you can't win next turn, but it's asking quite a bit. Here is Valakut and Simic Growth Chamber.
Yeah, Rodney really doesn't have any outs to Titan here. So, even if maybe if Rodney had 4 mana in play, could potentially go Castle plus Titan. But even at that point, it's just there's no Dryad in play for Rodney. Joe already has Valakut plus Dryad. So it seems like I don't really believe that Rodney has any outs here.
Okay, Valakut, that was a rule turf, returned to hand, now re-enters play as...
I think we're going back to the booth here.
Growth Chamber, okay. So that'll just come in being...
Yeah, so a little bit of a shortcut there, but basically, yeah, copy the bounce land, copy the bounce land, get a Valakut trigger, pick it up, replay, copy the Valakut. So
yeah, okay. All right. So well, you're right. This is going to be a lot for Rodney to deal with. In fact, he looks like he's picked it up. Are we just... Yeah, so this is done. So Rodney's picked it up, and Joe Crooks is just goldfishing from here. All right, so Joe Crooks advances to 4-0, winning the Amulet Mirror against Rodney Bedell. Okay, well, that's a lot of land drops and not very many turns, but I guess that's the way these matchups play out. Thanks for being with us. We're going to go ahead and go through our upcoming events real quick, and then we'll take a break before round 5 begins. So our next event is arguably the highest payoff event Nerd Rage has ever had. The Showdown, the Season 2 Showdown, is a 20K team event as well as a 5K Sunday trial. You can see there in St. Louis, Missouri. And now this payout has been equaled in the past. However, the reason why I say you could arguably argue, that is excellent use of words. You could argue that this is a highest payout event because not only does the winning team all get invites into the Nerd Rage Championship at the end of the year, also the winning team all get invites into the regional championship in November. So lots on the line there. Following that up, we have our Season 2 final weekend, which is a 10K Modern, 5K Pioneer in Minneapolis. So if you're eager to get things going with Pioneer. Oh, I'm sorry. I should mention the team event. The formats for the team event are Modern, Legacy, Pioneer. There's no limited this time. So you can see that there. And then we'll go and put the Season 3 dates up on the screen. The formats have not all been chosen yet, but you can see if you're living or able to travel to the areas of Ohio, Indiana, back here in Chicago or in Louisville in December, you might want to put that on your calendar. So that is the end of round 4. Thanks for being with us. Devin and I will be back for round 5 in a few minutes. Stick around. Okay, here we are. We're back for and here we are. We're back for round 5. We're gonna be watching Andrew Ellenbogen versus Will Krueger. So 2 big names on the series. 4-color control versus white blue hammer. So we haven't emphasized these 4-color control decks, but we're gonna see one here, Devin, as we go down to the table. I mean, these decks kind of part of the appeal of these decks is dealing with creature decks, and that's what we're gonna see here.
Yeah, traditionally the 4-color deck is exceptional against Hammer, so we'll have to see. Both players are very, very good, so Will definitely has experience in this matchup, I'm sure. But we'll definitely see how this plays out. Like you said, both players very, very high up in the leaderboard, both very accomplished players, and should be a good match.
Will Krueger, we've seen over time play a number of different decks in Modern. I don't know that 4-color's ever been one of them. We see him playing Hammer here, which we've seen a few different times. But yeah, I don't know that he doesn't seem to favor playing the deck himself. And good start here with Esper Sentinel against a spell-based deck. You have an opinion on, like, if you have something like the land enchantments or such on turn 1, are you willing to take a turn off to play around Sentinel, or do you just throw it out there anyway?
It kind of depends on your hand. Where, like, if your hand is like, if you don't have anything good to play on turn 2, maybe you can just take turn 1 off and just kind of deploy your removal spell on or your abundant growth on turn 2. But yeah, it looks like you see that's happening here. We're paying for the Sentinel. I believe Ellenbogen had the planes in hand on turn 1, so could have deployed that removal spell on turn 1. But yeah, definitely wants to wait here to not give an extra card to Will for the Sentinel.
Right. Will Krueger, again, keeping a 1-land hand, this time does find it on turn 3. So okay, so tutoring up with Sarah's 8 in play. I mean, Hammer is the most common choice, but Will Krueger giving this some thought.
Yeah, potentially thinking about getting a Cauldron complete here. The one thing that you have to think about from Will's perspective is, Solitude is something. Okay, we're going to go for main phase Hammer. Interesting. So that is to play around the red removal, something like Unholy Heat or potentially a Lightning Bolt, if that is something that Ellenbogen has access to. So heads up play by Will here, just main phasing the Hammer, also play on Counterspell as well. So.
Okay. So Ellenbogen with no green mana in play yet, but I believe there is a forest in hand, so he's covered.
Chat brings up a good point. I think this might be a 3-1 match. I know that we did see Will lose on camera, I believe. So maybe just kind of get that double checked. I'm pretty sure that Will should be 3-1 though.
Yeah, we definitely had Will Krueger losing a match. That is, my notes say that as well, and you remember that happening. So that would imply Ellenbogen is probably also 3-1. So yeah, maybe we can get that fixed up.
And you see an interesting play from Ellenbogen last turn. So we saw the Stoneforge Mystic get bounced by Teferi. Now, something that you might not always want to do, because Stoneforge can just get another piece of equipment back when it enters the battlefield again. But from Ellenbogen's perspective, there was only one creature in play. So if you bounce the Stoneforge Mystic, you're almost guaranteeing that there's you can't really take a hammer hit. Now, one thing that could throw a wrench into that is the Gingerbrute that we know Will has in his deck. If that maybe is in his hand, he could set up Gingerbrute plus Hammer. But looks like we're not going for that. So
right. Well, we don't even need the Hammer. We just need the Gingerbrute to take on the Teferi. That would be totally fine as well. As Stoneforge comes in, and yeah, bouncing Stoneforge sucks, but bouncing 11 power creature, that seems more reasonable. So depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah, and we actually see Will go for the Hammer again, not going for the Cauldron. I kind of like that. Potentially, I guess I was going to say to play on Prismatic Ending, but we can just instant speed the Prismatic Ending with the Teferi, so it's kind of tough either way.
All right, so Ellenbogen moving through his turn. Looks like another Teferi might have been picked up.
Yeah, just developing mana with the Abundant Growths. See what Will has for a follow-up here. Now, leaving up some mana here, representing prismatic ending, solitude, things of that nature, because obviously there's the hammer on the Stoneforge, and that is definitely a threatening card, but I'm sure Ellenbogen's probably got something in hand to deal with that.
Yeah, so the options would be what? Solitude and Quaddle primarily would be things that do we have Death Touch on Quaddle? Looks like we don't.
No, but if we break the foothills, we can get a third basic, I believe.
Right. All right, so here is another hammer and counterspell. Krueger doesn't seem to mind that. Yeah, Stoneforge.
Yeah, this is lethal if there's no solitude. Very very well maneuvered by Will here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna main phase the hammer.
All right. Well,
see if there's a solitude. Nope, looks like no solitude. All right, game number 1 going to Will.
Yeah, 21 damage comes across. Will does not attack Teferi. It's like, Andrew, you're less than 21. Yes, okay, you're dead. And there we go. So that was kind of maybe against prediction, where the 4-color control deck obviously is not going to win every game. I mean, Magic is, even when you're favored in Magic, we say you're favored, you easily could be 60%, 55%, 70%, something like that. You're not going to win every game. And Will Krueger certainly is going to grab every edge he can get and takes down game 1 here.
Yeah, interesting. I think part of that game, you remember how we saw the Teferi bounce the Stoneforge Mystic, and Will basically had exactly lethal with having like access to exactly enough hammers. And that's kind of what we talked about, where you don't normally want to bounce Stoneforge Mystic, but Andrew, given the context of his hand, felt pressured to do so, and ultimately just gave Will the exact number of resources that he needs to cross the finish line. So very well played by Will.
All right, so now let's go ahead and take a look at the deck lists and see how things are shaping up. We did see Will Krueger's deck earlier, looking at Andrew Ellenbogen's 4-color Yorion deck right now. This is one of the this is actually the Traverse the Ulvenwald package.
Yes, I've seen this build going around. We got Baubles, we got Traverse the Ulvenwalds, which the theory behind it is it gives you more access to things like Solitude and Fury. So makes a little bit of sense to. Is there no Furies? Hold on, let me look at Andrew's deck list. Is that? Hold on. Let's go. I just want to pull it up over here. Yeah, no Furies in the 75. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, it just gives you more access to Solitude, Omnath, things of that nature. But as far as sideboarding is concerned in this matchup, we're going to be looking at Force of Vigor, Supreme Verdict, Chalice, potentially, Dress Down, and Besieger. I think that's what Andrew's going to be looking at here.
Yeah. All right. Let me just correct you one thing here. No Furies in the 75.
Oh.
No Furies in the 95, I believe is what you meant to say.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm so used to saying 75.
Right. No, I get it. Yeah. I'm usually point that out. But yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and look at Will's deck, which is the proper number of cards. We do see the Reality Chip as another Stoneforge target, although, I mean, even when you have a couple of hammers, still getting more hammers is what worked out in that first game.
Right, I think Will's going to be looking at Lavinia for Solitude, potentially Teferi to stop interaction, and then Spell Pierce Mana Leak for potentially some more interactions. So,
yeah, that seems pretty clean. Is Hushbringer something we want to think about here?
I mean, Will might not know the deck list, may not know there's no Furies.
That's
if
true.
it's really only for Solitude, I guess technically Omnath and Quaddle, right, to stop drawing a card, but that's not as impactful. Maybe it's something he's looking for, but it seems maybe a little bit too low impact for me.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead to the table. It looks like Andrew kept and Will Krueger is on a mission to find a playable hand. And we do have the records corrected now. Thanks, chat, for pointing that out. I do believe we still have the round number wrong. So let's go see if we can change that to round 5.
We just traveled back in time. It's fine.
Oh, man, we're doing all this time traveling today. All right, so Will down a card.
On
Andrew,
6.
Yep. And all right, as opposed to a tap line last game, this time Shock and an Abundant Growth. And same start for Will Krueger, Sentinel.
See if Andrew has the red and 6. And this is one of those spots where I would just, I'm willing to give Will an extra card here. I would just slam the red and 6 minus and just get, because you're essentially getting you're getting a card out of it anyway. So it's, it ends up being an even trade.
Well, I think if Andrew had it, we would have seen it. He's given some thought to his hand, and that would probably be an automatic play. So we'll see. It looks like a couple Omnath in hand. That's obviously not going to do any good right now.
So land pass representing Quaddle, Counterspell, could just be like Unholy Heat plus pay for Sentinel. A lot of things that could be going on here.
Okay, second Sentinel. Alan Mogan will finish off that. Wow, is that the Blacksmith card?
Blacksmith skill. We went Unholy Heat pay, and then responded with a Blacksmith skill. So nice little exchange for Will here. And double Sentinel too, which, even if I believe, if I just pull up Andrew's deck again, I think we have Supreme Verdicts here, but I want to double check. There's one in the sideboard. So even if something like Supreme Verdict were to show up, just Will being able to get the 2 cards back, it, kind of puts him essentially at parity.
Yeah. Yeah, Will Krueger down a card from a mulligan, but potential to leap up several cards as soon as Andrew is forced to play into these Sentinels, which he can maybe avoid doing for a few turns here, but I think he's flooded on Omnaths.
Yeah, we definitely saw at least 2 in hand. Now, the one thing that Andrew is going to be looking for... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say Solitude plus Ephemerate, but there's actually no Ephemerate in these specific Traverse versions. So, you could see, like, if Ephemerate was an option, you could see Solitude, Ephemerate, pay for the 2 Sentinels, kill both Sentinels, kind of get the job done there, but no Ephemerates for Andrew.
All right, so here's an Abundant Growth that's effectively taxed twice, so it takes Andrew's whole turn to prevent Will from drawing a card. And okay, Will's probably okay with that. In for 2, and we have reached the point where Andrew is going to be able to get an Omnath on the board. Reality Chip.
We see a chip for Will, which normally is a decent card, but specifically not really what Will's looking for here, because he kind of has Andrew stumbling, sort of, where you saw Andrew spend 3 mana on an Abundant Growth last turn, not something he traditionally wants to do, and Will really wants to try and capitalize on that with something like a hammer, Sigarda's Aid hammer turn or something along those lines. But yeah, we're just going to go... Okay, yeah, sequencing from Andrew here. We're going to go Prismatic Ending, pay 3 this turn. Next turn, Omnath, fetch land. Go ham that way.
All right, so this Reality Chip, yeah, it's just kind of sitting there. It's not really... previewing the top card doesn't do much at this point, especially without more mana. There's a hammer and a Springleaf Fragment. Will just kind of emptying his hand here?
Yeah, Will, this is a pretty strong tell that Will has Pure Steel Paladin and trying to, do a setup for next turn, where you see something like Pure Steel Paladin and then equip the chip, maybe get a free card out of the chip, and then equip the hammer and kind of go nuts from there. So that's definitely, I would say, from Andrew's side, a pretty big tell that Will has the Pure Steel Paladin.
Okay, so Omnath in... Fetch lands available for Andrew for this turn. I think we have a land drop to go here. Do we not?
Yeah. I think Andrew's hand is 2 more Omnaths than 3 lands.
Yeah, it is. So do you play a tap?
Exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah.
You probably want to pick up the Yorion this turn, right? You just go fetch.
Yeah, sure.
Yorion.
You could pick up Yorion. You could. I suppose that you could just cycle an Omnath.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. Maybe potentially trying to find a Solitude if if he's expecting Will to have a Pure Steel Paladin, maybe he wants to try and find a Solitude preemptively to sort of play around that.
Yeah, but I agree. Yeah, picking up Omnath seems great, because with 2 Abundant Growths on the board, even if you're Omnath in play dies, you're still looking pretty good. Well, maybe not looking
Well,
good.
I mean,
but
honestly,
otherwise,
Andrew's
beating
probably
them.
just going to chump block with the Omnath, right?
Yeah.
With 2 more in hand. So
Mhm.
you might just see chump block with Omnath next turn, second Omnath, fetch, play Yorion, draw 3 cards, and that could definitely draw him into a Solitude.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. When I meant when I was talking about Yorion being able to blink everything, I meant the next Omnath. I didn't mean this one.
Right.
Yeah, you're right, because this would definitely be, if there is a Paladin, then throwing the Omnath in the way would be a good use of it.
Yes, I wonder what the rest of Will's hand contains.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So we're
that's
probably gonna bounce the Omnath. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. And he isn't that's a
Okay.
better play even than he would able to realize, because there's extra ones in Andrew's hand already, although he will be able to effectively deploy for free next turn with another fetch land and draw a lot of cards.
So now I'm curious. I wonder if Will had both Teferi and Paladin and just decided to lead with Teferi to maybe make Solitude a little bit less of a beating. The only problem with that is now if Andrew does have Solitude, he can just go Omnath, fetch, Solitude, kill the Sentinel, and then have 2 blockers for the chip, even if Will were to go Paladin, equip the chip with the hammer. So.
All right. Andrew starts with Omnath. No surprise there. Pad the life total a little bit. Get the mana back.
And I caught a glimpse of the draw step for Andrew this turn. It was a pretty good one. It was a Boseiju. So now Andrew can just go tap the forest, play the Yorion, draw 3 cards, still have the Boseiju up because there's 2 legendary creatures in play. So, and one of the things is normally Teferi stops interaction on your opponent's turn. However, it does not stop Boseiju because Boseiju is not a spell.
Yeah.
So that was probably the single best possible draw in Andrew's deck there.
Okay. So redeploying Abundant Growths, redeploying Omnath, picking up 3, as you were saying. Yeah, well, this wasn't looking great for Andrew, and now it looks very strong, especially with what he just drew.
Yeah, I think I saw Codal, Prismatic Ending, and Supreme Verdict were the pickups. So
Verdict might be even unwanted at this point, but the rest of the removal is certainly going to be put to use.
Yeah, and I mean, from Will's perspective, you think you're safe with Teferi, and I'm sure that Will knows the existence of Boseiju, but maybe just realizing that maybe just can't afford to play around it. Now, maybe Will might have a copy of Blacksmith Skill, and that would kind of interact positively with the Boseiju from Will's perspective. So we'll have to see if he has another copy of that card. Potentially could set that up.
Okay, well, and even, I mean, and we're just kind of hypothesizing that he has a Pure Steel Paladin in hand, because without that, he doesn't have much of going on at all.
Right. Yeah, if there's no Paladin, then Will's not doing much anyways.
And if there was a...
Looks like no Paladin. Okay. I guess I just had the wrong read the whole time. Seemed to me like he had Paladin.
Okay, so if, Will's done.
Will's making me look bad.
Andrew, he's making Andrew look good, though.
Yeah, true.
Andrew looks very solidly in command of this game now. And this is where 4-color wants to play.
Yes.
Omnath, starting the turn with Omnath in play, almost no matter what else is going on, it's hard to be behind if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm struggling to really see how Andrew loses from this position. Might take a couple of turns, but yeah, I think this one is pretty close to just wrapped up. Especially because now we can just get rid of Teferi and then interact, whatever we want to do on Will's turn. So.
Mm-hmm. All right, so prismatic ending. I believe Sentinel is paid for, so that's 4 mana to wipe Teferi out. Andrew has plenty of mana from the Omnath. Quaddle gets added to the board.
Would not be surprised if Will were to pack this one up pretty shortly.
Yeah. And
although I guess, yeah, we're attacking. I guess 8 damage does end the game pretty quickly, so maybe it's not going to last as long as I thought it was.
Yeah, pretty big show of strength there for Ellenbogen, sending in. And Will Krueger with Hushbringer in hand, I believe. So those did come in.
Yeah, I thought about a little more. Solitude is probably the single best card that Andrew has access to in terms of interaction, so it does make a little bit of sense for Will to bring a card like that in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like you said, Quaddle, Omnath, and then also Yorion, which I don't think we did mention originally. But here's the Boseiju, and it's
Will's had enough.
Apparently a 10 for 1 because Will's given it up. Okay, so one more game to be played for these two titans of the NRG series to determine who is in more favorable position heading into the afternoon rounds. We have deck lists again. We'll revisit. We'll check out how these sideboards look. And see, now Will Krueger will be on the play. Andrew Ellenbogen trying to recover from going second in game 3. Certainly has the capable of doing it. And the pitch, like Solitude, obviously is great. Red and 6, less effective, certainly going second, as Esper Sentinel being the primary target, having already been would have been on the board already for a couple turns.
Right, we definitely saw the Boseijus come in from Ellenbogen's side, the Force of Vigors. We didn't see Chalice, and that one is a little bit more interesting because, Ellenbogen, this specific version of 4-color is way more focused on the 1-drops with Traverse Heat, so it might not be something that really Andrew wants to shut off his own 1-drops as well. So, be interested to see. That's maybe something you maybe want more on the play, less on the draw.
Yeah.
But you can also shut off zeros too.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, is it possible that the chalices here are really only intended for the Cascade decks or the zeros, and maybe not to really bring it against the decks where you're going to play it on 1? Because, yeah, like you were saying, also Prismatic getting on 1, even though you can get around that. I mean, there's just a lot that you're getting in the way of here. There's also probably some easy cards to board out. I mean, I don't think we need Emrakul.
You sure about that?
I mean, I don't have a lot of experience with the deck. But yeah, I feel fairly good about making that call. Some of the other slow card advantage stuff. I mean, dress downs, do we want those? I would say probably not. Even endurance, it's what, a reach blocker, but the ability I don't think is worth anything here.
Yeah, endurance could probably go.
Yeah, so there's definitely a few cuts and probably several additions to work through, but Andrew's got some good tools to work with. Players are drawing their hands. So let's go ahead and go back down to the table in case they keep 7 this time around.
Yeah, and as we talked about, at the end of the game, we did see Will bring in those Hushbringers, which we weren't 100% sure on.
Yeah.
But if Will kind of predicts and correctly assumes that the most important card in the matchup is Solitude, then it does make a lot more sense.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a couple of keeps. We got a Springleaf Drum to kick things off for Will. So no Esper Sentinel this time. Means Andrew is free to deploy Abundant Growth if he's got one.
Yeah, not exactly the start that Will's looking for. I think both players kept 7. So I'm trying to think of what type of hand Will would keep that just has, land drum and no creature on turn 1 to potentially set up. It looks like I would say a Saga-based hand, a Saga heavy hand or something along those lines, where, if Andrew doesn't have specific answer to Saga, then maybe that generating 2, maybe 3 threats in and of itself can kind of plow through Andrew's, potential 1-for-1 base removal spells.
Okay, so Saga joins the board, Giver of Runes, and Will does have a couple mana available here if it would be needed for something. whatever interaction you might have. But Eldermogan's just going to pass the turn.
Temple Garden pass, which means no counter spell. So why would we want? So probably a Coatl, I would assume. If we're going to go Temple Garden pass. Yep.
All right, you nailed that one. And Nexus, so we'll flush with utility lands this game.
And Andrew's got to be pretty careful here with the Nexus. Now, there is a Coatl to block, but Giver of Runes can kind of make that a non-starter.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see something like Andrew go land, play Teferi, maybe try to bounce the Saga to delay the Chapter 3 for an extra turn. From Andrew's perspective, the problem with that play is then you're giving Will an extra... you're giving Will an extra construct down the road because then he can just replay it. So may not want to go towards that.
So Andrew is traversing here for a basic, and Will Krueger, I believe, has Mana Link in hand, is going to think about this.
Yeah, might have a read that maybe Andrew doesn't have a third land, but ultimately I think it's probably still better to save Mana Link for one of the high value targets because, even if Andrew hits land 3, land 4, the cards that you want to Mana Link are like Teferi, but maybe Omnath if that's something that you want to fight over. So you should still be able to have a good target for Mana Link down the road.
Right. And it would not only cost the Mana Link, it would also cost a construct.
Right.
As Will would have to pass up making one. So he's going to choose to go that route. And this Coatl is not quite have Death Touch yet. So construct is a reasonable attacker for the turn.
Will's considering making a construct here. It really all depends on what's in his hand. So he is going to make one, which I like, because also you don't necessarily want to go for the gusto into some open mana plus a bunch of cards in hand for Andrew. So just making a construct, have try to have Andrew fight through that stuff before you actually go for the combo kill.
Mm-hmm. Shadow Spirit is selected, so that one Supreme Verdict you mentioned would be pretty good for Andrew here. So what I think I mentioned on cards potentially that Andrew could take out. Yeah, I think I mentioned Dress Down's card that would potentially go out, but actually, it'd be fantastic right now as it does wipe out all the constructs.
And there's the second Saga, which, given Will had, not the best turn one, I kind of assumed that Will's hand was just really heavy on Sagas. And that's another way to kind of approach this matchup, is just making as many bodies as possible, because most of Andrew's removal spells, especially because Andrew doesn't have access to Ephemerate, most of Andrew's removal spells are going to be wonderful ones. So kind of, you're just, by having this kind of approach, you're just kind of overloading his removal spells, and there is the Dress Down.
And there is the Mana Link that Will held.
Yep.
And that does generate quite a bit of value here. Andrew goes to block, rethinks it, and decides, yep, I will block here. And okay, so this is now a very threatening board.
And the Giver to protect against stuff like Teferi and Prismatic Ending. I believe that it does have the
okay. Yeah, I thought that might have been there. So there is the Supreme Verdict, and well, that's a 1 out of 80, and that is excellent for Andrew Eldermogan. So there's really, with the Dress Downs and the Verdicts, there's really like 3 sweepers that were effective there, and he had 2 of them, and that's just very strong.
Yeah, this is where we classically say 80 cards, by the way.
Yeah. But I mean, still Saga in play.
For Will, still Saga, yeah. So not too bad, but we'll have to see what else Will has in the tank for leftovers.
Okay, Stoneforge Mystic. Tutoring.
If he gets Cauldron, he does get Cauldron. Okay, I like that, because you're kind of attacking him you're kind of squeezing him from both angles, right? You have the Saga going, you have the Stoneforge Cauldron going. So just again presenting just as many threats as possible.
Yeah, and certainly some hard to deal with ones here. Although I guess Prismatic Ending does, it's asking quite a bit for Will to be able to re-equip that without being too taxed. Andrew with a whole pile of cards in hand. Yeah,
sometimes it comes up where you can Paladin, where if they If your Germ token dies and you have Paladin, you can re-equip it that way. But outside of Paladin, yeah, probably not getting to 7 mana. Let's see if Andrew wants to maybe go for... I think I saw a couple of Teferis in Andrew's hand, so I assume that's probably what he's going to go towards.
Yeah, it's not great here, but it is perhaps still worth playing.
Especially with, I think it's 3 of them in hand, so...
Oh, wow.
Just start cycling him at that point.
Yeah, do you... Let's see, 1, 2... Yeah, so it would get killed if it's pluses, but bouncing it on... Oh, none of these cards are very exciting to bounce right now. Maybe even bounce Abundant Growth.
It's going to bounce Saga, which prevents the Cauldron from coming down next turn.
About Stoneforge, yeah. So that's Springleaf from floating your mana there, and that. Okay, so there is the Saga activation.
I don't believe Andrew had a prismatic ending, so this construct token should be able to kind of rumble here. No, Andrew's looking to tap a mana. It's like he has Traverse. Okay, so we got Sorcery, Land, Enchantment. There might have been a creature. Oh, the Codal is a creature. Okay, yep.
All right, so we haven't seen too many Solitudes today, but here is one. Can defend Teferi. That doesn't seem like something we should expect to happen.
Yeah, especially because Andrew's already on 4 mana, right? So Andrew can just wait a turn, cast it next turn. If the Teferi, for whatever reason, stays in play, then is not too worried about something like a mana leak, as Teferi stops that from happening. So, okay, Steam Vents pass.
Okay, well, time to go searching with this Saga again. I guess Will's got to decide, is it time for another construct or not?
Yeah, it kind of depends on what Will drew, maybe the leftovers there, where if he maybe trying to set up his own Teferi, or if he's trying to maybe pressure Teferi, hold up Mana Leak for the potential hardcast Solitude. Really kind of depends on what Will's working with here. I see we know about the Stoneforge and the Cauldron. And
right. I mean, a Paladin would actually force the Solitude to get pitched, but I guess there's just not one available. Well, actually, wait, I don't remember. There's a hammer in hand? I can't remember. I feel like there was.
No, I don't think so, but
okay. That's right,
the Brute. That's the Brute. Yeah. But even if there weren't, right, you could just go the fresh construct with the drum, tap that for white, Seacrum Coast, play the Paladin, get the hammer off the Saga, of course, and then you would have Metalcraft to equip there, and then it would be, I guess it's like 15, but so we go for Ginger Brute, which I imagine means we're going after Teferi. We're both going after Teferi. I think that's the hand gesture that Will pointed.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
I agree. That's a lot to throw to Teferi. I mean, it's unlikely that Ellen Bogan really wants to throw a Solitude at a token that's just attacking him for 5, but I suppose maybe be willing to,
and also, like, are you that unhappy? Like, if you were to send Gingerbread at Teferi and the token at Andrew, are you even that unhappy if Andrew spends a Solitude on the Gingerbread? I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm also, I mean, yeah, if this Solitude's gonna do some work regardless, so if it has to be pitched to make it work, I mean that's fine. Maybe Will has more counters in hand, and so he really wants to get the Teferi off the board.
Yeah, and Will doesn't know it's a lot easier for us because we know that Andrew just has 3 Teferis, but Will just is going to get kind of maximum punish for taking this line because Andrew just has mono Teferis over here. So
Yeah. Oh, and this is just brutal too. So
Yeah.
Gingerbread goes down, token gets bounced. And one of these planeswalkers is vulnerable, but the Solitude is still in hand.
Right. So we can't really go for any sort of Colossus. I think that was a Paladin, which is not terrible. Not terrible. So I think we got Paladin, Stoneforge, Cauldron, Chip, and that may or may not be a Blacksmith skill. I think Will's last card.
I mean, that's a good hand.
It is a good hand.
Dodges Solitude very effectively, but maybe you can overload it.
Yeah, the Teferi. Okay, so I get it now. I think I know why. So the reason Will attacked Teferi last turn is because he has the Blacksmith skill.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That makes a lot more sense now. I get it. Really wanted to get Teferi off the battlefield because he was setting up, Stoneforge, Hammer stuff plus Blacksmith skill, but he can't do that as long as Teferi's in play.
All right, Will, giving this some thought. Will is a player who definitely, if you watch him over time, you can see that like a lot of things happen very rapidly, and then sometimes he stops and gives a solid minute thinking about how he wants to plan things out. It's a good way to spend your time. Okay, animate Nexus.
Yeah, this is also a very, very difficult spot. So we're trying to kill some planeswalkers.
Yeah, and so this could reasonably draw the Solitude out. And on the other hand, Andrew's clearly thinking about it. Both players are aware of the Solitude, and instead the planeswalkers just go down.
Yeah, so I think, we're going to go for Stoneforge because we want to at least try to threaten the Cauldron next turn. So I like this. Basically, at this point, what Will's trying to do is Will is trying to exhaust that Solitude as much as humanly possible. Like he's basically trying to get Andrew to forcing Andrew to cast it to the point where he can set up Paladin plus Hammer because now that he found the Paladin, we have that line available to us. But obviously, we can't do that as long as Solitude exists. So we got to try and bait up the Solitude somehow. So Will's, with what he's with, basically doing the most with what he has to work with. We're trying to bait that Solitude up. A Sage is kind of rough though.
Yeah, a lot of this kind of there's the other Teferi that we knew about. There's Expressive Iteration. Here is Iteration.
I think Andrew bricked. Never mind. There's the Windswept Heath. I was gonna say Andrew bricked on a fetch land, and might have been good enough without the Teferi because we could have gone for Paladin, Stoneforge plus Blacksmith skill. But now that the fetch land has been found, Andrew's likely gonna play Teferi this turn, if I had to guess.
I mean, if you place Teferi and then leaves up the ability to Postage you something, which he can do just by fetching up a green source, it's going to be. I mean, this is tough. Will Krueger is got a lot of resources to play with here. Both players really presenting a lot this game and demanding of each other, deal with this and this and this just to stay even.
Right. And I mean, to be honest with you, Will's doing a really good job with what he's given access to. Will hasn't had a ton of explosiveness this game, but just kind of utilizing his sagas and all his cards in a pretty meaningful way, which is just trying to again grind out to the point where you got to force that Solitude out somehow. So,
yeah, or miraculously draw that Lavinia, which would then really press the issue. I mean, if you could anything to make Andrew play it preemptively. Okay, there's the Stomping Grounds green source untapped, so this Boseiju is turned on as Omnath is a legend.
Yeah, so Teferi hold up Boseiju is going to be the turn here. But yeah, now you have to fight through the Teferi and the Boseiju and the Solitude. And Will's running out of stuff.
Yeah, which is an amazing thing to say about someone with 5 cards in the hand. But yeah, this Teferi, I mean, most obvious choice is to bounce the construct, but Andrew's gonna think through this and decide if. Yep, there it goes. Okay.
You saw Will pause for a second there. I think he was considering casting Blacksmith Skill on the construct in response to the Teferi on the stack. The issue with that is then maybe Teferi can just go uptick and then Solitude can take care of the construct anyways. So
Sure.
how much do you even really accomplish at that point? Okay, Hushbringer, which does kind of answer the Solitude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in there. Okay.
Okay. Step 1. So now we can go Hammer, Paladin, equip both. It's only 12 damage, though, and Andrew's a 17, so Andrew can survive a hit. Well, also we have a Beseiju anyways, so.
Yeah.
This is going to be brutal. We just block with Omnath and Beseiju the Hammer. Oh, God.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, Beseiju...
Hammer down.
Yeah. I mean, the Nexus lived, so that's something.
True. But we lost the Hammer, though. That's the issue, right?
Right. No, we lost the Hammer. Yeah, but that's maybe more replaceable than the Nexus at this point. The Solitude is, curtailed for the moment. So
yeah, and we got the Beseiju out.
Yeah, and we got rid of the Beseiju, which, I mean, now Will has more lands in play, so Reality Chip, which I believe we said was in hand, is becoming a more realistic thing, especially when it can freely equip.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still play here, but Andrew's gonna now reload.
I think it was 2 lands and a Wrenn. Looking at that correctly, so get something for Andrew, just a spell, but the Wrenn's not doing too much here because it can't touch the Hushbringer, and the rest of the abilities are kind of meaningless. So
yeah, pick up Beseiju is pretty good though, like you talked about earlier.
Oh right, yeah, Wrenn plus Beseiju. True. Okay, never mind. Wrenn was a really good draw for Andrew. Really good find. Pick up. Wait, did Andrew not pick up the Beseiju?
I haven't.
I saw him point towards the Misty. Unless I'm missing something.
There is a Misty in here. I didn't.
All right, that might have been a small misstep on Andrew's part. Unless I'm missing something, but.
All right. Well, to recap,
yeah, we're 2/3 of the way there, right? We got a Nexus and a Paladin. We're 2/3 of the way there. We just need to find a Hammer. And Will is asking a judge question. Wonder what this could be. Trying to think.
Wait, these games. I mean, what are we on? Like turn 8. 20 spells have been cast by both sides, and it's 22 to 20.
That's crazy.
All right, so Will Krueger asking a question. We got Hushbringer. We got Teferi at 2. That Yorion is not in play if you're just joining us. That's still in the companion zone.
Yeah, it's just chilling over there.
We've got... I guess we don't have Metalcraft yet, but we can have it whenever we turn on the Nexus. Will Krueger's judge, did Andrew actually not pick up Beseiju?
Chat's saying he definitely got back Misty, and that's kind of what I saw. Like I saw Andrew motion, pick up the Misty. Like I saw the Misty move from the graveyard into Andrew's hand. So
okay, well, so why does he want the Misty more than I mean?
I think he just forgot.
Well, I mean that's possible. Maybe he's.
I can't really think of a strategical reason not to get back the Beseiju, right?
Maybe he's worried the Red and 6 will die, and he wants to have the fetch land to have the mana boost next turn. I'm not saying that's very likely, but that is, possible. All right, so here's Reality Chip for Will.
What's this? Is it a
force? And that's a Force of Vigor, and Will Krueger is
Seen enough?
Going to be unable to keep up. All right. So Andrew Ellenbogen will advance to 4-1. Doesn't even need that Boseiju. He had it covered. And maybe, he's thinking, if I get back Boseiju, Will Krueger's going to play around Boseiju. If I get back Misty Rainforest, maybe he'll go all in on something, and I can smash him with his Force of Vigor. Andrew Ellenbogen is a very good player. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
That could be.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. And I think chat's mentioning Andrew might have also picked up a Boseiju off of the expressive iteration. So if you don't tell Will, hey, I have a Boseiju, then maybe he forgets about it. So yeah, that might make more sense.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Okay, we are halfway through the day. If you're still here, if you're watching and you're loving Modern, give us a follow and stick around. We got 5 more hours today. Devin, however, is going to be departing. Devin, it was awesome. This was my first time working with you. I was happy to have you here. If people aren't aware of your exploits, where can they find you at?
Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, all D00MWAKE. And I will probably be firing up the stream after this is done. So maybe I'll see you guys in the stream.
And you can also see Devin tomorrow morning as he's coming back for the elimination rounds tomorrow morning. Semifinals and finals of this event will be played tomorrow morning starting at 9 Central Time, I believe is correct. But you can find that on probably the stream or on the Melee page I'm pretty confident that's right. Anyway, all right, Devin. So we watched 5 rounds. I mean, you consume a lot and create a lot of Magic content. Did the 5 rounds we've seen here today change your opinion on anything? Did anything happen that you think, oh, I didn't think of that, or this is something that I'll keep in mind in the future? Was there anything like that? It's okay if there wasn't. But
we saw some cool matches. We saw that Mardu Death Shadow Jeskai Grinding Breach deck, so that was a fun match. But I think for the most part, everything kind of happened as I would expect it in terms of the matchups we saw, how they played out. So not pretty standard stuff, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, we'll see you back tomorrow morning. Becky Bell's gonna be here for the rest of the day. So when we come back from the break for round 6, she'll be joining me. Stick around and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll be back. All right, we're back. And through our technical difficulties, we've transwarped Devin O'Donnell out of here. Becky Bell is in. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing so good. I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to see some great modern play as well. We've been seeing some pretty cool varieties of decks so far in the first few rounds, and I think I'm excited to see how this is going to end up shaking up and which one is going to come out on top this time around.
All right, we'll set this magic side of stuff aside for a moment. How many shades are in your hair? Is it
How many
3?
shades? It's 3. It's
Okay.
the yellow, and then it's the orange, and then I've got the red at the bottom, which
Wow.
is also coincidentally pretty much every single color that's in the Nerd Rage
Yeah.
Championship Series
That,
logo.
that's
So,
that's good devotion. And that took, I'm guessing, what, 15 minutes, half an hour to
oh
do that?
yeah, totally. It
Just
actually takes like 5 minutes. I just like sometimes wake up and like
yeah.
throw like pixie dust in my hair, and then all of a sudden this is the end result.
Yeah. What? Oh. Our director just commented that maybe my hair, we could do something similar. No, we're not doing that. I finally got my haircut yesterday after the person that cuts my hair has been out with coronavirus for a while, so
Oh
I needed
no.
it. Well, you saw me last week, but yeah, I was happy to get that done. All right, round 6 coming up. As chat comments that Chandra is here to commentate. That's awesome. Anyway, we got round 6 coming up. We got our matches picked. Let's go ahead and go down to the table. Table here's our shuffling. Haven't presented yet, but that is imminent. So let's not waste any more time. We've got Jeremy Pearson on Dredge versus Nathan playing 4-color control. Okay.
Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, this seems like an interesting matchup. I'm also very surprised to see Dredge kind of in this place. It is just like as modern sometimes is you just get to play the deck that you're very comfortable on and just put your head down and do your own thing. And Dredge is certainly one of the decks that can end up being that way. And then one of the just like pinnacles, which this feels like modern to me, the
Right.
like flavor of the month deck versus this is my deck that I have and I like it and it's something that I feel comfortable on. And like sometimes those end up being the good decks and then you start to feel really good about knowing and having that comfort.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. The 4-color control, I think is probably a little bit more than flavor of the month deck. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Is yeah, some people just never change decks, and occasionally it works out really well for them. So Jeremy's gonna take a mulligan here. Now these 4-color control decks can kind of deal with everything if they draw the right section of their deck. On this case, what Nathan is going to be looking for are 2 copies of Endurance, which is a really strong one here. And then if he can get Delirium, he can traverse the Uvenwald to get those. So that's kind of what Nathan is hoping for here, aside from the typical, removal packages we know they all have. And Dredge, whoa, 1 to 5. Okay.
Hmm. But I don't think that this is a deck like it's going to be rough to mulligan with, but not really horrible to mulligan with. Like
Mhm.
it doesn't feel as detrimental because if you just get those few key cards, like you start to do your own thing and the dredge kind of ends up making up for the lack of cards that you would have had from those.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these dredge decks, half the cards in the deck you don't want in your hand anyway. So 5 cards
Yeah.
just makes it easier to not have them. Um,
For lack of a better way, and to try and keep this in an optimistic light, yes.
I did see a comment in the chat about the volume. So we did switch. We made a change in the protocol we're using for the audio during the break. So someone is saying your mic is intermittent. It was just like if the volume is not the way you guys like it, go ahead and let us know now because that's certainly a possibility since we did make a change between rounds 5 and 6. Anyway, Jeremy is satisfied with a 5-card hand and leads off with Mana Confluence here. So let's see how it develops here. Both players at 4 and 1. Heading into round 6 with 4 more rounds to go. This is a 9-round event. So, this is plenty of time for, the good players and the good decks to rise to the top.
And sometimes there's going to be a little bit of, again, just these pet decks. Because, like, taking a look at what are the other decks that are doing really well in this tournament right now, while our players are just making these opening plays here, it's a lot of surprisingly to me, Amulet, I think, which when we were talking just last week, we were saying that we weren't really sure that Amulet was all that well of a positioned deck, and some people that you would talk to didn't think so either. But it seems to be doing quite well in this tournament. And this is probably like the only dredge that's within the top 25. I would guess probably more, but I'm not clicking to the next page currently. So
Right. Yeah, this would definitely be an outlier. I mean, go back 4 years, and Dredge was probably in top 3 metagame. Now, I mean, Jeremy might be the only one. Who knows? We've seen Otherworldly Journey here to get things started, and does flip over, I think, actually 3 for 3 on flipping dredges there. I think it was 2 Thugs and a Dark Blast. So, ready to get things started, and now he'll be at the mercy of, well, okay. Nathan's not going to waste any time. Talked about having 2 copies of Endurance, and one of them was available. And Jeremy's going to have to start over.
yeah, that's an unfortunate place to end up being in, but some kind of a situation that Nathan is going to be feeling pretty okay to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jeremy, I mean, Otherworldly Journey with its flashback is out of here. Cathartic Reunion. Okay, that's great. Is there a dredger? There is. Okay. So this is a pretty solid rebuild. Let's see if the slug can hit a dredger. If it can, he's in business.
Ooh.
Well, 2 Narcomoebas and a Crippling Chill. That's something.
Yeah. Definitely not the worst. I love when people wear Apple Watches on screen too, and I get to see how they're doing on their fitness for the day.
That's yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, I see that Jeremy is in fact wearing a watch. Is it an Apple Watch just because the design, the shape, and everything?
Oh yeah, I wear one, so I get to
Okay.
see like the little rings popped up that tell you like how many steps you've taken in the day, like how long you've spent with your heart rate at like a rate that burns calories and stuff. It's kind of nice. It's a nice way to just like passively be thinking about just like being more active, which you know, as most people who are Magic players, gamers, all across the board, spend a lot of time sitting down. So good to have those little reminders to stand up, be a little active.
Yeah, passively remind you to be active. That was clever, even if it was unintentional. But yeah, no, that's good. That is not something I've ever experimented with. Some of these fitness tracking watches or whatever. So I guess there's only 1 Narcomoeba. I thought it was 2, but it is just
I
1.
thought so too, but I think the other one was just another otherworldly journey.
Mm-hmm.
But this one Narcomoeba gonna get done when it needs to get done. Do a little bit of damage in the air.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage is about it, but it's something. With 4 Crippling Chills, you only need Narcomoeba to hit for 8. So that's also optimistic, but we'll see.
I believe in this little Narcomoeba. The little Narcomoeba that could.
Okay.
Until we end up running into something like an Ice Fang Coatl, and then all of a sudden everything's going to be slowly derailed.
I mean, but it's at least it's like even card advantage because Coatl draws a card and Narcomoeba was free in the first place. So
That's true.
Yeah, so it's break even.
Quick maths here on the NRG series.
Now Jeremy's still got to work his way out of this hole of starting with only 5 cards in hand. And here is Otherworldly Journey on upkeep, I believe. Looking for quality dredgers. 3 Crippling Chills would probably be okay too, but doesn't look like the choice there. Another Narcomoeba. Okay, so double the clock. Draw for the turn, and it's actually a draw. Okay. That's, I mean, if you're going to draw a card, I might as well be a Cathartic Reunion, and the Otherworld Journey set that up. So, okay, there we go.
And we were optimistic about 1 Narcomoeba doing 8 damage, but how do you feel about 2 Narcomoebas being able to accomplish 8 damage?
I think Nathan's probably thinking, you know what? You could even have 3 Narcomoebas if you don't put anything sizable in play.
That's fair. That is something that you start to feel a lot better with against something like this dredge deck that's kind of usually trying to just like vomit out creatures as quickly as possible onto the board. And considering that we're reaching up to like turn 3, 4 here, and that hasn't really been something that Jeremy's been able to put together, Nathan's overall got to be feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, his deck is designed to kill creatures. A Fury wipes out the board with leftovers. Ren 6 kills half of it and survives. Yep, there's a Ren 6. Okay, well,
This is awkward. Do you even want to go for an Archimedes?
I was wondering that too. You think a land is just more worthwhile? You're just like,
I kind of like we've been saying, or I've been trying to be very optimistic for the Narcomoebas, and then all of a sudden the Ren and 6 comes into play, and I'm like, oh, maybe the Narcomoeba isn't that big of a deal. Maybe a land is worth more, but Nathan is going to decide that one of the Narcomoebas simply cannot stay, and will be doing 1 damage to it. Thankfully, that Ren and 6 can be at 2, so not going to have to worry about this other Narcomoeba doing too much. Save for unless we get something like a Bloodghast, that could potentially make things a little bit unsure here.
all right, this needs to be big.
There's Amalgam and that Thug, though, going to the yard is
It
quite good.
It's going to resolve. That's a start. Okay. More dredgers. And a crippling chill, I think. More dredgers. Better dredgers. Synchweed imps. All right. Jeremy actually resolving this correctly in that none of the things going to the graveyard are actually going to trigger it until the Cathartic Reunion is finished resolving. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we're gonna be pausing the match for y'all. We saw it too, and appreciate y'all looking out as well. Nathan did accidentally play 2 lands last turn. We have a judge who's pausing the match right now to get this resolved as well.
Okay. Well, that's awkward that they're in the middle of resolving, a 15, 12 or so card dredge while this happens, but
yeah, well, better late than never.
Yes.
I think is the phrase.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so they'll sort that out. Well, you know what? While they're doing this, we didn't look at the deck list before. If we have that available, let's go ahead and take a look now. All right, so that's from last round.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it might not be. Never mind. I take that back because Andrew Allenbogen is doing some interesting things with the 4-color deck list.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're both playing Traverse Uvenwald, which does, make them somewhat similar compared to the Eldarmy's Call versions or the Time Warp versions that we saw earlier today. But all right, so we have a couple minutes here. Becky Bell, very colorful as always. Although your hair and your shirt, I mean, your shirt is like monocolor black, white, and then your hair is all over the place. But
yeah,
anyway.
That's usually how I like to vibe. I was making a comment the other day. I go to a friend's house to do the laundry because I have to pay at my house, and it's a whole thing. And I was bringing some stuff over, and I was finishing a load of her laundry, and I was like, "Oh, do you like separate lights and darks?" And she was like, "Oh no, I just kind of like throw them all in at the same time." And she was like, and then I was like, "Oh, same. I just like throw everything in all together." And then she was like, "Well, the only thing you wear is black, so you don't have any lights and darks to separate if your entire wardrobe is just one color." And I was like, "Touche."
But if any of your stray hairs get sucked in there with your shirt, though, then there's colors, lots of colors.
True.
So
Very
yeah,
true.
all right. Well, maybe we'll revisit doing laundry later on. In the meantime, the match is back in action, so let's get back to it.
Yeah, hopefully that was an easy resolve because we still just had that Misty chilling and playing. It looks like that one is the one that has been returned. That Steam event, since it was tapped and utilized, is going to be the one to stay in play. And the Snarkamoeba is getting a little feisty once again.
Okay, so the dredge finished up. We saw a couple amalgams go to the graveyard. I believe this is, I don't remember the name of this guy.
Something ghoul, soul something ghoul.
All right, we'll see if that's
Very
actually
helpful.
Silver Smoked Ghoul. This is the one that I think if you gain life, then you get it back. Is that how it works?
Very nice with creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can pop that up. Silver Smoked Ghoul. Yeah, if you gain life, it comes back into play. So
specifically 3 or more life, hence.
Yeah, so this Narcomoeba now has some company on the board. And Nathan also took the Creepling Chill hit. So yeah, 9 life is where he's standing right now. And I don't know that he has a whole lot of action in hand.
This is okay, so this is the other fun part about seeing these decks that are like not like in favor in the current meta, but like every once in a while, like Like, I haven't seen Dredge in a while, but, like, am I excited to see Dredge and see that they're playing Silver Smoke Ghoul? Like, it's kind of cool. It's like the nice little, like, update, like, oh, how are you doing? You're like, you're a friend that I haven't seen in a really long time. Like, what's new with you? Oh, you're playing Silver Smoke Ghoul? Cool. I'm glad that you're doing well.
Well, I don't know if Nathan was too excited about the fact that Jeremy's playing Silver Smoke Ghoul, but yeah, it's cool to watch people looking for, somewhat unusual fringy decks. All right, so Silver Smoke Ghoul and a couple of points from Anarchy takes down game one. Now we'll take a look at the deck lists and see what else is in Jeremy Peterson's deck list. These Dredge decks, we see a couple of copies of Merchant of the Veil.
All right, what else are we doing in here? Yeah, that's new. Looks like just there's also only 3 copies of the Silver Smoke Ghoul, and 2 of them were seen in that game. Thrilling Discovery also, like, it's weird because, like, Modern was, like, not something that was played for a little while, and then all of a sudden it's really popular again, and I don't know. I'm excited to see these changes, and the 2 big things that I can think of from the last time I saw Dredge, which I guess, mind you, should mention that was a long time ago, are those Thrilling Discoveries and those ghouls. What are we kind of looking to bring in here against this 4-color deck? Do we want removal? Are we interested in Grief, or is there too much card advantage for us to be worrying about some things like that?
Well, I think we can kind of establish that we don't want much of the rest of the sideboard just by process of elimination. White ley lines aren't going to do much. Portable holes aren't going to do much. I mean, I suppose they take Ren and 6 out and to increase the lifespan of our Narcomoebas, but I don't know if that even matters. Conflagrate might be a winner. I wonder if Gemstone Caverns just gets bored in every game going second, in which case we could see that. And yeah, Grief seems like a distinct possibility.
I'm a little bit biased because I just like Grief as a card, but I'm on board as well. I think being able to take away, like, there are so many kind of toolboxy cards in the 80-card Yorion 4-color decks that being able to, like, look at the hand and just, like, be able to assess the lines that you need to take according to what's in your opponent's hand can matter a whole lot.
All right, so chat is saying white ley lines are solid because they stop endurance. That is certainly reasonable. Let's go ahead and take a look at Nathan's deck. Let's see what other kind of grave hate might be in the sideboard and see if there is anything
Not
else.
a whole lot.
Okay, so there's more endurance. There's, Supreme Verdict. Okay, that can help. Yeah, based on the fact that there isn't a whole lot else. Yeah, okay, white ley line, that sounds reasonable.
It's a little bit scary to kind of, like, dilute your deck, but I guess
Right.
you're on a pretty good game plan, and somebody mentioned as well that there's a lack of, like, the Conflagrate package now for this Dredge deck because of that Silver Smoke Ghoul, and so it does feel like since you're a little bit less kind of combo-y in that fashion, I know that it's not, like, really it is a combination of cards, not a game-winning combo, but not having to rely so much on some, like, little pings as far as that is concerned and trying to get a little bit more punchy with the creatures. I think that makes worrying about your graveyard a little less imminent, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, there's not a ton here. At least there's not, like, slam dunk winners besides endurance. And yeah, I agree with you not wanting to dilute your deck too much as the Dredge deck. So if you're bringing in white ley lines, then Grief is maybe less likely to make an appearance.
Yeah, and it's weird. There's a Force of Vigor in the sideboard for the 4-color deck too, but I don't know if I was the 4-color player that I would anticipate Dredge to have white ley line in the sideboard.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I would either. But again, my recent Magic experience has mostly been Pioneer. So I don't know the intricacies of the 4-color control preparations for things like this. People in chat saying Becky wishes she could be playing Tron. She could be playing Tron. She was going to play Tron last week, or at least she.
I was.
Yeah.
Sniffs.
That's okay. A Tron deck was already representing in that event, so you didn't have to show up just to put people
to
on
represent for us.
Yeah. All right. So
I think you came with a better version of Tron than I would have come with too, actually.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that, but certainly I was fairly satisfied with my version and with the result, even though I didn't win. Certainly came
I won them all.
close enough to, yeah. But
Ooh. Sorry, I'm oohing because there is, in fact, a white ley line in hand off of this mulligan, too. So Jeremy going to be able to not only play that for free, but did actually decide to bring it in as well, and will be able to put my curious mind at ease.
But yeah, boarding in multiple sets of cards seems tough, so I would not be surprised if the Griefs didn't make it in. There were 3 white lines in the sideboard, and yeah, just trimming a variety of things. Playing against a deck with some counters, obviously the pitch and draw cards get a little bit worse, but they're so strong. You probably want them anyway. I mean, it worked out last game.
Yeah. That was like a interesting situation where we were kind of choked on lands for this dredge deck as well. Like we never saw more than 2 lands, I mean, until like the very end. So kind of impressive that it was able to keep up with that as well, despite that situation. Supreme Verdicts also actually came in for Nathan on this other side that we're able to see off of this fetch.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Jeremy short of land, Nathan flooded with lands, and really, I mean, Dredge is only going to have as many lands as it needs or as it starts with, because it's not going to draw many more if things are actually working the way it's hoping.
Oh, has abundant growth. Flusterstorm also part of this deck. Interesting situation to be in for Nathan, but nothing really proactive in hand, at least to start. Just a lot of reactionary things, the lands, the other things that we've mentioned, and then the Unholy Heat.
Yeah, Unholy Heat does, like Supreme Verdict. Yeah, I mean, you wipe everything clear. Unholy Heat, it's not super exciting. I mean, you probably just need things like that, but not something. I mean, it doesn't even kill all the creatures at this point. You can't even kill an amalgam yet.
Not yet, though. We anticipate being able to get there, though, with what also is currently in hand, it doesn't seem like that's very close to possible. So I think Nathan potentially hoping that it's a little bit of a shorter or slower start for Jeremy, but this is going to make it a little bit difficult.
So here's Otherworldly Journey, end of the turn. Nathan, I'm sure, would have preferred that it was just untap and then Cathartic Reunion or Thrilling Discovery, as the Flusterstorm is much better there than it is against either the front or back half of Otherworldly Journey. And okay, well, I can't make out the first card over, but Crippling Chill and Narcomoeba, but I think it's distinctly. Well, that's pretty solid.
Yeah. I would agree. And yep, it's just going to go ahead and dredge the imp and start filling up this graveyard. So the potential slow start that I'm sure Nathan was kind of hoping for, especially considering I can't tell if it's an Omnath or a land that was the draw. Oh, it's a Solitude actually that was the draw for turn.
All right, so I've been corrected. It's actually Otherworldly Gaze, not Otherworldly Journey that I keep saying. Sorry about that. Otherworldly Journey actually sounds like a white removal spell now that I'm thinking about it. Second land in play for Jeremy, that's a big deal, although it does increase the potential that he runs into a Flusterstorm.
Absolutely not. Nathan does not like Narcomoebas.
Yeah, well, Jeremy should know better than to have creatures behind your lands. That's not the way you're supposed to play things. And so Nathan helped him out by just killing it.
True, there are supposedly new rules, despite the fact that everyone keeps just putting their creatures behind their lands anyway.
And there is Flusterstorm on the back. So, I mean, Nathan is certainly not getting card value here, as he's Unholy Heated a free creature and then Flusterstormed a half of a card. But you got to do what you got to do to stay alive and maintain your life total until you can get your more expensive cards running. Jeremy, you're killing me here. The Narcomoeba. What's it doing?
It's trying to stay safe behind lands, which doesn't make a lot of sense for a jellyfish that clearly lives in the ocean.
I mean, that's a different angle of logic than I was going to go with, but I bow to it. Yes, indeed.
And the 3 cards in hand for
Hey, look
Nathan.
at that.
Thank you. And then to follow up, yeah, the 3 cards in hand for Nathan are that Solitude and 2 copies of Omnath, I believe. So we could be using an Omnath to pitch to Solitude, but with where our it's awkward because, like, with where our lands are, I'm like, "Oh, I'd just get, like, 2 more," but that's kind of far away, and we're probably just hoping for a land to just get one of these Omnaths for something to start moving here.
Well, okay, there it goes. Silver Smoke Ghoul, a much more appealing target than the Narcomoeba. And yeah, it's out of here. I imagine if it was an untapped land,
It would
Nathan
have been a slam.
yeah, Nathan would have played it immediately. So is it a
The
traverse?
traverse,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. Well, that only takes off 1 turn, and
I
you
don't
know,
even think we have Delirium because it's on the stack and it doesn't count itself for Delirium, but we probably wanna land anyway to make sure that we
yeah,
can cast Omnath next turn, so
yeah. I mean, I suppose if there's Delirium, Nathan could get a dual land, but as it is, yeah, a basic will do just fine. And this Narcomoeba, what, it's swinging from 1 damage here? Nathan can probably,
yeah.
yeah.
We're at 11, we're not looking too bad, and Omnath
No.
starts to kind of bridge that gap pretty
Mhm.
quickly once you start playing lands, and Yorion to go to hand with that extra 3 mana. This is not too terrible of a situation for Nathan, like, you could get lucky off of some of these draws, and having an
Mhm.
Omnath in play certainly keeps you in the game for a little bit, but against something like Dredge, like, I think Dredge players sometimes have a pretty okay understanding of what exactly is gonna happen, but I feel like half the time that I'm watching, I'm like, "I don't know, whatever you put into play, like, it could be a lot of things, it could be nothing, I don't know, let's see what you got."
Okay, it's a land draw for Jeremy Peterson here. And some more pain to cast Ox of Agonas. That is probably the best thing you could have had going here. Will cost the entire graveyard.
For an Ox.
Pitching 3 dredgers and then drawing back. Yeah, by costing the graveyard, I meant it was just going to reset the graveyard.
Mhm, mhm.
It's totally replenished, and this is fantastic. As even if the Omnath wants to trade with the Ox next turn, that's no problem. It has plenty of fuel in the graveyard. This is an excellent turn.
Holy smokes, yeah. That's to say the least, and now you could probably look across the table and see the light kind of fading from Nathan's eyes with what's currently in hand, and this is so hard because what, save for, like, a Solitude, this Ox is gonna be very annoying.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was at least 1 chill, if not 2, plus an Archimevo, which is going to bring back the Amalgam,
Yep.
and then in for 1. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a more significant
More
Hayah than the
significant
last
Haya
one.
than the last one? Yeah.
All right, Nathan would very much appreciate a land drop here, a fetch land in
But
particular.
it's a Tail's End.
Tails End, that's no good. Oh, and it really isn't good. And Nathan is going to lose this match to Jeremy Pearson on Dredge, and Dredge advances to 5-1. And Nathan's like, yeah, this Tail's End didn't quite work. Okay,
Alright.
so, well, score 1 for not quite the center of the metagame decks there, as a Dredge takes that one down. Good for Jeremy.
Honestly, yeah, I've gotta give some applause to that too. So, because you and I feel like Tron is actually pretty okay, or at least like 50-50 against a lot of the 4-color decks, sometimes in a
Mhm.
situation where it would actually be kind of favored. So it's something that you and I would feel comfortable bringing, and I have to imagine that's kind of how Jeremy feels about this Dredge deck. And with some of the changes that have been made to it, it seems like it is pretty good at being able to stay, like, pretty even. It feels a lot less delicate than the old Dredge I feel used to
Sure.
be, with some of these changes that are even creatures like Silver Smoke Gold. It's just like easier to cast normally. So I'm actually quite excited about this dredge deck that Jeremy Peterson has brought to the table today.
All right, so let's go ahead and get our backup match for round 6 going. Colin Flack versus Zach Dubbin, and just kidding. There we go. Now it's rolling. Okay, so this is the time shifted match for round number 6. Boros Burn versus 4-color Blink. So another 4-color deck. If you're rooting against 4-color, I think they've done okay so far today on camera. We definitely didn't have too many of them on early in the day. But we've now seen Ellen Bogan and Nathan, and then now Zach Dubbin with 4-color Blink. Let me take a look and see what variety is being presented here. This is an Eldrazi's Call version, as opposed to the Traverse versions that we saw the last 2 rounds.
I may be partial to the Eldrazi's Call versions just because they do also play Ephemerate. I am a pretty big fan. How do you feel about Burn right now? Like, Burn was one of the decks that when I was trying to decide like a modern deck to bring, I was like, the default is kind of like Burn because it's pretty linear. I guess a lot of people could argue that Tron is also pretty linear, but if people are preying on Tron a lot, it feels really bad. And then I was like, oh, I could just play Burn, but then something like the 4-color decks that just like play 4 Omnaths and are incidentally gaining a bunch of life. It feels like Burn is a lot more like kind of towing the line between in a good place and in a bad place. But at 4-1, Colin would certainly make me think that it's in a pretty good spot.
All right, so Zach Dubin here with 4-color Blink, and Colin Flack with a Burn deck, missing the second land drop. It's a bad spot to be in.
It's a bad spot to be in, but a pack of Swift Spears trying to hold down the fort at least.
I mean, sure, but yeah, I always feel like, I mean, when the Burn deck misses the second land drop, it's like, oh, its hand is full of spells, but I don't feel like that works. I think you need to be able to deploy things faster than just one a turn, because the Zach's deck is going to get rolling. It's going to get Omnath or some such in play, and then the Burn deck is just going to be irrelevant. But we'll see. I mean, a land this turn and 2 spells would lead to a pretty sizable attack. Anything later than this, I would be worried.
Yeah, and considering this Icewind Quaddle is pretty far away from being able to have Death Touch, I wouldn't be feeling too scared about continuing to just punch in with the Swift Spears.
Right. Yeah, okay. Ren and 6. I mean, sure, that's a land drop, but Colin can probably just ignore that.
Yeah, thankfully those Swift Spears, 2 toughness, don't really have to worry too much about that Ren and 6, and probably just trying to decide if it's worth even trying to kill or not.
Wow.
Whoa! 4 pair.
Yeah, that's quads. I don't know what...
I don't know poker's worth. If that wasn't apparent just there.
Did you say 4 pair? What did you say?
I said 4 pair, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Which is not a thing.
4 of a kind is a thing. What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Please help. Educate me.
I mean, I don't think you need to know anything about poker. How did you come up with calling this 4 pair?
I don't know.
Is one Swift Spear like? I mean, I don't look at the artwork. Is one Swift Spear like? Is there 2 people in the picture? Is one of them 1 pair already?
Well, yeah, it's Monastery Swift Spear and Taylor Swift.
I see. Okay.
There's no. It makes no sense for poker. It makes no sense for English. Also, this Swift Spears. It's just a Swift Spear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave, for also showing everyone the artwork to make me wrong.
Yeah, he's new. He'll learn to cover our mistakes later. Right now, he's emphasizing them. Okay, can Colin Flack actually pull through this game here? Well, not with more creatures. Gosh. No, it has to be spells.
It does. I agree, but I mean, all things considered, this game is going a lot better than I would have imagined. Oh, a second Quaddle does give 3. Yeah, because do they count themselves?
Yes, they do.
They do.
Yeah. So
there's also 2 snowlands. I missed the island that's now under everything.
Yeah. So now things are going to trade off, and that's bad news for Colin. Zach Dubin will fall to 9 or 8, depending on how he chooses to block, and there's a Solitude on top. That's also bad news for Colin, assuming Zach can cast it, which we know is going to happen with running 6 in play. And I mean, boy, it's hard to imagine with any 2 cards in Colin's hand got transitioned into 1 land in place of them, and he'd be fine. Instead, he's completely wrecked. Nice of Colin to point out to Zach.
I was about to say that too. Thanks, Colin. And it's a Misty as the land for turn. You love to have a fetch land after you play that Omnath, but for Colin, that's gotta feel pretty bad, though.
Yeah, so Zach has the choice here. Do I want mana or do I want 4 more life? On Colin's turn, he decides to go with the mana option. And I'm sure he's able to make good use of it here. Something more than just pick up Yorion, probably. We know there's a Solitude in hand. And it may even be more than that.
All right. 12 life. What, if anything, could Colin do to be in this game? The moment, Teferi? Yeah, okay. Normally, the Omnath would kind of be the final nail in the coffin, in my opinion, because like the incidental life game on top of it being 4/4 just makes it a little difficult to kill. So that would have been like my moment, but the Teferi is like an extra, just like, and you're really not getting out of this game. In case you were wondering, the door is closed.
Yeah, well, yeah, the case was made definitively for me with the Omnath. Yeah, the Teferi is just like, sure, that's fine too. But yeah, the Omnath definitely seals it up. Okay, let's look at the sideboards. So on deck list, so let's go ahead and bring up here. We have Colin, Flax, Boros, Burn deck.
This looks just like pretty stock. Like pretty
yeah,
much everything in here feels like what if I was going to go to a tournament tomorrow and I was like, what are burn cards that I want? These are the ones that I would pick. And going into this matchup, I think I'm just kind of on some removal. Deflecting Palms, maybe, but they feel kind of awkward to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Rolling Vortex can prevent Solitude getting pitch cast, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Well, more or less. Maybe you want Path for Omnath. Alternatively, all of your pro-red creatures have protection from Omnath. But
I just feel like if Omnath is on the board, you've lost.
I think that's a reasonable perspective. Yeah.
So I think you're just trying to win before that, and that might just be not changing a whole lot in the deck, or if you're going for that Roiling Vortex, it is to just continue to deal that extra bit of damage. But
I mean, yeah, especially going first. Maybe going second, you want some more alternative measures, but going first, you might be comfortable with where you're at. Let's go ahead and look at Zach Dubin's deck list. And I'm sure there's going to be some help in here, potentially. I mean, there are some cheaper creatures in Endurance. There are some counters in Flusterstorm. That all seems fine.
Yeah, how do you feel about something like Chalice the Void and being able to play Chalice for 1 or 2? Do you think it's worth it for a deck like this? Or do you think you're just like, I have all these cheap creatures that are going to be able to save me. I don't need Chalice the Void.
I think going first, I don't know that you'd want to go in second. I think going first, you could make a solid case for it. There are some things you can trim out, but you are getting rid of some of your own removal when you do that. When wiping out lightning bolts. Is wiping out your lightning bolts a good trade for wiping out a dozen of your opponent's lightning bolts? Maybe.
Maybe. Unsure.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and roll game 2, and the capture missed the very beginning of the game. So we're going to jump in, and game 2 is already going to be in progress. So let's go ahead and hit that.
I was going to channel my inner Joe Lissette and blame it on Dave, but
yeah, I mean, I don't see how
Dave, I can't believe. Yeah, exactly.
All right,
I can't believe you missed the start of the game. Just kidding. You're doing great, Dave. I know this is your first day.
All right, so we can recreate this for you. It went turn 1 land pass for Zach Dubin, Colin Flack, turn 1 Goblin Guide, turn 2 Chalice for 1.
What?
And
Colin went first. Yes? Because Zach
yes,
won the
you're
last
correct.
game?
You're correct. Okay, so
Yeah.
when I say recreate it for you, I meant confuse everybody. But you're right. So the Chalice did come in on the draw, and it is in play. And we'll just see how that plays out. Some damage obviously gets around it, and this Goblin Guide connecting a couple times here.
Yeah, what else is in hand? Are we really being stopped a lot by this Chalice? There, it looks like we have an Eidolon, a Islet, and one other card that I wasn't able to make out. And Fury, going to take care of Goblin Guide and on track for land so far. So far, so good. Zach's got to be feeling pretty good sitting at 12 if that is an accurate life total here.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be all, heavy burn spells. Boros Charms being the primary one. 3 Boros Charms would get this done. That seems unlikely. Although, Colin drew 4 Swiss Spears last game. He could draw 4 Boros Charms this game. Or, I'm sorry, 4 pair is the terminology that we're using. But, the Omnath is already in hand.
I am going to just start saying it now just for fun.
Well, yeah, that's what we're doing anyway, right? I'm saying it for fun now.
Good. You're right. Colin, rough situation. Regardless of this Chalice, I think a Lightning Bolt was the draw for turn, which has got to feel rough. Prior to that, didn't have a hand that was like hurt by Chalice, but considering that most of your deck is going to end up being hurt by Chalice, it just existing, especially if we didn't bring in those Smash to Smithereens, which I don't know that I would have expected a Chalice, so I don't know that I would have brought in Smash to Smithereens personally.
And it's pretty narrow. Even
Yeah,
if there's a couple
exactly.
Chalice in the deck, there was only 3.
Yeah, and it's an 80 card deck, so do you bring in Smash to Smithereens for that? I don't know. That's hard.
All right, this
is why I would have decided not to play Burn.
Here's the light up the stage. I think we just made our land drop already, so that's not ideal when we're playing light up the stage, but we'll see how it happens. We certainly know that Colin's not going to have a follow-up spell this turn. And actually, this light up the stage may not even resolve. Yep, there's a counter spell. You said you're going to say it for fun. Yeah, I'm saying it for fun and to mock you at the same time, which is basically, the height of existence as far as I'm concerned.
It does feel like that tries to be your game plan a lot of the time. And I was watching earlier when you were commentating with Devin, and I was like, oh, is chat gonna realize that Joe is not like really being as mean as sometimes it seems?
What mean? I didn't say anything.
There was one thing that you said, or Devin made a comment, and then I think you were just like trying to go like back into the game and like what was happening on the board, and you were like, yeah, anyway. And it just made me laugh. I was like, this seems like a little bit of a like moving on past what you were saying and on to what I'm saying, but it was like trying to keep up with the game, especially because it was a time shifted match that was accelerated.
So Zach Dubin's life total just adjusted downwards to 2. Which was less than I thought he was at. So he just gained 4 from Omnath. So this game is actually much closer than it may have appeared.
Yeah, okay. That Goblin Guide did a lot more work than we thought it did.
Yeah.
Okay, Lava Spike.
And now it's over because now Omnath's in play. And, you know what? Let's just delete that from the archives and move on. Okay. So now we'll back to... Okay, we're going to get all of the screw-ups out of this round, and then just the last few rounds of the day are going to be all clean and perfect. We can only imagine. Okay, well, thank you for being with us, everybody. We just completed round 6. We got 3 more rounds of Swiss and the quarterfinals coming this afternoon. Meantime, let's go ahead and look at the leaderboard, the Season 2 leaderboard, so you can see what some of the players in action today are at.
Leaderboard.
This is
I'm staring. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm staring. Our director gives us little notes, so sometimes we don't have to like listen at the same time that we're talking. And the note said LRDBRD, and I'm like, what does LRDBRD stand for? And I'm sitting here like trying to figure out like what card is LRDR
Lord
or
of the
what it
board,
was.
obviously.
But it was leaderboard. I was so confused for the span of 20 seconds when that was on the screen. It all makes sense now. Yes, this is the season 2 leaderboard. Please walk us through it, Joe.
Okay, I'm not putting the last 5 minutes on my resume, just so you know. All right,
That's fine.
so this is the season 2 leaderboard. Top 2 players on this list are going to qualify at the end of the season, which is after one more event. I'm sorry, 2 more events after this one. You have this event, then the showdown, then the last event of the season. So, ways to go. Top 2 players will qualify. Zach Allen currently in the lead, also on the lead on the overall leaderboard. So if he qualifies here, that spot will open up. And you can see some of the other players that you've seen in action in our series and how their standings are at the moment. And here is the overall leaderboard, and you can see Zach Allen up on top. And the next 3 players already qualified. So if Zach Allen does continue his rampage in season 2 and take down one of the invites there, then Zoe Riederman, Christoph Schlom, Max McVitie, Adam Wasper Moses, and the rest of these people on the list will be looking even better for the end of the year. We saw Will Krueger a couple times already today. He is on the list. He was the MVP last year. Got a lot of work to do to defend that position. And if you're curious what the MVP, the overall leaderboard champion for NRG, receives for that distinction, they get free entry into the events next year, and they get to make a swap during the actual championship, which is kind of exciting. Last year, in the 2 draft pods, the 2 draft pods were drawn up, and then Will Krueger was allowed to make a change on where he was sitting. So subtle things like that don't have an overall, direct impact on games and matches, but it's kind of a cool way to reward the player who accumulates the most points in the year. Zach Allen looking good for that spot at the moment. All right, so we're back on us. Hopefully nothing else can go wrong during the segment, which is only going to be another 15 or 20 seconds, because we're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back for rounds. We got 7, 8, 9 in the quarterfinals left tonight. Bear with us. Stick around. We're having a good time. Hopefully you are too. We'll be right back. We're back. As promised, Becky Bell, Jill Izzet here for round 7 for Nerd Rage Gaming. All right. 6 rounds in, so we got a couple undefeated players. That's that's some real work.
It's some real work, and quite impressive that 2 out of the 4 undefeated players are playing Amulet Titan, which is not exactly an unpopular deck, but is the 4th most represented deck here as far as the metagame is concerned. Izzet, Murktide, 4-color, Yorion, and Burn are all above Amulet Titan.
Okay.
So I guess like it being within the top 4, like you would expect 1, but the fact that 2 out of those are up here, quite impressive. So it says a lot about both of these players, and only one of them is going to emerge victorious. Well, I guess they could draw, but
well, let's hope not.
Let's hope not.
So
Yeah.
We've got Duevu and Jack Potter playing the Amulet Mirror. Let's go ahead and go down to the table and get things started. The winner of this will have the privilege or the option of double drawing into the top 8, probably, which now no guarantee that they'll take that option, but it will be presented to them most likely by their opponents from thenceforth. You were there a little bit last weekend when I played in the RCQ, and I chose not to draw in order to try to play for seeding, and that is something that, if you're trying to win an event, if you're trying to win a qualification, that could matter to you. And see that segue? There are qualifications online today. The 2 finalists will qualify for the regional championship in November in Atlanta at DreamHack, and
Wow.
it is easier to do something like that when you're, a higher seed, because you get to go first in the elimination rounds or have choice in the elimination rounds. So
yeah, and it's something that I think I was talking to somebody else kind of recently, and it was surprising to them how many events that they'd been to where they were like, oh, people are like safe whether they win or lose, and that's just a situation where you should be comfortable just like playing it out and trying to go first, especially in a lot of these smaller events. Like I understand that the idea of like going to get food is very appetizing, and if that's something that you need, like listen to your body before magic, by all means. But it is also a situation that's very interesting because I feel like a lot of people don't prioritize trying to be on the play, and something that I think a lot of people, especially in Modern, that is kind of a very draw and play dependent format, should be anticipated and looked at a little bit more critically.
All right, so both players start with a saga here. Duevu actually has a second saga here and fetches up Amulet of Vigor. And we're seeing here, but whoa, here's a second amulet. And yeah, Jack Potter may or may not have another turn coming.
Yeah, that could certainly spell something going quite poorly here for Jack.
So that is 4 mana made right there. Here's the Dryad. So 1 left. 1 blue mana left available, plus the Urza Saga that's in play. And we know the bounce line is there. So that's at least another 4.
Yeah, so we can get up to actually 6 mana, I believe, still.
Yeah.
So we could just, if there's a prime time in hand, we could be going through this pretty quickly, but instead it's going to be a Valakut. So I think that, at least in Jack Potter's mind, is very nicely going to give that little bit of sigh of relief moment.
There is a Bosechu in Duevu's hand also. So if you're wondering why wasn't a construct made with the Urza Saga with the blue mana and the Valakut, it may have something to do with that, and whether Due has plans for this Bosechu, because there is green mana available from the Dryad.
Yeah, very nice wording on that Dryad, allowing you to tap for any one of those basic land colors. Not wastes, but it's fine.
So these players, 6-0 with Titan, are, I'm sure, fully aware of how much pressure can be put on them by 1 amulet or 2 amulets. And Jack Potter, may have, breathed a sigh of relief just surviving and getting to a third turn.
Yeah, I mean, I would be like,
Mhm.
if I saw that second amulet come down and be like, oh no, you just kept the nuts hand, I'm dead. Like, if I was in like any like lower tier tournament, I would have just been like, well, do you have it, or should I sit here and wait, or are we done? Are we calling it quits? But it looks like Jack is going to be able to play that Slayer Stronghold and go ahead and do a Dryad of his own here.
All right, here is a Silesian Sanctuary coming down, and that's going to draw out Boseiju. So that's going to take down the Sanctuary before it can untap from the Amulet. So instead of 2 mana, Jack will get 1 and still have to bounce the land. So yeah, that is a pretty nice interaction.
And this is so interesting too, because like this is a situation where if like I, as a player who has maybe played Amulet Titan once or twice, played against it a lot, but piloted it myself very few times, uh, would I have targeted the bounce land with the Boseiju? No, I'd probably have gone for the Amulet, which says a lot about my level of play with a deck like this, and
Mhm.
is something where if you're somebody who's interested in playing Amulet, you've got to be ready for these mirrors. And watching a match like this with players who are clearly experienced with it at 6-0 can kind of matter a lot and tell you a lot about this matchup. And I guess what you should search for, apparently only Amulet of Vigor every single time.
Yeah, and Dwayne is just like, hey, I have 2 land in my hand. You're conceding, right? And Jack Potter's like, yeah, I guess I
Yeah.
am. Yeah, you got me. So
That's what I was expecting to happen kind of the turn before that
Mhm.
too. And that's, I guess, again, when I was saying that like at a lower tier tournament, I'd be like, do you have it? Just show me. Like let's go through this a lot more quickly. But gonna be able to do that on the next turn anyway. And very nicely done in a great hand to have gotten Dwebu through that first part of this game.
yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and look at the deck list for okay, we'll scratch that. We don't have deck list available. That's all right. But yeah, and no, like you were saying, you don't really see them play through it. They've won 6 rounds. They clearly know what they're doing. Conversely, to my
I'm playing the
experience,
same deck. I kind of know what you're trying to do, so we can just go
well,
ahead and
yeah, and
say,
and you guys just sign of respect. Last week, my Primeval Titan opponent was doing similar things on turn 2, and then ended up making mistakes and dying to their own pact. So but when you're this far through, you expect probably they're gonna obviously credit was given by Jack Potter saying, yeah, I understand. The fact that you're even showing me that you think this is enough to convince me that you've won is probably a good sign that you know what you're doing.
yeah, and I believe that we've seen Dwebu on here quite a few times.
Mhm.
That's a name that I'm pretty familiar with. And I believe we've seen them play Amulet Titan quite a few times as
Mhm.
well. So somebody that I'm very kind of looking for and is playing what I would consider the more interesting version of these two decks. I know that we don't quite have deck list ready, but I can go ahead and say a few things that are kind of
Okay.
like little flags to me between these two lists.
Sure.
And the big difference is that Dwevu is still playing Sakura Tribe Elder, where Jack Potter is not, and as well as playing one copy of Hydroid Crisis, which is kind of an interesting little addition to the deck and a card that hasn't seen a ton of shining moments outside of its small burning light in standard.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Um, the players are already opening hands, so we'll just look at Dwevu's deck list real quick, and then we'll jump over to Jack Potter's, and you can draw your own conclusions from what you see, as we're not going to linger on it. So neither a Karn version, like one of the ones
Mm-mm.
we did see earlier today. All right, there
This
we
is
go. Down.
interesting too because I feel like
Okay.
somebody else. I mean, like obviously, like you listen to the people who you are gonna listen to, but I feel like recently I had a lot of people who I regarded as pretty good Amulet Titan players saying that if they were going into events over the course of the next few weeks, they were very interested in playing Karn versions, which is
Mhm.
always interesting to me to have like some people say that, and then some other people are like, absolutely not. Both of these players not playing Karn. And then it's interesting when those players who said that they would, I end up seeing them at an event, and then they're not actually playing the thing that they said on Twitter they would be playing. So kind of something that you take with a grain of salt, something that you can change your opinion pretty quickly over the course of like just goldfishing or playing with some friends the night before, and you're like, oh, maybe this actually isn't as good as I thought it was.
Right. Yeah. Or maybe it's even, yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. And it could even just be someone explaining to you the capabilities of the other option. And it's just, you have to play it. Just like, well, did you realize that having this in your deck allows you to do this? Like, oh, I did not. You're right. I want that capability.
And that's one of the cool things about Magic is that, like, yeah, it's a 1v1 game, but there's so many aspects of it that you get to like grow and learn so much just from like experiencing the same deck with somebody else.
Mhm. Yeah, yes, indeed. Okay, so Jack Potter, after some shuffling, found a 6 that he likes, leads on Teleria West.
Sloth.
Yeah, there's your sloth. And it's a Lair of the Hydra in play, I think.
Yeah, it is a Lair of the Hydra.
Wow.
It's kind of another interesting addition. I was very drawn to specifically the creature differences between these two decks, but that is an interesting thing that we are seeing Dweevu have in their deck. I don't think that we're getting to see that. It doesn't look like anything like that is in Jack Potter's list. It doesn't look like there are any creature lands of any sort, just those Valakuts, which obviously not creature lands, but damage dealing lands in a different way.
Sure. Okay, both players Amulet. I suppose that's why Dweevu kept 7. See, he liked what he had. And here is a Vesuva copying Urza Saga. As it does come in with a counter on it. So just a stream of amulets coming from, which is all that Dweevu needed last game in order to take it down. But we do have
Crumbling Vestige.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So green mana floating and 3 more untapped land in play. So there are certainly options here for Mr. Potter. Wow. That is very, very punishing. Force of Vigor taking out 2 Urza Sagas, leaving behind an Amulet of Vigor, but Dweevu, not a lot to work with now.
Yeah, that's a kind of shattering, to put it nicely. That that's basically a time walk times 2, and also, that's just gotta be rough, and so thankfully, Dway, I guess Arboreal Grazer's kind of able to help out with this a little bit by getting us an extra land into play, but in reality, that was just a huge setback, and now an Explore gonna be the follow-up from Jack, and this seems like we've accelerated enough, but will we have some things to put onto the table that can help follow up with that kind of strong start that we've been able to have?
Yeah. I mean, these Titan decks may diverge in how they get to 6 mana, but the same thing generally happens once there. It's always you want to have Titan. So we'll see. I mean, it's not too far away, but I don't think we're there yet. I mean, it's never too far away, I guess.
Yeah, we saw how Dway literally showed 2 cards, and Jack was like, "Yeah, this is over." So sometimes when you're both playing the same deck and these are combo-based decks, there's a lot to be said for just knowing that you got it. How do you feel about the players who sit and do the counting? There was a very funny TikTok video that was going around. It was actually about Yu-Gi-Oh, but it was a player like shuffling the cards in their hand, doing the finger counting on the table, asking cards in hand, doing the finger counting on the table, asking cards in hand again, and then calling a judge and being like, slow play. And the opponent's like, you're the one who hasn't made a play. It's your turn. This is turn 1. And it didn't matter. It was Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic. Everyone was in the comments of that video being like, this is too real. Everyone does this across every single game. How is everyone so similar? And
Yeah.
it just, there was a moment where I was like, oh my gosh, I personally, like, I can understand like tapping on the table a little bit, but some people I feel like do it in such an exaggerated manner where I'm like, it's not really necessary.
Well, I mean, of course I'm not cool, so I haven't seen your TikTok video, but I
I'll
did
send it to you. Don't worry.
once play a match where both the opponent and I got a slow play warning on the first turn. So I can relate, even though I haven't
Okay,
seen it.
okay.
All right, Jack Potter, after counting, has perhaps found a route here that he's satisfied with. Here is a pact, 5 mana floating plus the Tellurian West untapped. So we are going to see a Titan here, I imagine. There it is. And with the Amulet in play, Titans frequently attack the turn they come into play. I
Just a
think we
bunch
could
of sloths and a giant on the board.
I think we describe Jack Potter's searching his deck to be excitedly flipping through his cards, knowing what he wants. Haste on the Titan. Get in there. Oh, I'm choosing that you're going to block with this Arboreal Grazer. All right.
All right. Do we have anything in hand on the other side that's going to interact with this at all? I have a hard time believing there's anything, but this is game 2, so.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the passing the turn with Boseiju in hand, able to fire off, really makes this tough for Duevu to cobble something together here. So with 3 mana in play right now and the Amulet, unclear if he'll be untapping with that much available. Looks like so. And it's not going to be enough. Duevu, very quick to show that he has the win and very quick to admit that he has the loss. So we'll go to game 3.
I mean, we had to see a little bit more come out from Jack, and I think that I actually like it in opposed to like game 1 where you're seeing the very quick, like, I have these things, game is over. In game 2 where you don't know exactly what your opponent is running in that sideboard, just being able to sit there and be like, I'm gonna make you have it because there's a chance that there's something in my sideboard that you're maybe really not anticipating. I don't know, surprise path to exile, something. Who knows?
Yeah. Sure.
For the sake of trying to keep the illusion there. I appreciate making Jack kind of go through that as far as that second game is concerned. And we do have deck lists ready to take a peek at so that we can see, is there actually a path to exile on the sideboard? No, there is not, but there are some other kind of fun things to take a look at.
Yeah, all right here. So in Duevu's side, there are a couple more Boseiju, and those are just great interaction that you can tutor effectively into your hand, even though that wasn't the idea with Primeval Titan. It does often function that way. Force of Vigors, we know are winners in this matchup. And I don't know that you necessarily want too much else. Is it possible you get to a point where the game lasts long enough and neither players killed you, and so you can get away with Emrakul, the Promised Land?
That's what I'm kind of wondering.
I don't think so.
It seems weird.
Yeah. All right. Due's going to take a mulligan, so let's take a glance at Jack Potter's deck and look at his sideboard. And certainly there's some similarities to Force of Vigor, to Boseiju. So no one's going to have likely an inherent advantage here. A lot more dismembers in Jack Potter's list, but I mean, maybe you bring those in to kill the creatures that enable extra land drops. I'm not convinced that that's actually worthwhile.
I appreciate that both Amulet Titan players are actually playing Emrakul. The showing of Emrakul as a one-of in all of these sideboards and even some main boards of a lot of the 4-color decks that we've been seeing lately is it's kind of funny to me. It says a lot about the format that previously, like, for that span of time where Modern was, like, kind of a turn 2, turn 3 format, and all of a sudden people are like, "Games are going long enough and grindy enough that I want Emrakul: The Promised End." And then most of the time that I see Emrakul get played, like, you take somebody's turn, and you don't win the turn after, you don't win the next 3 turns after,
Yeah.
so it's funny to me that it even sees play when most of the time it is not really winning you or solidifying you the game.
I mean, it does. Yeah, it certainly does go a long way. It's is the printing solitude really impacted the ability to finish games off. But here we go. Turn 1 Amulet again. On both sides? Yes, no.
Mm.
All right. But still, Jack Potter advances a turn on mana.
Yeah, kind of a fine start for Jack. I mean, you would like to have that amulet, but this is not the worst start in the
No, this
world,
is fine
especially if you can
also.
follow it up with something like a Dryad.
Yeah, no, both of these starts are good. All right, if we're going for the display of floating mana, that's frightening, I would think.
Yeah, I would as well, but let's give some nice representation for it nonetheless. What's the scariest thing that Dway could have in hand? A Dryad also?
That would okay. So Krueger Tribelder wasn't even on my list of scary cards at all.
Yeah, I don't think that's scary either, but I could be proven wrong. It's at least going to generate a little more mana and allow for us to play, hey, another
Another
thief.
one. Wow. Okay. And then this could actually lead to because there's the Bosechu that got returned to Doi's hand, and that can activate
Mhm.
with well, I guess we're
Oh.
no, I guess Doi's short on mana for that. So this is
Mhm.
going to be an unimpeded turn for Jack Potter. Well, not Bosechu interacting with anyway. It could still be a Force of Vigor looming.
We'll see what Jack Potter is going to end up doing with this turn. Just a sloth and this growth chamber in play. It's always weird to me when I like normally like you look at modern players' hands and you're like, okay, what's in hand? All right, there's some lands and some creatures, and then it's Amulet Titan versus Amulet Titan. You're like, okay, you've got a bunch of lands in play. Okay, I guess that's actually kind of good for you, but it does look like Jack does have a Primeval Titan at least, and then a good set of lands, but it seems a lot harder to accelerate on mana with the specific list that Jack has. Again, not playing those Sakura Tribe Elders in Jack's
Mhm.
version of the deck is just kind of playing one Azusa, the 4 Dryad, and then hoping that some other things are going to end up getting you to that Primeval Titan.
All right, Teleria West Pass is the turn. Elder is going to sacrifice. So 2 ramp effects for Huang Vu. So that'll push him up above Jack Potter's just single Arboreal Grazer. Sorry, Sloth. And yeah, I mean, there's the free interaction from Force of Vigor does, have to, you have to respect that. But even a non-lethal Primeval Titan being cast helps build your board so much that every turn that goes by is just frightening as to what you could be facing by the time you're. But the difference between when your opponent untaps and then says go is immense in this matchup.
Yes.
Or at least it can be.
Can be. I mean, considering that we've seen Jack and Dway each win on turn 3 and turn 3, respectively, between these 2 games,
Mhm.
um, I would certainly say so, and being in a mirror match like this has gotta be really spooky because it's like, how much time do you spend trying to put your head down and just win the game? Or do you try and really try to interact with your opponent with things like the Force of Vigor and the Boseijus, and you're kinda trying to balance those 2 things.
Mhm. All right, so this is a Boseiju on the Amulet.
And draw step, yeah.
So this will get...
So land drop for this turn could be enough for Dway to at least just play a plain
Right.
Primeval Titan.
Yeah. And that's... I mean, that's not even a lot compared to what these decks are capable of, but it's still obviously significant. But no, we're going to see other stuff. We're going to see Boseiju back on the Simic Growth Chamber. So both players kind of crippling each other, setting each other back. So we are going to make it past turn 3 this time.
Woo!
Maybe even further. Do I hear turn 5?
Ooh.
That might
It
be
looks like we
optimistic.
might be getting turn 5. Maybe? I guess we got to go back to Dway's turn to get to turn 5 here, but it looks like we'll probably get there. It's hard for me to believe that Jack could bring together a win on this turn.
Yeah. Dryad into the Teleria West. So 4 mana on play for Jack. 6 for Dwayvu.
And has a 7th land drop in hand at least with a forest.
Contemplating end of turn effects, it appears that could take the form of maybe another Boseiju on Dryad or on Teleria West. Okay. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Especially because there's another Teleria West in play, so it seems weird to be afraid of one of them. They're the 3rd copy of Boseiju in Dway's hand as well.
Well, if there wasn't, he can find it now. As Primeval Titan is in play, trigger on the stack. It will not be attacking this turn. There's no amulet. So it's more of a fair Primeval Titan.
A fair Titan.
Yeah, it's fair Primeval Titan. Exactly. What's
fair Primeval Titan? Because that's definitely how I would always describe Primeval Titan.
What do you think? This thing's supposed to be cast on turn 6 just to get 2 more basic lands in play?
It's being cast on turn 5, which, is probably the most fair Primeval Titan I've seen in a long time, actually. So, you know what? I'm slowly getting on board here.
All right, reconsidering the options. The initial poll looked like Simic Growth Chamber was included, and it's still pulled up.
Yeah, and I think has that Teleria West on top too, thinking about doing that as well to return the Teleria West to hand, and still has a land drop for this turn, I believe, as well.
Yeah, you're right about that. So, see, what's unreasonable about this?
Absolutely nothing. I can't even say that like straight faced.
And he has to pay 4 mana next turn.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, Vesuva was the other card, not the 3rd Boseiju. Okay. I believe the Vesuva is on top of Simic Growth Chamber, trying to copy. Yes.
Okay, so Gruul Turf was bounced instead, so that there's a dual land, bounce land in hand in case he wants to have one to play next turn. And over to Jack Potter with 4 land in play, the ability to make 2 land drops this turn. There's 1.
2 prime times in hand.
Oh.
And 5 mana. Yikers. That's rough.
Yeah, it is.
But
and Primeval Titan actually just going to straight up attack here, playing fair. It's what's happening. Playing fair with Primeval Titans. That's what we thought we were going to see today.
It is still funny to me because maybe this is just like Primeval Titan just doesn't feel like a fair card to me. Is that the problem that I'm experiencing right now?
Well, I don't know if it's a problem, but it might be the feeling. Yeah. All right. Here's Okay, so this is a little more unreasonable, even though it's still totally fair. Yeah, searching up Boseiju and a bounce land to return the Boseiju to hand.
That's the
All
tweet.
right.
Unreasonable, but still totally fair.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair description of a lot of decks. I mean, when you're losing to them, it seems completely unreasonable, but, you know, it's not as bad as some other things.
Yeah. Urza Song is going to tick up. What could Jack Potter be able to draw to kind of take over the game?
Well, he...
with 2 Titans in hand.
Yeah, and that's really... I assume he's going to lose his Saga here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be easy to cast Titan right now. Well, I guess it's no harder than it was last turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you draw a land, an untapped land source.
Yeah, but even if we get rid of... How many basic lands are these playing? Hold up. Now I gotta look. Oh, there are 4 forests. Okay. So we'd still be able to go find a land if we get the Sage-Jude.
Yeah, unless it's drawn for the turn, which would be quite heartbreaking, and yet enough reason for Duevu to wait. There's no reason to fire off Posechu now. Well, if it's going to be fired off at all, which it may not be.
Which we're just moving the target around, trying to decide what exactly is going to be pinpointed, and it looks like Dryad gets to be the one, which does put Jack to enough mana to play Titans, regardless of a draw.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, by the time Jack has to put a Titan into play, Huizinga's going to be ready to play, another one or more, but it's probably still the best course of action. I will say this match has lasted longer than we kind of anticipated. If we were bet on the over/under on the amount of minutes this game would last, so we would have lost.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, we specifically were looking for... We wanted to feature 6-0 decks. We were like, oh, Titan versus Titan. That'll go pretty quick, and then we can go to a backup match. And now all of a sudden we're in game 3, and we're playing quote-unquote fair Amulet, fair Primeval Titan.
Well, and then really that's what makes it fair is the Amulets aren't here.
That's
the
true.
Amulets were dispatched.
We're just Titan. Not Amulet Titan, just Titan.
I mean, they're just 6/6s. They trade with each other. I mean,
So
next turn is likely to be a little messy, as Okangwu isn't limited to just Titan. He could go for, one of the other creatures in his deck. Probably not Sakura Tribe Elder, if I had to choose, but one of the other options.
Let's go for the Hydroid Crisis. I don't even think it... I mean, it's probably not even that great. Go for the Emrakul.
The Cultivator Colossus might look pretty good at this point also. We'll see. Here's the pact.
What's going to be the choice? Could we even cast Emrakul? We probably could. Oh, we certainly could. It's so much mana.
Potentially it looks like it's going to be a Dryad. You get some Valakut action going on here.
It's going to be enough to, win us the game, though?
It'll be enough to kill the opposing Primeval Titan and prevent it from attacking.
That's fair. That's important.
Enough, or maybe that's just the most that Kwangvu can muster right now. So that comes into play. Or
it was kind of interesting because we were looking through Joy's deck as well, and it was seeming like there weren't a whole lot of other big creatures.
Yeah, he does have a Cultivator Colossus, just one. And I think it was one Hydroid Crisis too. Also, here are the 2 Valakuts.
Crunch.
So that's 12 damage, so 6 to Titan, 6 to Jack Potter. And then there are 2 land drops available for the rest of the turn because of the Dryad. So we're doing 12 damage right now. 2 land drops isn't enough to win the game.
But you forgot about my lightning bolt.
Oh, actually, maybe it is. I guess they weren't updated.
Oh.
So yeah, I stand corrected. That is 6, and then 6 more. So 2 lands is enough. As Jack Potter was actually at 9. Okay, so Dwayne Vu advances to 7-0 with inspired play with the Primeval Titan deck in the mirror. Jack Potter will have to win a couple more rounds. And then, that felt long, but it probably actually really wasn't all that timely. And we have Adam Moses and Don Delosier as a backup match. Let's go ahead and head there, and we'll see if we can put any more players into top 8 contention.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting showing as well. These are going to be the 2 top meta representation as well.
Mhm.
And based on time on clock, I believe that this is the only one that we're going to have time for as well.
All right. So let's get that that little pip on the game score. There we go. Got it cleaned up. Excellent. So 4-color versus Izzet Murktide. And we'll show you a little bonus action here this round. Ledger Shredder does connive on turn 2 off of Mishra's Bauble, which is an excellent interaction. Pitching Lightning Bolt is not ideal in a lot of matchups, but against 4-color, it's just another thing that hits a Planeswalker. It's okay to discard that.
Yeah, and considering that the thing that Don just saw was in fact a Planeswalker, maybe we'll regret that a little bit, but
maybe
running 6 kind of hard to get rid of even with a lightning bolt, so not really going to be that upset.
Okay, so early game established. Adam Moses land drops are assured. Don Delosier, spell snare in hand. Unfortunate. I mean, nothing that she could do about it, but unfortunate that Ren 6 slipped through in the window when the spell snare was not available.
Yeah, kind of an unfortunate situation, but that's how it goes sometimes, and this Ledger Shredder is going to have its little bird work cut out for it.
Indeed. One more trigger would be enough to threaten the Ren 6 next turn if it doesn't get blown away in the meantime. So we'll just see what the players have going on here. Both players with Dress Down in hand. Adam Moses with several additional fetch lands in hand, including this Windswept Heath. I think there's 2 Wood of Foothills.
Yeah, it looked like there were a lot of lands in hand, and then a Omnath and a Dress Down were what I was able to make out.
Okay. Don may be considering cantripping the Dress Down here. Maybe even considering spell snaring the Dress Down to get a connive trigger. That's a lot to give up. But I do believe she's at least thinking about it.
There's also a consider in hand.
Yeah, there's also a consider. So consider plus Dress Down seems a little less card inefficient.
I agree.
And Adam discarding a hand size there. That's not going to cost him too much, as it's just the Windswept Heath. Oh, and Ragavan. Oh, that's works out well. So we may see, if there's a land available, we may see something like Iteration and then Dash Ragavan to get the connive trigger.
Yeah, that would be kind of a nice way to make sure that this Ren 6 gets finished off. It does look like Adam does have an Icefang Caudal in hand as well, which would make things a little bit more more difficult.
Yes, absolutely it would. And Adam would have to choose, you know, does he throw the Koala in front of the Ragavan or to trade off with the Shredder?
Mhm.
The Shredder, at least, I mean, you probably block the Shredder because that saves actually the Ragavan, even though he doesn't need the lands. You still kind of want the card. And an Unholy Heat is among the cards, and that is going to change the calculus a little bit.
Mhm.
And okay, so we're seeing Unholy Heat just take directly out the red and 6. Attack comes across and gets through. Quaddle not having Death Touch yet. And no land drop for Dawn there. But that turn, that seemed completely fine.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a turn without a land drop, I think that was probably one of the best ways it could end up going. And you have another expressive iteration in hand, so should be able to hopefully find one on the next turn and not fall too far behind here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nice. The easiest way to take advantage of expressive iteration is to make a land drop, and Dawn unable to do that, but still able to get the full 2-for-1 from the iteration. Okay, Adam with Steam Vents here. Certainly, Omnath is possible. Would be a solid play for the turn. And that will. Ooh, Solitude was the draw. That will forestall any Ragavan dash activities.
And another Ragavan was the draw for the turn, which definitely making things feel a little bit rough as it was not a land. And Dawn not even going to go for the expressive iteration here, is really prioritizing just keeping up that counterspell, too afraid of missing on a land drop and not being able to hold up that counterspell.
Okay, that's reasonable. It is certainly, allowing yourself to fall behind a little bit, but I mean, the last expressive iteration didn't hit a land. And yeah, if this one missed 2, then that would be nearly game over if the iteration was cast and counterspells were not available, because it's a certainty that Adam's got plenty to do.
Oof, and it's about to be a whole lot more if we
It's
hadn't held
so
up that
tough.
counterspell.
Yeah, but it's so tough. That's the same thing we saw happen earlier today.
Yeah.
It's, lead onto Fairy into the counterspell mana, and then you're just stuck as the Murktide player. And so she goes for the counterspell, and then Solitude comes down, and your board evaporates, and it's just nothing you can do about it.
And then all of a sudden you went from having a clock despite holding up counterspell and getting hit by 4 with this Omnath, and there's just a whole lot that is in play right now.
A couple of Ragavan, the iteration that you mentioned, the dress down, still hanging out.
Yeah, we
And
did
finally
draw
the
in
land.
Misty Rainforest this turn, yeah.
Unholy Heat Murktide. I mean, second Murktide goes to the bottom.
It's the second Murktide Regent that we've put to the bottom with an expressive iteration as well. I don't know if we'd shuffled before that last one, but we're certainly going to before the next one here.
Yeah. I don't think we did after the last one because we missed a land, so probably not. Here's a Renin 6 again, and okay, spell snare is being debated here.
How many things are you really going to be able to spell snare? And would you rather spell snare the Icefang Coddles or the Renin 6? And I think I would prefer a Renin 6.
I agree with you there. Yeah. So there that goes. And now the door is open for Adam to do whatever he wants. I mean, with another fetch land in hand, you actually could cast Yorion this turn. Unholy Heat is going to take down something first. And this Quaddle's being very disciplined, staying back in case any Dash Ragavans may appear.
All right, making sure that Omnath can't actually make too much mana this turn. So nicely able to handle that.
During her last turn, I felt like Dawn was almost hopeless to get out of this game, but that only he taking on the Omnath really kind of turned things around a little bit. And now I actually think, while not ahead, I think she has chances here.
Yeah, and has a Murktide in hand, and that can certainly really start to turn the tide. Oh, it does not have it was a counter spell. I thought it was a Murktide. My apologies. Instead, we have these Ragavans, but those can certainly start to do a lot of work as well. And as you called it from the last turn, Bottle hanging back is going to be able to catch that monkey.
Yeah, so that's I mean, it's a little depressing to just throw that Ragavan into a Quaddle, but at least it does get it out of the way.
And we have another one in hand, so
Yeah.
trying to at least get to a point with where what we have in hand, since it is not a Murktide, is doing enough for us.
So with the Omnath gone, I mean, Adam has 5 land in play, but it's, I mean, most of the cards, well, now 6, a lot of the cards in this deck are expensive.
Mhm.
So it's the ability to cast 2 or 3 spells in a turn is really greatly diminished without the Omnath. Here's a Bauble. Dash Ragavan with counterspell backup sounds okay.
Sound okay, especially considering that we know that Adam has another Ice Fang in hand. Ooh, choosing
Yikes.
not to save Ragavan, which I think is fair, just a little bit
Yeah.
more scared of bigger things, but it is gonna start to feel bad that we just don't have a lot of action in our hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's in the like with the Ragavan going in and Quaddle comes down, you don't fight over it because you're exactly what you said. You're afraid of something else. But just
Mhm.
these little things add up, and this is
Yeah.
consecutive 2-for-1s for Adam Wasp Moses. And so, even though Don's plays aren't necessarily bad, they are this just kind of exemplifying how this matchup plays out. The 4-color Yorion deck can make exchanges and come out ahead on them.
Yeah, and it's hard. Every single one of those cards is pretty much a 2-for-1, so even if you are having your Ice-Wing Quaddle get counterspelled, you're like, "Oh, that's fine." Like, my 2-for-1 became, what, a 1-for-1 now? And that's, like, okay as far as Magic standards are
Mhm.
kind of concerned. I know we've made a lot of jokes about how Modern has become a 2-for-1, even a 3-for-1 in a lot of senses, but sometimes you gotta be okay with those lower tiers as well, and getting this express iteration to exile this Renin 6, and there's just so many cards in hand for Adam, who's been able to accrue so much card advantage off of the land stumbling from Dawn here.
Mhm. Okay, traverse the Ulvenwald. That's gonna fetch up some kind of nastiness. Maybe an Omnath, maybe a land. Wow, okay. Gets a fetch land. Nope, changes mind. Well, that is certainly less threatening than a lot of other possibilities that could have been coming out there.
Mhm. Ooh, Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, Sandcastle. So we saw Joseph Bernal playing
One
Murktide.
copy.
So
Hmm.
no, this morning, Bernal's playing 4 Snapcasters in this event.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his deck.
Dawn's list is only one.
Oh, okay.
I did go to check.
I see. I didn't realize what you meant, but yeah. All right. Well, that is certainly a nice one to have with counterspells to bring out. That's certainly going to create a mana advantage, and Dawn's life total is still certainly high enough to be able to get a few more turns deeper in this game. The Solitude's cranking away, but sure, it's a 6-point life a turn, but she can spare some.
Yeah, and at least having that Snapcaster Mage that could come down and counter something else, as well as block this Solitude is certainly not a bad
Hmm.
place to be in if we're still trying to be in a good spot in this game. And Adam just drawing another land is gotta not feel really great, especially considering the amount of fetch lands that Adam has deployed in this game.
Whoa. Okay, there's Emrakul. So that at least partially explains why that Traverse got a land, because the Emrakul's already in hand.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. All right. So we see there, Dawn concedes to the Emrakul there of Adam Wasper Moses, allowing him to take down game 1. Now, we are not going to show you game 2 because the match is still going. It is currently game 3. So Dawn won game 2, and we're going to transition down and watch live off of the replay what happens at the table for the rest of the match. So let's go ahead and go down there now and see how things are looking.
Let's do it.
So we saw okay.
Whoa.
Well,
This looks like what we just went away from.
Yeah, saw land and play, not a lot else. And so we saw Adam Wasper Moses win game 1 off of a lot of 2-for-1s, including the Ice Fang Quaddles a couple times. Dawn won game 2. We missed that one, or we didn't have time to show that one as this round has gone rather long. But here we are in game 3. Life totals fairly untouched, and a Murktide Regent on the way in.
Yeah, taking a look at what was in Dawn's sideboard and what we can see, looks like the unlicensed purses came in. There's one copy of Blood Moon, one copy of Magus of the Moon, and I feel like depending on who you're talking to, different people have different opinions about whether those are good or bad against these 4-color elemental or 4-color Yorion strategies. As well as things like the Mystical Disputes, and some people consider the Flusterstorms to potentially be good in this matchup. It's also, again, kind of a hit or miss, and depends on whether you were able to see counter spells coming out of these Yorion decks.
Okay, so Yorion on the stack here, and Dawn with a counterspell and Unholy Heat. So the choice, I imagine, is Unholy Heat the Quaddle or counterspell the Yorion. Adam with not too much mana left over. The choice is... Oh, I'm sorry, that's Subtlety.
Yeah, it's Subtlety, not counterspell.
Right.
Which, puts it on the bottom? Okay.
All right. So yeah, my mistake. I was thinking that was the alternate counterspell. So Subtlety takes Yorion to
the bottom. Look pretty similar.
And Adam has 2 cards in hand, one of which is Boseiju. I don't know the other one. But Dawn still has the Unholy Heat. So that can take down the Quaddle and open the door here for a pretty sizable attack.
Yeah, that Murktide's going to hit like a truck. And Ragavan gets to get some goodies as well. Endurance is flipped over on top of the deck, and utilize some treasures and say, hey, that's ours now. Get rid of your graveyard. We conceded to that Emrakul in the first game. Let's make it a little more difficult to get that onto the board.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And also, Adam lost, I think, 10 life there. So sitting at 6 right now, or I'm sorry, 3. And maybe on his way out of here. And that's it.
Wow.
Dawn Delosier. So happy we were able to see a couple turns of that game. Does come back after losing game 1 to multiple 2-for-1s and kind of just having to battle uphill the whole time. Recovers, wins game 2, takes down game 3. Congratulations to her. Moves on to 6-1, I believe.
Yep. And that is kind of, once again, when we were going into that game, I was like, it's an interesting thing to finally get to see. Is it Murktide versus 4-color Yorion? Again, those are the 2 most represented decks in the metagame for this tournament. So that is kind of like the battle. We were talking about the Battle of the Titans with the Amulet Titan matchup, but this was like a Battle of the Titans as far as the metagame is concerned. And so seeing it be kind of that close back and forth, as well as in the end, the Izzet Murktide deck being able to take it down in those sideboarded games is quite cool to see. And I'd be interested to see some more people play that matchup and see it go just as back and forth, because I do feel like that is an interesting matchup with a lot of play to it. And it kind of starts to feel a little bit like what I would anticipate Legacy to be. And maybe that's just because we're getting to see like Izzet decks versus sometimes we get to see those like 4-color piles in Legacy as well. But it starts to feel like that same kind of play pattern where it's very like, oh, you make a move. No, you make a move. And then you're sitting there back and forth and playing a long time with some little dirtly creatures in play.
Yeah. Also, I mean, a lot of these cards are in the Legacy decks. It's not like they're like similar, cards that are more powerful. They're the same cards. Those you can see tomorrow. We're not doing that today. But yeah, Legacy 5K starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll probably pick it up in round 2 as far as coverage goes. And anytime it's Modern for the rest of the night and in the morning. So what we taking in here? So you mentioned before, so the metagame. So the top decks in the metagame, you said there was let's go through that again. You said it was
Izzet Murktide,
okay.
4-color Yorion are 11 and 11%. Those might have been higher, but we potentially have had some people drop, but those are still the highest right now.
Those should probably still be accurate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
And then,
it's probably still pretty accurate. And then followed by Burn and Amulet, Titan, and Living End. So those are the top 5 decks.
So out of those 5, the one that's probably most surprising to me is Amulet.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that Burn is interesting because I personally don't feel like it's very good in the metagame right now, but it is one of those decks that just like ends up being brought a lot of the time anyway, which is kind of how I would feel about Amulet Titan. But once again, we had 2 Amulet Titans in the 4 undefeated seats. I mean, now only one of them is undefeated because they had to play against each other, which is a little sad, but that's how it goes sometimes. And seeing it be that dominating maybe says a lot about kind of how carnivorous we're getting to see the format become, where a lot of these 4-color and Izzet Murktide decks are building themselves so deeply to beat each other that they're not preparing for some of these other combo-oriented game strategies.
Sure. Yeah, or at least not devote. I mean, it's tough to devote many resources to any specific strategy when you're playing an 80-card deck because your sideboard is diluted and it's just, you have to work with what you have. Even though your cards are strong and good against a lot of different things, it's still you're drawn thin. Anyway, that's going to wrap round 7. Thanks for being with us. Follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll take a break. We'll be back with round 8. We got round 8, round 9, and the quarterfinals tonight. So come on back.
follow the NRG series on social media on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. You'll find information on upcoming events, important announcements, event recaps and VODs, plus behind-the-scenes photos and videos directly from the NRG series. Connect with us today.
All right, we're back for round 8 of the Nerd Rage coverage. Becky Bell, how you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, but I haven't been here nearly as long as you and nearly as long as our players who at this point, I don't know, if I think at this point, probably pretty much everyone watching, everyone at home has played one of these 9-round tournaments before. And you know that at this point in the day, especially if you're doing pretty okay and you're still live, you've got to be tired. Hopefully you're staying hydrated at least. And you're just like, gotta make it through. You were talking to Devin about it earlier. You were like, "Are you the person who thinks about all the rounds throughout the day, or are you like just get through one more?" And I was like, I wish so much that I was a just get through this one, just get through this one, just keep going. But I'm not. I'm also like you. I'm thinking about every single other round. My mind is in a million different places, but we hope that our players are here. We hope that they are focused, and we're getting that they are ready to go. So I'll stop rambling about this.
All right, let's go down to the table for round number 8. Thanks for being with us here at NRG Gaming. We're going to watch Mason Lange versus Jason Reed. The word was that table 1 drew this round intentionally. Everyone else is playing. So we'll see where this ends up.
And
so I
both
gotta
of
tell you,
their sleeves match my hair. Yes, tell me.
So one thing about that is to get through the days, you got to have some continuous source of amusement as well.
What is your typical source of amusement?
Today, my source of amusement is my new green screen.
Oh,
Nerd Rage was like, we're going to try using green screens. So they sent me a green screen this week. And then they decided this morning not to use it. So instead, it's a landmine behind my chair that I'm afraid I'm going to trip over every single time I stand up. And every time I look at it, I'm like, this was the best laid plans that just got flushed. And maybe we'll use it sometime in the future.
Oh.
All right. Strangle Root Geist for Mason Lange, who we saw earlier today. And I'm trying to see what round that was in. My notes fail me for the moment.
That was round number 4.
That sounds about right.
3 or 4 was the round that I feel like I recall seeing it in, but looks like
There it was. It's round 3. Yeah, round 3 backup was when Mason Lange was on camera. So after this, if you want to go back and watch his deck again, that's where you can find it. In the meantime, here he is against Jason Reed. Strangle Root Rice getting an early hit in. And this is fairly adept at getting through Quaddle, not so much against Prismatic Ending. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting matchup here. And oh,
okay. So Dress Down comes down and delays Wall of Roots, making mana for a turn. I guess that's something.
Yeah, I mean, if you have something like an elf that was drawn this turn or otherwise being able to delay that, it looks like it was potentially a Birds of Paradise in hand, actually. Yeah, which I guess you're playing that or Ignoble Hierarch, which I guess isn't technically an elf, but, mana creatures.
Yeah. And Mason has left the table to ask a question, perhaps. But yeah, so holding off the Ignoble Hierarch, I mean, does save Jason a point of damage. And also, I believe Jarl's Messenger is in Mason's hand. And so that would mean that unless he draws a black source, he's actually not going to be able to cast it next turn because he doesn't have the third black source without the Hierarch in play. So yeah, Dress Down did something there.
Yeah, that could be the question that Mason is kind of asking away from the table, is exactly how this Dress Down interaction ends up working with Wall of Roots. And yeah, kind of an interesting setback that's going to be happening, and kind of a heads up play from Jason if this ends up really going according to plan. And with what looks to be quite the stacked hand of like at least a Teferi next turn to even delay this further, along with quite a few other things, then I would kind of consider this 4-color Yorion deck to be in a great place, and is probably the deck that I would consider to be favored in this matchup, just because the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, I feel like, plays a lot of those kind of mopey creatures, and then eventually plays an important creature, and there's just so much removal that the 4-color Yorion deck a lot of the time can wait to use the removal that it has until something like that Yawgmoth or one of those important creatures comes down and just handle it pretty swiftly.
So this, maybe we can, if this is just an extensive judgment, then all right. If Mason has stepped away for some, I don't know what else it would be. Yeah. All right. So it is a judge question that's actually still ongoing, apparently. I don't really have even a speculation as to what that might be. Can I use Wall of Roots when Dress Down's in play? No. Follow up. Are you sure? Like, I don't know where we're going with this. But
can you show me where in the rules it says that?
All right. Sure. So he is back in the chair now. So let's go ahead and go back down to the table. So that just slightly outlasted our patience, but we'll continue on. Dress Down does eat itself, and Jason Reed, you said, had a lot of good cards in hand. That is generally the case with these decks. They mix lands with powerful cards. Teferi bounce Wall of Roots. Okay.
Yeah, we'll probably probably end up dying to that Strangleroot guy, save for a Pitch Solitude or something that could be in hand. I don't see that happening, though.
And the land does show off the top for Mason Lange, so losing that Wall of Roots mana doesn't hurt as much. Messenger comes down, Strangleroot Geist coming across somewhere. At Teferi, okay.
Yeah, not even gonna worry about having to worry about that later. Take care of it now.
So Supreme Verdict, all-time bad right now. Prismatic Ending still works just fine. And Omnath always works.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be just as annoying as ever. But you don't feel too bad about attacking these creatures into this Omnath either.
Sure. So there was
Consolation prize.
There's the Hierarch. So so Messenger goes in by itself, offering a trade. Jason's going to take it.
You mentioned Supreme Verdict. Is there actually one in Jason's hand, and is it going to be
I
going
have
from
no-
all-time bad to fine?
I didn't see one. I was just
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, hypothesizing.
theorizing that the Supreme Verdict was not so good against undying creatures.
I see. Yeah, there's only 2 on the sideboard, so probably not going to see the Supreme Verdict.
Who
If
are
we
you-
do, there will be a problem. I'm whispering to the chat.
I see. Okay, good. Good plan. I'm sure any of our viewers who are hard of hearing appreciate that. All right, so this is a Traverse the
Ooh.
Uvenwald being cast here with, let's see, land enchantment,
And
planeswalker,
with another
and creature.
question from Mason.
Oh, you're right. He left the seat again. I didn't even notice. I was looking the other side of the board. Okay, well.
What's the question this time? Can my opponent traverse for something?
Yeah, so there is Delirium. So this Traverse.
The last card in hand, I'm pretty sure, is Endurance, actually.
Oh,
And
so you
so
think
we're asking how Delirium and Endurance work.
I see. Well, that Ignoble Hierarch, I believe, is summoning 6, so that's not going to work anyway. But
Oh, true.
so there's Endurance. Actually, it would be more useful to look at Traverse the Uvenwald, which fetches a basic land, or with Delirium, fetches any land or creature. And Jason does have Delirium. So there you go. You can see what's going on here. So could be fetching another Omnath potentially. That's generally a winner, but lots of options. Last match, we actually saw Adam, even with Delirium, still fetch for a land because he wanted the mana to be able to cast Emrakul a turn or 2 later on. Okay, so this time it is a replacement Omnath to make up for the one that died.
Get this ball rolling again. Or Ooze. Whichever you'd prefer.
Maybe not this turn, though. Oh, yeah, probably so. So Mason with a lot of live draws here. Yawgmoth, any of the tutor effects. Let's see. So Jason's falling to 7. Another Strangleroot Geist would not outright win the game, but it might lead the Omnath to trade with the Yawgmoth. Yeah, okay.
All right. Oh, and it looks like we're trying to go for some of those live draws by sacrificing that Nurturing Peatland.
Yeah, I like it. Grist would also be good. That would lead to not quite a win, but very close. And that actually might be the card. Yes, it is. Oh, actually, you know what?
Yeah,
it's more damage even than I realized. So this is actually going to come across for 7. Almost there.
Almost. So close.
Shuts off fetch lands, which is
kind of a big deal.
Yeah, potentially could be.
I guess if we had another Omnath and played the land the first time, we'd go up to 5, so then it wouldn't be as big of a deal, but we've gone through 2 Omnaths already. How many more could Jason Reed play?
Yeah. He's playing an 80-card deck, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
not a bunch of ways to find creatures.
Yeah, he's not due for another Omnath for at least 20 turns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he agrees. It's not there. Okay, so Mason Lange picks up game 1 and shows off the endurance that was left in the hand, probably because Jason's like, what were you asking questions about? And he's like, oh, I was asking about endurance. But
I couldn't even cast it because I
Yeah.
don't have the mana, but, it's good to know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the first question he asked, still uncertain as to what that would be, but that might have been the second one. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the deck lists. Jason Reed and Mason Lange. So Jason Reed's 4-color Yorion. This is so you can kind of pick out like what identifies the different versions of the deck. So this is a Traverse version, not Eldamri's Call.
And I feel like over the course of like 2 weekends, we saw everyone flip from the Eladamri's Call versions to the Traverse the Uvenwald versions.
I actually agree that that has been my impression as well. I don't know if it was quite that fast, but it does feel like that to me. So no Eternal Witness, no Time Warps. Those generally come together. No Ephemerates, but we do have the full 4 Prismatic Endings. We have the 4 Traverse Urbanwalds, 4 Unholy Heats. Another thing, we don't have Ragavans. So some of these lists play Ragavans in the main deck, not here. So that pretty much sums it up. So we've got Veil of Summers in the sideboard. Are Veil of Summers good against Green-Black Yorion? No, they are not.
No.
That I feel like is something that everyone learns with experience. It probably only takes 1 or 2 matches. I remember realizing it at
in the top 8 of an event.
No, it was
Okay.
it was it was in a match where I got knocked out of the Channel Fireball event last fall, kind of the first big event back from the coronavirus time off, and I was like, yeah, you know what, these aren't very good, despite the fact that half your deck is black. There's just not much interaction in it.
Yeah.
So there are certainly cards that can come in here. Endurance primarily, I think.
Yeah, probably those Supreme Verdicts. There would have been a few places where those would have at least been able to do something, and potentially the Tail's End would at least stop a Yawgmoth turn, and we can go ahead and take a look at that Yawgmoth.
Yeah, so here's Mason's deck list. These decks, I think, are, we probably see a lot of similarities in all these different decks. I'm not sure anything even jumps out at me as being unique here. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of inclined to agree. I feel like I'm used to seeing a few more Outland Liberators than are really in this deck, but
there is more. There's more discard than I have familiar with lists playing. So those actually Veil of Summers are actually much better here than, even though I just said my little piece about how they're not good in the matchup. There's about twice as much discard here as there has been in the lists I've played against. So maybe Jason would benefit from bringing them in, although no guarantee he knows that or his opinions on that issue one way or the other.
Yeah, and this is kind of hard because I feel like Torok, I don't know, I feel is phenomenal, but I do think that like Thoughtseize, I think the information that comes from Thoughtseize is arguably more important than actually the discard portion of it. I mean, it's a nice upside too, but against these 4-color decks, being able to take away like whatever key card is important and then having the information for future turns, especially when we're playing this kind of combo-oriented deck, once again, just has such an important asterisk above it.
Yeah, definitely. The sorry, I lost what I was going to say there. I don't know.
That's okay. And it looks like we're going to have a 1 mulligan here from Jason, which this is not a deck that I think like wants to mulligan, but does have enough 2-for-1s that can sometimes certainly make up for mulliganing pretty aggressively. So it's kind of back and forth, but being on the draw, I think, does kind of hurt this mulligan a little bit more than some others do.
Well, Jason's in the play. But yeah, being able to make the cards back up. I mean, there's so much value in these decks that a functional mana base is really all it needs to start with. And then, there's not really hate cards so much. Endurance is fine, but just exile removal is good against the Yawgmoth decks and the 4-color
Did bring
Yorion
in the
decks.
Veil of Summers.
He did. Well, good for him. Understanding what Mason's sideboard actually looks like, as opposed to me theorizing and being, maybe a month or two out of date, or just a different build. But we see Strangleroot Geist and Grist in hand for Mason and Birds of Paradise, so things are going to get going rather quickly. Well, I remember what I was going to say about the Torok. You were talking about the information value of Thoughtseize, and on Torok, the discard. This card's nice. The protection from white is relevant here. That does
Very true.
involve a decent amount, although not all, of the removal in Jason's deck.
Yeah, I don't know that Jason is not playing a version with Furies, so would take care of that. Say for like Unholy Heat could take care of it then at that point. But yeah, you're correct. Prismatic Endings, things of that nature alongside those Solitudes would not be able to do as much. Speaking about the Unholy Heats that can take things out, Bird gonna get a little bit singed there, but
yeah, bolt the Bird, huh? I
thankfully-
don't know. I know people love to say that, but I suppose it is often true. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out this time. Jason did Teferi Bounce and Dress Down to really slow down the Wall of Roots last game, and Mason did draw the third black source off the top, I think, on turn 4, and so was able to continue relatively unhindered. But that doesn't mean it was a bad play by Jason to try it.
Yeah, and we were able to also kind of see how impactful it had the potential of being as well. So certainly not too bad. Brought the Supreme Verdicts in as well. Now just going for this traverse, trying to see what basic land is going to be most important.
Yeah, it looks like it's the Plains, which makes sense to cast the Prismatic Ending this turn and the second white source alongside a blue source, so any additional land can cast a Supreme Verdict.
All right, that first one got prismatically ended. Strangleroot Geist number 2.
Yeah, this Dryad Arbor is kind of an unfortunate victim of the Supreme Verdict whenever it actually happens.
Yeah. Hopefully, maybe if Strangleroot Geist stays in play long enough, that can kind of like deter it a little bit, but I do agree that will be an unfortunate side effect of that. Well, fortunate for Jason Reed, unfortunate for Mason Lane.
Okay, Grist on the stack. Veil of Summer as a cantrip for Jason. There was no, I don't think there was 2 blue available for Counterspell, even though the Counterspell itself is in hand. Now Mason's having a look, so trying to figure out what actually this is going to protect Jason from, and it's not going to be too much this turn anyway. It's just a cantrip. Chris will still be able to make a token. Flip over Yawgmoth into the graveyard. And in for 2. So pretty clean turn. And yeah, Jason cantripping along. I mean, that's a nice thing about Veil of Summer is you can cash it in for a card in a lot of scenarios if it's not working the way you want it to.
Yeah, that is a nice little plus side for sure. And nice to have this hollowed fountain. We were worried that actually need to have that blue source. Supreme Verdict in hand. Gonna go ahead and use it right now. Thankfully, because Grist is on the battlefield, it's not a creature, so will not die to the Supreme Verdict. Unfortunately, Dryad Arbor is a creature. Does die.
Yeah, Dryad Arbor didn't get to do much this game, but 2 Strangleroot guys getting in there for 5, pushing Jason down to 2. That went fast.
Ooh, yeah. All of a sudden, like a Giralf's Messenger is lethal as well.
Yeah, so the cards available for Jason here, it looks like Unholy Heat, Counterspell, Expressive iteration.
An
Which
abundant
way?
growth.
Yeah. So this is not enough. Yeah, this iteration is going to have to be cast, and it's going to have to hit really well.
I guess, okay, so earlier when I was talking about how I imagine this matchup goes, I was saying like 4-color Yorion like has pretty good removal, and it just is able to remove the important creature when it comes up on the Golgari Yawgmoth side of the board. But that's very different when you're just getting beat down by Strangleroot guys. So all of a sudden, the thing that I hypothesized to be the typical game plan, not relevant.
Yeah. Here's the Windswept Heath. Okay. So I guess I mean you have to really reach here to even find a route for Jason to stay alive here. It's going to have to be what? Draw another draw. I was going to say another Unholy Heat, but he can't cast. He already has a Plains in play untapped, so that doesn't work.
So that counter spell is not something we can do either.
Yeah, I think Jason Reed's out of here.
Whoa.
Two mana. Yeah, I don't see it. I think this is over with. I think the strength of these Strangleroot Geists, and I mean Jason having to blow a turn on a Supreme Verdict that really didn't do a whole lot, has not that he maybe had options, but it has cost him in this game.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, which I don't know. I think does kind of start to say a lot about like, again, I called them mopey creatures, and I guess if they're gonna be able to live through a Supreme Verdict, maybe I shouldn't be calling them mopey because potency is certainly key in this format and being able to get as many 2-for-1s as possible. And you could, in a lot of ways, consider Undying to be a 2-for-1.
Sure, as long as you're actually able to take advantage of it, which we very much saw it play a role here. Sometimes when you play this matchup, it's not going to matter because of Prismatic Ending and Solitude.
Yeah.
This time around, I mean, yeah, the Supreme Verdict picked off a Dried Arbor, which is otherwise nothing, but the rest of the plan worked great for Mason there. The Grist presenting additional threats, and then just a couple Strangleroot Geists getting through for a pile of damage. That was nicely navigated and pretty straightforward, honestly, in game 2.
Yeah, indeed. And it's interesting because I feel like we saw a lot of like things that were sideboard cards, things like that Supreme Verdict and that Veil of Summer that again didn't end up doing very much. And there's something that could be said. Did the 4-color Yorion deck just like over sideboard? Did we see the wrong cards? Like, I don't know how exactly we would feel about that. And it seemed like talking about sideboarding after that match. And so we could be finding out from the Yorion standpoint, like, did I board wrong? Is there a way that in the future I should board differently? Did you even bring in Thoughtseize for me to use these Veil of Summers against? What exactly happened here?
Yeah. And then counter spells were, I mean, it's easy to fall behind a deck that has a bunch of 1-mana accelerators, even when you're going first. And we saw it happen there. And counter spells in hand, unable to be cast really at any productive point. I certainly would have been nice, but it just didn't line up right. And Jason Reed advances. I'm sorry, Mason Lange advances to 7-1, looking good for a potential top 8. All right, we do have backup match. We have Isaac Bullwinkle versus Ben Fraley, and if that's ready to go, we're gonna watch Murktide versus. So we talked about Murktide versus 4-color being kind of two primary decks. Well, now we're gonna see Yawgmoth faces both of them. So
all right, and we also talked about how Izzet Murktide is very similar to the Izzet deck that's in Legacy, and we know Isaac Bullwinkle for playing the Izzet deck in Legacy and is playing it in Modern as well.
All right, here we go. So we've had so far today, we've had Batman sleeves, we've had SpongeBob sleeves, and now we have Pokemon sleeves.
I like the Mew sleeves. I think that they're a nice pickup. I mean, I also like Pokemon. I don't know if anyone could guess from seeing my background that I am also a Pokemon fan, but
I think the word is out on that one.
Yeah, I think that unless we're not able to know the Pokemon that is so highly represented behind me, then you maybe wouldn't be able to guess. Who knows? But I like the Pokemon sleeves. I thought the Batman sleeves were cute too, and then you were like, "Oh, we should get some Joker sleeves in here too," and
well, really,
that would be kind of fun.
I mean, when you get some Star Wars sleeves going, I'll be behind that. Or like some of these,
Oh,
it's just I don't know. It's just the age gap between me and some of the players, like Pokemon sleeves or um, SpongeBob. Yeah,
mhm.
if you want to get some Tailspin sleeves, anything from Disney Afternoon, I'm on board for that. Darkwing Duck sleeves, we could do that.
Ooh, that'd be kind of sweet,
Yeah,
actually.
I don't think I might be the only one that bought any, but still. All right, here is our favorite creature, Young Wolf, holding off Ragavan.
Let's go, Young Wolf.
Yeah, and against Izzet Murktide, I mean, Prismatic Andy can take that out for the 4-color decks, but Murktide, not so much. And so I don't know what Ragavan runs for these days, but Young Wolf is probably about 4.5 cents.
Hold up, I'm looking it up right now. You're all going to be able to hear my keyboard.
And yeah, it's a pass. Young Wolf.
I also, if you search Young Wolf, I guess maybe not surprisingly, just a bunch of pictures of cute puppy wolves come up.
Oh,
not funny. Actually Young Wolf from Magic, so I wasn't actually that successful in my Google search.
That's all right. Anyway, Young Wolf is successful at holding back Ragavan. And here's Strangleroot Geist, another card that Ragavan absolutely cannot get through in a million years.
But this one actually kind of gets to attack, Strangleroot Geist comes into play and is like, Young Wolf, you hold down the 4, I'm going in.
Yeah, well, I may even get counterspelled here. Like, oh. No, okay.
I mean, that makes it a 1-for-1, so honestly.
Yeah, this is Undying at its best here. Now, a few turns from now, Isaac may just fly over the top with huge flying dragon monsters and ledger shredders, but for the moment, his deck is being outclassed.
It's so weird to me to see. Again, we talked about it. The 2 most represented decks, the 2 decks that are considered to be the strongest decks, and then Young Wolf and Strangleroot Geist. And it makes me so happy. Which, like, maybe that's saying something that I should just like start playing this Golgari Yawgmoth deck because it warms my heart every time I see a Young Wolf in play. But it's so hard at the same time because, like, we'll see. Maybe this time it will be the case that we're gonna see the Golgari Yawgmoth deck be playing these like low-cost creatures that are gonna end up being outclassed by potentially a very large Murktide region somewhere along the board.
Yeah. Actually, Ben, showing a lot of respect here. Strangleroot Geist doesn't even attack into the Ragavan. There was a potential 2 damage there that, conservatively went to waste, but is what, not wanting to get hit by Ragavan, that's understandable. So iteration here into Bauble plus another Bauble. And if Ben has land, he's looking good. I'm not sure that he does, but there is a Yawgmoth and a Grist.
Yeah, there's a Bird of Paradise too. Bad if that was the deploy instead of somewhere else, but instead another bird was the draw for turn. So yeah, we'll just get them both into play so that we can do some, hopefully cross our fingers, some Yawgmothy things next turn.
All right, so 2 birds, and now Strangleroot Geist comes in. Okay.
This is kind of interesting to do with this turn because if Young Wolf gets killed and is exiled for some reason, I don't know that I would block with a bird.
Right. Well, I wouldn't either after missing a land drop, and 1 bird's going down right here anyway. I mean, Unholy, he found a target they can kill.
Yeah, that doesn't come back.
Yeah. I wonder if Ben would have been better off playing the first bird last turn instead of the Strangleroot Geist that didn't attack anyway.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
More mana available, but okay, here's Ledger Shredder and Murktide, and this is going to work not exactly in the way that Isaac would be hoping, because now that he's tapped down and Ben is going to untap with the Birds of Paradise alive, the Grist is going to hit the board, and this Murktide is going to get just blown up instantaneously.
Yeah, that's potentially going to be kind of rough, as that is exactly what happens here. And we'll see Isaac trying to keep composure here, and that down tick means the Yawgmoth actually going to get a little bit bigger. And yep, you said it. That Murktide can go ahead and say goodbye.
Yeah, Ben's still looking for more mana, but not in any real danger right now. I mean, Kris is going to go down, I'm sure. And
Ooh, that's kind of, yeah, okay.
This is starting to get now the missing layups is now starting to become an issue for Ben here.
Yeah, it was looking okay when we could just go ahead and do 2 birds, but I think for things to continue to go really smoothly, both of the birds needed to live, and now all of a sudden that they haven't, things are starting to really start to slide into the deck that can filter very efficiently's favor.
Mm-hmm. And okay, this Yawgmoth not so impressive on turn 5.
I keep thinking that I see a land in Ben's hand, and then it isn't actually a land.
Okay, yeah. If there was one, then I feel we have to make some judgments about his play skill here. As certainly playing a land here would have been a very good thing to do. So it probably wasn't one. There's definitely Yawgmoth in hand. I'm not sure about the other cards. Ooh, here's another Murktide. Yeah, this has gotten way away from Ben Fraley, who
Yeah, had a good start.
He successfully brickwalled this Ragavan, which has not budged, but nothing else has really gone right.
Yeah, nice $90 card, Isaac.
Yeah, well. And these 2 Ledger Shredders, neither one has a counter on it yet, which means that Ben has drawn.
That's okay.
Yeah, Ben has drawn all the land that Isaac has drawn all the land that Ben has not.
Mhm.
Here we go for a cord for a bird, and it dies immediately.
Rip bird? Rip
Short
third
lived.
bird.
Yeah.
Finally, we're instead of unholy heating the bird, we're actually building the bird.
All right. What is even Ben want to draw now?
Oh, Joe said that, and then we can like faintly hear somebody's microphone from like a producer, and I just hear someone go, "A land."
Yeah.
And yes, I do believe that that is still the case, but instead, that is not quite the case.
Is that a blood artist that just got cast?
I think it's a blood artist. Yeah, I was also trying to figure out what 2-mana creature has a full art in this deck, and I think the only one is for it to be a blood artist.
All right. Well, Ben's gonna need some better fortune on land drops in these sideboard games, as this one did not work out, and he is not at 15 anymore. He is at most at 8, and it might actually be less than that.
Yeah, this is rough, and all of those birds going down has just been kind of a beating. And yeah, if all the attackers are in the air, there's not a whole lot that Ben can really do here. We're just really stuck. And Isaac's like, I've got control of this game.
Yes, indeed. I believe there's an Archmage Charm in hand that was drawn several turns ago that just hasn't found a use yet. Which can stave off anything that's played. Here's another Murktide to grow the first one, and that should do it. Archmage Charm can handle any additional problem. That only grows it by 1, but that'll be enough. And there is the life total. Yep, 8 is the current total for Ben. Attack for 8. And no matter what this is, yep, Archmage Charm is going to counter that, and they're going to go on to game 2. Okay, so Isaac Bullwinkle up a game here to start round 8, or his portion of round 8. And do we see deck lists? We know what these players are playing, right? We can just roll game 2.
Ew. Yeah, we did just watch a Golgari Yawgmoth deck, and
Mhm.
we did just look at the deck itself, and we were kind of talking about how they are pretty solidly similar between them because it is one of those things where it's a combo deck. So a lot of the time you're seeing pretty similar main boards, at least. The biggest differences could be in that sideboard, but Izzet Murktide, again, one of the most represented decks here today. So being able to see it start off here, it definitely didn't run into the same problem that the Yorion deck seemed to, but I think that we also just got to see a little bit of a better draw as far as the Izzet deck was concerned against this Yawgmoth deck.
All right. I think we missed the cue. Let me try again.
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll game 2. There it
There
is.
we go.
All right. So Ben
Thanks, Dave.
Fraley on the play this game. Looking for a third land drop, honestly. And he doesn't find it in his opening hand.
I was thinking I just found this I just found the deck list for the Yawgmoth deck as well. And I was like, oh no, am I about to be completely wrong when I said that there's no big differences between these lists because it says it's labeled as Jund Yawgmoth.
I noticed that too, but
it's just for Magus of the Moon in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't expect to do that here.
Yeah. And is mulliganing at least to 6, it looks like, and then going to be able to start this off.
Yeah, 6 is okay. You can do plenty of work at 6. 5 is where I start to get worried, but 6 is all right. Although there is a bird and there is a bolt, but there's not a mountain or a red source of mana, at least as of yet. Maybe I misread the hand. It seems unlikely.
But it seems weird that you wouldn't play like a fetch first, too.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just a cantrip for Isaac. If that's the case, then Ben certainly needs to take advantage while he can. Gets in for 2 with Strangleroot Geist. It is a cantrip, so I wonder if this is a 1-land hand.
Oh, well, if it was, there was a Stevens that was drawn, so looks like we will be fine despite what could have been a little bit spooky.
All right, 2 more across, and the bird survives, so counterspell would make sense as well.
Uses the bauble here. Drew another land too. Okay, very nice. That actually might have been in hand since the start and just looked enough like a spell that I didn't read it as a land, but the Steam Vents was the draw for the last turn. So we did get fixed on that red mana.
Yep, so both decks developing just fine here. I thought the bird might eat the bolt here after the fetch, and it does. So Ben's still with 3 mana, which is plenty. 4 mana costs everything in his deck except for a large Quarter Calling. And damage coming across.
We saw Strangleroot guys get it done against the 4-color elemental deck, so not unreasonable to believe that it couldn't get it done here as well.
Ooh, Scavenging Ooze, that's a good one. And Dryad Arbor, which did very little last game. I think this Scavenging Ooze wants to activate sooner rather than later, and Ben might agree.
Certainly is thinking
You don't
about
want to
tapping like
Murktide just get in there when you could stop it. So I think you're going to want to get rid of. Well, my instinct was to say anything besides the Mishra's Bauble, and that was the choice, which I understand because that's the one
or like Delirium.
Yeah, it's the hardest one to replace for Delirium, but it's the most useful one if you're playing Murktide Regent. But no problem there. Another bolt, okay.
Yeah. Get rid of that Scooze. The last thing in hand does seem to be that Blood Artist as well. Well, now it's an Ignawire and the Blood Artist, as that was a draw for turn.
Ugh.
Well, yeah, kind of a rough spot to be in. This is kind of one of the downsides of this Golgari Yawgmoth deck. If your opening hand doesn't have like a tutor piece or something like that, you do kind of end up in this place where you're like, everything is on the table. I'm trying to draw off the top of my deck, and Isaac's deck is very good at reacting. So that's kind of a rough spot to end up being.
Yes, indeed. And if Izzet has counter magic in hand, this Legislator can just happily hold down the fort for now, and there's no reason to really press the issue at all. Izzet's life total isn't huge, and there's Blood Artist on the board, but I don't think it's anything he needs to worry about yet.
Yeah, there's a Blood Artist, but there's no sacrifice outlets right
Mhm.
now, and there's nothing like the String of Root guys can come back once, so there's not a ton, I think, for Izzet to really be scared of, and does feel like he's hit this stabilizing point, and also has found another Mishra's Bauble to be able to get that delirium back again.
Had to give some thought on what to connive away there. The unlicensed hearse is nice for the undying creatures, but doesn't want to be committed to the board right now. Appreciate that, Ben. Not commonly do we see a player show us the Mishra's Bubble reveal, but it does happen once in a while. And here is Murktide, which we know and Izzet knows can actually be answered by the grist. That was a grist, wasn't it, that got shown?
I think so.
Yeah. So that's
an interesting deploy. There could just be another one in hand, and we
There
don't
could
care
be.
about this first one dying.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you may just
Also, the Ledger Shredder is pretty big too.
right. If you don't play this, then the Ledger Shredder eats it. So it's reasonable to do that. This is going to 2 points on Blood Artist, which matters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially if
And
Izzet is actually at 7. That's like a low enough, like there's a bunch of little creatures on, well, I guess Blood Artist and Ignoble Hierarch are all ones, so they're not really getting in for anything, but we had like some bugs on the field. I guess we probably won't. This Ledger Shredder might, well, can the Ledger Shredder attack without kind of being worried about life total?
I don't think so. I think there
Yeah.
has to be more plays for Izzet to be able to attack with Ledger Shredder. Unlicensed Hearse isn't going to do anything. It can't block this turn. So more creatures would be ideal. More Ledger Shredders is definitely fits that request. Yeah, Shredder Bauble. Okay.
Yeah, speaking of,
Okay, 2 unlicensed hearse go to the graveyard. This is still, I suppose, Grist doesn't have to be killed right away. I didn't see the reveal that time. I wasn't looking. I don't know if you were. The card next to Dryad Arbor for the person asking is a Blood Artist.
Mhm.
So that is really the only concern right now for Izzet.
Yeah.
Likely is the Blood Artist.
Yeah, and Grist being able to make a bunch of like 1/1s that we don't care about attacking and dying while the Blood Artist is still in play could certainly be a way. Well, okay, never mind. I forgot that we hadn't gone through combat on Izzet's side. We were worried about the Ledger Shredder not being able to attack, but once we got another one and then a Murktide, all of a sudden everything's fine.
Okay, so it's not a lethal attack on the board. Do we attack with Dryad Arbor there to get a point through?
Mm,
I guess not.
yeah, seems a little bit scary.
It does. I guess that option is available next turn as well. There's no reason to
Yeah.
do it all spread it all out, except that way you do get. Yeah. Okay. So there needs to be draws here for Ben.
I think like at this point you're hoping for something like an undying creature to just start like attacking with all your things and then also getting these Blood Artist triggers.
Yeah. So how much damage is on the board right now for Izzet? It looks like there's 8 in dice and then 5 in natural power. So that's 13. That is actually Ben's life total.
Oh,
Well, if there's the counter or much of anything here, there's a
there's a dress down.
dress down and an unholy heat. Is there delirium?
2 unholy heats.
Well, 2
We
unholy.
drew 2, so yeah, I don't think there's delirium, but 2 of them does 4 damage, which is at least enough to make sure that Yawgmoth is not going to be able to do.
So that's going to take out Yawgmoth, and that is going to do it. No conniving, as the Ledger Shredders are under the impact of Dress Down, but it doesn't matter. And Izzet will scoop up this match and advance to 6-3. Oh, I'm sorry, 6-2.
Yeah.
Okay. So
darn, too, because the Yawgmoth might have made it like really close too.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. So, well, actually, no. With the Bloodlust in play, it would have been. I don't know. It would have been. It might have been messy. It might have been real bad for the Murktide player. If the Murktide player had no cards there, yeah. But the Unholy Heats, the Dress Down, all of that was going to play a role and reduce the chances of Izzet winning. It turns out of Ben winning down to 0. So, Yawgmoth wins 1 and loses 1 this round. So, yeah, if you have friends who love Yawgmoth, tell them to watch round 8 because it's all Yawgmoth all the time. We got round 9.
We kind of got to see, we got to see all sorts of we got to see kind of the rise and fall, the good and the bad of this deck too. We even got to see it have not the game plan that you would expect end up winning a round. Yeah. So, kind of some cool ways that we're getting to see this deck come all the way around. And I do think that unfortunately for Ben in that round, that first match especially just ended up going not in a fortunate way as far as land draws were concerned.
Yeah. No, that makes it tough. Okay, so that's going to wrap round 8. We got one more round of Swiss in the top 8 for you today. So come on back with us. We'll be stepping out for a couple minutes, pair up round 9, and then get the action rolling. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Becky and I are here. We got round 9 of 9 coming up, but don't think this is the last match of the day because it isn't. We've got the quarterfinals coming up afterwards. Sorry, these breaks are taking a little bit longer as we get longer in the day. There was a lot of players in this tournament. A lot of players playing 4-color stuff. Those decks don't always finish on time. There might actually be other decks that are drawing out the rounds, but it's easier to just blame the 4-color decks.
I mean, that's kind of going to be the case here. So we're going to be watching Don Delosier against Robert Hayes, and Don is actually 7-1, but Robert is 6-0-2
Really?
going into this round. So has 2 draws, I would believe are unpurposeful, but is playing a 4-color elemental deck. And I will say elementals instead of Yorion because we are seeing Risen Reefs in the deck that Robert is bringing, very similar to the type of elemental deck that Robert was playing for 2 NRG champion crownings on last year that we got to see as well.
Yeah. Robert Hayes won back-to-back Nerd Rage 5Ks with his elementals deck that other people couldn't really win matches with. This was a 60-card deck, not a Yorion deck back then. But facing Don Delosier here, and we are getting ready to go. So let's kick it off. We saw the end, or we saw as a backup a Don Delosier match in round 7. So if you like what you see here, you can go back a couple rounds and watch that later on. But here facing Robert Hayes, NRG Series 2-time winner for a berth in the top 8. Both players, now I haven't looked at the tiebreakers or even the standings really. Both players with a record that conceivably could get in with a draw here. But they are playing it out, so that would suggest that in this case the standings are rather tight, and they don't think that's a likelihood.
I don't actually think that Robert could, because there's another 6-0-2 player.
Okay, that would make sense.
So yeah, I think that Don could certainly have drawn with anybody, but Robert cannot, from my understanding, at a quick glance here.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into it anymore. We could talk about standings and tiebreakers probably for like 20 minutes, and like maybe you'll have to go watch a podcast on that or something.
Yeah, okay, you're right. That's a good point. Let's not do that. Okay, so Prismatic Ending takes out Ragavan. That should be in the exile zone, but there is another Ragavan in hand for Dawn. And if we can radio over to the table and have the spotter point out that Ragavan should be exiled. And okay, so here comes the second one in, Risen Reef. Well, that can't be cast without more mana, but it's probably good for Dawn that Robert's not going to draw that.
Yeah, that would have been quite a nice turn 3, actually, likely being able to accelerate mana or at least generate some card advantage. And then anytime you get to see that Risen Reef get followed up by something like an Omnath, it just starts to feel like we were talking about fair and unfair Amulet Titan. That just starts to feel like really unfair elementals when you can follow those 2 cards up.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Well,
unfair fairness that's happening, you know?
Yeah. This is just another Quaddle. It's just a free card that blocks and doesn't always trade, but it doesn't. In this Ragavan's case, it certainly does. Okay. Robert Hayes with the abundant growth in hand, but fetching here. It looks like he's got plans on what to do with his mana this turn. Now, Dawn was one of our Spell Snare players, I believe. I think I spied one in hand here. Yeah, she is playing 1. That's not going to be his best here. I mean, it can hit Run in 6, but not a ton of other impactful cards. I guess hitting Quaddle.
Yeah, and it's also playing 2 copies of Spell Pierce main as well, actually.
Well, Spell Pierce would be good here, but I think actually Spell Snare is what she's got. So Teferi's in.
And upticking as well, knowing about that dashed Ragavan and not wanting that Teferi to die even for a single card.
So Iteration or Ragavan for Dawn this turn. Potentially both. But she'll have to make up her mind on what to start with. Now Ragavan hitting a creature for Robert's deck is much less good, as the Teferi can just bounce it back to Robert's hand. Other kind, hitting a Planeswalker with Ragavan would be tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and she decides on iteration.
I think I saw a counter spell and a consider, and then there's what looks to be an unholy heat as the last one.
Okay, so this is going to mean this Ragavan's probably not attacking at all this turn, as the mana is going to be spent. It could be, if she's willing to use both treasures, she could still cast Dash Ragavan and then use Consider, but maybe we'll see. Let's see, in the graveyard right now, we have Sorcery, Artifact, Land. So Consider would make it Delirium, and then Unholy Heat would kill Teferi. That's a pretty, pretty solid turn.
Yeah. Did we put the unholy heat in hand?
I thought so, but maybe not.
Unsure and can't see right now, so we'll see exactly what is going to end up being the call here, and it looks like we are going to at least take a peek and decide to draw that card with that consider.
So that was the Steam
Use
Vent.
that treasure.
Yeah, so that was a Steam Vent. So was wrong. So there's the Unholy Heat. Take that down, and did she play a land? I guess she did.
Yeah, the steam vents.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because Robert was on the play as well, I believe, and this is
Okay.
going to be Robert's turn 4.
Well, then you are correct. All right, that explains why she took the Steam Vents too. Then.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're gonna have another Teferi.
The cavern is naming elemental for those curious.
Bouncing Abundant Growth. So this time,
Yeah, this time we're not worried about the Dash Ragavan, which I think is kind of interesting, and I haven't, Robert's deck, beautiful, all foil. For camera perspectives, very difficult to see. So I haven't honestly been looking and, trying to figure out what is in hand all that much. And in this situation, okay, that would start to make a whole lot more sense.
no, yeah, okay, yeah. It looked like Dawn was thinking about responding there, but can't do that. That Ragavan
Mhm.
also needs to go into the exile zone. There, she's got it.
Do gain a
Okay.
little bit of life as a consolation prize, though.
Mhm.
Ooh, and there's a lightning bolt. So we could still finish off the Teferi, which might be something that's worthwhile just because of Teferi living has got to be so annoying for this Izzet deck.
Yeah. Do you iteration first and try and hit your land drop? No, we played a why does it matter with me? We played a land, didn't we? Okay, I take it back. We can't do that.
Yeah, I think we did play a land. Ooh,
Yeah, we did.
That's not too bad though. Let's get a. It's a dragon, yes.
Yeah.
What else would it be?
Yeah, Murktide
What
Regent
else would it be?
into play.
I don't know why I thought it would be not a dragon. What's it going to be, like a manta ray?
I mean, that wouldn't have been my backup guess, but sure. That would be reasonable. I mean, you had that flying jellyfish nailed earlier, so yeah, I expect you to know these things.
Usually I'm pretty good at it. Every once in a while, though.
You have demonstrated superiority as far as knowing creature types all the way back to the sloth incident.
Well, the sloth is actually a beast, also, to be fair, technically, as far as creature type is concerned. But I did also today ask for a different monkey that creates a treasure and then named Wily Goblin, which the name gives away is not a monkey, is a goblin. So,
well, we don't require 100% accuracy, but you're right. That was amusing also. Okay, second Solitude takes down Murktide Regent. And Dawn with a lot of cards in hand, but no board presence right now.
Yeah.
Bolt takes down Teferi, and it's a pass.
All right, looks like there's a dress down Murktide Regent. That spell snare probably still stuck in hand because we haven't really had a situation to use it, and I'm unsure of that final card in hand. But the Solitude's going to have a little bit of a heyday and hopefully going to pad Robert's life total a little bit here.
Well, there's a Ren 6 perfect for Dawn. Gets to cash in that spell snare. And yeah, another Abundant Growth is fine, but that's less exciting. And a lot of lands here.
Yeah, a ton.
For Robert with what, maybe 1 or 2 cards left in hand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's drawn a lot of cards, but hasn't been able really well. I guess like we've answered everything that Dawn has put on the
Yes.
field, so that's why we're not really seeing a whole lot. But
Right, and Yorion getting picked up here, and that's gonna. I think there's
that
two
would be a
opponent.
big, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good Yorion if that makes it in. So Dawn's gonna need to get something going here. She does have another iteration in hand, but counter magic is well. I guess dress down also is a way of dealing with Yorion.
Mhm. There's a spell snare in hand, or a spell pierce. There's now just spell pierce, no spell snare in a hand. So certainly some amount of things that we can have in our back pocket to go into
Mhm.
this next turn.
Well, dress down is an excellent answer to Yorion, at least temporarily. However, Robert, with nothing to kill his solitude, may actually just hold off on the Yorion for now.
Seems kind of surprising, but certainly could be the call. Like the solitude is holding down the fort, and as long as the solitude isn't being answered, like all of the draws that are in Robert's deck are like pretty much either going to draw more cards or are pretty potent on their own. So there's
Mhm.
not a ton wrong with just saying, I have something on the board. Let's just start to take it one step at a time.
Right. So to immediately make a liar out of you, he drew Emrakul for the turn, which is actually not castable. But here is the Yorion. Dress down will gobble that up. The problem is that Dawn doesn't actually have, the board handled creature wise, even though there's no advantage to be gained here.
Mhm.
And let's see how 4, 5, 6 land in play. So Emrakul's a ways off, I think.
I'm always surprised at how quickly people can
I
cast
know,
Evercool, but
right? Yeah, it comes out so much faster than you would think. Right now, we definitely have Planeswalker, creature, land, sorcery.
we have sorcery and instant maybe. I think that's it. We don't have artifact. Or enchantment. I think all the abundant growths have stayed on the field, and Ledger Shredder and Murktide Regent are going to try and stop the onslaught that Robert is starting to amass here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ragavan gets pitched to connive. So, okay, now Dawn has a reasonable board presence. Robert no longer will be able to attack. So if she's able to get a turn to untap here before getting shredded by Emrakul or any sort of other nonsense here, she may be good. Risen Reef the draw. That's a fine place to start for Robert.
Ooh, is there a prismatic ending in hand?
Yep. That's actually overtapped, but that's okay. You're allowed to pay more mana than you need.
I think the reason that could be is because we saw a spell snare.
Oh, you are right. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
now being a little bit afraid of paying 2 mana for a prismatic ending.
No, you're right. That's a good play by Robert.
And yeah, the spell pierce could be impactful in the earlier rounds, but likely is not going to impact so much later here. So just going ahead and deploying it and not having to worry about some bigger mana costs on Dawn's turn, and actually attacks, which interesting because it's not. Oh, okay. I was going to say it's not going to be that big of a life swing when the Solitude is in play, but has Lightning Bolt to make sure that is not going to be the case.
Yep. Good timing on the Lightning Bolt also. In case there was something like an Ephemerate, at least it would be devastating, but at least the Solitude wouldn't get to attack.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, this is also a problem.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about like how incidentally kind of nice in this matchup that Cavern of Souls probably is. Like against any deck that's just playing like 4 counterspell, always making sure that your Omnath gets to resolve is got to be kind of nice.
All right, here's a Marine Face Quaddle, hoping for a land, which is not found.
Oh darn, your Omnath only drew you a card.
Well, but you expected to gain 4 life, make 4 mana, and make you a sandwich, and it did none of those extra things. This is a very crappy Omnath.
Hopefully next turn Omnath. All right, what is this Murktide region gonna do now too?
Yeah, Robert Hayes' board is now getting pretty wide. There's a lot going on over there. Dash Ragavan in hand for Dawn. Yeah, this is it's not looking too promising.
This is kind of a rough place because at the point in the game that we're at, I feel like everything that Robert has is so much bigger than the creatures that are in Dawn's deck, save for these Murktide regions. So I feel like a lot is riding on the back of these blue dragons here.
Yeah. So we've got 13 damage on the board right now. So a land draw from Robert will make him safe for the turn. Eldrazi's Call was the draw. It's a Traverse. I'm sorry. And this, well,
what are we looking for with Traverse? Making sure that we have Delirium. Oh, it does have an artifact in there actually. So we are a little bit closer to Emrakul as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an important note, although I don't think we're going to get that far. I think Solitude on Murktide here would probably... Well, it's a land. Oh,
wait,
yeah. He gets a land.
Then if we...
Yes, this makes sense.
We're all saying it. All right, we'll say it for the chat too, even though I'm sure chat's figured it out already. You, chat, you're so smart. You always figure everything out so much faster than us.
See, but you say it like that, and that doesn't sound like you're being nice. You're not being complimentary.
Jeez,
is that how I sound when I say when I compliment people?
No.
Man.
That's how I imagine chat sounds when they correct us.
I see. All right, so yeah. Traverse for a fetch land allows gaining life. It allows mana boost, and that allows Emrakul. And Dawn Delosier has seen enough for this game.
Yeah, it's the Murktide's quite big. Biggest creatures in Dawn's deck. Unfortunately, not as big as the Eldrazi herself that is Emrakul.
Yeah, I don't know. Dawn Delosier. Robert Hayes has 2 draws already. Casting Emrakul might take 5 minutes. Maybe you want to make him play that out.
Honestly, kind of fair, actually.
Yeah, but no, that wouldn't have been probably as complicated. It's like suicide attack your creatures, demolish you. It might be about all it took. All right, so if we have deck lists available, we can go ahead and take a peek. We see Dawn Delosier's Izzet Murktide, which we saw earlier today. Their 1 spell snare was, a notable card in the deck alongside 2 spell pierce. So a variety of counters. Only 1 Archmage's Charm, which is maybe where some of the space came from.
Yeah, kind of an interesting difference here. And looking at the sideboards, I mean, I imagine we're going to see those mystical disputes. I do wish we maybe had a little more graveyard hate than we do with this deck. Previously, when we'd watched Dawn play against a 4-color deck, the subtleties also came in. So that could potentially be something that happens in the same way again, along with those unlicensed purses. I don't know why I'm unsure about the plural of hearse, but
yeah, I'm not sure why you're unsure either. Yeah, it should be hearses.
Yeah, we figured it out. It felt wrong when when you think about a word and you're like, or like you spell something, or you're like writing something a bunch of times, and then all of a sudden you're like, did I spell this right? And it just like starts to look wrong to you. For some reason, that was hearse to me. I don't know why I'm like.
Well, it sounds. It's a common word. It's an oddly pronounced word.
It is.
So yeah, I get it. Okay, let's go look at Robert Hayes' Elementals deck. This is not the same Elementals deck that he played back a year ago. This is more of a more similar to the 4-color decks. It just also has a good package of Elementals. He's still got a couple copies of Fury in here, which some people have moved off of. He's got his Ephemerate.
Also, playing those and the Risen Reefs. But I did notice that there was a lot of turns to play Risen Reef, and there was a Risen Reef in Robert Hayes' hand for a long time, and we just didn't play it. So potentially something that's going to end up coming out to look at what is in the sideboard. Those Veil of Summers, probably something that could come in. Flusterstorm, I think, is a little bit better for Robert than it is for John. And the Endurances can kind of pack a little bit of a punch if we want to add those in as well.
Yeah, they could. There's definitely, depending on how else to play it. I mean, Supreme Verdict is possible. It's probably never going to kill more than 1 or 2 creatures, but that might be worthwhile anyway. But I guess the deck isn't really a go wide deck, the Murktide deck. I mean, so maybe you don't even sweat that and assume you can just handle everything with your single target removal. We'll see how the rest of the match plays out. Don Delosier down a game. Robert Hayes looking at potential top 8. Another top 8 with elementals in modern will not be a new experience for him if he's able to complete this. He hasn't lost a match yet today, even though he hasn't finished 2 of them.
That's kind of how it goes. And like, it's weird because in some tournaments, if that happens early enough in the day, and depending on the numbers, you lose or you draw early in the day, and all of a sudden, like, you're technically with a loss, but not going to be the case here. So still with hopes alive, and certainly live should we be able to get this game, and a nice start here by having this first match taken down.
I think the most notable thing for game 1 for me was that after seeing a Spell Snare, Robert Hayes overpaying on Prismatic Ending to avoid a repeat of that scenario. That was well done, and that's an adjustment that not everyone would realize to make in the middle of a game.
All right, game number 2, and I imagine Dawn likely going to be a lot happier on the play. Make some of those counter spells like those Spell Pierces and that Spell Snare a lot better as well. And is deciding to keep this hand. Doesn't have a Ragavan to start, which I feel like you typically want a Ragavan to start against this deck just because you really want to get the most out of those cheap creatures before they start to get bricked.
No, that's totally reasonable. And we saw the Amulet mirror, and those players had Amulets like game 1 or turn 1 every single time. But yeah, no Ragavan here for Dawn. No action early. But a 7-card keep, so presumably the hand is fairly solid. Maybe we'll see. There's a Consider in hand, so there is a use for the mana, and then maybe we'll see a Shredder or something on turn 2.
Nice start though for Robert here, fetching for just a basic, but that basic's going to be able to do a whole lot because of that Abundant Growth and draw some cards. I liked when they started putting Abundant Growth in the deck. I think a lot of people were like a little like, oh, you can't be playing something more powerful, and it's like it kind of is powerful.
I feel like when Robert was playing his 60-card version, some of the time he had Utopia Sprawl in that deck.
Yeah.
But has moved off of that here. I guess, I mean, the Yorion impacts how you build the deck in a lot of ways, that being one of them.
Yeah, I thought the most interesting part of Robert Hayes' deck was this Oath of Nissa as well that's in it. And there's 2 copies of the Oath of Nissa, and a nice little extra thing to link with the Yorion as normal 4-color things happen. Going to be able to pitch cast that Solitude to take care of Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, that is a cost though. Pitching, what Omnath got pitched there?
Yeah.
So
did we miss a land drop? Oh no, we're fetching right now. Okay. I was like, what the? That was an aggressive keep.
Yeah, I mean it was a 6. Here's a Quaddle. Okay. And no use of the mana for Dawn on turn 3.
Not yet. We could still. There's an Archmage's Charm, the one of.
That's true. Yeah, it's going to have to be a draw here as Cavern comes down, and as it always does in Robert's deck, name's Elemental, so Risen Reef is uncounterable here.
Ooh, and it looks like we're actually going to Archmage's Charm to draw cards. Okay. I like it. life total not looking too bad. I imagine that it feels a little scary that we're not on the board somehow for this Izzet deck.
Yes, I agree. Although being on the board right now is not going to lead to much since the Quaddle's just sitting there. I guess it doesn't have Death Touch yet.
Yeah, we're one off still. Yeah, there's like engineered explosives in the sideboard, but I can't imagine that those came in. I think the costs are far too varying from Robert's deck.
There's your Oath of Nissa for the first time. We're seeing it today.
I feel like we've been seeing it a lot in Pioneer lately, not so much in Modern and otherwise, but kind of cool to see it used here, and could be cool to see it get blinked off of the Yorion because that is quite a nice ability. Has that extra little help of making sure that it's easier to cast things like the Wrenn and 6 and the Teferi as well.
Yeah, I liked the Oath cycle. I thought the gold one was really cool too. The Oath of was Oath of Teferi, I think the 5-mana one.
Oh, they have the Oath of Teferi and the Oath of Ajani, and they're both gold.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one. All right, so here is a counterspell on. Yeah, there's Oath of Teferi. Yeah, I mean, getting double activations of Planeswalkers, that's ridiculous. I mean,
yeah, isn't that what everyone wants to do?
5 mana is a lot, though.
It is a lot.
So I don't know that one ever saw much play, but that was cool. All right, so counterspell on Quaddle.
Took Yorion to hand, and certainly a lot of nice things to bounce with Yorion in play currently, so that are also hard for Dawn to interact with.
Right. Yeah. So at the moment, okay, there's an Unholy He takes down Quaddle, but at the moment, Yorion draws 2 cards and then looks at 3 cards for a creature or a Planeswalker or a land, I think.
I think only draws 1 card because there's only the 1 Abundant Growth right now.
Oh, there's only 1? Okay, you're right. I thought there was 2.
I did a double take too. Foils, very nice. Once again, a little difficult to see on coverage.
Yeah, I don't think Robert Hayes cares. He goes home and looks at his 2
You know-
trophies and he's like, yeah, it was worth it.
It was worth it, and my foils match my shiny trophies. I get it. All right, is this a Dash Ragavan in? Already flipped over a land, and I think to fetch this Misty as well.
Okay, Murktide. That'll use up some of that graveyard. Redistribute it into the exiled zone. And if Dawn is fortunate, the Murktide will not follow that food into the exile zone. But we know how Robert Hayes' deck works. We know how Solitude works. And even if he doesn't have one in hand, he might be able to traverse 4 a Solitude and just make this start all over again. And we know Dawn cannot counter a Solitude either.
We are getting a little peek. I believe that at the bottom of Robert Hayes' deck is the Chalice of the Void, which apparently did actually come in this matchup.
Okay, that's
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it does get a decent amount of things. It's not a
Seems a little worse on the draw, though.
I agree. It also gets in the way of a lot of his cantripping effects, which mostly cost 1 mana. Is another cavern, I think.
Now you won't be able to counter 2 elementals. Actually, that one could name Snake.
Sure, that's true. I mean, it's not like the first one.
Excuse me. Bird. Bird was the name. Okay, because Yorion is a bird serpent. Sorry, Sky Snake. I think Quaddle's a snake. Okay, so Snake wasn't crazy.
No, I didn't think you were crazy. No one said that. I didn't say that either. You're all good, Becky. All right. But Oath comes back in. Oath of Nissa comes back in. He's look at 3, finds a Quaddle. Boy.
Value.
Yeah. And plus a 4/6 flyer or 4/5. So Murktide's still the biggest thing on the board right now. It just
Murktide's got to get through.
can't attack.
It can get through this turn. Yeah,
Is there
'cause we
2
don't
basics
have.
on the board or 3? I think I only see 2.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only 2.
So it can attack right now.
Yeah. We can't
it's
even
not-
play the Quaddle this turn. 'Cause the
Oh,
thing
you're
under the
right.
cavern is an abundant growth. Yeah, so.
You're right. There's only 1 mana available. Okay.
We're pretty safe this turn. We don't care about taking a hit back, and then I think the turns after are where things start to get dicey and start to kind of fall out of Dawn's control. Unfortunately, there's an Otawara in hand. Ooh,
Well, Yorion is not a good bounce candidate generally.
no.
So
Mm-mm.
I think just attacking in here and hoping you get through is fine. Or is a Ragavan also?
Yeah. So is there a world where you... No, I don't think you really want to Otawara. Well, okay, so you Otawara Yorion, and to replay Yorion, it has to be another 5 mana you're left with, potentially 2 mana next turn.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
got in for 9 this turn, and Robert would be at 4.
That is
Hmm.
conceivable. However, I think what I would be afraid of is that Robert doesn't bother playing the Yorion next turn. He plays something else.
Yeah. Something scarier.
Yeah.
Omnath would be pretty spooky. I was about to ask if you think these are foil cold snap baubles, but I think I can tell that they're not.
I wouldn't have even remembered that bauble was from Cold Snap, but that does make sense.
I just remember at some point they were worth like hundreds of dollars for this uncommon.
Did Robert just prismatic a treasure? Wait, what just happened?
Yeah,
Okay,
I guess
that is
so.
what happened. Is he trying to get a sorcery in the graveyard? That would
Could be it. There is an Emrakul in hand, so I believe that was an Emrakul. Shiny cards once again.
Well, that would make sense then, because little else would. All right, here is Ragavan. Robert knew there was one on top of the deck. There's also one in hand, and this is attack for 10.
Attack for 10, and actually one more land will be enough to play the Emrakul if that's what's in hand, but maybe it's not. Oh no, it definitely is. Okay, so yeah, has enough mana to play Emrakul next turn, and it's what ended the game last time.
Yeah. All right, so here's Endurance as well. This uncounterable. All right, so now this Otawara. What? There's still only 2 basics in play.
Yeah, and I think that's what Dawn was just counting
Right.
a minute ago as well.
So if I guess, yeah. All right, I was gonna say Dawn's incentivized to let him target first. He does. Shuffles the land back in. Robert goes to block. Dawn's like, hold up. I might want to channel this Otawara at discount. Still kind of I think if I'm Robert, I think I let the Ragavan hit me. I don't want to get hit by 8 from Murktide, even though I'm not that concerned. Probably.
Well, I don't think he was planning to block the Murktide before.
Right,
and
so
like if you're planning to cast Emrakul the next turn,
Right.
you're gonna have the Murktide just like fly into Emrakul anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really want to put myself at the point where like 2 bolts could kill me.
Oh, that's very fair. She should be at that point, and I guess is just saying, I won game 1, and if it happens, it happens.
Okay, so Robert doesn't have Emrakul mana. It does not appear, as I imagine it would have come down.
Oh, I could have sworn that maybe I counted wrong. The abundant growths kind of make things a little bit difficult. But I
Right.
thought
Yeah,
for
sure.
sure.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have it. All
And
right, so
Robert
there's
also is not playing bolts. So it's not like the Ragavan hitting would have been able to flip up a bolt from
sure.
his deck that he could get hit by.
Yep.
At least.
Okay. Robert at 4. Don, a removal spell. I don't know what spell that would be for the endurance. Like another Otawara would do it. Endurance chump blocks. Don has another Ragavan and my card I can't make out. Well, this is painful.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about using the Otawara to bring it back to hand, but yeah, decided to just let it go.
Now Robert did draw a Risen Reef last turn, so there
Mhm.
are, he's checking for Emrakul. If he doesn't have it, he's still got this Risen Reef for 2 triggers and 2 more cards. So a pretty good backup plan.
Yeah. Nice consolation prize if we're not getting to cast an Eldrazi. Looks like that will be the call instead.
Doesn't use the Cavern. Oh, Subtlety is the other card in Don's hand.
Oh. I thought the subtlety was an Otawara.
If it was, Don would have won the game last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Here is
Ephemerate.
Oh, okay. And then a Teferi. So this may find the Subtlety. That is okay. So a bolt is still good, I think.
I mean, Robert's at 4,
Right.
so we have to
His
do one
only
more
card
as
is
well.
Emrakul. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a bolt is good here.
Oh, because of the subtlety having flying? Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. One of the Risen Reefs has to go.
And not only is the bolt good here, it's also good the turn after the Emrakul. So this still isn't completely over with.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's not over with at all. Don has legitimate draws here.
Very true.
Well,
Ooh.
yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, Solitude's
One of those being,
Yeah.
solitude makes that a lot harder.
Yes, it does.
And the single card in hand for Dawn is a Misty Rainforest. Making sure that we do, in fact, have all of the different card types. Honestly, at this point, it's getting pretty close to just have enough land.
Yeah. Yeah, well, those 2 Risen Reefs really added a lot to the mana pile for Robert Hayes here. Traverse. All right. And Don has seen enough. Traverse there for well,
Dawn might just be thinking that we're traversing for Emrakul, even though the Emrakul is already in hand.
maybe. Yeah, so Traverse for Omnath to gain life, I guess would have been possible.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
But there has to be a land in hand, and I'm not sure that there was. Land in play wouldn't have done anything, as Robert can't fetch at 1 life.
No, but there was a Risen Reef in play, and Omnath would look at the top
Which
card
we're
with Risen Reef.
Yeah, that's true. But that's not
Not guaranteed, but
right. If that's what it was, then you would still keep playing for another, at least to flip and see what happened. There was a Solitude in hand already. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Don was not likely to win that game. I'm just trying to think whether it made sense for her to concede at that point or not, but she was definitely not going to win because the Emrakul was just going to crush, and that would be the end of it. All right, so Robert Hayes advances at 7-0-2, not quite the way you normally draw it up, but gets it done. Don Delosier finishes at 7-2, a good run, perhaps probably top 16, but not quite for top 8. All right, we got the backup match. Let's roll it. Find another entrant into our top 8 of this NRG 10K.
All right,
Okay.
and I believe there should be one more point somewhere for Max.
Yes, there should. You're correct. All right. Well, this is.
I'll figure it out. Hold up.
All right. Anyway,
There
okay.
you go.
Whoa, that's. Well, we didn't get that fixed. We got some other things fixed, but not that. Anyway, Mac Andrus versus Max Komanowski. Is it Murktide 4-color blink? So that's right. We said that before. Same matchup we just watched. See if the outcome is any different.
Yeah, Ragavan gonna be the start, and I do think that like you need a little bit of early action for this Isn't Murktide deck, because that game could have been so different for Dawn if there was just like a little bit more of an aggressive start. Like we saw her get Robert down to 1.
Yeah.
And like for multiple turns, like any kind of damage dealing ability was going to be like a win for her. And
Yeah. I mean, there was that turn when the endurance was back. A way to deal with the endurance would have won, although I'm not sure what there was. With no graveyard, it makes Unholy Heat ineffective. But then, a couple turns later, a Lightning Bolt would have ended it.
Yeah, it was close game, and not to say that like the keep was a bad keep from Dawn at all. Like, it's just hard to look back and be like, oh, these little things could have been different. But you do that in every game and every matchup.
All right. So Ragavan gets nailed by Prismatic Ending. Max has played a couple cantrips. Mac has played a couple cantrips. And you can't dawdle against this 4-color deck. I mean, even though these Murktide decks, I mean, they have game going long, going turn 6, going turn 10, like maybe at turn 10. But the late game belongs to the 4-color decks. The late game belongs to the Emrakul decks. So you don't want to get there.
Really is true. And ooh,
Another
all right.
spell snare. There's been more spell snares today on camera than I feel like there was in the last 5 months.
I would say the last year even.
I thought about saying that, and I changed my mind. But yeah, I mean, you're right.
I'll say it for you. Okay. I think year, especially main board.
In Modern, this is I may we're seeing a change of the times a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I should add within Modern, because I think in Legacy it could also be a little bit of a different number. Ooh, yeah. Go ahead, move that Yorion to hand, Abundant Growth, and Ice Fang Quad. Well, no longer an Ice Fang Quaddle, so making that Yorion a little bit worse. I feel like when the players are like shuffling their hands faster and doing everything faster, that I have to talk faster.
I mean, that's not sure. I mean, that's reasonable. We could try to talk faster, but I'm probably gonna leave you alone. You can gibber along as fast as you want. I'll probably maintain my normal pace. As Dress Down comes in here in response to Murktide Regent.
Oof.
Well, bit of a drag. It's still a 3/3 flyer.
Yeah, it's still technically a 2-mana 3/3. Not really, but kind of.
You would play that. I mean, Sarah Avenger.
Copium right there.
Sarah Avenger couldn't even get played until turn 4, and it got played as a 2-mana 3/3 flyer.
That's true. Wow, what a throwback for that card.
I even had Vigilance, I think. So this is actually worse, I guess. But at least it's getting through. Well, scratch that.
No, it is going to get through. Counterspell. Save the Murktide. And falling to 11. So Max doing a pretty good job of keeping on the pain here too. But we do know that Yorion is in hand and could come down and brick wall this Murktide at any moment.
Yeah, really, that's tough. I mean, do you counter the Solitude? Or do you counter the Yorion? I mean, it has to be the Solitude, but it's unpleasant either way, unless there's more counters. We know there's a Spell Pierce in Max's hand. That's not going to help too much here. All the spells in these 4-color decks are cheap, and all the creatures are expensive. That feels like it's backwards of what traditionally the way things should work.
Only a little bit, but sometimes that's how these formats end up. Traverse the Evenwald. We got a lot of things in our You know, I feel like half of the traverses have just been to look for Emrakul. It's just been like, all right, let's make sure that we have all of these card types in our graveyard. We got lots of lands on the field. What are you going to be looking for? I want to know. Is it going to be the Emrakul? Is it going to be something else? Let's find out. It is going to be the Emrakul.
Max, oof, that's an expensive one. You'll never cast that anytime soon. Oh wait, well, it's just cost 7. Yeah, same as Murktide.
It's kind of the same as Murktide, and unfortunately, not going to be able to keep the Murktide around second time around. Counterspell saved it the first time. Not going to be able to save it again.
Ick. So your opponent has Emrakul in hand, and you're behind on the board.
Feel bad. I feel like that we're getting to kind of see this is almost exactly what happened to Dawn. Like playing through the game, like have some reactionary spells, and then eventually it all just kind of comes crumbling down the moment that an Emrakul is something that we can think about.
Yeah. So
which I guess says a lot about the 4-color decks saying that we need a game ender. We are playing dirtily games far too often. How do we end the game? We take our opponent's turn. Genius.
Boy. And I mean, this isn't, well, it's been a slam dunk every time we've seen it today. Here it gets countered. So let's see how much damage there is to be done to Max's hand here.
All right, so we at least don't have a 13/13 Flample protection from instants.
So with Surveil here, maybe Max can set up spots where he doesn't get completely destroyed. Okay, bolts. Look at the top card. Leave it there. Okay.
All right, so maybe we're not going to be doing that much damage to Max's turn anyway. So Max just trying to figure out, is there anything else I can do before I give my turn over? I mean,
you know what's very cool also is Dragon Rage Channeler has to attack, right?
Yeah.
So Mac controlling Max's turn has to attack himself. Does not have a choice.
That's true. Oh.
Well, okay, now he doesn't, but that's a problem. If Mac can delve away Delirium, then he can save himself 3 damage, but that means
then there's a Murktide in play.
Yeah. This may be, so the choices do nothing. Wait, that's am I wrong? Is
there no Delirium?
Well, maybe there isn't. Oh,
instant. Yeah, it looks like it's just instant land.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay, so I was thinking that, yeah, you're right. There's no Delirium, but Dash Ragavan.
I didn't realize it either. I see that many cards in a graveyard with these decks, and honestly, most of the time I just assume that there's Delirium, which is wrong on my part.
Okay, so wow, this was
ideal for Max, actually. All things considered.
This Emrakul was not like the others.
No.
Wow.
You know what? We want this Murktide to be as big as possible. So we'll go ahead, keep that island in the graveyard. All right, Mac, you got 1 card in hand. It's a Yorion, and you drew a land. That's a little rough. What can we do? It looks like we're going to be going to 1 and getting finished off by Ren 6.
Yeah, I think that was a dress down for the draw.
Oh,
there's Dash Ragavan.
Oh,
here's.
Wait, yeah.
Right, so here's what's gonna so it's gonna be
down before.
And this is a complicated. I've seen this asked other places where with Dash Ragavan versus dress down, what happens?
Ragavan doesn't have to be returned to hand, correct?
Okay, let's.
Oh, it does? Okay.
But I'm not sure that it loses haste.
Okay. Our man behind the curtain has informed us that the dash will still have to be returned to hand, but does not have haste or any of the other abilities.
All right, so 1 damage comes through, plus the 1 from the fetch the Spell Pierce caused. And then Ren 6 ticks down, and Max Kaminowski takes down the game. So, yeah, just sidesteps that Emrakul with the Surveil and emptying the hand with the Lightning Bolt, leaving behind a Spell Pierce that was uncastable, and gets the job done. That was
And
it
it was
nice work.
actually, I mean, it probably would have actually gone kind of bad had there been delirium and we had to take that extra damage on
Yeah.
Mac's side from the. So kind of crazy that it ended up being that way and just was like, okay, I'm getting to avoid damage and not casting the Murktide, and then still ends up not being in an advantageous situation. So, I mean, we got to see a lot of Evercools do a whole lot of potent things, and there we just got to see it not do so much. Which every once in a while, I feel like you do get to see somebody just be like, all right, well, I'm like nearly hellbent, and you just can't do much with my turn. And if like the boards are at parity, if you don't get to have that 13-13 stake into play, it's not really doing that much at the end of the day.
Right. All right. So if we have the sideboards ready, we don't have the sideboards ready. All right, let's just go to game 2. We know what we're talking about here, and we know what we're seeing. We got Max Kaminowski versus Mac Endress playing for top 8. Let's just get game 2 rolling.
Yeah, we've seen these Izzet Murktide decks versus these 4-color elemental decks pretty much all day. Once again, the 2 most represented decks at this tournament. The 2 biggest decks in this format. I think I will pretty confidently say that. And a little bit of mulliganing for Mac to start it off.
So I'm going to look at Max Kaminowski. Yeah, so Max is actually 6-0. We might have established this earlier, but I don't remember actually saying it. So Max is actually 6-0-2, not 5-0-2 or 5-1-1 or any other sort of incorrect record. So I wonder if there was an intentional or unintentional draw earlier between Max and Robert Hayes.
Oh, that could have been it. Especially if you're, playing one of these.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen how long these games can go.
Okay, so Max is up a game. If we can add that on during the time shifted match, let's do that. If we can't, don't worry about it. But this is round 9 of the Swiss here at NRG Gaming. 272 players. We're narrowing it down to 8. Those 8 will play after this round is complete, and then the top 4 will contest tomorrow morning. And wow, yeah. So, Veil of Summer, we saw it be rather ineffectual a couple times today. This is anything but
That's
that.
how you want it to be used.
Yeah, this is a blowout as Veil of Summer was intended to be used. Ren 6 lands. Mac draws a card. And yeah, and that's just, I mean, you just have to keep playing, but it's just like, oh, sometimes when that happens, I just want to concede right away.
Honestly, kind of fair. Definitely is a very potent card, and this time no Veil of Summer to save the Ren 6. Brazen Bar, we're going to put it back to hand, and maybe we'll have a counterspell for the second time around.
Well, hopefully it goes better than the first time.
Already a lot of land and card advantage garnered, though. Being able to get some extra fetches, pull some more lands out of the deck. And a nice Banquettal in play. Ooh.
Okay, this kind of spell goes better than the last one, and then Ren 6 comes in anyway, and we continue to see this interaction where
Teferi eats a counterspell and resolves something else.
Yeah, the blue-red player sitting with counterspell just camped out, and the 4-color player is like, okay, that's cool and everything, but you got to counter this Teferi. You're not going to get whatever I want to protect.
I mean,
What
at
we
least
need
you're
is
being able to counter the Teferi. Better than the Teferi resolving and you
Yeah.
sitting with counters in hand. So
what you need is a
at least you're
counterspell.
good.
We need a counterspell silence, like 2 blue and a white counter target spell. The opponent can't play anything else this turn. That's probably too good, but that would solve this issue.
That's gonna name like 3 cards that do something kind of maybe similar.
Oh, yeah, you're right. What, like time stop? I mean, you're right. I guess 2 blue and a white's too little because time stop costs 6 and does exactly what I just said. So maybe I should have thought that through first. Another saying that card actually exists anyway.
All right, Yorion to hand. Not a whole lot going on, and we're not swinging with this Ice Fang Quaddle either, but it's just holding down the fort a little bit. I think we're a little bit afraid of the Brazen Borrower coming into play and starting to swing. Or yeah.
Dash Dragon is a consistent thing also. All right, so there's a Murktide for Max Komanowski, full size. Oh wow, it's even the same mana cost. It's not actually. I mean, I've definitely seen that card name before. I just didn't remember what it did. So good job reminding me, and bad job of
I
me.
told you, chat's on it.
No, you're right.
They always know everything.
Well, I don't know about that much, but they do know a lot, and we appreciate you guys being here and watching. All right, Unholy Heat takes out Quaddle as we seemingly speed towards the end of this match.
Yeah, sometimes players are zooming, and on these time shifted matches that are a little bit sped up, it really starts to feel like we're just. Ooh, Jace.
Ooh.
Oh, can we even cast Jace this turn? I don't think we can cast Jace this turn.
Wait, we have a land.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, Jace so good. Unholy Heat, kind of a disaster for Jace's survivability long term, but looks like it's going to land. It's going to brainstorm. No dice required, I guess. I'm sure they'll get that.
We all know that Jace just brainstorms every single round and just stays at the same mana or same loyalty.
Maybe it's just the format difference. Like Legacy is, more powerful format. So in that case, using the other abilities was the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I don't know. If Jace is just good. All good modes. Something that continually surprised me. This probably only happened to me like 3 or 4 times maybe, where you play Jace, start using his abilities, the other person doesn't even blink. Then you ultimate, they're like, oh, what does the ultimate do? I was like, what? How do you not know this? I mean, if you had
I didn't really know it for the longest time. Jace was like always, so I like wasn't playing Legacy for a really long time. Ooh, are we casting? Yeah, Supreme Verdict just to take care of Murktide and Prismatic Ending to take care of Jace. Exile Zone, please, thank you. Nah, so I like wasn't playing against Jace hardly ever, and it was banned in Modern, and then it got unbanned, and I think I played like 2 games. And finally, like, one time was, like, playing against an opponent, and they were, like, kind of close to ultimating it. I was like, I don't think I've ever actually read what that ultimate does. And read it and was like, seems pretty good. I'll exile it with Karn.
That was a good climax to your story there. Came out of nowhere. Okay. So the board has been cleared. Traverse on the stack. Max with a lot of cards in hand. Spell Pierce, just to make it cost a little more. Okay.
At this point, what is Spell Pierce really going to do? I feel like we've seen Spell Pierce be very mopey today. It's been just a pay 2 extra for that, please. We haven't gotten to really see it early. And, Subtlety to try and stop Omnath?
I mean, stop Omnath and start attacking. I mean, Max only at 5.
Oh, very true. Yeah.
And Supreme Verdict in hand, not being cast
and
this
a
turn.
Veil of Summer as well, but we didn't leave up a green mana for it.
Ooh. And land drop was so that Spell Pierce. I mean, if there is, I didn't see the Veil, but if you're right about that, that's Spell Pierce really mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so that's it. Max Komanowski takes that one down.
And I love that the moment that I was like, Spell Pierce has been kind of medium today, immediately, like almost 10 seconds later, is like, nope, it did kind of matter.
Yeah, I mean, it did convert off 2 mana there, but that's that is something. Okay, so let's see. Let me mark that down. That Max won that. That is the end of the Swiss.
9 rounds.
Yeah.
Through the day. We're done.
Yeah, we're done with the Swiss. We're not done with the day though.
Nope.
So stick around. This is probably going to be a bit of a break as all right. They're still going to have to take pictures, figure things out. There's generally deck checks for the top 8 players. So 10 or 15 minutes is what I've just been told to expect. So do we want to run the interview from before right now, or do we just want to keep that?
Yeah, we might run a little bit of an interview that we had earlier, unless our director just stepped away from the table and is no longer able.
We've got it. All right, so we're going to do that. Okay, so Map and Monte sat down with Cora Bank.
Cora.
I'm sorry? Cora Bank, who has been traveling out from Denver, Colorado, driving out to these events, NRG events the last few months. And so he spoke with her. So we're going to run that, and then we're going to have maybe an additional like 5 minutes or so break before we have top 8 rolling. So stick around for the interview, and then we'll be back for top 8 in a little while.
Hey everybody, welcome. I am Matt Bamonte. I am joined with Cora Bank. Cora, thanks for taking a bunch of time for us today. It's been really awesome to see you at a bunch of our events recently. You're 35th currently on our leaderboard, looking to move up there and make a run for our end of the year championship, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So that's a really sweet tournament for me. It's really like a really intimately small tournament, so you can kind of metagame for each other. It's really cool. Like everybody gets the jackets and all the cool stuff that comes along with it. It's cool to see everybody run around the building with those. So hopefully we get to see you at that. So tell me a little bit about your travel, because everybody travels at least some distance for a Magic tournament. Me today, I traveled about 10 minutes. It was great. You traveled about 16 hours,
like 19.
19 hours, something like that. So coming from Denver, so tell us a little bit about. I know you gotta have some good travel stories for us.
Oh yeah,
So fire 'em up.
yeah. We drove from Denver. We left at 5 a.m. yesterday.
Okay.
We got here at 2:30. We basically played an entire D&D campaign in the car.
Okay.
We're bored. We're like making up the worst character
Sure.
for D&D. Just like, you ever played D&D with like that guy that's just like, my character's so overpowered. We just had everybody in the car do that, and I'm DMing in it and just having a blast, like trying not to drive off the road laughing.
Yeah. So I wonder. So a lot of people play like a license plate game or whatever kind of game it is, but y'all play D&D. That's pretty good. That's a new one for me.
It was a little nerdy, but
That's great. I think Brad and I used to talk about like all kinds of things. Like we'd pass by like one of the signs that has all the food on it, right? And like, okay, what's your favorite meal from this place? And we'd have to like go through it, and we go over and over it. And if a new person entered the cart, I felt bad for him because we'd tell like the same story over and over again. So I'm sure that happens on the trip to and from Denver a lot too.
Yeah, well, everybody in the car's a vegetarian, so it's really hard to have a favorite meal at places.
Yeah.
Because we all just get the same thing.
Sure, that's cool. Yeah, so that's cool though. I'm glad everybody. So how many people come in the car with you?
So this time it was 4,
Okay.
including me. We're going to St. Louis, and it's just going to be 3.
Okay.
I'm actually not teaming with them, but they're meeting somebody here.
Okay.
They live here in Chicago.
Okay.
And we're excited to play that event
That's
too.
cool. Yeah, that's a fun one. The team events are really fun. I'm super looking forward to going to St. Louis, by the way. I'm glad you mentioned that because it'll be the first time that NRG has gone to St. Louis, but the first competitive REL event I ever played at, I played in that same convention center.
Oh, really?
Which is really weird, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's probably like 8 years later, and we're going back there. So pretty cool. So you told me that you're excited to play. Had a kind of a rough day today, but you're excited to play Legacy tomorrow.
Oh yeah, super. Me and my buddy, one of the ones I traveled with, we kind of just like made our own Jeskai control list with the cat combo. Without the combo, it's just like cat for value, and like you don't have to play the clunky bad cards.
Sure.
Like playing Mox Amber and Legacy feels terrible.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just like infinite kill you, but it's just like good value Jeskai control.
That's cool.
I'm super excited to play it.
Yeah.
We've tested it a little bit. He has a more free time to play Legacy, so he's been like just 5-0ing leagues with it, and then like 4-0ing like local. The one time we played, we just drew the last round of the local.
Okay.
So
Cool.
the deck feels really good. I'm super excited to play tomorrow. I also just don't get to play Legacy. 'Cause
Sure.
the only times that Legacy in Denver are days when I have to work. So
Yeah. I'll say a lot of people don't get the opportunity to play Legacy, but we do a lot on the NRG series, so it's cool. I'm glad you got a kind of a fresh take on a deck, which will be fun. It's always nice to see like a format like that, which is solved and there's new things get popped up, and I think it's really great to try and innovate stuff. It's cool to see some new iterations coming out. So.
Yeah, it'll be the first big event I've played with the cat, so I'm super excited to play Displacer Kitten.
Okay.
Because that card's really fun.
Yeah.
I just like origins of playing competitive Magic was just starting playing value pods, so I'm a big ETB person, so just getting a dumb cat that lets me do that.
Yeah.
Plus, it's a little kitten. Like, how can you not love the card?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, how could your opponents beat the kitten? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, you bolt my cat. That is incredibly rude.
That is rude. All right, so a couple of last things. So why should everybody root for you on the NRG series?
I mean, I tend to be a very friendly person to everybody I meet. Like, I've never really ever had an opponent tell me that I'm not like a nice person.
Yeah.
Like, my opponent this round was just like, you were one of the nicest people I played today. And if I was like considering dropping, and then you made me feel better. So, yeah, I just like to let everybody else have fun playing Magic.
Cool.
I definitely try to facilitate that in Denver too.
Yeah.
Just like make Denver a nice place to play, because, you know, we're isolated from the Midwest and East Coast, so we don't really get a lot of people.
Right.
So like our community is really compacted, so I just like try to make that there. So if I can bring my positivity everywhere else, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's really cool. So making players feel at home is really awesome. So thanks for bringing that to the NRG series.
Yeah, of course.
Last thing I have, any shout outs? Anyone you want to make fun of the people in your car or anything? Or you want to tell them thanks for splitting the driving or anything like that?
I mean, one of them lost his license because he lost his wallet. So, and it's his car, so he didn't drive. So I hate you, Aaron, because I had to drive longer than I was going to have to, but you're still my best friend and I love you. And congrats on winning your RCQ last week.
Yeah, now they're off they're no longer in RCQ prison.
Yeah.
Out of it. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he's super excited to win that. We were super hyped for him when he did.
Cool.
He played one of our other really good friends in the finals. So it was a really fun match where we're just joking the entire finals.
That's cool. That's really cool. All right. Anything else before we get out of here?
I'm good.
All right, cool. Well, Cora, thanks for the time.
Yeah.
And again, good luck the rest of the way. Hope to see you in the championship, and we'll see all you next time.
All right, it's a long day. Thanks for sticking with us. Becky and I have got one more match for you today. And by that, I mean one more round. All right, we got the quarterfinal bracket ready to go. Let's pop that up on the screen. You can see who has advanced out of 272 players. The 8 remaining are Due Vu with Amulet Titan playing against Zach Dubin playing 4-color Blink. This can be the backup match, I believe. Max Komanowski, who we just saw with Izzet Murktide, playing against Mason Lange with Golgari Yawgmoth. Philip Urusha with Izzet Murktide against Jack Potter playing Amulet Titan. So 2 Titan decks in the top 8. And the match we're going to watch to start with is Robert Hayes with 4-color Elementals versus George Jabbour with Azorius Control. And this is a Kiora control deck, not a Yorion deck. So that's why we wanted to feature it. So the players are ready for us. Sorry, not Kiora. Did I say Kiora? I meant Kahira.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, whoa. I was like, did I really not look at this deck list? No, Kahira makes a lot more sense. So it is a little bit of a different companion that we're used to seeing. I'm since playing a bit of Pioneer, when you said Kiora, I was like, oh my gosh, we're trying to do some ramping things. Okay, I'm here for it. Let's see. Come on, put it on the screen right now. Let's go. But is Kahira. So gonna be a start off here. Robert Hayes starting off with a bobble and a fetch.
But it is it is a Days Undoing Narset deck. There are 4 copies of Narset in the main. So that could cause some issues for a lot of Robert Hayes's cantrip effects.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are a couple Days Undoing. Sorry?
This also is kind of like this. The Azorius Control is mostly the underdog deck. This and the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, because they're the only deck archetypes that aren't within the top 4 archetypes that we saw. Mm-hmm. And of the top 4 archetypes, the one that isn't showing up kind of in multiples is Burn.
Right. And I don't think that's too shocking.
Hammer Time was in the top 5. It was the 5th most played.
Yeah, as you did say, though, out of the top 4, that you thought Burn was maybe the most lacking in real strength, and that did play out. So just for people that weren't with us before, why don't you run through the top 4 or 5 represented decks in the event today?
Yeah, so we got 4-color Elementals as well as Izzet Murktide being the most represented decks at a pretty even percentage at the top. And then it was Burn, and then Amulet Titan, and then after that was the Azorius style Hammer Time.
Mm-hmm. And we did get 2 Titan decks into the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Chat asking about top 8 deck lists. We'll get to them between games. After the top 8 after the round of 8 is completed, sometime overnight, all of the deck lists from the entire event will be made available on Melee. But we'll get them for you. Between games, we'll get a look at what's going on here. Robert Hayes' deck we've seen already a couple times. It's a Traverse the Uvenwald Ephemerate build. And George Jabbour is playing basically Wood Control. There are 3 copies of Chalice main deck. There are 4 Narsets, a couple Days Undoing, and some Incarnations. I think would be a way to summarize real quick what he's got.
When you say it has does it have Mold Drifter?
No, it does not have Mold Drifter. It has
It's fine.
I mean, that would be cool. It has Solitude and Subtlety. So like many decks in the format, no creatures that weren't printed in the last about 4 years. Don't stack up anymore.
I just want Mold Drifter. That's all. And looks like we are actually going to see that Chalice of the Void come down for 1 here. So shutting off things like the Ephemerates, things like those Abundant Growths, as well as 2 copies of both of Nissa that Robert Hayes is playing.
Yeah, so not game breaking, but these games figure to last a while, and Robert will have plenty of time to draw cards that can't get through the Chalice. However, he does have answers to the Chalice. It is something he can remove. 2-mana Prismatic Ending would do it.
Like Omnath's going to try and come down here, but that Prismatic Vista might be saying absolutely
oh my goodness.
not.
George Jabbour is my favorite player in this tournament.
Why?
Look at that land.
And then it has matching with the Mark Poole signature for the counterspell. Yeah,
it's perfect. He has the correct artwork and signature. Those are the lands in my decks. That's fantastic.
I was about to say they match yours.
That's great.
Yeah. So old school.
And then Jace.
That's the most excited I've seen Joe Lissette in a long time. For those of you at home who couldn't see Joe throw up his arms in excitement.
Well, style recognizes style, I guess.
It is kind of nice. That's the thing about Magic. Like if you have like a basic land type that you really like using and you use all the time and you see somebody else use them, you're like, all right, I see you. Like that's kind of nice. Very nice as also the Seiju coming down to take care of that chalice and unlock those 1 CMC costs for Robert Hayes as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit frustrating to have to do it before playing whatever spell it's going to be, as it does give George the opportunity to have 2 mana available, but you're going to do it. Here is Traverse. Yeah, that's a Traverse, and George inquiring as to whether Delirium has been achieved, and it does look like it has.
Oh yeah, we got
artifact land and
Planeswalker. There's a
Planeswalker. All right, that will do it.
Now we just gotta figure out what we're looking for, and it looks like we're looking for an Omnath, which makes sense. If we can keep that creature in play, we can start to do all the things the Magic players love to do: draw some cards, gain some life, ramp some mana. There's a little bit of something for everybody on Omnath.
Well, Jace does a whole lot too, and there's another counterspell, and that Unholy's not going to make it. And if there's not another one, and I don't think there's another red mana anyway, this Jace is going to stand on the board for at least another turn, and that's bad news for Robert Hayes. It's already
bad news, and that's 3 counterspells that have come out of George's deck so far.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, counters being printed into Modern has certainly had an impact, and there is Narset. That's going to make that Omnath quite a bit worse.
Yeah.
George will.
Yeah, we're going to wish we would have looked for a Wizardry for something instead. Days Undoing.
Well, that there is mana available to cast that right now. Probably after. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Fate Seal with Jace. Look at the top card of the deck. That's going to be your only card. Days Undoing. Okay, so there's a 2 of in the deck. That's a combo. Narset plus Days Undoing means George Jabbour will shuffle everything in and draw 7 cards and end his turn. Robert Hayes will shuffle everything in, draw 1 card, and then untap for the turn. So fairly lopsided.
I'm gonna be honest. When we were talking about what decks we wanted to look at for this first match, I was like, Azorius Control, I guess. It's not my favorite deck to watch, but we've been watching a bunch of other decks, and we should get the Control players a little something to watch. Then we mentioned that there's Narset and Days Undoing in it, and now all of a sudden I am on board.
How quickly you change your minds. Here's the Fairy. Okay, that's excellent. I mean, that actually is something, at least for Robert Hayes. But facing down,
we can't draw a card because there's no Narset.
Ouch. Okay, that was too bad. I mean, I was thinking it'll at least stop all the counters that George Jabbour just shuffled back into his deck, but yeah, I mean, it was going to be tough anyway, and that made it a little tougher. And
I would about do the same thing. I probably would have done the same thing the moment that I got Narset Days Undoing, but yeah.
All right, so game 1 of the quarterfinals goes to George Jabbour. Let's go ahead and bring up the deck list, show you what they're working with. You've seen Robert Hayes' deck a few times. We'll look at it again right here.
Mostly let's look at what will help Robert not get Days Undoing.
So 4-color leaning elementals with Traverse, Ephemerate, and Emrakul. And okay, Becky wants to know what's going to help on the sideboard. Well, there are some tools, certainly.
Yeah, some Veil of Summers to stop the counter spells that George was drawing lots of, and probably those Fluster Storms. This is kind of hard. There were a lot of the Mystic Veils and ways to filter lands, and I imagine there's a lot of basics. It's only a 2-color deck, so like Vegas probably isn't great, but this is hard because there's not a whole lot of other things in the sideboard that are really great for this matchup.
Right. But those are good tools. Veil and Flusterstorm are both good. Interesting to see Chalice in the sideboard of it facing against that has Chalice main deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a Boseiju, which may come in. This is now open deck list for the players. So Robert Hayes will know what he's actually facing. So let's go ahead and look at George Jabour's deck. This Azorius control with Kahira. And an interesting sideboard plan.
I was going to say, you were talking about it a little bit before we came on, but it's playing Stoneforge Mystic and a little bit of an equipment package in the sideboard, actually. So can kind of have this interesting aggressive slant to it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, this is the kind of thing that probably is more effective when your opponent doesn't know it's coming. But still, it can work. What surprises me more so than just having it is that there's actually 3 equipment to go with it. That feels like a lot. Another thing that's relevant is Stoneforge Mystic's creature type is, well, actually, I don't know it off the top of my head, but I doubt it matches Kahira. Yeah. Core Artificer. So in order to bring in the Stoneforge Mystics, George Jabour will have to reveal that to Robert Hayes in the pregame action by not revealing Kahira.
Yeah.
But you see the rest of the deck there. Yep. 4 counterspells, 3 Force of Negations, fair amount of removal, a bunch of Planeswalkers. I mean, this is a more straightforward deck. Fewer 1-ups, I mean, obviously it's not a Yorion deck, so there's less room to pack in all kinds of different stuff. And then the Chalice of the Voids on the bottom left quadrant of the deck list. So, no, there's not really clean answers to something like Veil of Summer aside from believing in Chalice of the Void, which I don't think you'd want to do otherwise. But seeing the Veil of Summers may influence you to, in fact, leave them in. I don't know exactly how that will play out for Mr. Jabour here. We'll see how he boards. Players are looking like they're ready. They can go ahead. They don't need to wait for us anymore.
Yes. I'm interested to kind of see how these players had sideboarded because I'm also curious to see if this is a situation where George says this is a long enough back and forth that I am interested in bringing in those Stoneforge Mystics, or if this is one where just continuing to play a more controlling game is more advantageous. And I'm kind of leaning the latter.
Yeah, I'm sure the Stoneforge for Batterskull obviously would do a ton of work against a deck like Burn, even though sure the Stoneforges probably get killed often, but it still buys you time and sets up a nice 5-drop that's a 4/4 Life Leaker. Here, it's the Planeswalker decks and can control mirrors. Probably the ability to Stoneforge and have haste is very significant with Kaldra, and Sword of Fire and Ice is probably great in lots of scenarios. We'll see. I do not see a companion on George Jabour's side of the board. Maybe we can get confirmation that it's not just off screen, but it's actually not there, which is what I expect. But just so we're clear.
What if we just brought one in? Can you choose not to reveal your companion? Could we do it just to throw Robert Hayes off? Okay, yeah, you can choose.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, you could not bring in the Stoneforges and not reveal the Kahira. You could
just for the mind games.
Yeah, of course. You could board in the Kahira if you want to. There's no reason to tell Robert one or the other what's going on. Okay, so no companion reveal this game. That doesn't mean it's not in the deck. That doesn't mean the Stoneforges are in the deck, but those are likely conclusions that could be drawn here.
And George is on a mulligan, I believe, as well. Though Robert Hayes is going to be on the play.
Well, Robert Hayes was on the play last game, and it didn't do him a whole lot of good. And well, that's not fair to say. I mean, the longer the games go, being on the play matters less and less.
Yeah. And these are both decks that I think are anticipating playing for a decent amount of time.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you put Emrakul in your deck if you're playing
Yeah.
on the game ending fairly soon. Although, given what some of these times, when it costs 7 mana, I mean that's not that much.
Yeah, you're right. Except for that you're not casting it for 7 all that quickly.
No, sure. All right, so here we go. George Jabor draws and plays a Misty Rainforest off the top of the deck. I doubt he kept a no lander, but maybe it was one and that was the one he wanted. So he's going to throw it in and find a Triome.
Is there a Spell Pierce? I don't even think there was one.
There could be a Force or
deck,
Subtlety, although
Yeah.
that's tough when you're on a mulligan.
Mhm.
Is pitch cast spells.
Yeah, really start to hit, but it looks like it's going to be enough to draw it out. And you mentioned both of them, but it is going to be the Force to answer with pitching Subtlety.
Okay, I see just in chat mentioning that there. Can we get, if we can, round 9 of 9? Let's get that changed up to this being the quarterfinals, as that is in fact what it is. This is our last round for the day. There we go. Good job checking that out.
Thanks,
Top
Dave.
4 and the finals will be played tomorrow morning starting at 9 Central, which unfortunately is 7 Pacific time. But what are you going to do? And the Triome is indeed fetched out, the Raffine's Tower, which no use for the black mana here. It's just a dual land that also has cycling.
And I think I like making sure that the Force takes care of the Wrenn and 6. One of the important things in matchups like this is being able to draw, go, or do some cantripping as Robert Hayes is doing, and then say go. And I would say that Wrenn and 6 is kind of the monarch of draw, go, or draw, activate, get a land back, make sure that I'm constantly both thinning my deck with my fetches and also making sure that I am hitting my land drops. And so making sure that it is something that your opponent can't do, quite important.
I've been corrected that is not in fact Raffine's Tower. It is the Bant Triome, or whatever. It's a Triome. It allows it is. I was correct in everything.
It is a
except
Triumph. Yeah.
and it allows Prismatic Gaming to be cast for another color.
No, this one's not Rogran. This one is Spara's headquarters. Yeah, you were right about it being Bant, and no use for the green is also completely right.
Yeah.
Just not even. Oh, we do have prismatic endings, so
Yeah.
I guess the green has a use.
Yeah, that's the same way it was done in Legacy. 1 Triome and 1 off-color dual land. So you can Prismatic Ending for 4 if it ever comes up. Here is a Prismatic Ending taking out the Teferi, which already cashed itself in for a card. So George gets back a little of the card disadvantage he's been facing so far up to this point.
All right, another Vista. So despite having those mulligans, is finding those on Nymph. Oh, there's not even a cavern in play. Production's trying to heck me over.
Why would they do that? And Jace comes in and lands once again for George Jabor. Chat asking about tomorrow. After the Modern Finals, then we will pick up the Legacy event probably in round 2, unless the semifinals finals drag on longer than we expect, in which case we'll start Legacy coverage in round 3, and that will run for the rest of the day tomorrow. So that's what's on tap for Nerd Rage Gaming this weekend. Thanks for being here watching, and thanks for inquiring about tomorrow. And there is a Fury, which is one of only 2 copies in the deck, and there is a Subtlety pitching the other Jace.
Ooh.
So George Jabor with the choice there of maintaining the board presence or giving up card disadvantage, and decides to maintain the board presence.
Yeah, it's really putting
cards,
a lot of emphasis on this Jace.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, being able to untap with Jace, that enables, even though there's only a few cards in hand, that makes them much easier to defend the next turn if there's more counters in hand. And is there Stoneforge? There is. Could this match be any more interesting right now?
But okay, so we have the Stoneforge. Our choices are Sword of Fire and Ice, Cauldron Complete, and Batter Skull. We're going for the Batter Skull.
And the
just
other
hoping that it's
Fury.
gonna be,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, did it get?
No, that's the one that
Oh,
we drew off the
yeah,
top because it got
yeah.
put back on there. For
Yeah,
its
yeah, yeah. You're
knowledge.
right. You're right.
Subtlety.
Yeah. And the choices of the equipment, you're right. We don't know for certain that all of the equipment were brought in, although it doesn't seem impossible.
It feels like it would be bad. It would be really feel bad to only bring like one in, but then draw multiple Stone Forges.
Sure. I mean, I agree that you'd want to bring in 2, but you don't necessarily bring in all 3, although I wouldn't be surprised. And with Robert at 14 here, I mean, Batter Skull can be dropped with mana to protect it if that were to come up.
Yeah. We'll see if that will be the decision. Has really held on to this polluted delta too, instead of going to fetch it till now, which is interesting. But just happy to get basics, I imagine.
Robert sitting on Teferi, Emrakul, and a 3rd card, so not too bad with what looks like 6 land at play. Not too big of a grade area though, so Emrakul's a ways off. All right. Narset will take a peek. Top 4 cards, keep 1 of the non-creature, non-land variety.
Ooh. What will it be? Force of Negation. And finally, we're at a point where we're able to get back some card advantage. Jace was kind of doing it, but I don't know. It also feels a little weird when you're... that could have been the reason that we were holding on for the polluted delta for so long, too, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, Jace, defending the Jace and using the Jace basically equated to probably something like a wash. But Stoneforge put, George up a card, a solid 4/4, although that might actually just end up trading with the Fury. Narset can do some work here.
There we go. Yeah. Somebody tried to tell us that Cavern was naming Nymph earlier, and there wasn't even a Cavern in play. This Cavern is actually naming Elemental, as it should, 99% of the time in Robert Hayes' deck. For those of you, if anyone was wondering, but it seems like chat has pretty much also figured that out.
So here is the Teferi again, which cannot allow the Fury to just come in and knock out the Jace. Oh, I'm sorry, the Narset on its own, as the Batter Skull can be dropped either in response to a bounce effect or just during combat. Meanwhile, the bounce effect is, again, not so great when there's a Narset in play on the other side of the board. So Robert may be contemplating what needs to be done here. I
think George is the one with priority right now, waiting to see what happens if this Teferi is resolving or not.
I see.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, if there's a counterspell, then that means the Stoneforge Domestic has to block or yuck.
Ooh.
Don't draw. Oh gosh.
Oh. Yeah, okay. George caught it.
Well, yeah, but after it happened.
But better now than in like a few more turns.
Yeah. All right. So this this will need to get a judge involved to clean this up. So speaking just to what we saw right before that, then the counterspell on the Teferi. Now I understand the urge to use a counterspell on Teferi because the counterspell goes dead once Teferi lands. But
you would have just waited to Batter Skull and try to fight and
by choosing to counter the Teferi. By choosing to counter the Teferi, then that's in a way giving up a lot of the power of your board, because you're either giving up the Narset or the Stoneforge Mystic, neither of which is particularly appealing, I don't think. So that's interesting. I don't feel like that's an easy choice at all for George DeBoer to make. He chose to go with counterspell, got maximum punished, but that doesn't mean it was the wrong choice. But I do think it's a hard choice.
Yeah, very, very interesting place to end up in, and it's got to be like a hard decision too. Robert has a ton of cards in hand, so you're wondering like if you do go for the Batter Skull play, is it actually going to be able to attack? Is there going to be another Fury that takes it out? Like, what are the chances that the Batter Skull is able to defeat the Fury over the counter spell, and then just like weighing those two different directions?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to gauge when, I mean, yeah, Robert but you have to assume, well, you can maybe not assume, but you can kind of guess that at least one of Robert's cards is probably something he's this blanked by the Narset that he's not going to want to play. So that's
Well,
something
maybe Robert wasn't even remembering the Narset was in play.
well, I mean, that's certainly true. Yeah, so what's going to happen? So the way this is going to be fixed is, I believe, Robert's hand will be revealed. We've been through this before. Robert's hand after he drew the Veil of Summer will be revealed unless they're able to determine what card was
Exactly which
drawn.
card.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be the case because I think I almost immediately saw Robert shuffle, and I don't think there's been any way that would have revealed the other cards deterministically in hand for Robert to George's knowledge before that.
I mean, the camera could have picked up what was in Robert's hand before the draw.
Check the tapes.
Yeah, so I feel like this came up a couple months ago, and the judges determined that going to look at the video footage was not something they I don't remember the exact reasoning, but it was something they felt like was inappropriate or something or other, so it was not done. So assuming that's consistently applied, and we won't be doing that again here, what'll happen is Robert's hand will be revealed to George. George will take one of those cards out, and it'll get shuffled back in the deck, and then Robert will continue on. Unfortunately, there's no way to deal with the fact that, like, the Emrakul, for example, was in the hand, and if George doesn't want it to be, then it won't be anymore, which feels like that's punishing Robert, maybe unreasonably, but he did draw a card in a situation where it is also his responsibility to not do that. So we'll.
And then there's some amount of people in the chat who are like, "Oh, that like happened really fast. Like that shouldn't be put onto George." But in those situations, like a lot of the time, like people will verbally like, we aren't listening to the players. And I know that in a lot of situations, people are going to be like, "Oh, draw for Veil of Summer." Somebody like without thinking about their own knowledge that goes like, "Oh yeah," and then looks down at the board and then after the card has been drawn and is like, "Oh." So the fix is actually a double GRV in this case for these players, and a random card was put back into Robert Hayes' deck. So no Thoughtseize occurred.
Okay. So do we know if the random card was put back on top or was it shuffled in? It was probably put on top, or it actually may not have happened yet. I'm not sure. Okay, they're still working, and you can actually see that the Veil of Summer is on the stack at the moment. So it does look like we are either in the process of backing up. Oh yeah, okay, that's what's happening right here. So probably going on top. Yeah, okay. So by the next draw step for Robert Hayes, his hand will be identical to what it should have been otherwise, and George has not gained any information that he didn't have otherwise. Teferi bounces a Stoneforge Mystic, and now the Narset goes down. So yeah, I mean, that was playing that counterspell in a lot of ways makes sense for George, but Veil of Summer is a card that he is aware that Robert's playing, and boy, was that punishing, that Veil of Summer. Even though, I mean, Robert misses out on 2 cards from both Teferi and Veil. I mean, the board is cleared.
And this is like, we have 5 mana, so George could even still be, able to just go ahead and tap all 5 mana and be able to play the Batter Skull, but has another Stoneforge Mystic and is going to go ahead and get Sword of Fire and Dice, and then be able to, once that Stoneforge Mystic is no longer summoning sick, be able to get any number of these equipments onto the board.
Okay, so Sword of Fire and Dice not cast. With Teferi in play, I don't know if there's a reason to not have played it there. Maybe there is. Quantal's cast. So currently, Sword of Fire and Ice will protect from all of Robert's creatures.
Now we're fetching, and we do now have enough snow permanents that this Ice Fang does have Death Touch to make this a little bit of an extra potent little bird snake.
All right, how many cards in the graveyard here? It looks like Prismatic Ending, Veil, and Land. So there's at least 3. So this Emrakul costs at most 10 right now.
Mhm.
So that's.
I think there's a few other cards in the graveyard that we just can't see.
I agree. I think there are also.
The top 8 archetypes are, I believe, 2 4-color elementals, 2 Amulet Titan, 2 Izzet Murktide, Azorius Control, and Golgari Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I think that is right. So a reasonable representation of what we saw in the field today.
Aside from if we got like an accurate representation of like top 8 to the field, we would have seen Burn, but Burn being the 3rd most played deck, not making it into top, says whatever you will about the deck.
Well, this Sword of Fire and Ice is going to have to do an incredible amount of work.
Well, if there's a card that I would expect to do a lot of work, it might be that one.
I suppose, but there's currently 9 damage on the board in creatures for Robert. So even if Stoneforge gets loaded up and attacks, I don't know that realistically can happen. I do wish George had played the sword last turn, so he had more mana available. That seems like it might. Well, I don't know. I can't see his hand, so I don't know if that's relevant or not.
Yeah, but it could also be a teller trying to lead Robert to believe that there's a counter spell. And none of the creatures that Robert played last turn are like cards that I would want to counterspell.
No, but because the Teferi's in play, it was my point. So
I see.
As soon as we pass the turn, we know that.
Whoa. All right, brought in all of the equipments.
Okay, Teferi goes down. Now George's mana is back online during Robert's turn. Facing down again, 9 damage. So not lethal on its own. And I have to assume George can do something about what's going to come across here.
Ooh, Omnath to follow it up on the next turn.
Yeah, with a Risen Reef.
With a Risen Reef and a Cavern of Souls saying that you can't counter that Omnath.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another Cavern into play.
What's this one naming?
Bird.
Well, maybe not bird, because there's 2 birds in play already.
All right, and a fetch land, which means this Omnath is actually going to be able to hit its 3rd trigger this turn because of the Risen Reef land, which means the Fury is lethal on its own.
Yeah, so we can get a lot of extra mana too. How close are we with the 4 mana? I think we can maybe cast Emrakul this.
I think so too.
But instead, it looks like we're going to get Yorion to hand.
I mean, that's hard to disagree with.
Yeah, even if we were to cast Yorion this turn, which we do have the mana to if we decide to fetch because we have 1 floating. Like we're instead just going to cast Ren and 6 here. And we could have cast Yorion and done a lot of bouncing and a lot of card draw.
Is this a forced indication? George is dead. Unless I'm missing something, this attack plus the fetch land will kill George.
Oh, because the 4 from Omnath
Right.
damage.
Okay, there could be a Solitude, which would disrupt that, and there is. So Solitude will come in, take out the Fury. Lots of stuff going on this turn. Robert returns to a starting life total. George drops to 7, and then will collapse down to 3. And Robert will draw. No, I'm sorry. I don't think there's enough. Yeah, there's not enough land to cast the Yorion this turn.
No, there was before we played
Yeah.
the
Right.
Renin 6, but since we played the Renin 6, there was not.
Well, a whole heck of a lot happened on that turn cycle, and Robert Hayes is now demonstrably ahead in this game. So George Jabor, what is going to bail you out of this?
Well, it's hard because, like, what's going to bail you out? And then, as a backup plan, should things go horribly awry somehow for Robert Hayes in this turn, has an Emrakul in hand.
Yeah. So we know Sword of Fire and Ice is in hand. We're nowhere near a win by equipping and attacking. So it's hard, even equipping and attacking at all. Maybe if you attack with Stoneforge, shoot down one of the flyers, leave the Germ back to block the Omnath. Okay, here's a Narset.
All right, what's going to be the pick? Days Undoing Land, go!
I'm not sure that would cut it either.
No, I don't even think at that point. Yeah, I think. Well, I guess if you had to shuffle back the Emrakul into your deck,
it would be pretty good. You're right. It would be pretty good because the attack is contained, at least for the moment, with the Germ being able to block the Omnath. I didn't even see. Did George miss?
I think we missed. Yeah, nothing was revealed. So either didn't want to reveal something or missed, which is oof.
Well, this is a matchup where all the removal can't necessarily be burned off to advantage because Supreme Verdict in hand is not something that Robert can just get rid of without killing the Emrakul alongside everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So here's an attack for 2. George will fall to 1. Oh, attacking Narset for 2. I'm sorry. Narset for 1. Okay.
Oh, okay. I guess fair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cameron this turn is just trying to say that.
Does Sword of Fire and Ice shoot anything? I think it. I mean, I know
I think it's any target.
I know it can shoot the player, but if you can shoot yourself,
deals 2 damage to any target, and you.
Yeah. So Sword of Fire and Ice could be equipped to the Cauldra. It can attack Robert, and then Robert can have George shoot himself. I mean, that would work. I think
that would work. That's a creative way to win with your Emrakul turn.
I don't see any other way that that Robert's going to win the game instantaneously.
That's fair. Yeah. We'll see if Robert gets there. Robert has more than enough life, but it looks like George is just gonna pack it all in anyway.
George might have just given it up, but since they actually went through the process of the turn, maybe Robert said, "Hey, I'll equip this, I'll attack, I'll have you shoot yourself," and that would do it.
That's totally fair. Yeah, once again, we don't hear the players, so we don't exactly know what their conversation is like, how the communication for the game is shaking out, and that leads to us being a little bit on the outside sometimes, especially on some of those judge calls.
Chat's talking about there being a shock line. I mean, that would do it also. That's way less clever, but I guess if
you're technically not allowed to shock yourself if you can't pay the cost. Well, okay, you can if you go exactly to 1, not negative amount.
No, use it at 2. You can do it, right?
Yeah.
You can kill yourself. Yeah. So anyway, however you want to go about doing it, that is game over for Robert
The
Hayes.
Sword of Fire and Ice was a more creative line. I liked it. Yeah. It points to Joe Lissette.
Yeah, well, see, the problem, though, is that I didn't decide that was the cooler option. That was the only option I noticed. I don't think that speaks much credit for me.
That's like all the people who there were a lot of ways that you can, if your opponent's at 2, you can have like a painful truths sort of situation where you have them draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
Yeah,
I feel like I've had that come a lot up.
People in chat saying, "Hey, duh, he was at 2, dummy." Yeah, I know he's at 2. That's why I thought Sword of Fire and Ice would work.
Yeah, Sword of Fire and Ice, 2 damage, any target.
Anyway,
it works out.
Yeah, the players are reconfiguring for game number 3. There are definitely times when you learn stuff in a game and adjust your boarding for game 3. Maybe seeing that here. We're going to go ahead and look at the deck list one more time. We did see that George brought in Stoneforge package and all 3 equipment.
Yeah, at the cost of what spells, though? Like, what was taken out, and was it worth it?
We didn't see a challenge that game.
That's true. But I do feel like this main deck is probably just in such a good position to play a long game and then just block out this 4-color deck. So it seems a little difficult to me to commit to the Stoneforge again for game 3. But if you committed to it once, maybe you just committed to it again the next time. I'm a little torn. It's definitely, it feels back and forth to me.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see. All right. And then Supreme Verdict, that's not going to be good every game in this matchup, but it would have been good that game. And it's good against Emrakul, as long as you're not dying to, a clever Sword of Fire and Ice trigger or something, completely dull like a Shockland. Robert Hayes' deck, I mean, we saw the Veil Summers. It definitely made a difference. And I think that was kind of the primary card we thought we would see, and we did see it. I mean, Flush Storms may be there as well. So I don't know that there's not, I don't believe artifact removal to bring in. So like, oh, now I saw Stoneforge and equipment. Now I'll bring artifact removal.
But
yeah, you're right. There is a Boseiju. That seems, reasonable actually to bring that in if it wasn't already there.
Like at worst, it's a land. I don't know. So that one might be good.
But with George going first here, I think, any early play.
Yeah.
And then
I'd love info on if we got a Kahira reveal or not.
Right. And then followed by any early play, and then including a counter, followed by a Narset. Seems like a pretty good start.
Looks like.
All right. No Kahira once again. There is still a Yorion, though. That would have been something.
Starting off with this Triumph for the 3rd time. I guess all the other times we fetched for it, but this one it's actually starting off in play. Triumphs for both players.
Okay, so one disadvantage for George here is a lot of Robert's potential 2-drops have flash, or at least, well, half of them probably. The Quaddles versus the Ren and 6. So having that mana up isn't necessarily going to do much. Stoneforge Mystic, that's nice. Also, having a 3rd land drop is nice.
Yeah, we'll see if that is actually something that George has, or maybe just has a Shockland that we're looking to play tapped. But is going to go looking. Decided to keep the Stoneforge Mystics in, and we'll see. Yeah, first thing to go for is going to be that Batterskull, just trying to get out the gates quickly. Wasn't able to do it last game, but this is a turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic, so maybe that will be different. And we'll see if we have a tapped or untapped land to play after this Stoneforge. And we don't have a land to play. I
don't think we do.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. There's no land here for George Jabor. That makes it tough.
Okay. Looks like prismatic ending to take out Stoneforge, and now this is gonna start to feel really bad. But it looks like, thankfully, force negation.
Well, you
to
know what?
save
Cost
this.
1 man up. Bang.
Oh, yikes!
That's. I mean, that's why they're in the deck.
That is why.
And this is
And
the way you
Robert
draw it.
Hayes.
I mean, this is the where you draw it up. I mean, George DeBoer has gotten absolutely just crumpled by Yellow Summer 2 games in a row.
And this is one of the places where it's like, this is where his control deck made it this far and was one of the few like undefeated decks that just got to double draw into the top 8. And it's hard for me to believe that you didn't run into Veil of Summer and get like crushed by it earlier in the day.
Or maybe. Yeah. I mean, this is.
Or did and somehow played through it, which.
Yeah. I mean, there's scenarios where it wouldn't come up. Like if the Fairy Time Ravel. Oh, no. Is there another one? No, there's not.
No, okay. There could be a Flusterstorm this time.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, with Teferi on the board, it's not something you have to really worry about. There is Flusterstorm. Okay. Risen Reef into play.
Yeah, the Veil maybe wouldn't have. I mean, it was still gross, but it would have been less gross if George also had lands to follow it up, and now has missed lands for potentially 3 turns here.
Yeah.
And that is the part that really hurts.
Oh, is this recoverable at this point?
That's gonna make me think no, but
I mean, yeah, that's my instinct also. I mean, Robert's not up that many cards. Here, well, now he's up even more. Okay. So subtlety pitching Days Undoing. I mean, Days Undoing is not doing George any good right now, obviously, so that's not a huge loss. But losing the subtlety, I mean, as well. And so Robert fetching here. I wonder if he's fighting back here or if he just wants the Teferi on top.
I would just put it on top. Yeah.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to shuffle it away. And in for 2.
Yeah, I think you're just wanting to keep that Teferi as much as possible, but yeah, I think George has missed a few too many land drops that this is just gonna. The door is, I would say, almost already closed, if not closed completely.
Yeah, he's got another Flusterstorm in hand. So here's this Teferi again, and it's just in there.
Yeah, nothing to even do about it this time. And yeah, you mentioned it has another Flusterstorm in hand, so backup should anything go wrong, which not likely to if your spells can't be countered. Stoneforge times 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but Teferi can deal with that. Just by bouncing it, reset it, and that's, I mean, well, that works too. Hardcast Fury.
Hardcast Fury that also commits a lot more damage to the board as well. And
drop a card because of Risen Reef. And this is kind of the familiar thing in Robert Hayes decks. You know, once you get going, you just build and build and build. And I mean,
this is just an unfortunate way for it to end. Any way you slice it.
Yeah. I mean, you can understand to keep Stoneforge Mystic a counter, and you hope to draw a 3rd land, and you're off and running with whatever you have as a follow up. But it's also, you know, a risk that when you make decisions like that, and.
And even then, like, this is Azorius control deck. It's not playing a ton of ways to draw cards, save for the Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
And when I say it's not playing a ton of ways to draw cards, the ways you're drawing cards are Days Undoing. So.
Yeah.
What a rough way for that to end up for George. And
it is. So, George DeBoer, good run through to the top 8. It ends here. Robert Hayes advances. He will play in the semifinals tomorrow morning at 9 Central Time. We're going to jump right into Game 3 live of one of the other quarterfinal matches. So no time-lapse replays. We're just going to get into it because they are still playing. So let's get that going. I believe it's Duivu versus Zach Dubin, but I'm not
Mhm.
100% sure that's the match we're going to. But go ahead and bring it in.
Yeah, we'll figure it out pretty quick, and it looks like that is in fact it. And oh, this looks a little rough.
It does. So we got Chalice on 0 to stop Summoner's Pact. We got, well, I guess that's all we have. We have some more missed land drops. Well, let's see. There's 4 mana generating land on the board for Duivu, and there's 1, 2. You know what? I take that back. No missed land drops. It's just elusive because of the Cinder Growth Chamber. Yeah.
Yeah. And the abundant growth.
Right.
So a little bit of things on both sides, making it feel like we're in a disparaging. We also are a little bit shocked from that last game, which is not making it any better. And we're just like, oh no, missing land drops. But despite how it looks, are in fact even, though 2 destroyed Dryads of the Elysian Grove should say a little bit about who is in the more advantageous position here. Whoa, Soken's on.
All right, Soken's on, and dress down on the board. If you're just joining up in the raid from Doomwake, who was with us for the first half of the day and will be here tomorrow morning, thanks for showing up. You just missed the first quarterfinal match where 4-color elementals on the back of a pair of Veil of Summers, one in game 2 and one in game 3, defeated Azorius Kahira control. And we are now in game 3 of another quarterfinal where we have Duivu versus Zach Dubin. Zach Dubin, we just moved into this game a turn ago, so we're catching up, but it does look like Zach Dubin is somewhat in command of what's going on.
Oh, thank you. I was about to ask, well, I'm not sure exactly what this card is, but it is an Eternal Witness that is the play for Zach Dubin on this turn. And I feel like I also saw, okay, returned dress down to hand. And that's quite a good card against something like Primeval Titan.
Yes, it certainly is. And here is a Titan. Here is the dress down that Duivu knew was there. So now it becomes a question of, can this Titan survive the turn cycle? And if it can, okay, Duivu might be in business. This is a live game, so if we can turn off the time-shifted tab, let's go ahead and do that. Abundant Growth for Zach Dubin, just trying to cement his position here and really dig for a way. I haven't seen a way in his hand to deal with his Titan yet, but maybe there's one there.
Yeah. I think, well, I don't even know if it has Death Touch. I don't even know if we have another Snow Permanent in play.
Oh, you might be right about that. There are certainly not 3. You're right. There may not be any.
Yeah, I was kind of optimistic. I was like, oh, Death Touch could be okay against Primeval Titan. Not like a permanent solution, or not like a great solution, but certainly kind of one. But if it doesn't even have Death Touch, then that's potentially a little rough here.
Yeah, okay, there's one Snowland.
And this is the last match that is out for the evening. Zach's able to find off of a second Eternal Witness. So I'll go back into the graveyard and find the dress down and at least keep it for the next turn to continue to hold this Primeval Titan at bay a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. If the Titan gets to attack once, I mean, that's pretty significant. That will at the very least catch Dewey up a lot as far as just overall total presence on the board.
Oh, okay. So we've been making a lot of Cavern of Souls jokes. The Cavern of Souls for Dway is actually naming Snake to play Secret Tribe.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Isn't that what you have put money on? I mean, who needs it for
Giant?
Right. I mean, how many counterspells is Zach Dubin likely to be playing?
That is in fact, I believe, playing 4, if I've looked and read correctly on this deck list.
Well, I guess you don't have to worry about it on this point with Zach actually tapped out on whatever turn we were on here. It looks like about 7. And Titan here, yeah, crashing in. Now, maybe this cavern will be reset. That is something that can happen in these decks. Also, Tellurian West in play. So multiple options for bounce lands to return. Culture choice number 1, Boseiju choice number 2, and Boseiju returns. All right.
Ooh. All right. So we have a way to get rid of either one of these lands that have an abundant growth on it, or more likely get rid of Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 6 mana available. Knocking out Chalice would leave 4 for the turn. Is this just another Titan? It is. Well, this turn was
Oh.
pretty good.
Yeah, thought that we were safe for a turn. That dress down in hand can't take too much damage this turn, but that's really gonna hurt.
Yeah, it could even conceivably, I don't know how likely this is, but the intention could be to Boseiju the dress down before the next combat phase, because unless Zach Dubin finds multiple Solitudes or just heavy duty removal spells, these Primeval Titans are going to attack again. And even though using Boseiju to kill dress down doesn't seem ideal, it is something that could happen.
I didn't even think about that.
Not to mention that dress down would remove trample and remove the ability to fetch out lands, but these things still need to be blocked. And there aren't.
Yeah, there are still 6/6s.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Zach Dubin got a subtlety, has another Chalice in hand. Gonna go ahead and play
that,
and it counters itself, Dwyer mentioned. So
that's not too costly, I don't think, as extra Chalice, isn't really valuable in hand either at this point.
Yeah, I think Zach just saw the Boseiju go to hand and was worried that there potentially would be a Boseiju removal.
You are right that could be what the reasoning was. I was wondering why there's so few cards in Zach's graveyard, but there is a Bojuga Bog in play for Duivu, so that explains that. So what are we going to see here? Yeah, Dewey's like, okay, combat phase. I know you're going to have something. Solitude plus Ephemerate would be pretty good. Well, just Solitude by itself is pretty good. Yep, there is. Oh, there's the dress down. Okay. Does have to be played after the Solitude. Otherwise, that Solitude wasn't going to amount to much.
All right. What are we deciding here? This is on Zach's turn, yes?
No, this is
on Dway's draw.
Beginning of combat step.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I think we are deciding if the Boseiju is going to be used on the dress down or not.
Okay, so dress down resolves. If the Amulet deck could find another copy of Dryad of the Legion Grove, the game may just end immediately. However, I believe you said there was 2 that were gone already.
There's 1. I believe we just got 1 in hand from Primeval Titan and the Groot Turf Bounce. I think there's for sure a Boseiju.
Sorry, no. I was sorry. No, I wasn't talking about Boseiju. I was talking about Dryad of the Legion Grove.
Yes, there's 2 that are gone from Ringu's deck already. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be another one in hand. So
right. Well, well, there clearly isn't. If there was, it would have. Well, maybe not guaranteed been played pre-combat, but it certainly would have been possible. And then this Chalice is preventing pacting for any additional copies. Here is Boseiju on the dress down. I've certainly never seen this interaction. It seems unpleasant card-wise, but Primeval
Mhm.
Titan tends to do a lot of work when it attacks.
Yes.
However, if Zach Dubin has something like an Ephemerate and fetches up a white land here, this is going to look real bad. I guess it's already bad, though. The Ephemerate would have been... That is what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a little rough.
Yeah,
And
that
there
is
is
very rough.
there's another Primeval Titan in Quangfu's hand.
That was well set up by Zach Dubin.
Yeah.
If he determined that, because Solitude plus Ephemerate was probably going to get the job done. But if he determined if I play Solitude and Dress Down tapping out, I might bait the Boseiju that I know my opponent has. If that was the plan, that worked out very well. And that was well thought out by Zach Dubin. That doesn't mean he's necessarily going to win, because now the Dress Down is gone. So if there is a Dryad, well, we'll see. What is searched up here? It's 5 mana available, it looks like. Maybe 6. There might be one floating from one of the Simic Growth Chambers.
All right. What's it gonna be?
Okay. It's going to be Urza Saga.
Okay, okay. Summoner's Pact in hand, but that Chalice is stopping it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that Cavern, also not naming Giant, naming Snake. Not like there was lands untapped for Zach, but even still.
Oof. Ephemerate Witness, get back Ephemerate. That's bad times for number 1 seed.
People were taking out Ephemerate to play Traverse the Uvenwald. I get it, but
they were not realizing what they were giving up.
Every time I see Eternal Witness Ephemerate, I'm just like, wow. Annoyed, but wow.
Strong stuff. So Zach Dubin will rise up to 12. Not entirely safe yet, but, well, actually probably is. With Dress Down the Ephemerate in hand, there's almost no way that the Titan deck can accomplish anything using creatures. And that's kind of what this deck is based on. Titan, response. What order should I do these things in? Does the Titan trigger even bother me right now? Maybe it's what Zach Dubin is thinking.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have the Ephemerate in hand, so like the Solitude can just like kill the Primeval Titan. So it's probably just a choice between, do we exile Primeval Titan or do we Dress Down it?
All right, it's just going to be
Ephemerate, Eternal Witness, get back another Dress Down, choose Dress Down. Okay, sure.
All right, the Primeval Titan is in there. Very sad Primeval Titan.
Yeah, well, earlier we were talking about Primeval Titan coming in, getting 2 cards and 2 lands and not being able to do too much and calling that fair. Maybe this is fair. You're paying 6 mana for your 6/6 trample, kind of.
All right, so how does Zach want to finish this game out? Is that a... That's okay. Options abound here. The simplest thing is just Ephemerate on Solitude, but Zach might be looking for more than that. Might be wanting to get an attack in this turn with the Solitude.
Okay.
All right, just a straight up attack for 5. Eternal Witness as a 2/1 into a 6/6 trampler gets through, no problem.
Okay. I mean, we do have the Fury in hand, so like if
Mhm.
that Eternal Witness were to get blocked, somehow we'd end up being able to take out the Primeval Titan. And considering this is Kwangvu's third Primeval Titan that is now gone, and that's really the route to victory for this Amulet Titan deck.
Mhm.
Like, there's a Valakut in play, which is like the next direction that I think we need to be looking. But again, 2 Dryad Elysian Groves are gone, and 3 Primeval Titans are gone from Kwangvu's deck now.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost no way through this. That attack with Solitude and Witness was just, welcoming a blocking. Honestly, probably there should have been a block because the Ephemerate is going to happen regardless. So you may as well not take the damage, but also probably doesn't matter. And now we've got Urza Saga rolling up, I believe, to 3 this turn. So Construct number 2 and tutoring for. I mean, what helps at this point? Maybe Graveyard Hate to break up some of this Witness recursion.
Yeah, but there was also already a Relic of Progenitus in the yard. And if we take a look at Kwangvu's deck, I think there's only 1 Relic of Progenitus. So we've already used up Graveyard Hate that I can initially see.
Yeah, Titan can grind out some games, but this is a whole other ordeal. Dealing with this 4-color Blink Ephemerate, Eternal Witness looping with Dress Downs. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to do it, but I honestly feel like Zach could let these Primeval Titan triggers resolve, and it may not even matter.
That's also totally possible. And has a ton of lands. Ephemerate, Eternal Witness, get back Ephemerate. Draw a card. Same song and dance so far.
I mean, maybe Zach will deck himself. That seems 0 probability, but I'm trying to look at routes for this Amulet deck to actually get itself out of this, which just seems impossible. We aren't that well. I mean, it's a ways away for Ren 6 Ultimate, and Zach doesn't need it, but I'm sure he'll take it if he gets that far.
Yeah, and it's also hard in these situations because we could also be one of these players in top 8, and you're like, I'm sure there's a way to win, and I'm just like not thinking about it right now. All the Primeval Titans are gone out of this deck. Still, I think like the way that I can think of is Dryad of the Elysian Grove, Valakut, but I think we still don't beat the Ephemerate Solitude Eternal Witness combo that's happening right now.
No.
Like all creature-based ways of winning are out, and I don't think there's any way for us to accelerate Valakuts to destroy these things.
Yeah, I don't think the life totals are correct anymore. They haven't been changing. I don't know what the players are actually at, but I do not think Kwangvu's at 29. I understand too. I mean, you're sitting there. This sit looks hopeless, but you're 2 matches away from a regional championship invite, as well as a good amount of money. We can
just look at Ephemerate again.
Sure, there you go. Yep, exile a creature you control and bring it right back, and it has a rebound. So what's been happening as an Arboreal Grazer comes into play? And Zach's like,
at least let me die with the sloth.
Lightning bolt.
Oh, no. Okay, nope.
You cannot. And a whole lot of hand wave. That looked like it was an accelerated game for a moment there. The speed of the hand waving.
Yeah, I thought so too. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, what's going on here with this Ephemerate is it's like Blink Witness, pick up whatever you want, and then when it rebounds, you pick the Witness, you blink the Witness and get the Ephemerate back. And here is just another attack for somewhere in the neighborhood of 15. Let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, it's 15. Summer's Pact, countered. Lightning Bolts to finish it off. I mean, it's been finished for a while. Summoner's Pact, countered. Really uncharitable for Zach not to let these resolve. Well, I guess it's not really up to him. It's game
I
rule.
don't even think that there's
Yeah.
any like
There
creatures that could really even be searched for
Yeah.
Dwight. Unfortunately. Wow.
Fairy
What a
Bounce
game 3
Witness,
here.
Bolt, finish it off. Zach Dubin grinds through everything the Titan deck had to offer and is able to wrap up his own spot in the semifinals. Well,
Whew,
Yeah.
what game 3s we witnessed?
I bet these players are going to have dinner and then sleep well tonight.
I'm gonna do likely literally the exact same
Yes.
thing after watching those final few games because I feel like I need it too.
Yeah, same here. All right, so do we have an updated bracket available? Can we check out the 4 players who are going to be with us tomorrow morning early? Okay.
All right,
we'll
we
that
just have to
momentarily.
fill and talk for a little bit longer, keep you on the edge of your seats while we wait for our beautiful producer to finish updating this bracket graphic so that we can show you that Zach Dubin, Max, I'm so sorry, Common, you were saying it perfectly every
Fired.
single other time.
You're
Fired. Yep, I'm
Yeah.
fired. And then Robert Hayes versus Jack Potter as our players going in to the top 4 who will be duking it out bright and early tomorrow morning.
So not only can you not pronounce Kaminowski, you also are complimenting the looks of our director, who you've never seen before. You have literally no idea what this person looks like.
Yeah, they have a beautiful personality.
Okay. You're right. I stand corrected. All right. Okay.
Dave has been fantastic all day and has accepted being called out on multiple occasions, which I appreciate.
He asked to accept that by taking this job. There's no alternatives. Anyway.
Yeah, you got to be okay with having all of the things that you say incorrectly called out, either by us or by Twitch chat. That's fair.
So we saw there the top 4 decks, which included no decks that were outside of your metagame top 4, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
The only one that we're missing is one of those 4-color decks. Should be Burn, but instead we have No, should it really? Yeah. Instead we have 2 4-color decks, which if we just imagine that every Burn deck had to play against a 4-color elemental deck and probably just like cry, because that's what I would do if I had to play Burn against 4-color elementals. I'd be like, you have an Ice Fang Quaddle, my creature's dead, you played an Omnath and played a land and you gain 4 life, and that's basically a card and a half in my deck. It would just start to feel really unfortunate really fast.
Your background looks like you could be working in a Pokemon store.
Honestly, yeah, here, hold up. Y'all can appreciate my little lovely collection there of all my
It's not even a Pokemon store, it's just a Pikachu store.
Just a Pikachu store.
You only sell one item. Anyway. All right. So thanks for being with us today, everyone. If you want to see the semifinals and finals tomorrow morning, starting at 9 Central, the 2 semifinal winners, because the 2 finalists both earn invites to the regional championship. So lots on the line for these players, in addition to money and NRG Series points. Tomorrow, we're going to have the semifinals and finals starting at 9 Central. Following that, we're going to pick up the Legacy 5K in progress, probably in round 2, maybe in round 3, depending on how long the modern rounds take. We also have a modern RCQ tomorrow starting in the afternoon. So if you're in the area and you're busy in the morning, you could show up and play in the RCQ in the afternoon. If things line up perfectly, which I actually would be astonished if it happened, we'll even try and show you the finals of the modern RCQ tomorrow evening. But that would really take some good fortune.
The stars will have to align.
Anyway, I want to acknowledge Devin O'Donnell, who's here this morning. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Then Julian Knobel will be with us for Half the Legacy event, and Becky will be back to finish things up. I'm Joe Lissette, representing Nerd Rage game owner Norman Cohen and everyone involved, including new showrunner Sam Lewis and director trainee David. We'll see you guys in the morning. Good night. Good morning. Welcome back to the NRG Chicago coverage here, brought to you by Nerd Rage Gaming. We're excited to have you back here for day 2 of our coverage weekend this month. We've got an exciting day for you, semifinals and finals of the Modern 10K to kick things off. Then we'll move into the Legacy 5K as things progress throughout the day, probably in round 2, maybe round 3, depending on how long this takes. Lots of money on the line, and for the first time ever, for the 2 finalists of our Modern Trial, invites into the regional championship this fall. So we're excited to be able to give that away. We also have a side event RCQ, new lingo, new definitions, running this afternoon. So 3 total invites being given away, in addition to $15,000 this weekend. Lots of NRG Series points up for grabs. Let's go ahead and bring in Devin O'Donnell, who's going to begin the day with me as we finish up the Modern event. Good morning.
Morning, Joe. Hope you're having a good day today. I'm excited to get going here. We got some interesting matchups, and should be a good time today for sure.
Yeah. So we have 4 players that made it through. We had a field of 272 started yesterday. We got 4 left. The winners of the semifinals will get RCQ invites, as well as their share of the prize pool. We have representatives of the top of the metagame, really is what made it through. We had no rogue decks. We had no surprise finishers. We can put up the bracket so you can see who and what have made it through to this point. We have Zach Dubin with 4-color Blink playing against Max Komanowski playing Izzet Murktide. And on the other side of the bracket, the match we're going to start with, Robert Hayes with 4-color Elementals, as always, versus Jack Potter with Amulet Titan. So that's the match we're going to watch first. Robert and Jack, and I think they're perhaps ready to go. We're going to get things. All right, they're still checking out each other's deck lists, but we've got Titan versus Elementals, so definitely opposite ends of the speed spectrum here. Any thoughts on how that might play out?
I mean, it's usually pretty close. It kind of all depends on whether or not the Titan player can assemble a really fast Titan. I'm sure that's the name of the game.
Mhm.
But I've kind of seen the games go pretty long from time to time, and sometimes they can set up. They can play a little bit of a longer game with something like Cultivator Colossus, drawing a bunch of cards, and then that can kind of spiral into this one big turn where they maybe can play 2 Titans in the same turn through a Solitude or something like that. So I think Cultivator Colossus, if that's present in Jack's list, is going to be really, really important in this matchup.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list if we have them. If we have a moment here between Robert Hayes and Jack Potter. Here we go. Jack Potter's Amulet Titan deck. And you can see there is a copy of Cultivator Colossus. Yep, indeed. Which, I mean, 1 copy in the deck, but really you can read that as something more akin to like 8 because of the Summoners packs and the Teleria West. They can search them up. Other than that, fairly stock list, I would say. And then here's Robert Hayes' 4-color Elementals, which isn't quite stock, but if you're familiar with him, not too much of a variant from what he normally runs.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to point out in this matchup, there's a main deck Emrakul the Promised Land along with Traverse the Ulvenwald. That is incredibly important because they essentially can just one-shot you if you can Emrakul your opponent, set up a Titan plus a Dryad and a Valakut turn, the Valakuts can target yourself. So you can just essentially, make your opponent kill themselves with the Emrakul turn. So.
Right. Okay, so here we go. Kicking off the top 4. NRG Chicago. Let's go. Well, Robert Hayes going to look for a little bit better hand here. Jack Potter looks happy. We are in the elimination rounds here. Players have access to each other's deck lists. We are on the modified play draw rules, so the higher seed has preference, which means Robert Hayes has the choice here and will presumably be going first.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was trying to figure out who had the higher seed, but it's right on the screen in front of me. I just need to look a little bit harder.
Yeah, sometimes this information right in front of you still is hard to see. We misread things all the time here, so you're fitting right in.
But yeah, Robert Hayes in the play definitely, obviously play draw. It matters a little bit, specifically because Jack's deck is obviously a lot more explosive on the play, but something like a turn 1 Amulet can really get the ball rolling there. So yeah, with Robert being in the play, is going to be able to maybe establish something like a Ren and 6 and something along those lines before Jack can get too much going on.
Right, but Robert Hayes. Looking for a better 5-card hand. I did see the Emrakul in the opener there. That's not exactly where you want to start with. And Jack Potter keeping 7. I mean, we saw him yesterday. The Amulet players, if you keep 7, there's a good chance there's an Amulet there or at least in Urza Saga. So Robert Hayes has got to know the pressure's on. There are answers, though. I mean, Robert Hayes, something like Prismatic Ending. There are easy answers to Amulet if they show up. And, 5-card hand, you still have a perfectly functional hand. You just can't. You're not going to have any luxuries. You need to just have lands and early interaction.
Yeah, the one thing, as we talked about, the one thing about the 4-color deck that does, make it a little bit less prone to mulligans is the presence of Wrenn and 6. You can keep, something like a fetch land and any other land, a Wrenn and 6, and 2 other spells, and that one Wrenn and 6 is going to make you hit every single land drop for the rest of the game. You're never going to miss a land drop. So even on something like a 5 or even a 4-card hand, Wrenn and 6 just really, really kind of gets the juices flowing there.
Yeah, indeed, that is a very important point, and we'll see what Rob Hayes can piece together here. So is it 5-card hand? Is it actually a 5-card, 8-card hand with Wrenn and 6, like you're saying?
Well, plus the Yorion too, so could even
yeah. If we get to the point where Yorion is actually being cashed in, then Robert Hayes is probably looking okay as far as at least stabilizing a little bit, but we'll see how this goes. 5 cards will work for Rob Hayes, and we are underway in the semifinals.
And if you're taking a look at Robert's hand, I do see a Wrenn and 6, so it looks like a couple lands, Omnath, and a Wrenn and 6. So definitely, not a bad 5-card hand. Just going to be able to hit his land drop stuff. But obviously, when the thing about mulliganing in the 4-color deck is it's a lot harder to have enough resources to utilize Solitude effectively, and especially when you're down to 5 cards. Even if you have something like a Wrenn and 6 to hit land drops, and you only have a couple of spells, and you have to pitch one for a Solitude, then you kind of run out of gas. So
right. So we're actually not going to see the Wrenn 6 right away. So Rob is going to play Abundant Growth and does draw a Solitude.
There's a promo. I think that's a full art Wrenn and 6. I may be mistaken, but I thought it was.
Okay. Well, for Boros Garrison and Bouncing the Forest for Jack Potter, here's a Dryad. Here's the Forest coming back down. So, okay. Solid start in development, but nothing terrifying yet.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly how you would draw it up for Jack's perspective. The Amulet, the turn 2 Dryad, threatening a turn 3 Titan. The one thing I will say is that because Jack has it, that may be his only bounce land. And if Garrison's the only bounce land, it might be a little awkward because usually you want to fetch that one off of the Primeval Titan. Also, because it doesn't tap for green mana, it could mess with the math in terms of actually casting the Primeval Titan this turn.
Yeah, okay. So let's see.
Okay. We have a Growth Chamber for Jack, though.
So 2 mana on each of those plays there. So that is all the land drops for the turn. 7 mana available right now.
We're tapping 7. I wonder if he's got a Colossus, or he's just going to Titan with a mana floating. Okay, that. Okay.
All right, and this will get things going. So with, like you're pointing out, with the Boros Garrison in play, perhaps Vesuva would be a target here to be able to generate mana for haste. Okay, never mind. That's not even necessary. Here's Valakut. And
yeah, see, this is nice because Jack had the mana floating, so you can float the mana. Then the Valakut is the other mana for the Stronghold. So very, very good sequencing from Jack. And because of the Dryad, getting the Valakut's also really nice too, because the Dryad plus Valakut. So
all right, here is Solitude pitching the Omnath that you spied in Robert's hand. So that will prevent things from getting completely out of hand. But still, very nice start for Jack Potter here online with Valakut in play, with Dryad coming across, taking half the loyalty off Wrenn and 6, and with plenty of mana to get things going for the future turns, as long as more Titans are available, or the Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, because there's the Dryad in play, if Jack's got something like a Summoner's Pact, he'd probably just want to go for another Titan at this point. Because you could see something like Titan get, say, even Valakut Vesuva, and you essentially have I can't really count that high, but that's a lot of Valakut triggers with the Dryad in play. So
yes, indeed. Yeah, I have certainly played with Dryad and Valakut before, and it is quite delightful the way that just explodes when you start making land drops and playing multiple Valakuts. All right, Rob Hayes here plays his land drop. Still a few cards in hand. I think another copy of Solitude, so he may still have game here.
Yeah, because even if he doesn't have a white card, he can just pick up the Yorion, and then that's the white card for the Solitude. Because you saw him pitch the Omnath, which would have been a good play this turn. So you'd have to think from Jack's perspective, well, if he's pitching Omnath, he either doesn't have any other white cards in hand, or potentially in this case, maybe can read that there's another Solitude in there because he wanted to back up Solitude.
All right, so 4 land in play now for Rob Hayes and Yorion into hand. So we do have ammo for this Solitude.
I think I got a glimpse of a Teleria West in Jack's hand. We know about the Growth Chamber. I think I saw a second Dryad as well. That one's probably not worth too much here, the second Dryad, but...
Right. This first Dryad will be able to handle the Ren 6 in 2 more swings, regardless of what Robert Hayes decides to do with it. And the Solitude that could pick off the Dryad, I mean, the Dryad is an important card with the Valakut, but you're just saving that for Titan Colossus basically every time here, right? You're not going to ever fire that off.
No, you gotta kill the threats. I mean, maybe if Jack were to say, let's say hypothetically, Jack has a Valakut or a Vesuv in his hand, and he just goes like land drop plus second Valakut. Maybe if you're Robert at that point, you might consider it because now that there's 2 Valakut triggers with the Dryad, so you might have to think about that. But with the bounce lane, we're not going to see something like that because the bounce lane makes it so you can't, you won't be able to trigger the Dryad naturally, essentially, with just hitting your 6 land drops.
All right, so we have 4 mana floating. Here is a Summoner's Pact.
I'm curious. I wonder if he goes for Titan or Colossus here.
It'd be fun to see Colossus.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So Cultivator Colossus, 7 mana. And
yeah, we have 4 floating, so we can go tap the Garrison in the forest, play Colossus, leave up the Strongholds. And this is going to give us not only a ton of Dryad triggers, a ton of essentially Valakut triggers, but then we can also just haste the Colossus. So you're putting Robert in a position where now, if you have enough land triggers to, essentially deal what amounts to lethal with the Dryad, Robert has a decision of, well, do I kill the Dryad and deal with all these Valakut triggers, or and let my opponent have Colossus, in which case I'm going to take 1,000 because if we're going to get the Colossus haste. So,
all right, so let's see how many land drops are made here off the Colossus. So, all right, Teleria West is in. That's 1. Simic Growth Chamber. Sunhome, Simic Growth Chamber. Oh boy.
Oh,
Saga.
Oh.
Sanctuary. Still going. So there are multiple bounce land triggers and Valakut triggers on the stack, but none of that will resolve until after the Cultivator Colossus trigger is done, and that actually may never happen. Wow.
Yeah, this has to be lethal, right?
Yeah, this is a whole pile of
oh my
land to play. All right, so that is I don't know, something like a dozen land in play at this point.
I think we've confirmed that you now have to kill the Dryad.
Yeah. Boy, yes, that is a good point. All these Valakut triggers on the stack do require the Dryad to still be in play when they resolve. So Rob can prevent that. However, that will mean that the Colossus is able to actually attack due to the Stronghold, and that 2 avenues to lethal damage, most likely. I'm not sure there are 17 land in play, but if not, it's close.
Well, the other thing is, too, you have to remember, there's all these bounce lane triggers, right? So we have Teleria West, which means we can float a bunch of mana, pick up Teleria West, and then get a Titan, and probably just haste it again, because we can just float red-white, Vesuva, copy the Slayer Stronghold, untap, and then haste the Titan. So we can we can probably haste multiple Titans this turn.
Right, we're going to need to, as Solitude plus Ephemerate. Rob Hayes came to play. He's not going to go down too easy, so he's going to wipe out as much of the board as he can. And actually, that's everything. So both creatures out of here, but I mean, the Dryad didn't result in having a significant impact on this turn, but this Colossus sure did. There's no way to, from Robert Hayes' perspective, there's no way to undo the damage that just happened here.
If I counted correctly, I think Jack has 18 mana floating now. So, well, after we float all these. So 4 triggers, pick up 2 Teleria West, maybe pick up a bounce land. But yeah, float mana, pick up the 2 West. And then with 18 mana, you can just transmute both West down to 12, cast double Titan, and then copy the Slayer Stronghold. Yeah, okay. We're done.
Well, that was impressive. That was fun, and Robert Hayes has got some work to do to come back in this matchup.
Right, and I know we had talked about the Cultivator Colossus before the match, and that's exactly what I was talking about when I said that. It's just, it forces your opponent to have a pile of removal, because you see Robert had to answer the Dryad that was in play, the Colossus that was going to attack him, and then it also still provides you at least one, maybe two Titans in the case of having that many land drops. So it just forces your opponent to have 5 or 6 answers, and they just don't really have they don't have that amount of answers. So
Right. I mean, it is tough to anytime your opponent, I mean, how many Colossus triggers were there? How many cards came off the top? Maybe 6 or 8.
I can't count that high.
Yeah. So, yeah, a whole lot of advantage there on multiple ways on the board, in hand, and damage coming across, even life gained because of the Solitude. Everything was working well there for Jack Potter. Let's go ahead and revisit the deck list and see what Rob Hayes might find to kind of prevent that from happening again. And we do see one significant card. I'm not going to say it's enough by itself, but it helps at the very least in the sideboard there, sticking out the 1 red card.
Yeah, it's really nice that the 4-color deck gets to play Magus of the Moon. But yeah, jokes aside, we do have Magus of the Moon. We have 3 copies of Traverse to find it, so that one's definitely going to come in. One card that's usually incredible against these Amulet decks is Force of Vigor, and a card that you see absent from Robert Hayes' sideboard. So definitely something that Robert wished that he had access to. But there are some Besajus that are going to be coming in as well. Besaju plus Renin 6, if you set that up, that can be kind of backbreaking against Amulet as well. And potentially Chalice the Void to stop Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, and we did see that yesterday too. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at Jack Potter's deck list again. Very much trying to defend his position, early game advantage here. Doesn't really need to, just needs to really beat Robert Hayes' sideboard plan. Doesn't need to defeat Robert Hayes' late game, because there's no late game that's really going to jar with Emrakul. So we're looking at here. So the Force of Vigors that you mentioned here, not so much helpful on this side of the matchup. And really, there is an Emrakul though. Would this be a matchup you think where Jack Potter would bring it board in his Emrakul? Seems like a possibility.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna want to bring in that one. The nice thing is if both players are just kind of sitting there for a little bit, like Jack can maybe set up an Emrakul where you see something like Emrakul, then on Robert Hayes' turn he just kind of basically deploy all of his answers. Like you can just like pitch cast a couple Solitudes. Teferi maybe can even bounce the Emrakul from, you can go like Teferi, bounce the Emrakul, then get another shot at an extra turn. So yeah, this is definitely an Emrakul matchup. I'm not 100% sure that Jack wants anything else. You maybe could see him turn to something like Dismember for Omnath, but I'm not even sure if that's the kind of game he wants to fight in this matchup.
Right. I mean, December can also disrupt like Ephemerate on Solitude, things like that. But if there's Ephemerating on Solitude, that means Jack's got a lot going on anyway. As we saw that last game, Robert Solituded the entire board, and Jack didn't care. Like you pointed out, 18 mana floating in Tolaria West all over the place. He can just rebuild without even passing the turn.
Right, yeah, there's just a lot that Jack can produce. So yeah, I'm not really sure if he wants to change too much here outside of that Emrakul. Maybe could look at something like Relic of Progenitus, because he knows that Renin 6 plus Besaju is an option. But again, pretty marginal stuff there. Just maybe a small upgrade with the Emrakul.
Right. All right. So the players shuffling out for game 2. Jack Potter has not abandoned the pile shuffling standard, so we'll wait for that to work its way through. Any additional, like you're playing for money, points, you're playing on camera, for your reputation, your pride, all this stuff, whatever you value going into the series, does the invite being in the line change anything for you personally? Like, does it make you feel more pressure?
Well, so I know that I believe Jack is from Canada, and I know that I believe that Jack may already have an invite, so I'm not 100% positive, but it's it's definitely something that you want to strive for, especially if that's competitive aspirations. I know I played a couple of these RCQs. I know you have as well, and I definitely want to win that. But yeah, when something additional on the line, there's always something more to play for. So definitely the stakes are a little bit higher here.
Yeah, indeed. Although I'm not sure that, like, at some point the stakes being higher doesn't change how much pressure, how much stress you may feel. Like if you're playing, let's just say, a 5K versus an 8K, I don't know that I feel any different with what's on the line. The RCQ invite is a unique thing. So it's hard to judge, but I'm sure these players, after either a comfortable night of sleep or a restless night where they are, maybe having trouble getting to sleep, thinking about their matches this morning, we'll see. That's going to be different for every individual as the hands are drawn up for game 2. Rob Hayes looking to keep more than 5 cards and get off to a little bit better start than he did last game.
I don't know about you, but whenever I'm sleeping for like day 2 of an event, especially like GP or PT or something like that, I can never sleep that well.
I know it is tough. Yeah. Although I do think I sleep better for day 2 than I do for day 1, because day 1 you're coming in, you're not like the players that went through 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday plus the quarterfinals. I mean, this is a mental game. We're not running around. We're not playing, a physical sport, but I mean, it's draining. Like these players, if you haven't engaged in a long day of Magic, these players are weary by the end of it.
Oh yeah, the mental gymnastics, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I remember reading that elite chess players. Now, I'm not going to compare Magic to chess as far as the strain. I mean, the elite chess players, though, are burning thousands and thousands of calories a day playing chess because it's just so draining. Doesn't mean just because it's a skull sport doesn't mean you're not burning off energy. All right, so Forest Oath for Robert. Bosechu, Grazer, Saga for Mr. Potter. Respectable start on both sides.
Good start for Potter. I'd love to see you want to see Amulet on turn 1, and while Saga's not directly an Amulet, it's going to be, essentially an Amulet with Suspend too, so kind of get the ball rolling, and then an Oath of Nissa. This could be a potential Renin 6 here on turn 2, which if Robert has something like a Boseju could maybe kind of, help blow up the Saga and start to get that train rolling. So looks like we do have a Renin 6.
Yeah, and we saw him indicate the Oath of Nissa to preemptively inform Jack Potter, yeah, don't worry about this Plains. Remember, Oath of Nissa lets me cast Planeswalkers for any mana, so you are correct. There is the Renin 6 in play. So solid start.
I don't know how much. I know you've been playing a little bit of Pioneer, but did you see the mono green devotion decks have now been playing with Nicol Bolas, the Dragon God, and they're casting it only off of Oath of Nissa?
I have seen that, yes, and yeah, animals they are. Whoever came up with that, but Rob Hayes here. Okay, now we have the mana to actually cast the spells we already have on the board, so that's nice. Just for completion's sake.
Robert's just showing off. We're going to cast the Teferi off of Stomping Ground Forest Plains. He could have, got any blue source, any land he wanted to. I guess he could be casting Magus of the Moon, so maybe I'm wrong there, but just the Yorion.
Okay. And discard a hand size, not too much of an issue with the Ren 6 to be able to pick it back up. So Jack Potter, this is kind of the big turn here.
Yeah, no Magus, no Teferi, no turn 3 play for Robert. Kind of interesting from Jack's perspective. Like, what do you, if you're in Jack's seat, what are you kind of putting Robert on at this point? I mean, probably some Solitudes, but yeah, no 3-mana play, so probably has some sort of interaction there with the Solitudes.
All right, so there was a sequencing there. It looked like early timing issue as Robert Hayes discarded hand size, and I think normally that is the final step of a turn, but Jack Potter was probably saying, hey, I wanted to respond to that. I wanted to make a construct. So the construct does come in. Then the land is discarded. And Jack Potter untaps for turn 3, rolls the Saga up to 3. And I guess he's debating whether to make a construct, because I think we're pretty confident that Saga is searching up an Amulet at this point.
Right. Yeah. It kind of all depends on. Okay. Yeah. What kind of Jack it has in hand. Now I saw an Azusa, so I guess we're doing some math here. So you see something like Jack say, get an Amulet. Use the mana floating and the remaining 2 lands to play the Azusa, and then with the bounce land, you can actually play that 3 times, which would be 6 mana. You saw Jack motioning there. That we did talk about sideboarding. I wasn't sure if he was going to bring in the Relic, and he did, which I think the reason he brought in the Relic, normally it's not something you want 100% of the time against Ren, but because Robert has so many Bosejus, and Jack recognizes that Boseju plus Renin 6 is really hard for his deck to interact with, does want to bring in those relics.
Right. And yet, then after second guessing himself, does go with the Amulet. which would mean there's probably some fireworks to be had here. Explore to start the turn. So 4 land drops available here. There's 1. There's 2.
Yeah, if he plays the Azusa, which he may not play the Azusa.
Right.
We are okay.
Okay. No land.
Yeah, Azusa pass. So Jack was probably missing the bounce land because it seemed like he had everything else rolled up. Had the Azusa, had the Amulet, but looks like he was missing a bounce land.
Okay. Well, given the window, Rob Hayes will take down the Amulet. There is a Saga on the board, so a couple more turns later, another Amulet may be searched up, but Rob Hayes is just going to try and build a good position as possible before that point.
Did we not activate Red and 6 there? Am I missing?
I feel like I missed. Yeah. Okay. He killed. I was just realizing the construct was gone. Yes, the Ren 6 shot the construct. Right.
Okay. Yep. Ending the Amulet constructs to 1/1 Ren and 6 ping it. That makes more sense. Got it.
Well, this game is so far playing out much more fair from Jack Potter's side than the last one. That's not what he's looking to do, but that is what the reality he's faced with right now. So he's going to have to cobble together a more, a real game here, not one where he just explodes and wins all at once. And
go ahead.
I was going to say that's the game that Robert Hayes wants to play. Is the longer drawn out game. This is more the battleground that his deck is designed to win on.
Right. This is very, very similar to a match that we saw yesterday with it was Will Krueger playing against I believe it was Andrew Ellenbogen, and Will's draw had multiple sagas, and we kind of talked about that's not necessarily the game that you want to be playing from the Hammer player perspective, and even in the Amulet player's perspective in this game. But sometimes it's just the way that your draw lines up, and Robert Hayes did have the answer to the Amulet to kind of make Jack's draw a little bit more fair, like you said.
Yep. So here's Omnath. Point we never got to in the previous game. Fetch lands in hand. There is access to a Solitude, I believe, although I don't know that necessarily you want a Solitude to Azusa either. Jack has had it in play for multiple turns now and not made any use of it at all.
Yeah, that Jack's kind of light on lands because he didn't play any additional lands off of the Azusa, and then he played no lands last turn. Mm-hmm. Now, Jack could be posturing here, maybe could be slow rolling a bounce land, especially because he couldn't really do anything with the bounce land that turn and doesn't want to kind of give his hand away if he drew the bounce land because he's going to set up, Saga for Amulet next turn, play the bounce land, then just kind of go off all on one swing. So maybe if he drew the bounce land, maybe baiting a little bit.
All right, here is a Solitude. So Rob Hayes does deploy Solitude to take out Azusa. I mean, this is his only way to get it on the board. He doesn't have the mana to flash in Solitude on Jack's turn because of the Omnath trigger. And having it on the board does make it available for Ephemerates later on. So we'll see if he's planning on blinking that Solitude at a later point. Construct into play off of the Saga, and now Jack Potter is going searching again.
Yeah, and if Jack did find a bounce land, we do have enough mana because we got 1 floating, plus 3 more is 4, plus the bounce land would be 6. Mm-hmm. So if he found a bounce land, we do have enough for a Titan. And because he's not making a construct, it leads me to believe that we have some other plans for the rest of our mana. So I would guess there's a Titan in our future.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's see. Here we go. So that's a Crumbling Vestige, I think. So that generates 2 mana, although in a different way. It's 1 free, 1 plus the untap, and Jack Potter's like, I'm going to play this Titan, but I'm going to throw it on the floor first.
Yeah, we're just throwing Titans at each other at this point. So now it's a question of, does Jack expect a second copy of Solitude? Because in a situation like this, normally you would just say, I'll just get Slayer Stronghold and Boros Garrison. Mm-hmm. But if you expect your opponent to have Solitude, you might want to just play a little bit slower and just say, okay, I'll get a Growth Chamber and a Teleria West to set up another Titan for next turn, expecting this one to get Solituded.
Mm-hmm. And Jack consulting the grip here and making his determination on that. And let's see. And the answer is he's hoping Rob Hayes does not have another Solitude.
We're going, or maybe Jack just has another Titan in his hand, doesn't really care if there's a Solitude.
Here's the attack, and We wait to see. And Rob Hayes is like, okay, so Titan attack trigger happens, and that means Jack Potter gets to search out a couple more lands. And then Rob Hayes will determine whether he wants to do much blocking here. Titan could be attacking running 6, although that doesn't seem necessarily likely. But the attack trigger,
with Robert,
is the more important part.
With Robert at 15, I kind of have to imagine you're just trying to get the pressure on him at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the question is, what do we get from Jax here? Now, I'm going to guess, T West plus bounce land. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of awkward when you get this in combat because you can't. You can only transmute at sorcery speed, so you can't say float the mana and then use it because you've already made your land drop. Don't have access to another blue mana in second main phase. So you won't be able to transmute it this turn, but definitely a good setup for next turn.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this Titan's coming across for 8 here, and there is a block available. Robert Hayes can double block to trade with the Titan.
Yeah, I think Robert just took it.
Yeah. I mean, it's completely reasonable. Omnath trigger staying on the board, and then Solitude with the potential for Ephemerate. Going from 15 to 7 really isn't that significant, I would say at this point.
Especially because we can just gain 4 off the Omnath.
Mm-hmm.
And if, we did mention that Robert has, Ephemerate, we can just Ephemerate the Solitude right now, get rid of the Titan, and then, gain 4 off of that, so... Yeah, the Ephemerate's going to be able to clean up this Titan. Now, the question is, does Jack have enough to set up another Titan? We mentioned that Telerios is in hand. Jack doesn't currently have access to a second blue mana without playing the Telerios, but obviously if you play the Telerios, you won't be able to transmute it. Mm-hmm. So Jack needs to figure out... Oh, actually, no, because we have the Vestige. Okay, my apologies. So we can go Vestige, make blue, use the blue plus the Growth Chamber, transmute. That would be colorless 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have enough to Titan again next turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Rob Hayes has the information that he needs to deal with a Titan in play and one potentially coming from hand, because the information that the line you just went through, Rob Hayes is aware of all of that being in Jack's hand, so he knows what he's facing down here. Fetch did happen, so we have the mana trigger. We have a Teferi. Right, Construct leaves the board. Rob Hayes picks up an additional card.
Still 1 mana floating from the Omnath, so we'll see if he wants to use that. He did pick up Yorion on an earlier turn, so remember, that is an option as well. You can see, just cast the Yorion, blink Teferi, blink the Solitude, blink the Omnath. That could take care of the Titan, and then you could hold up the Ephemerate, because you have a mana floating, which means the Yorion essentially only costs 4, and then, hold up the Ephemerate that way. So we might actually see that from Robert.
Is there, in fact, did you see an Ephemerate in his hand? Or were you just speculating?
I thought I might have seen it. There's Robert's cards are all foil, so it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. But
all right, so here we do see 4 additional mana plus the 1 that we know is floating. Like you said, there is the Yorion, and we'll blink out everything possible.
Why not? It's all going away. It'll come back. Don't worry. I saw a Quaddle.
All right, so here we go. On the way back in. Oath of Nissa, a couple Planeswalkers rescind their loyalty, Solitude, and Omnath. So, marginally powerful Yorion here. 5 mana, doesn't cost you a card, and you get back a card and anticipate for a creature or a Planeswalker, a Swords of Plowshares, and reset your loyalty. No problem. All right, Titan is removed. That is a big step. Fetch land found off the Oath of Nissa. That's not overly relevant. Card drawn. Another Solitude. That matters.
That one's definitely relevant.
Yep.
So yeah, Robert, I believe I saw a second Omnath. Yeah, so Robert does have access to pitch cast that Solitude here. And then potentially, if he does have the Ephemerate, could have double Solitude up here.
Mm-hmm. And with the go ahead.
I was going to say, from this perspective, it seems a little difficult for Jack. I mean, he does have access to another Titan, but I feel like Robert just has too many answers at this point.
Mm-hmm. Jack Potter needs to do 10 additional damage. That seems, at this point, that 10 may as well be, 2 or 30. It doesn't really matter. He's going to do virtually infinite with something like Colossus and Dryad and a couple of Valakits, or he's going to do nothing.
Right. I think at this point, Jack might be trying to. This might be the point of the game where we probably just have to get to Emrakul, right? So you see something,
Sure.
maybe if an Emrakul comes down for Jack, could maybe force Robert into casting a lot of his interactive spells. Maybe you could say something like Solitude with his own Omnath, Solitude the Yorion, Ephemerate, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of an uphill battle for Jack at this point, I think.
Yeah, and with the one Emrakul, that's not going to be easy for Jack to get into hand either, as he can't pact for that. But we'll see. We are a little ways into the game. Some cards have been drawn. Perhaps it's present. Here is a pact. Now, pact only gets green creatures. That's correct, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
only green creatures. So we're looking at Dryad, Titan, Colossus. Yeah, so with the Emrakul, you do kind of have to just draw it, but we're going for Colossus, which makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
There's no counterspell available for Robert Hayes, so Colossus with the Amulet in play is going to set up something like we saw last game. Now the question is, does Jack have enough land drops to kind of get enough mana and get to that point where we're casting Double Titan after the Colossus? And B, does Robert have that Ephemerate? Because we know Robert has Solitude. We just don't know if he has another answer lined up as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Jack, the pact trigger to pay next turn. Now, obviously, you lose the game if you're unable to pay for the pact. If Robert Hayes was able to Emrakul next turn and take control of Jack's succeeding turn, would he be able to? Can you choose to not pay for the pact?
You can. I believe you can.
Yeah.
Because I think that came up in I was watching a coverage last weekend or a couple weekends ago.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it was, but I believe that has come up before, and I think you can choose not to pay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 5 land so far, 6th. Colossus doing his work here. I mean, this is what Jack needs. Vesuva. So even though the triggers all resolve after the Colossus is done, the Vesuva does need to choose something immediately as it comes into play. As that's not a trigger, that's just an effect. As part of it coming into play, it has to copy something.
Right. So you can't Vesuva copy one of the Colossus lands. You have to copy something that's already in play. Oh, they are. Okay.
All right. So here is. I don't actually see maybe 1 or 2 bounce lands here. Just 1 plus a Vesuva, I think. So most of these lands are actually going to stay in play, which actually might not work to Jack's advantage. He may actually desire to bounce several of these. But the Colossus is done. It looks like about 9 cards drawn. So, and
looks
with
like
all
the copied a bounce land too.
Mm-hmm. And with all these lands untapping, if the Emrakul was drawn, their mana is available for it. Wow.
Oh boy. Well, we might get into some fireworks here. I would not be surprised to see 4 Primeval Titans attacking. Well, I guess there's only 3 left in the deck, but I'm pretty sure Jack can haste all 3 Primeval Titans. Maybe not though.
Well,
we'll see.
Right. Well, I mean, we're speculating that Rob might be able to deal with 2. I suppose he could block a 3rd, so that may not actually, without a Dryad, I mean, that may be survivable.
Yeah, because I'm assuming Jack can also set up a Dryad too, because I think there's 2 Teleria West. So you could see something like Bounce Land, Float Mana with T West, pick it up, transmute that, pact for Dryad, and then, well, I guess you still want to get the other Titan first. So we'll see how Jack plays this out. But yeah, I think we can go. You maybe Float Mana with this one, pick up the first T West, pact for another Titan. Then the second Titan get another Bounce Land, and then that T West gets Dryad. You haste both Titans attack. Yeah, we could see something like that. But then if Robert does have the answer for the 2 Titans, then you're left where I guess you can still attack with the Colossus at that point.
All right, so that is the Teleria West being transmuted here. Summoner's Pack number 2. Does resolve.
So this gets
And-
Dryad.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from Jack's perspective, you have to assume there's at least one Solitude in Robert's hand. Like there is 7 cards there, so you got to imagine he can at least answer one of these Titans. So the question is, can Jack produce a second Titan and give them both haste?
So if Jack Potter is going to continue here, here's a Vesuva. Putting the Dryad on the board first. Ooh, okay. Valakut takes out Solitude. So Ephemerate off the
No
table.
Ephemerate.
Right.
Okay, Robert's at 10. I mean, this might just be lethal, right? We
Mhm.
could just, like we just have Dryad, or we have Valakut. There's a Vesuva as well, so we can copy Valakut. We might not even be able to might be able to lethal without even going to the combat step. Yeah, that's it.
And Robert Hayes will extend the hand, and Jack Potter and Amulet Titan will advance to the finals. An impressive display here. There were a lot of game actions there. Jack Potter moved through that fairly quickly. Obviously, a lot of experience with the deck, and congratulations on making it to the finals. Wow, that was fun to watch.
That was, and that match was honestly decided by Cultivator Colossus both times. I know we had talked about it before the match even started, as we pointed that out as kind of the most important card in Jack's deck, and it easily won him the game both times. So
yeah, no, that was super cool. All right, secondary match. Let's go. We're moving in live. No recordings here. Max Komanowski and Zach Dubin. We are. Looks like we're in. We'll get those pips cleaned up, as there is a relic from the previous screen. So we'll see what game we're actually in here. I'm going to guess this is actually game 2. Is Zach? Well, we'll see. Okay, this is game 2.
Zach up 1.
Zach Dubin up a game and well ahead on the board at the moment.
Yeah, this one's not looking great for Max here. He got Ren and 6, Omnath, Yorion. Max pretty much on empty here. So.
And this is tough. I mean, this matchup, Murktide versus 4-color Blink. I mean, when you get to, I don't know what turn you think we're on here, 10, 12, something like that. It can be tough for the Murktide deck to overcome the powers of the 4-color Blink deck. We see Yorion's already in play. Omnath, Planeswalkers. You're fighting uphill here.
Yeah, I think the reason this matchup is so tough from the Murktide side is because the Omnath deck is able to keep up with at parity or ahead in card card advantage almost throughout the entire game, and they also, while doing that, also have excellent answers to all the blue-red threats. They have the cheap removal to answer Ragavan and DRC, Shredder, and then you have stuff like Solitude to answer Murktide. So this matchup seems kind of tough every time that I've watched it for the Murktide perspective.
Right. Dash Ragavan comes across there, hoping to hit something significantly impactful, finds a land, and turn is passed. And yeah, Zach Dubin with looks like an attack for 8 here. Max only at 11.
Oh boy, we even have Ren plus Otawara, just in case Max even had the threat of. Actually, this might just be lethal with the land, the Omnath triggers, right? If there's another fetch land in play.
If there was, so land was just played. But you're right. If there's already a fetch in play, which I don't see one at the moment, there might be one under the Rainforest. Probably not, as Zach does pass here. But with a Rainforest sitting in play, you're right that next turn combat wouldn't even be required. Another additional fetch land with the Omnath level 3 trigger would end things.
Yeah, I think I see Max's hand is something like Counterspell, Ragavan, Dress Down, Engineered Explosives. None of those cards looking too great on this board.
No, Engineered Explosives is an interesting one to have in here at this point. All right, here is Dress Down. Max actually at 2. All right, so
might have been something else. I don't know if it was in Explosives. But basically, just like all reactive cards that answer the stack. The Murktide deck has a lot of counter spells, but once you've gotten to this point of the game where there's too many threats already in play, your counter spells don't really, they're not really worth that much at that point.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Shutter Bauble allows Max to look at an additional card here. Bauble takes a peek, and
Max maybe has a fetch land. Here we go. Okay,
I mean,
that's a card, but
right,
we know about
this
the
is
Otawara, so
this is a very respectable turn, and I'm not sure it's going to help much, as even if attacks can be prevented, like you were saying, Omnath with fetch lands is available, so Max needs an answer to the Omnath on the board, and I'm not sure he's got it.
yeah, we could also just go EOT, Otawara the Murktide, untap, get back Otawara with Ren, Otawara the Shredder, attack with both. That's even lethal right there.
All right, the Murktide towers were forgotten. Max put them back on there. Then it does get bounced by Otawara. And yeah, and Zach Dubin looking solid here. In fact, draws another Ren 6. So the Ren 6, sequence could actually finish the game as well. That's another route to victory here for Zach. And two Ren 6s in play. One of them.
What's going on here? I assume this is lethal.
Looks like, yep, and there it is. And Zach Dubin will advance. So Max Komanowski falls in the semifinals, and we have our finalists. Jack Potter and Zach Dubin will play for the title of the NRG Chicago Modern 10K champion.
Yeah, and like I said, we definitely we just saw this matchup before. Cultivator Colossus was by far and away the most important part. Now, we take a look at, I don't know if we're going to do deck list now, but I believe Zach's a little bit maybe more prepared for the Cultivator Colossus stuff, so we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, yes, we will. And if you're enjoying the Modern coverage, if you're waiting for Legacy, once the finals is done, we will pick up the Legacy wherever it's at. They are starting in about 10 minutes. So we're definitely not going to watch round one, but we knew that going in. I would say based on the pace of things, we will likely start Legacy coverage in round 2. So if you're waiting for that, if you're here early, you've got the finals of Modern to enjoy. We got all day coverage. Stick around. This is NRG Gaming. We'll be right back. 272 players showed up for Modern this weekend. 272 of them are out of here. We got 2 left, Evan. We got Amulet Titan. We got 4-color Blink, Jack Potter versus Zach Dubin. I'm excited. I'm ready. We're going to look at the deck list before they play this time around. Your instinct is who's slightly ahead here?
So I know we talked about the last matchup. I think I had maybe mistakenly said that 4-color might be ahead. I think it might have had to do with the composition, because if you look at this deck list specifically, the card that you see here that was absent in Robert's deck is Counterspell. And I think you saw part of why I think the matchup was a little bit better for Jack, because once Colossus resolved, it was nearly impossible for Robert to get out of that. But Zach's going to be a lot better at answering the Colossus on the stack with Counterspell. It's a lot different to counterspell a Colossus rather than Solitude it after your opponent's already, drawn 10 cards and made 20 mana. So,
right. Okay. So there's gonna be a little different priorities as far as Jack Potter's mana development goes. So let's go ahead and look at Jack's deck real quick. The players are shuffling up, and so now Cavern of Souls is going to take on more importance than it did in the last match.
Right, and Jack has a lot of Cavern of Souls. That's 3 copies. That you don't usually see that many copies in the Amulet deck. So Jack definitely came prepared for the Counterspell version. So, Jack's knowing the deck list going to be prioritizing that Cavern of Souls a lot more, trying to get that Colossus into play under a Counterspell. And that can likely find another Cavern, which can then name Titan or Giant, I guess, in that case, to then Cavern out the Titan. So Jack does have answers to the counter spells. It's just going to maybe be a little bit different in terms of what he's prioritizing.
Right. Okay. So excited to see this go. Important to note, there is you said 3 caverns, which is a lot. There's also an expedition map, which means Urza's Saga is also access to a Cavern of Souls. So would not be surprising to see Jack get one into play within the first several turns of the game. Play draw rule in effect. I don't recall who's the higher seed, but we'll go to the table and we'll find out in just a second. Jack Potter is the higher seed. Okay, so on the play again with Amulet Titan, looking for Amulet, looking for Saga, looking to crush his way to this championship, to this title.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like you said, Jack on the play, definitely, an advantage that Jack has in definitely. Well, I think. Yeah, okay, we got that right. So yeah, we'll have to see how everything plays out. We talked about what the important cards are from both sides, and Jack on the play can maybe get, like you said, the Saga for Matt for Cavern is a lot more achievable when you're on the play, because you could say go like turn 1 Saga Amulet, turn 2 you can get a bounce land and a Dryad, and then you have more mana, because the one thing about the map line is it's a little bit more mana intensive because you have to commit 2 mana before you commit anything else. So Jack being the play can maybe get to that 2 mana threshold, that turn that he's trying to sack the map for the Cavern.
Right. Okay, so production real quick. We have something reversed here because the Yorion is in front of the Amulet player, so I think the names probably are reversed. So maybe we can get that confirmed and straightened up. But here we go, looking at opening hands of our finals. Both players have now earned invites into the regional championship in Atlanta in November. So congratulations to them for that achievement. I'm jealous. I know you are too, Devin. But hopefully we can join them within the next few weeks.
Yeah, I have to look at my calendar again. I think there's roughly about 7 or 8 more that I can play in throughout the next month or month and a half. So, I plan on going to Atlanta regardless, because when it's a dream hack, and the last dream hack, I went to the one in Dallas, and that was just an absolute blast. So I'll be there regardless. But
that's cool. I've been to a couple different gaming type conventions. I've never been to a dream hack. That is something I would not mind experiencing. Plus, one of my close friends has already qualified. So, I get there's last chance invites. I might get dragged along anyway, even if I'm not qualified. But it's much more fun to just know the invite's already locked up. So Jack Potter and Zach Dubin have accomplished that. Southern California better watch out. I'm coming for an invite. Okay, so here we go. So Jack Potter, as the number 6 seed, probably very pleased to find himself on the play here in the finals, as Zach Dubin has won 2 matches in a row, going second to earn the berth. Amulet for Jack Potter on turn 1, just the way these Amulet decks like it.
Yeah, definitely Jack's ideal start here. Maybe not necessarily as good as something like a turn 1 Saga, because, as we mentioned, how important the caverns are. So, and we do see a prismatic. And one thing I wanted to mention is Zach also has copies of March of Otherworldly Light, which was, I don't believe, present in Robert's deck list. So Zach is a little bit better at answering the amulet once it's on the battlefield.
Sure. And so there might be some thought, because of these cards like Prismatic Ending, do you hold Amulet back until the turn you are going to explode? But Jack with a backup Amulet here, no problem committing the first one right away. Here's an Explorer.
Yeah, maybe if Jack didn't have the second one, maybe you, like you said, you see maybe hold that until that one big turn where he can, set up. The problem with that is if March is in play, you can March at instant speed in response to, let's say, the first bounce land trigger. So maybe a little bit awkward there as well.
Okay, so 2 Explorers. Silesian Sanctuary dropped and picked back up, and then 2 Forests into play. So 4 mana in play, Sanctuary in hand, which generates 2 mana as of now. So Titan mana is online, and I believe there is one in hand for Jack Potter. So, like you were saying, counterspells very relevant here. We'll see if Zach Duman has one at the ready.
Yeah, Sacred Foundry, not going to cast it, but I believe Zach does have some additional, look like a Misty, so that can certainly cast the counterspell. I see a Teferi. I think that might be an Endurance. I think that's is that a land? I think a Prismatic Ending. So yeah, definitely, probably just going to run out the Teferi here. Question, do you just minus on nothing? Maybe, minus on the Amulet just to make Jack spend that extra mana, but yeah, we'll have to see what Zach decides to do here. Looking for a Solitude, because I don't think I see a Solitude in Zach's hand.
Well, either removing the Amulet from the board would slow Jack down. Even Teferi bounce the Amulet. There is, with the Sanctuary, there's exact mana for Titan next turn. The 1 mana to redeploy the Amulet would mean that wouldn't work. So Jack would need an additional land drop, which is something his deck can generate. But he would need it in order to get the Titan into play next turn. So here we go. Or I guess the castle would also work.
Yeah, so we'll go to Fairy, bounce the Amulet. Yeah, like you said, we can't really go. I guess we can go tap a land, replay the Amulet. Bounce land's only 5. Castle wouldn't work either, right? Because castle would only be 4. Because you wouldn't have mana to activate the castle.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So a little awkward for Jack here.
Yeah, doesn't want to just make a land drop and pass here, but that may be what he's actually forced to do here. So now, then, I guess the question is, if I can't play Titan this turn, do I just make a land drop, or do I play the Amulet anyway and leave it on the board for a turn?
Kind of tough. It really depends on whether or not Jack has the ability to play the Amulet next turn and then also get 6 mana. Now, Jack maybe could have something like Azusa Bounce Land, where we could go Azusa, play the Bounce Land 3 times, and that's 6 mana for Titan. But I'm not sure I saw an Azusa. I did see a Bounce Land in a Pact, but I don't know if I saw the Azusa. I guess, okay, we have Pact Titan, so we could go Pact, Azusa, tap 3 mana, Azusa, bounce land 3 times, play the Titan. You could just see something like that, maybe.
Well, that looks like Jack agrees with you. Here is the Pact. And this looks like it'll work. There is a Solitude in Zach's hand now. Okay, Grazer is going to be the choice.
Okay. Interesting. 2, 3. Grazer makes 1 mana with the bounce land. Huh. Curious to see where Jack's going with this.
Is that, yeah, well, we haven't played our land drop for the turn yet. So this is, 2 from the Grazer, and then the actual land drop would then get us there, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. Because I was missing the fact that he didn't play the land for turn yet. Got it. Okay.
Okay, so here is Titan, and so this is already a win for Jack Potter for the turn. This is going to put him well ahead on resources, even if this Titan gets exiled, which we think it will. And not even, yeah, okay, so just building for the later game. Growth Chamber of Teleria West.
So, yeah, not going for the haste there. So playing around Solitude, which I think makes a little bit of sense. Just want to go, we can go float mana, pick up the salt, pick up the Teleria West. I'm saying playing around Solitude. Pick up the Teleria West, transmute that, probably get another pact, maybe get a Cavern if we already have another threat rolled up. But we'll have to see what Jack sets do. We are going to transmute main phase. Might as well use the mana while you can. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, there is the pact. And yeah, so there may be, Jack can afford to like play around Solitude a little bit, because even if there is a Solitude in hand, it's not like Zach can hard cast it this turn anyway, so he'll still have to pitch cast it.
Right.
Even,
yeah, and
yeah. Even just waiting for the Titan to be able to attack next turn. And Jack will have to pay for the pact this next turn. So there's not going to be, well, I say that a lot of times these decks, when I think, oh, they're going to pay for the pact, that'll slow down their turn. And then they shrug it off like it doesn't even make a difference.
Yeah, plus there's the Amulet there too already. So the Amulet already being in play means that even if Jack pays for the pact, see, Amulet plus bounce land, can maybe set something up for Jack.
Okay, Solitude. Ditching Omnath does take out the Primeval Titan. Something being communicated between the players there. Not entirely sure what that was. Teferi rolls up. So Jack Potter, sitting at 26 with a decent amount of mana in play, will have to pay 4 on upkeep. And Zach Tubin, with a few cards left in hand, looks like a Ren in 6. I mean, that's something. And like you've pointed out, I mean, that Ren in 6 is always just waiting for Boseiju to become, instead of just a mild card advantage, to become a real powerhouse in the matchup.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at Zach's deck list to see exactly how many Boseiju. We're only working with one Boseiju in the main deck, so not a ton. I believe Robert had a couple more copies in the sideboard, but yeah, something that is always on the back of your mind: Ren and 6 plus Boseiju, and especially because Jack already has 3 basics in play. So if Ren and 6 finds Boseiju, if you get the Boseiju and you start doing that loop, Jack's going to eventually run out of basic lands.
Okay, so there is Ren and 6 picks up Flight Strand. On its own, not something Jack Potter is necessarily going to care too much about. And now Jack Potter's upkeep, arranging his mana, trying to figure out what color he probably wants to commit to the pact here. He's obviously going to be paying plenty of green. Interesting that I was thinking he's choosing between tapping the red or the blue. He tapped both.
Yeah, it looks like, I guess you could maybe leave up the Simic Growth Chamber, but might be respecting the possibility of a Boseiju, right? Because if you leave up the Growth Chamber and you get Boseiju in your upkeep, then you're down an extra mana. So maybe respecting that as well.
All right, so just landed a pass for Jack this turn. And then we'll have a lot of mana to work with next turn. Zach Dubin looking at, I believe, a counterspell and an endurance. Counterspell a winner here, endurance not so much.
Yeah, the counterspell is definitely good. Now, remember, we saw Jack. I keep calling him House of Mana. But we saw Jack pick up the Teleria West, transmute that. So is looking for potentially that cavern to, get rid of or at least play against that counterspell. But now that we don't have to pay for a pact, we have a little bit more mana to work with this turn. So we'll see what Jack can come up with here.
He has seen the deck list. Deck lists are open at this point. Jack Potter aware of what Zach Potter could have.
What are we going to go for here for Jack?
So as he thinks this through, looks like 7 mana currently available on the board. Land drop forthcoming.
Yeah, some mana from Teleria West.
Interesting. All right, so Teleria West.
Pass.
Yeah.
Okay. So must not have a lot of action. Huh.
Right.
Very, very interesting.
So maybe respecting the possibility of counterspell, doesn't want to, pact into something that's just going to get countered, effectively costing himself 2 turns. And yet there's not really enough mana at this point to be able to play 2 threats in 1 turn. I say that, but sometimes the mana really explodes in these Amulet decks, but it doesn't look that way at the moment. Here's an Endurance, and this is just an attacker for Zach Dubin, which is relevant. I mean, he's got a lot of
Just
work
get
to
the
do.
game over with.
Yeah.
But yeah, like again, we talked about this kind of in the intro, where the difference in deck lists, Zach having the access to those counterspells, and Jack knowing about those counterspells. Jack is playing a little bit different here than he did in the previous matchup, because always respecting the possibility of there being a counterspell. So trying to just wait as long as possible to try and set up that Cavern of Souls play, and yeah, it's definitely stunting his development a little bit.
All right, so March takes out the Amulet. Endurance, we can go ahead and swing in. Ren 6 up to 6 loyalty. That's getting a little scary. Is it possible Jack Potter wants to... So I guess he can't, actually. I was going to say Summoner's Pact and just pay for it and then just wait to have 2 threats in the same turn. But that's not an option because the Fairy prevents the Pact at the end step.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, you could even see something like... Yeah, if you could do that, you go end of turn, maybe end of turn Pact. But yeah, with the Fairy in play, not really. Okay, we're going to transmute for the Cavern. So that means we might have something, might be doing something this turn for Jack.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, maybe not. I don't know that this would... It's unclear to me why Zach would run out the Endurance if it wasn't the end step. So I think it probably is.
Because, Zach's just running it out right now. Yeah, very, very strange. I wonder what the timing is here.
All right, so the players are both shuffling up, and then I think we'll see Zach Dubin untapping here.
So I wonder when that Teleri West happened.
Yeah, I feel like it must have been transmute Teleri for Cavern, go, I'm going to shuffle, and Zach Dubin's like, okay, I'm going to play Endurance at the end step. That makes sense to me. I'm not sure that's what happened, but I can't see what. Yeah, okay, that's what it was.
Oh, right, because Jack couldn't play the land because we already played the Sanctuary, so we can't play the Cavern and actually play a spell this turn. So that does make sense now. Okay, I get it now.
All right, Zach Dubin looking at a couple of Blood Strands in hand, and I believe that blue card is a counterspell. So not a whole lot going on here. And actually going to draw off to Fairy and draw another land, it looks like. So Ren 6 at 7. That is the ultimate level next turn, but he's got to get there.
Right, and you saw Zach minus at the Fairy there because he knows that the Cavern, he's aware of the Cavern. He wants he's trying to find a solitude here, trying to find some sort of interaction where that doesn't interact with the stack like Counterspell, because he knows his Counterspell is going to be no good next turn.
Yeah, well, the Counterspell is no good against a Titan. However, it will work just fine against a Summoner's Pact.
True. So if Jack doesn't just have the threat lined up, we can just counter this. True.
And so, yeah, this is something where the Cavern's not on the board, but Zach knows it's in Jack's hand. And there is Counterspell on Summoner's Pact. Here's another one.
Now, the question is, what are we going for? Now, there is a Valakut in play, and I don't believe Jack has not made a land drop yet. So with the Ren at 7 loyalty, threatening an emblem next turn with the Counterspell in the graveyard, you might see Jack get something like a Dryad. Obviously very low impact, but maybe he feels like he just has to answer this Ren in 6. Obviously, we could go for Cultivator Colossus as well, which maybe we could draw some cards with, or we could just, get everybody's favorite Primeval Titan.
All right. Well, yeah. This seems likely to be kind of the deciding point of this game, one of the finals. And Jack is giving this some real thought here. Wants to maximize his opportunities here to break through this defensive wall that Zach Dubin has constructed. Jack having no way of knowing that Zach Dubin's hand is as bad as it is.
Well, you say his hand's bad, but with the red and 6 emblem, 3 lands is not bad, right?
Sure, that's true. I mean, it's 3. It could be 3 counter spells or 3 prismatic endings. You were right about that.
But yeah, obviously Jack doesn't know that this turn specifically, there's no more interaction. But it's just, he's in such a weird spot because if he's getting the Titan here, I don't believe there's a way that we can deal any amount of damage to this Ren and 6. There's no amulet, so we can't haste the Titan. So at least from my perspective, unless I'm missing something, by playing the Titan, you're allowing the Ren ultimate. So unless we have a way to a Dryad here, but I don't think we do.
Okay, let's see. A Titan into play. Land drop has happened, as you pointed out, and that's relevant.
Yeah, play the Cavern.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, the Bog. Right. Okay. That plays. So yeah, you're just gonna basically hope that Zach doesn't have another spell, which we know that he doesn't. But yeah, if Zach doesn't draw like a good spell to hit off this Ren and 6, you might see him maybe not even emblem. We'll have to see what Zach draws though.
I mean, there aren't too many. I mean, getting rid of that March with the Bog means that even if whatever spell's drawn here, I mean, it's not easy to kill Titan with a spell in Zach's deck. It is certainly doable with creatures.
Yeah, other than maybe March for 7,
right?
Or March for 6, I should say. Zach, that's a land.
It is.
Zach's hand is Yorion all lands. Now, we're not 100% out of gas. Oh, actually, this turn we are, because we can't minus the Teferi until the next turn. So, yeah, this is Zach's pretty much on nothing this turn specifically. So,
yeah. So then, given this scenario, really the choice here is, do we ultimate or not? And the answer is we do. Yeah, you lock in the emblem.
With
so
4
Zach,
lands in hand, seems pretty free to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yorion enters play. Can reset loyalty on Teferi. I don't think you're too worried about anything. Jack will do it instant speed at the end of this turn.
Yeah, so we're going to blink Teferi to try and get an extra card next turn. But yeah, this is basically free reign for Jack Potter here. I would have to imagine with Zach at 9, we could probably set up lethal, which is all you have to do is find a Dryad, right?
Right.
I was going to say, Jack's got to remember to pay for pack. There is a die on top, so wouldn't want to see a game of the finals end like that. I mean, unless you're Zach Dubin, but
well, yeah, I'm sure he would take it. I've told my packed shoe story a couple times on stream, but I doubt you've heard it. The way back in the day, is Jack contemplates his turn here in a PTQ. I saw a player put his shoe on top of his deck as a reminder to pay for his pact. A judge walked by. I was like, "Why is there a shoe on the table? Get this off the table." And then player's like, "Fine," takes the shoe off, puts it back on his foot, untaps, forgets about the pact, and dies.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
All right, 2 more Urza Sagas into play here. So Jack preparing for this game to last a few more turns. Still, there's just no way for Jack to realize how good a shape he's actually in at this point.
Interesting, we're not. Okay, we're out of Teleria West. Okay, I was going to say we didn't get T West plus bounce land, but that's because we don't have Teleria West left over, which could maybe be a little awkward. I mean, we got these sagas, but right, we could double strike the Titan. So this, but we still trade, right? Because we go order 6 damage, 5 and 1. Yeah, okay, so it still trades for the Titan. We just get an extra endurance on the way up.
All right, so it's a Ren and 6 emblem and a bunch of lands in hand versus what will be a
4 sagas.
Of constructs. Yeah.
All of the sagas. But I mean, that was a prismatic ending, so Renin 6 Emblem plus prismatic ending can answer pretty much all these constructs, or at least most of them. So Zach might actually be in an okay spot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he is stable for now. I mean, he is sure vulnerable to a lot, but off the top. But at the moment, yeah, he's feeling good about lining up an attack here. I'm not sure I feel great about trading damage here. Okay, yeah, and Zach agrees. He decides not to attack.
Well, is it even trading damage, though? Because you can instant speed the Teferi, or you can instant speed the prismatic ending on the token.
You're right.
So that might have been a fine attack. Maybe Zach is worried about like a hasty Titan and feels like he needs the 4 toughness to be able to block a hasty Titan, but one thing I was going to say, one thing that could come up, but that can't, because we can cast prismatic ending 4 times, is you could say like second construct token and then haste the second construct token, but with prismatic ending plus land, we can take care of both constructs this turn. So
all right, expedition map is defined.
So what are we going to map for? We're down all 4 sagas. We're down both Teleria West. We already have the Cavern, already have the Sun Home.
Okay. Well, we can...
guess he can get Slayers.
Sure. He can get Vesuva for
another saga,
or
maybe?
any bounce land to... Yeah, you're right. He could Vesuva for a saga. He could get bounce land to reset something as well. So either way, he can...
Well, we could also maybe get Bajuka Bog, but the issue with that is there's no spell in the graveyard right now. The problematic spell is in Zach's hand. So if Jack gets something like a Bajuka Bog with the prismatic ending in hand, that's protected essentially from the Bajuka Bog.
It's going to be Vesuva for another Urza Saga. Okay, so it's just going to be, I'm going to make potentially actually 10 constructs over the course of a couple turns. Can you deal with them all? And Zach might actually be able to, or certainly a good amount of them.
Get the first 4 covered.
Yeah, and Endurance can handle them until there's a whole bunch in play. Endurance will reign supreme. So you're correct. Endurance could have gotten in 3 damage there. However, I don't think Zach's going to mind too much about missing that attack.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Zach is probably thinking to himself, as long as he just doesn't die to these Urza Sagas, then he should be able to, well, I mean, maybe that's not even necessarily true, though, because he's kind of out of gas. Even if he uses these 2 lands to cast 2 more prismatic endings, that's not necessarily going to answer every single construct that Jack, because right now we're on, 1, 2, 4, 6, we have, 8 more constructs, and currently Zach has 4 covered? I guess maybe 5 with the Fairy.
Right. He did draw another land representing a prismatic ending. I mean, there's even just like an Omnath here would just be great. It stabilizes the board, pads the life total, and obviously just any additional card is at worst more prismatic endings.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting game. See how we kind of play out. I mean, maybe it all changes if Jack just finds something like a Dryad or a Primeval Titan, because we already have the Valakut in play. So if Jack finds a Dryad, but I guess we have that covered with the prismatic ending, so maybe that's not even that good.
All right, so all these sagas are rolling up. Constructs are being made. Technically, I suppose they reach 3 one at a time, but this is fine. We all understand what's going on. I don't know if there's 3 more artifacts to tutor for.
You might be right, because we've already dealt with, I think, 3 amulets.
But we are, because there's 2 more amulets, and that is it. So 1 search goes missing, but it does thin the deck a little bit, so Jack Potter has fewer blanks to draw.
I don't think I've ever seen 6 constructs in play at the same time.
I don't think I've ever seen 5 Urza Sagas in one game.
Yeah, that's true too. That was the 5th Urza Saga.
All right, and Jack Potter still with a lot of mana left over here.
And 3 of them can attack. Because we made... yeah, I think... Oh, okay. Dryad. But again, the Prismatic Ending takes care of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to happen right now. Because obviously, Zach doesn't want to take any damage. The Slayer Stronghold's interesting. Okay, this might actually be a spot where Jack can actually get some amount of damage through. Because what's going to happen is Zach's going to go Prismatic Ending the Dryad. And then we have the ability to cast, I believe, we have, 2 more lands in hand or 3? I think 2.
All right, so 4 tokens can attack. And they're all... Let's see, how big are they? 8s?
6, 7, 8. So we're going to kill 2. Now they are 6 6s, which means the Endurance does have to chump block one of them. And then you get in 6 damage. Okay, yeah, this is actually not too bad for Jack here.
Yeah.
Yeah, take 6, go to 3, and I mean, Zach can't draw 4 Prismatic Endings to answer 4 tokens. I guess Teferi answers 1. It's an Ephemerate, that's not going to do much here.
Yep, okay. Teferi picks off a token. Okay.
All right, that's a good one for Zach. Still needs to find, I believe, 2 answers. But the fact that lands also... Oh, never mind. So I believe Zach should cast this on his own end step.
Right, I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Well, it'll still... Yeah, it'll sacrifice on... Oh, there may not be mana available for Jack to make a token this turn.
Right, but if the dress down stays in play through Jack's next turn, it's also better against a top deck Dryad, a top deck Titan, as well as just the remaining Saga token that's going to be made on Jack's main phase.
Sure.
Right.
But you're right, because by playing it end step, the Saga in play couldn't even make one on upkeep. So yeah, this definitely a bit. I mean, I understand getting excited. But yeah, maybe that was a slight misstep. Okay, here we go.
So there is the Slayer Stronghold to haste this. Now, obviously, I believe Zach picked up a land, and we still have the Prismatic Ending in the graveyard. So the Prismatic Ending plus land can answer the Construct token. Now, the question is, did Jack draw a large green creature? Could be Colossus, could be Primeval Titan, because we can haste both of those, and Prismatic Ending's not going to touch those.
Let's see. Oh, Explorer. All right. Both players drawing cantrips for their turns.
Oh, right. Chat's pointing out that Teferi downtick this turn, so we can't actually Prismatic Ending. That's a very good point, because Teferi minus the draw card. Right. Okay. So that's actually really important. So we don't have access to Prismatic Ending on Jack's turn here. But may have found something like a Solitude.
Let's see. There's 1 white mana available at this point. And that's an attack for 3. And there is a Solitude.
Well, that's a pretty good hand. Solitude, Coatl, and Ephemerate. So pretty good hand for Zach. So we'll go Coatl, and funnily enough, I don't see Death Touch. I see no basics.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you there. So this token, which is a 5/3, looking good to survive.
I think Zach is debating on whether or not he wants to Ephemerate the Coatl, because this is right now a chump block. It's not a trade.
Right. I mean, that Ephemerate's not doing much right now, although I realize there is a Solitude in hand. But it is a draw 2. Okay, he's just going to let it go.
So the reason for that is if Jack drew exactly Dryad, we have the Valakut in play, and Zach's at 3. So and the only other white card was that Ephemerate. So if Zach, say, casts the Ephemerate, doesn't draw a white card, and Jack has Dryad plus land as his last 2 cards, then that could be, a way to lose this game that you might otherwise not be able to.
All right, second turn in a row. Zach finds an iteration, and this one found some goods.
Man, this has been such an interesting game.
Yeah, it really has. All right, Omnath is the selection for the card to be played this turn.
I feel like Jack has pretty much exhausted almost all of his threats. We've gone through 4 sagas of Asuva, I believe 2 Primeval Titans, 2 Dryads, and a Colossus. I think we've gone through all of that, so I don't really know what Jack really has left for win conditions at this point.
Yeah, and here's Teferi, bounce the construct, and a counterspell is drawn for Zach. That's potentially significant, although there is still a Cavern in play. But Zach can iteration every single turn now. Or at least as long as he has lands. He's bound to draw to the running 6 eventually. So he is not going to run out. It's basically impossible for Zach to run out of stuff anymore. But Juka Bog's already been used.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Can't bog anymore. Well, I guess that's not true. You could bounce lane, pick up the bog, and then replay it. But even then, it's like most of what Zach has, he has just a lot of stuff in hand. So even if you bog him, there's still a ton of spells left over. So
Explorer for Jack Potter, looking for. I mean, Zach's still at 3, but there is a fetch line in play, so effectively at 6 at the moment.
Did Zach not play a land last turn? Because I thought Zach's been at 3 for a while. I feel like he would have went to 7 after the Omnath that turn.
I agree. Yeah, I wonder about that too. So maybe the life total is actually not updated. Here's the second cavern.
Playing something. Drew a spell. Looks like it's a Colossus. It's a lot of mana. What is this? Okay, Colossus. Uncounterable. So that's something.
How many lands are left in Jack's hand? He doesn't have that many cards.
I think there's only one.
Well, okay, so it's a 12/12 cantrip. It's still pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point, Jack is really just looking for Dryad, but I don't think it's enough.
Is it what, Grazer and Castle in hand, I think? All right. Jack says trigger 1.
Yeah, it looks like chat's pointing out there's a white floating off of the Celestia Sanctuary so we can activate the Slayer Stronghold.
Okay. So it did get a Valakut off the top. So got a couple cards out of this Colossus.
We can make some mana because those come into play tapped off the Colossus. We get 2 Amulet triggers, which is essentially 4 more mana, but I don't know what we're doing with that 4 mana. So we have white, red, green floating. Curious to see what Jack's picked up here. So if we have a Titan, white, red, green. Okay, no, we can't really Titan here. I guess we could 3, 4, 5, 6, and then still leave the Slayer Stronghold up if we drew a Titan, but I guess at that point Zach can counterspell because both caverns are tapped, right?
Yeah.
So we can't cavern a Titan out here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cultivator Colossus attacks.
And I believe we're just going to Solitude this. Probably wants to cast Ephemerate just to have the Solitude in play. And then you kind of want the Ephemerate in the graveyard anyways because you have the red emblem.
Mm-hmm.
So probably just go something like Solitude, pitch Solitude, trigger on the stack, Ephemerate it, just to keep the Solitude in play, and then have access to the Ephemerate in the graveyard later down the road.
You called that one correctly. Ephemerate on Solitude. Colossus is out of here twice. Jack will gain quite a bit of life.
Yeah, 35. Maybe just leave the fetch lane in play. Yes, we get to go rebound the Ephemerate on the Omnath, draw a card, draw for turn. At this point, Zach.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. Gains 4 life there, going up to 7. And then with Solitude being able to attack, you can pad the life total a little bit more. Mana triggers happening. Aiming to cast more spells this turn. Yep, this is it's an iteration. Of course, it's always going to be an iteration now. For
Always more iterations. Yeah, yeah. Even if Zach finds lands, those lands just turn into more iterations. So, I mean, I will say Jack has done a pretty good job at navigating the scheme. You know, he's basically did a very good job with what he had in terms of presenting a lot of threats with, you know, the 5 copies of Urza Saga. He played it very well, but I think we've now reached the point in the game where Zach just has a little bit too much to overcome.
Yeah, and here's Eternal Witness. Pick up the Dress Down, one of the few relevant cards that Zach can't use the Ren emblem to work with.
Might have been slightly better to pick up Ephemerate, and then you can Ephemerate the Witness, get back the Dress Down, still on Jack's turn, but probably doesn't matter too much. Oh, but I guess you can just Ephemerate from the graveyard with the Ren emblem anyway, so yeah, this is fine. Yeah.
Now, the only thing missing from Zach completely locking up this game, I guess, would be the Boseiju to take out the Cavern. It feels pretty over anyway, but that might lead to Jack giving up. His hand contains Arboreal Grazer and whatever he drew off the Colossus last turn. Arboreal Grazer. Is this enough?
Uncounterable Grazer.
Yeah. Do you dress down in response?
Got a player on the Grazer trigger. I mean, Grazer effectively says when it enters the battlefield, your opponent loses the game, so you might want to cast the Dress Down here.
Zach Dugan actually thinking of a response here as we jokingly suggest options for him. And okay, there it is. Grazer into play.
Uh-oh. Better watch out now.
Ghost Chamber makes 4 mana. Bounces something.
Well,
Bog. Okay.
Okay. That is something. Now, we know Zach still has a grip full of cards, but so we're going to respond. Oh, it's actually kind of gross, too, because the Ephemerate gets exiled on rebound, so it doesn't actually... What happened? What? I'm confused. So he casts the Ephemerate, but you can't target the Ephemerate that's in the graveyard and put it into your hand, because that gets exiled, right? What am I missing?
I'm not sure. So what did we see there? We saw that it had to be Ephemerate with Retrace on Witness.
Yeah. Okay, right. The rebound only happens if it's cast from hand. So if you cast the Ephemerate from the graveyard, okay, I got it. Rebound's only from hand. I did not know that. Chat makes a good point, though.
I didn't know that either. Okay, so it does go to hand. So basically, it's just trade a land for the Ephemerate into hand, which is excellent. Graveyard gets wiped, and then Zach can start right up again.
I mean, you know, the bog is something, right? We did take out a good amount of what Zach had going on, but with the Ephemerate now plus the Witness, whatever Zach has left over, it's, you know, and even the Ephemerate plus the Solitude is probably enough to close this out.
Mm-hmm. Well, once we get swinging, it will take a few turns, but these 4-color decks do hit pretty hard once they get going.
Right, yeah, we have, 9 power in play, would be a 4-turn clock, hypothetically.
And there are still, I think we've just had the one red and 6. There's still 3 more left in the deck. And if one of those is drawn, then this retrace is going even more infinite, if that's actually a term that people will accept.
Could have attacked with Grazer there, maybe. Could have went Slayer Stronghold to Grazer, double strike it. I don't know if we had double red, double white, though.
Well, obviously not, because that'd be the only reason not to do that.
We want to send a message with the Grazer, you know.
All right, Ephemerate. Oh, that's just, I'm sorry. Okay, that wasn't rebounding. That's just being revealed as like, these cards are in my hand. I'll just leave them face up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and credit to Zach too. Zach played through a lot this game. We saw essentially 5 copies of Urza Sagas, multiple Titans, the Colossus Trigger, multiple Dryads. Zach navigated this game incredibly well. There was that one, I remember that the one turn where I think the real turning point was the turn where Jack had made 5 or 6 or 7 construct tokens and, drew off Teferi, iteration, found the dress down. That I think was the turning point where it essentially locked the game up. But yeah, Zach definitely navigated this incredibly well. So.
All right. So Teferi back in play. A new iteration goes to the graveyard. So this Witness Ephemerate stuff is fully powered once again. Lightning Bolt took down the Grazer, and the way is clear for an attack. Or let's see, something got blinked on upkeep. I guess I lost track now.
Same. I think the Ephemerate targeted the Witness.
Yeah. Okay. So
Maybe?
then attack for
That's
7.
Probably
Happened.
Yeah.
Someone's saying this is a fairly boring finals. I don't think that's a fair statement to make. I think we have reached a point where this game is effectively over, and so now it's slow. But
right.
I don't think it was
the
too
first
bad.
10 turns turns were fairly interesting.
Yeah, when there was 5 Urza Sagas in play, I mean, I thought things were really jumping at that point.
I agree. Maybe the last couple of turns has not felt as exhilarating as the first, but now that we've essentially established a chokehold, or essentially a soft lock, or maybe even a hard lock at this point. But
yeah, Zach Dubin was absolutely on the ropes this game until that. I mean, even the infinite prismatic endings wasn't really enough, but the dress down cleared up the board, and now looking very comfortable on his way back to 20 plus life.
Zach even has enough resources where he's just putting an Obnath in the trash to just draw a card.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Show of strength.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't give it vigilance, but sure, we'll take it. And Jack Potter there's all ends in this deck, but a good amount of them in play. We know there's no artifacts left in the deck. They've all been searched for.
Maybe Jack is just playing for a disconnect at this point.
Yeah. Maybe Zach will come down with food poisoning in the middle of the match. And so as long as he draws up, maybe Zach Dubin desperately needs to go to the bathroom right now, and Jack Potter's just like, no, you're going to be uncomfortable. You got to wait till this game's over with. I'm not conceding.
There's a bolt as well, so I would assume we can just attack with everything, play red and 6, get a land back, double bolt. Is that lethal? I hope it is. 4, 7, 9, 12, 15. No, not quite. I don't think we have enough lands to go lethal with the bolt, but
well, Jack Potter is determined to see this all the way through.
Yeah, a growth and a fetch land. Not attacking with a Witness. I like it. Or no, we couldn't, right? Because he ephemerated it? Okay, my bad. Yeah, he ephemerated the Witness this turn.
All right. We might actually be starting hand size. Well, I guess probably not, because any extra lands can be turned into lightning bolts or whatever else. Zach would please.
Funnily enough, I don't think Zach has that many lands in hand. I think it's just all
No.
spells.
A fair amount of them have been used up. All right, Fury enters play. That is definitely a lethal attack next turn, in addition to everything else that's available. Let's see how much is on the board right now. 9 and 6, that's 15. Okay. Well, a land would make it plus a bolt would finish it off. Jack Potter actually's got something to do here.
All right, we're casting a spell. What do we got, Jack?
All right, it's
Got
Dryad.
Dryad.
Well, when we were asking for the Dryad, Zach Dubin was at 3. He's now at 25.
He's now 25. I don't think it's good enough
So-
now.
This was a little late.
Yeah, maybe about 6 turns too late. Okay, I'm with you. Double Dryad. Hypothetic. Now, we don't have a the Vesuva died because it was on a saga, so we don't even have access to the Vesuva. I think we only have one Valakut.
All right, Zach is not about to let 2 Dryads interplay at once, so Ephemerate on Solitude will take care of one of them. Here's the second one on the way in.
What's our last card? Summoner's Pact.
Okay.
Sans a counterspell. This actually would have been not that bad. Could have pacted for Titan, got a whole bunch of Dryad or Valakut triggers, but yeah, now with no cards in hand. Yeah, okay. Question is, can we present lethal? I have to imagine we can. Jack's at 20. We can go.
I'm not sure that we can anymore. If we now there's a blocker. If we Solitude, more lives can be gained.
Go the Fury is 6, 10, 13, 15. So attack with everything, double bolt is lethal. Right? 6, 10, 15, double bolt. Or no, that's only 21. Jack's at 22, so not even quite lethal. Oh, the Ren Ping.
Well, and Solitude once again has been ephemerate, I think. So it's actually an attack for 12. So yeah, we still actually impossibly have some work to do.
What does Zach want to cast here? What do we got?
I think Jack Potter's empty-handed. Zach Dubin could just pass the turn and go to his next combat step. Could fire off some lightning bolts here.
Yes, we'll go crack the fetch land. I think we already used Ren and 6 this turn. I don't remember. I believe we may have, but
Fury rolls up. Okay.
all right. Pass the turn.
And
All right.
game 1 is over. All right.
Game 1
Zach
goes to Zach.
Dubin did some work to come back in that game. Jack Potter was looking all right for a while, looking on the verge of victory for game 1. But Zach Dubin, if you just joined us in the last 5 minutes, Zach Dubin was really close to dying that game. A sequence of draws, a cantrip into a dress down, helped defeat 5 Urza Sagas. That's not a misspeak. There were actually 4 plus a Vesuva in play. But
yeah, that was a really sweet game. You know,
Yeah.
there was a lot of, obviously we talked about the 5 Urza Sagas, and then there was a couple of points where Zach was at 3 life with a Valakut in play. Jack was essentially just a Dryad, maybe away from winning that game. So that game, you know, it didn't look very close towards the end, but it was very close for quite a few turns there.
Yeah, so that dress down was good. The Ren and 6 emblem was massive, as the prismatic ending was cast maybe 4 or 5 times on constructs, and that also Zach Dubin would have died without access to all of that. So yeah, that was quite a game. Anyway, let's go ahead and revisit the deck list because it's still the morning. Plenty of people may have joined during that game, so we'll take a look at where we're at, what we're looking at for the Cyborg games upcoming. We're in the finals of the Modern 10K. If you're here looking for legacy coverage, it will begin as soon as we get a chance. Now, this match has dragged on long enough that I would now project that with the legacy coverage will pick up in round 3 as opposed to round 2, like we said earlier. But whenever this is over with, we will get it going. So here's a look at Zach Dubin's 4-color Yorion deck.
So what are we looking at the sideboard? So we already talked about Zach's main deck being a little bit better suited towards this matchup with the counter spells, with the marches as additional answers to Amulet. So if we look at the sideboard, the Emrakul, I think Zach does want that because we talked about from the previous matchup with Amulet versus 4-color, Emrakul can set up a turn where you Emrakul them with a Dryad and a Titan, get a bunch of Valakutes, just Valakut, dome shot the basically yourself. So I kind of want the Emrakul. We see Force of Vigor in Zach's deck, which was not present in Robert's deck. So very something that he definitely wants to look towards. And then the Dress Down's a slam dunk, and maybe the Chalices as well for Summoner's Pact.
Okay, so let's take a look at Jack Potter's deck. Amulet Titan. We did have 2 Titan decks in the top 8. Performed well this weekend, but on the ropes here, needing to win their main 2 games to take down the tournament. Jack Potter's Amulet deck. So Cavern, you talked about Jack having a lot of Cavern's main deck. There's another one in the sideboard.
Yeah, so we're going to go up to the full 4 copies of that. We want the Emrakul again. The Emrakul is quite good in this 4-color matchup, I believe. And then we talked about Dismember before. We did see that Jack did bring them in the previous matchup versus Robert. I'm assuming that is a concession to Omnath, but also is good against Ephemerate. So we might see those again. And we saw Jack bring in the Relic before as well. So that might be something he wants, especially with Eternal Witness in combination with a Renin 6. Relic might be a little bit more appealing in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That Relic and maybe even Hearse just for additional graveyard hate, although that one's not tutorable by Saga. But yeah, the graveyard played a significant role in Zach's ability to battle as we moved through the later stages of that game. So Jack Potter, some things to think about. The players looking at each other's deck lists, shuffling up, getting ready for Game 2 of the NRG 10K Finals. Both players have locked up an invite to the Atlanta Regional Championship in November. DreamHack badges and all that goes along with that. Now playing for pride, points, and money. In fact, if we have the prize pool slide, let's go ahead and pop that up for a moment, as I don't think we've gone over that today.
Yeah, lots and lots of stuff on the line here. We've talked about the invites as well. So first, both of these players are getting an invite to the regional championship.
Yeah, so you can see there the money awarded and the NRG Series points. They're being picked up by these players. $2,400 for first, $1,200 for second. So $1,200 on the line just for the winner of this match, as they've already locked up $1,200 just for getting to this point. And the NRG Series points, the players are both pile shuffling right now. So let's go ahead and bring up the leaderboard if we have that available so we can see where things stand, whether these players might benefit from these points. Neither player on the list at this point, or at least in the top 20, but 30 points goes a long way. As you can see, 20th place is at 43 at this point in the year. The top 4 players, I believe, will qualify at the end of the year that are not already qualified. You can see the names in yellow: Piper Powell, Joseph Bernal, and Andrew Ellenbogen already locked up for the NRG Championship. Zach Allen on top of the board. He will almost certainly qualify from the Season 2 leaderboard, so his name will also be in yellow before this leaderboard passes through its invites 5 or so months from now. So still room to move up. And for Zach Dubin and Jack Potter, a lot of points being gained this weekend. Maybe we'll see them there on this list next month. Okay, I think we're getting close to being ready for Game 2 of the finals. Let's go ahead and go back to the table, see if these players like their opening 7s and get things rolling.
Yeah, do you think how much do you think things changes in the post-board games? I want to say that I think Zach improves more than Jack, because this time we see the Force of Vigors, and Robert didn't have those before, so we already have a little bit more of a slight advantage with the counter spells, but then the addition of the Force of Vigors and the additional answers to Amulet. So I think Zach gets a little bit better, but it's still, I think, a relatively close matchup.
I agree with you that Force of Vigor is more impactful than anything that the Jack can do, aside from drawing the Emrakul. And since there's no way to tutor for the Emrakul, as we talked about, is it's not green. It's just down to Jack drawing it. So I would say Zach brought in more impactful cards than Jack did, and they're also impactful very early. This game,
Right.
a start that's, I don't know, for example, obviously this would be the extreme case, Urza Saga into Amulet, Zach can Force of Vigor, blow away both of Jack's permanents, and just be incredibly well set up to continue into the game.
Yeah, exactly. Force of Vigor is absolute beating in a matchup like this, where you could see, it take out a copy of, say, Dryad and or Urza Saga and or Amulet. So there's just so many good targets for Force of Vigor that one specifically is probably one of, if not Zach's best tools.
Yeah, but Zach with Jack, an experienced player, lots of knowledge of how this plays out, and with access to the deck list, knowing that Zach brought in a couple copies of that, or has access to them at least, may make an effort to play around being so vulnerable to Force of Vigor early on. Expedition map leads off and dispatched immediately by Prismatic Ending. That's a nice start for Zach Duman.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting sequence. So you don't usually see Expedition Map as the turn one play from the Amulet player. Usually you're looking for something like a Saga or an Amulet. And also you notice how Zach is respecting this Expedition Map because he knows it represents Cavern of Souls. And there's 4 copies. And, Zach... So that might indicate to me that Zach may or may not have a copy of Counterspell in his hand.
Sure. No, that's a reasonable thought process to take. All right, so map gone. Let's see... Jack Potter with a Grazer. Getting the mana going here. Growth Chamber to Layer West. Okay.
Yeah, a little developing of mana. And, with the Teleria West, also another card that represents Cavern of Souls. And we already see a bounce land. So that could have been another reason why Zach wanted to fire off the map, is because if he expects Jack to not have a bounce land, maybe he wants to try and prevent that from happening. So.
All right, Abundant Growth on the Triome, not on the Temple Garden, would make it less likely that Zach Duman has an actual counterspell in hand, but we'll see how things develop. Here's a Valakut. Here's a Forest. Okay. So?
I'm trying to think of the reasoning for putting it on the Triumph over the Temple Garden. I guess Eternal Witness. The problem with not putting it on Temple Garden is now you can't cast the Expressive Iteration. That's very awkward.
All right, Hallowed Fountain is follow up here.
I guess we can cast it off of the Hallowed Fountain, but ideally you would want to, if you were planning on casting Iteration this turn, you would want to do it before playing the land.
Okay,
we're going to ending the Dryad. Makes sense.
Well, the door is open here. 5 mana in play, land drop upcoming. So Primeval Titan is ready to go. It requires Jack Potter having a land Titan, which it does not appear to do. Azusa comes into play. Another land drop is made. 6 mana achieved, but nothing exciting.
Yeah, we'll have 6 mana, total next turn to potentially be able to, to play one of the haymakers that we may or may not have. So we see lots of prismatic endings here from Zach's side.
Okay, here we go. Zach tapped out. Summoner's Pact. 6 mana on the board. Titan into play.
Right. Let's see what we can do. Now, obviously, Zach, I believe, does have access to a Solitude, so that could certainly take out the Primeval Titan if haste were to happen, but I don't believe we can... We're not really playing towards haste at this point, so we're likely just going to be getting... We have a Teleria West in place, so we can get a bounce lane to pick that up, and then maybe something... I don't really think you would get a Bajuka block here. Maybe just a Saga?
It seems reasonable, yeah. Saga to get a little bit of pressure going. Zach hasn't established much of a defensive board presence as of yet, although Prismatic Innings have dispatched everything in sight. If Jack is looking towards the future, maybe he gets the haste land to set up haste on a future Titan or Colossus. I mean, that's possible, I suppose. But it does look like bounce land Saga. So you're right about that.
That does make sense. Pick up the Teleria West, get the Saga in play, which represents 2 more threats, as well as an Amulet 2 turns down the road, which can, 2 turns from now, you could set up, Amulet plus maybe another Pact off of the Teleria West, and that could lead to some really explosive turns. So,
Okay. Quaddle and land among the cards in Zach Dubin's hand. Eternal Witness to the back, I believe.
What else do we got? So, yeah, we have the Solitude. I believe we still have the Expressive iteration. I think that might be a Coatl as well.
Okay, Land Solitude is the play. So how much mana is in play right now for Jack? It looks like 8, I think, but there's a pack to pay for. Does not preclude him from making a construct at the very least this turn.
Yep, so Pact can make a construct. Now, the thing is, obviously Jack won't have access to 6 mana, so we won't be able to play another Titan this turn, I believe, but he kind of wants to wait on that anyways, because he wants to wait until Chapter 3 when he gets the Amulet. So, even though he has to pay for Pact, it's probably not, in terms of, progression of how this game is playing out, how Jack wants it to, it's probably not too bad for him.
All right, second Saga comes in. So we can kind of see maybe a repeat of the part of the middle portion of game 1 where Jack takes a few turns off and just makes oodles of construct tokens. They weren't able to get the job done last game, but that was a near thing.
Right.
It took Zach an awful lot of resources to survive that.
I don't know if we're going to be fighting through 5 Urza Sagas this time, but...
Well, that's probably true. Here is an iteration, and Jack points out that's the wrong mana. Zach obliges, retaps. Finds a counterspell for the first time this game. Emphasizes for Jack which is his hand and which is the iteration pile. Definitely an important distinction. I once played a match in a Legacy Grand Prix where my opponent playing the mirror had 3 cards in hand, activated Divine Top, put his hand down, picked up the 3 cards, put those back down, got confused, and lost track of which was his hand. Which he knew based on the cards in hand, but I had no way of knowing, and that led to a whole big mess, let me tell you.
Right. Yeah, but I remember the classic, I believe it was Dan Musser. I know you probably remember this from coverage a while back, but when Dan Musser, they were in the finals of a Legacy, and he spun top and then thought about for like another minute. He's like, oh, I forgot to order the top cards. Let me spin again. It's just, top was interesting for sure.
Yes, indeed. Good times. All right, construct into play. And yeah, so we didn't see too much development there from Zach Dubin, just the iteration to increase his hand density. And I suppose the constructs, are we going to see an attack here? I know we're going to see an attack for 1. We're going to see second construct in. We're going to see, tutoring Amulet. Up.
Now, the question is, can Jack get access to a cavern? Because we have the Amulet, we have the Teleria West, but I don't know that we can go transmute Teleria West, get a cavern, and also play a Titan in the same turn. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But just wanted to take a moment. There's over 1,000 of you in the chat, so thank you guys for all tuning in. If you're enjoying the content, be sure to hit that follow button. And this is a lot of fun. So thank you all for being here.
Okay, so Amulet into play with 6 mana available right now. You were right that previously Transmute for Titan didn't look likely. With Amulet in play, it's closer, but yeah, probably still not in the cards for this turn.
Yeah, so we got the Amulet. So Jack's on what? Bounce Land. Okay, Bounce Land Pact. No, excuse me. Bounce Land, Teleria West, Cavern. Interesting.
It is possible. It's just the play is just transmute and then use the leftover mana to make a construct during the end step. Just so that we're actually, because I don't know as far as the pacing of what Jack's trying to do here. I don't think you want to necessarily miss a construct unless you're doing something very powerful, and I don't know that is we're going to see that this turn. Yeah, so okay, we're going to make the construct
And floating. Yep.
Mhm.
And now we have Pact plus Cavern rolled up next turn with the Amulet in play. And even if Zach has something like a Prismatic Ending for the Amulet, we have a backup with the Saga. So we're going to be able to set up Amulet plus Pact plus Cavern. Now, the problem is, as we saw last game, you can just counterspell the Summoner's Pact. So Cavern only goes so far. You actually have to draw the physical Primeval Titan because the Pact is just going to get countered. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Does Zach know about the Cavern? I don't think he does.
No, he does not. So that will come as a surprise. And since he does have a counterspell, he will likely want to hold mana up to counter Primeval Titan. But as you were saying, what's going to happen is the Summoner's Pact is likely to get countered. Although, if Jack packs before playing the Cavern, Zach might let it through.
It's tough because, especially Zach knowing the deck list, and you know that Jack has 4 copies of Cavern, you kind of have to, like, you can kind of put 2 and 2 together. You know, you can get a pretty good read on the situation. So I think you're kind of knowing the deck list. You're kind of just forced to counter every pact, and when you have the counterspell available.
Yeah, no, that is certainly possible. This Solitude's surveying the board and realizes it probably can't attack. Although Jack Potter may not want to risk a lightning bolt or some sort of removal spell post combat, which effectively wiping out multiple tokens. So he may actually let Solitude through if it went in here, but Zach Newman likely not to attack. Certainly pressuring Jack Potter's life total is not relevant at all for Zach Newman at this point in the game.
Right. And you know, we talked about Zach trying to win the fight over Primeval Titan itself, but we also have to remember there's going to be 5 constructs in play, so you know that might not be as trivial for Zach to fight through this game. Doesn't look like he has the dress down. So,
I mean, it's hard to get excited over 5 constructs when last game it was 5 sagas, but sure, I guess. And there is a Prismatic Ending to take down 1 construct. So Solitude could attack here.
Yeah, it would be a trade, which, I mean, Jack would certainly just take it, I believe. I don't think you want to trade the constructs at this point because you're just going to get you can outsize the Solitude next turn.
Right.
Now, the other thing I want to check, okay, I guess we have 2 basics. I was going to say, does Zach have basics for Ice Fang, but we have 2 fetches available plus the 1 basic, so we can turn on that Quaddle.
All right, Solitude does get through.
All right. So, question is, do we token or do we mana? So, I think Jack is. You know what you could do? Really cool play here. You could, in response to the Saga trigger, cast Pact. If Pact gets counterspelled, then activate the Saga because you know that you're not going to be able to Titan. So that might be something that Jack wants to consider here.
Yeah, that would be cool. Looks like it's going to be just mana.
Because it would feel kind of bad if you just float mana and then you get your Pact countered and then you just end up not using your mana and making a token. You know what I mean?
Okay, so here is Relic of Progenitus into play. So that represents a card for Jack Potter, also the ability to wipe the graveyard. And the mana is still floating.
Yes, we got 1 colorless.
There it is.
That's going to be an amulet. Yeah, but I don't really think Jack is going to have a lot to do this. I mean, other than attack with 2, 5/5s. But we're just, I think our leftovers are Cavern plus Pact. We get the Pact countered. And then, not a lot we can do.
Yep, there's the counter spell.
I mean,
Zach Newman knew what he was going to do in that scenario. He counters that instantly. But
I
we
mean,
consider
we've already put the
attacking.
counterspell on the stack. So what Zach is considering doing is breaking the fetch land before casting the counterspell because of the Ice Fang, right? But now he's already announced that he put the counterspell on the stack. So now that Ice Fang can't trade.
Oh, that is pretty significant.
That is very relevant, yes.
Yeah. Here's the relic. Fresh card for Jack Potter. The attack is now slightly smaller, but the fact that those constructs are getting through.
Yeah, and now it just like you see, it just feels weird to not use our mana this turn.
Was 2 damage missed here? I guess with the Amulet in play, if a Titan was drawn, the Titan's probably attacking. So yeah, it is worth waiting to draw off the relic first.
Yeah, and that's something you could have done as well. You could have, let's say, still all with the Saga trigger on the stack. You cast the Summoner's Pact, it gets countered. It's still with the trigger on the stack. You pop the relic. Then, if you don't find the Titan, then you can activate the Saga. So maybe down a token for Jack here. So Zach shaking his head, definitely forgot to break that fetch land. Could have broke the Flooded Strand, got a basic island cast counterspell, left up the foothills with the Abundant Growth on it. Oh yeah, Project makes a good point too. Project makes a good point because we could have also made we have a bounce lane in hand with the second Amulet, so we could have made a token and still had enough mana to Titan. So yeah, I wonder if if Jack just missed the token, or I'm not really sure why he didn't make a token there.
All right, so Zach does block. Does not have much action in hand. Has a Ren 6 and a land, I believe. Counting up his mana. But all right, here's an attack in for 5. That's a pretty decent attack. I mean, gaining 3 life back is a more significant part of the exchange, but just doesn't want to trade with Jack's creatures, even if he could, because drawing Ephemerate later on is so valuable. Keeping your creatures alive makes a difference.
So we're going to break some fetch lands. I have to assume this is a Yorion turn. Not sure what else Zach has access to.
So let's see how many mana is in play. Yeah, there is enough to pick up and cast Yorion. I'm going to say I'm a little surprised, even though it cost 4 damage after the potential mistake with the fetch land. I'm a little surprised that Koala blocked.
Yeah, especially with all the basics, right? But I guess maybe Zach thought that. Yeah, I'm trying to think. If he just take the damage, you take an extra 4 damage, but then you gain 3 back with the Solitude, and then you can threaten to trade next turn. So yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, and you're giving up a card because if your plan this turn is to Yorion, this was a little costly. There may have been other considerations, and it did pad the life total, keep Zach at a safer spot, but it did have costs. However,
yeah, maybe he thought that this Yorion was going to be enough of an advantage to kind of clean up the board already, where he didn't need the Ice Fang Quotal. Also, you can get it back with the Witness too.
That's true. So maybe it doesn't actually. So you effectively get the card from it either way.
Yeah.
Well, Yorion once again, very good. Now, Jack Potter, this would be a good turn to draw a relevant card. In fact, he probably really, really needs to, or this tournament might be over.
Let's take a look. It looks like it was a Besage.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna cut it.
Ooh, and a pass, and Zach Kubin has to be thrilled with that.
That is rough. Yeah, and Zach's hand is basically just all gas. We got a Ren 6 and Ephemerate. I believe an Iteration I saw as well. So, yeah, pretty much almost everything that he's looking for. I mean, obviously, unlike last game, doesn't necessarily already have the Ren emblem in play. But, Eternal Witness plus Ephemerate plus basically anything should be more than enough to make sure that Zach doesn't die anytime soon.
Okay, Solitude trades with a token. Yorion comes across. Zach up to 15.
Yeah, we could draw Colossus. You'll notice that Jack is saving the Cavern because he doesn't know what he wants to Cavern on. Either Colossus or Titan, depending on which one comes off the top. So very smart from Jack for saving that Cavern, because that is one way out. Right? He did bring in the hearse. Okay, interesting.
I mean, it's not unreasonable. It's certainly not going to help much right now. Here's an Ephemerate on Witness in response. Pick up the Solitude. And good luck with your hearse.
Wants to do that before the hearse can activate, so heads up play by Sack there. But yeah, hypothetically, if Jack were to find Colossus is probably the one he's going to need at this point. I don't even know that a Primeval Titan's good enough because we know about the Solitude. So a Colossus, maybe making 12, 16 mana, drawing a couple of cards. That's probably what Jack needs to get back from this.
Yeah, and that's asking a bit, but
even have this loop. God.
There's 7 mana in play and just a sorcery in the graveyard. So Emrakul, not very close for Jack Potter either.
Oh, true, right? Because we popped the relic. Yeah, very, very, very interesting point there.
All right, Ren 6 will fail as the hearse will eat the lands it's targeting.
Okay, small, and I preface the word small victory for Jack here because we did get to hit that Ephemerate before the Witness came back. So that is something that we've been able to deal with that unlicensed hearse. But, draw 3 cards. I don't know how far that's going to go.
Very small victory.
We at least got to break up Eternal Witness plus Ephemerate, so see what Jack can find here. It's got to be a Colossus, I think, at this point. Well, now it's on the floor. Is it a floor Colossus? It is. I couldn't quite tell. I think it was a land.
It came from the floor, so yeah, I guess it could be a land. The last card that got dropped ended up being a Primeval Titan, I think. So yeah, at least he's dropping all kinds. All right, yeah, Cavern
playing
is nice.
The Cavern.
Yeah.
Now, very interesting that Jack decided to play the Cavern because, remember, the presence of Boseiju. And that's why Jack was holding it for the longest time is because, well, 1, playing around Boseiju, and 2, he didn't know what he actually wanted to Cavern for, depending on whether or not a Titan or a Colossus comes off. Now, Chalice here is kind of rough because, as we said, Colossus is probably the only way out for Jack at this point, and that cuts off a lot of the avenues to Colossus because there's only one actual physical copy in the deck.
Chalice for 0 comes into play. Ren 6 gets foiled again by the unlicensed hearse. Zach Dubin probably doesn't mind too much. Jack at 18, facing down a decent sized attack here for looks like 8 damage. Make that 8. Jack Potter suggests that maybe one of these creatures is summoning sick. It is not. So not quite half the life total.
All right, what do we got? Looks like we're casting a spell. Just a Fury. Love it. Just get the game over with. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean that does change the clock. That means next turn, Jack Potter is dead on the board. Chalice gets wiped out by Channel Boseiju.
Okay. So that opens back up Pact. So now if you find a Pact or a Colossus, maybe, I don't know if we got a confirmation on what Cavern is naming. I'm going to assume it's whatever creature type Colossus is.
Okay,
Let's take a look. If we pull up the deck list, where's Cultivator Colossus? I think Colossus is a beast.
It has to. I mean, we know Primeval Titan's a giant, so yeah, it has to be. He wouldn't have named anything else. So yeah, depending on how many lands Jack Potter's holding, I guess a Colossus would lead to some fireworks, and is probably his most reasonable opportunity to get out of this.
Yeah, it has to be Colossus. There's nothing else. Titan's not good enough, I think.
And that's it. Jack Potter floats 4 mana and says, I don't have anything. And Zach Dubin,
congratulations,
wins the NRG Modern 10K. 10K. Congratulations to him. Jack Potter all the way to the finals. Hope you enjoy your RCQ invite. Your RC invite. I'm going to go ahead and continue to screw that up as many times as I can. But yeah, so 4-color takes it down. I mean, before the event started, 4-color was certainly among the favorites to make it to the finals or to win the event. And that we did see it play out. We saw a variety of 4-color decks contested in the event. Eldrazi's Call versions, Traverse versions. The Blink version is what ends up on top.
Right, yeah, we definitely saw like you said, a whole slew of variations on the 4-color deck, and I do believe it is very clearly the most powerful deck in the format, the most consistent deck, and yeah, not surprised to see Zach take it down. And Zach's also an incredible player, so congratulations to him.
All right, well, we're gonna step away for a moment, and we're gonna come back and see if Zach wants to talk to us about his victory and how his path through the tournament went. So stick around, and we'll talk to Zach Dubin in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Devin and I are here. 272 players entered the modern event. It's over. We had one winner. Zach Dubin is our champion. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Zach, how you feeling?
I feel like Dress Down. I wasn't going to play it this weekend.
Okay.
Made the decision, picked them up on Friday before leaving for Madison. I'm really glad that I decided to play Dress Down this weekend.
Worked out well.
Yeah, it kind of
Worked
saved
out.
my butt multiple times throughout the top 8.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So congratulations on winning. That's an impressive feat. This is a big tournament. Good job. You didn't lose a game in the top 8, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah, impressive work. So
straight 2-0.
Yeah, so we just watched, and all the viewers just watched the finals. You were on the ropes, game 1. I think would be fair to say. How did that feel? Talk us through that.
Once the 4th saga was on this coming down. So at that point in the game, I had the Awareness Emblem, Prismatic End in the graveyard, and I had just 4 lands at hand. So the plan was to ending everything until the end of the earth, and then just hopefully draw an iteration or something that would get me additional cards to start acquiring more resources to maybe get back into it. Because out of no verdicts in game 1, a Solitude may have bought me some time, but I needed to find iteration into 2 cards, and I found Solitude and the Dress Down on that final iteration turn once there were the bunch of constructs out. So I did get a little excited and should have waited to end step to cast the Dress Down, and
it's understandable.
I was really excited.
I bet.
Just want to guess. No, I get it. Yeah.
Kind of in my chair, ugh.
That was that was a very interesting game up until that point too, because you were able to deal with a lot of the early pressure, and then me and Joe both thought that once that there was actually, I think it was the 5th saga with the Vesuva too. So we weren't sure if the prismatic endings was going to be able to handle it, and it seemed like you were kind of running out of those. And then obviously the Dress Down was just kind of the nail in the coffin at that point.
Yeah,
that was the turning point of that game for sure.
I was down to 3 life. I used the last land in my hand. Had to chump block. I think he had 4 in play at that time, and I just ripped the iteration into the Dress Down. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it worked out. So let's talk about your deck a little bit. So you said the Dress Down was kind of like a last minute decision to actually go ahead and play it. Were you pretty set on the rest, or was that changing anything else? Kind of what's the time frame putting this together? Kind of this exact build, because there's variations among the 4-color decks that we saw this weekend.
So I had been playing 4-color on and off, just borrowing cards when I can, playing for the past few months. Didn't do well in store championships with the deck. Was getting ready to play, I don't know, what the main deck looked like, but I talked to Mason Clark this week. He said play a Dress Down in the main and the side. You're going to expect a lot of Titan for this event. I took his advice, cut a Veil from the side, added the Dress Down to the side, and added one to the main over. I don't know what I cut. Oh, the 2nd and the 3rd Endurance. I moved the 3rd Endurance to the sideboard. So did 2 on the side instead of 3-1 split. That was basically the only changes I made. Got a sideboard guide. I modified my old sideboard notes. Got the blue pen scribbles all over the sideboard notes. But yeah, came in this weekend locked into play 4-color and play mirrors.
So you only lost once this weekend, is that right so far?
Yes, I lost to the Yawgmoth player who made top 8 in round 5.
Okay, so at what point you lost? You lost to Mason Lange yesterday. So at what point during the day, what round was it? Round 3, round 5, round 9? Would you feel hey, you know what? I'm really doing well this weekend. I'm feeling good. I maybe can take a run at the top 8 or the title. Did you feel that at any point, or were you just the whole time kind of just battling confidence in the deck and yourself, or was it just, how did you feel? What was your attitude going through yesterday?
Round 1, I played a 4-color Delirium Mirror. It's a very good player. And we didn't finish game 2. We had dueling Embercools and nonsense. I won that match 1-0. Round 2, I played against the person who drove me to the tournament. After that point, I was like, okay, that's just how the weekend's going to be. It's going to be like that. Beat 2 Living End players the next 2 rounds. After that, I'm like, I feel like I'm golden. Just hard games against Living End, and then just picked up the loss, and then just breezed through. It was just I'm in the zone. Nothing can affect me whatsoever. Like I'm just gonna play Magic and push the rest of the world out.
Nice. Well, I got to tell you, Zach, I have some bad news for you.
Yeah.
You are no longer eligible to play in any RCQs this season.
So the problem was I already won an RCQ.
What? All right. Well,
So
okay.
I had this decision like overnight. Do I concede the top 4? I ultimately decided to play. I won to win.
Yeah.
That's who I am.
Yeah.
I'm a competitive player.
No, I mean,
Plenty of
certainly.
cash prizes too.
Yeah, I mean, the RCQ is just kind of a new addition. Like winning the 10K, pretty big deal.
I
My
won the
little
leaderboard points for the NRG series. Like, I
Yeah,
think I'm
exactly.
very high up in season 2 now with a win today. So
Yeah, you are. And our estimate
me and
based
Joe,
on
we're
go ahead.
talking about me and Joe were talking about that. I think we're gonna have you, assuming nothing else changes with the total points for the season
Well,
1
I'm
and
planning on
season
winning
2. I
Legacy
think you're
today
going
as
into
well. That's
12th.
we need to think
So,
about that.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that
that too.
Yeah, that would help. But yeah, so we're looking at you in 12th right now for the overall leaderboard. So obviously that's a big jump. We didn't look at season 2 specifically, but yeah, looking in good shape. So yeah, you're in for Atlanta in November. You already were, I guess. Congratulations on that. And got a little bit of work to do still to get into the NRG Championship in December. But
Yeah.
is that something that you think you want to try and pursue?
So
Try
I
and
was
get in there?
coming into this weekend. I was like, depending on how things go this weekend, may or may not, because like I'm going back to school. The
Mhm.
energies are really far from Madison this year for the rest of the year. So like traveling is going to be like 8 hours minimum for all the events. But like after today, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go for it. So
All right. Well, that's excellent. So I hope you do see we do see you out there some more. What is modern kind of your choice format, or would you
limited is
you
my
th-
choice format, but
Okay.
obviously Modern and Legacy are like I enjoy playing the most. The games are intricate and require decisions
Mhm.
that are similar to limited gameplay that I thrive on. So like Pioneer is I won my RCQ. I don't plan on playing Pioneer until I have to for November, but yeah, I love playing Modern and Legacy. I'm super looking forward to play the rest of today. So yeah, I'm on top of the world right now.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we'll give you a chance to take a few minutes to recover yourself after your ordeal battling through yesterday and this morning. What are you playing in Legacy today?
I play exclusively Death and Taxes.
Right.
I am
Okay.
not playing Death and Taxes today. I'm playing Delver.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes. I could crash and burn, but I'm here to have fun. Like there's nothing that really is going to get me down today. So
Yeah,
Can't
I
go
mean,
wrong with Delver.
you can. I mean, you can owe everything in the Legacy event today and probably still feel pretty good about your weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, Zach. Well, maybe we'll catch
you.
you on in a few rounds in Legacy, see how things develop. But enjoy your victory. Take a few minutes off. Good work today.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. So that was Zach Dubin, our modern 10K winner.